When Tao Jie's girlfriend fled the rental apartment, he suddenly had an epiphany. Using probability theory to win the lottery and building a model to calculate stock market fluctuations, from being a penniless young man, he turned into a wealthy man. Beautiful girls flocked to him, and he finally lived the life he had always dreamed of. Chapter 1. Good guy car today, us common folks are really happy. Tao Jie rode his electric bike, humming a tune as he entered a rundown neighborhood. Today, he received his pay from 2 jobs at the same time, $6,792 from driving and $14045 from delivering food, breaking the 20,000 mark for the first time. This was the reward for his early mornings and late nights. Passing by a flower shop, he bought a bouquet, excited to surprise his cohabiting girlfriend, Yang Lin, but unexpectedly saw her dragging a suitcase downstairs without hesitation. Getting into an Alpha car, Lin, Tao Jie shouted, running towards the Alpha with the flowers. But the car sped away, leaving him standing alone at the corner with the bouquet. Tao Jie pulled out his phone and called Yang Lin, but as soon as it rang, it was hung up. When he called again, he discovered he had been blocked. He ran back to his shared apartment, the door wide open. Turning on the light, in the 10 square meter space, everything was visible, and the room looked like it had been ransacked. Yang Lin's cosmetics and clothes were nowhere to be found. The wardrobe was empty, leaving only a few of his clothes. On the bed was a note, clearly in Yang Lin's handwriting. "I'm leaving, don't look for me. It's over between us." Chapter 2. A messy situation. The sun rose, and Tao Jie, still in his Xiao Ma delivery uniform, sat at his computer with bloodshot eyes. At this point, he had removed 1 digit from the front, having calculated 12 choose 2, 66 combinations, plus 15 combinations from the back area 6 choose 2, resulting in 990. Combinations presented before him, 1980 yuan, was acceptable. He jotted it down, and just as he tucked the note away, he heard a knock on the door. "Bro, didn't you go for the morning shift?" His neighbor leaned against the door with a toothbrush in his mouth. A guy from Lu province, he was also delivering food in Chengdu and was considered a peer, though a competitor. Since Yang Lin didn't like him, they hadn't exchanged much conversation. "Not today, do you need something?" Tao Jie pulled out a cigarette, but the neighbor waved his hand, pointing to his toothbrush, and lit one himself. "Are you guys moving? I saw your girlfriend packing yesterday, and since she was alone, I didn't want to ask." The neighbor spat, looking honest and simple. "Aren't you living well?" Tao Jie came to the door, comparing their 2 places, which were about the same size, with no need to change. "Just finished harvesting, not much work at home. My sister-in-law is planning to come over to earn a bit. Other places are too expensive. I was thinking, if you move out, I'll rent it." The neighbor wiped his mouth. "It's cheap here and can save a bit of money." Chapter 3. Lottery draw. He didn't watch any live broadcasts. Although the online updates lagged a bit with the development of the internet, news wouldn't be too slow. The draw was at 9:25 p.m., and the latest data would be updated online a few minutes later. He casually clicked on the news, looked at some trending topics, and considered it a rare break. After reading a few articles, he felt it was about time and searched for the lottery information again. The first link on the homepage, a website with an official blue verification badge, already displayed the latest winning numbers. Winning numbers: front area 13, 16, 20, 28, 33, back area 03, 08. Tao Jie hurriedly pulled out his lottery ticket and the note he had written, placing one in each hand on the computer desk, and carefully checked the front area. He had selected 12 numbers and 6 for the back area. To his surprise, all 5 winning numbers were included in his 12 chosen numbers. Unfortunately, in the back area, he missed the number 08 while selecting 6 out of 12. Even so, Tao Jie was almost unable to contain his excitement. He fought the urge to let out a long howl, verifying the results several times, and they remained the same. This meant that he had 1 6-second prizes and 9 third prizes based on the number model he had established, not to mention the smaller prizes, which were even more numerous. Chapter 4. Need to add money. This is going to be a money-losing situation. After drinking like this, who was going to pay the bill? He fished out the car keys from Li Qingwan's bag on her arm, found her pink little car, and helped her inside, fastening her seatbelt. After securing the electric bike, he got in the car. Just as he started the engine, he ran into a bit of trouble. He knew the Rose Garden, but wasn't sure which building it was. Last time, he just parked in the underground parking lot, and now, with Li Qingwan in this state, it was clear she wouldn't be able to provide any useful information. Her phone was locked, the facial recognition didn't work well, and even trying to unlock it with her fingerprint was futile. What was going on? There was no choice. He could only drive to the nearest police station. The police hadn't encountered such a situation before either, and there wasn't a female officer on duty late at night. So leaving her, there wasn't a solution. Why don't you find a hotel to settle her down? It's clear she's wealthy, so she shouldn't skip out on the bill. Watching Li Qingwan still fidgeting in the car, the police were also at a loss. Tao Jie thought. Well, with the police saying this, he felt a bit relieved. At least he wouldn't be bitten back after trying to help. He got back in the car, found a chain hotel, and explained the situation. Chapter 5. Secrecy no matter what, she was still his woman. He couldn't just deny responsibility after the fact. Li Qingwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had to make one more effort. If the renowned Silver Fox couldn't change her family's mind, then she would have to accept her fate, and at worst, it would be a fish dies and a net break situation. Although the current chauffeur was worlds apart from the Silver Fox, he excelled in appearance. And as long as he maintained an aloof demeanor, he could easily outshine those young masters in Chengdu. Give me your email, and I'll send you some information about Silver Fox and some knowledge about finance. You need to familiarize yourself in the next few days. Although you can refuse to verify, you can't truly be ignorant. Turn to look at Tao Jie seriously. She added, this must not be shared. Tao Jie nodded, searched through his phone, added her as a friend, and sent her his email. Since he had already agreed, he wouldn't drag it out any longer. After this job, he would head back to northeast China for the winter. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Tao Jie got up to open the door. Two girls dressed as attendants stood at the door, each carrying several bags. Is Miss Li here? He let them in. Li Qingwan's voice came from inside, and they no longer hesitated, streaming in one after another past Tao Jie. Chapter 6. Picking up money. Tao Jie was a math major but was not unfamiliar with financial knowledge, as he had been preparing for a career in financial modeling. However, compared to the information Li Qingwan provided, it seemed somewhat superficial. Silver Fox could be considered a genius in finance, summarizing everything in great detail. He could only be seen as a novice compared to Silver Fox in finance, but as a math major, he excelled at summarizing and finding patterns. If he could create a model using the information left by Silver Fox, Tao Jie suddenly felt enlightened. The model had changed his life, but it was merely a clever application. Even if it worked every time, he couldn't keep going back to claim prizes repeatedly. Otherwise, he would be sliced up. But finance was different. The stock market and futures could be a place where some people paid tuition fees, while others saw it as an ATM. If he could establish a model to handle this, it would be like finding a shortcut to wealth. Since he had this thought, he decided to get started. He might not have Silver Fox's powerful analytical skills, but with the materials left behind, Tao Jie just needed to methodically add them to the model to generate data that would make everyone tremble. Chapter 7. Winning again after a simple workout. Sitting all day made him feel rusty. He did sit-ups and push-ups until he was exhausted, then took a shower and lay down on the bed, slowly sorting through his thoughts. From data collection for the model to corporate information, industry analysis, and international situations, he suddenly sat up, right? Although there was soft data support, he lacked timely updates on the changing, fundamental information. Short-term data wouldn't show much variation, but once major influences emerged, they could easily impact the market. It's important to know that no matter how skilled a trader is, they can't manipulate the big trend. A government order can completely determine the success or failure of an industry, let alone a company. With Tao Jie's background, it was impossible for him to obtain insider information. He could only rely on a trader's methods to judge the future, which meant everything couldn't proceed perfectly according to the model. Small mistakes were fine, but if his funding scale increased in the future, even a minor error could lead to a major disaster. He quickly sat down at the computer desk and began writing web scraping code for the model. Although he wasn't a computer major, it wasn't too difficult. He had a wide range of interests in school and even participated in a computer design competition. Although he didn't win, his foundation was enough to help him set up a web scraping system. Chapter 8. Disappointment. The cocktail party was at the 7-star sailing hotel in Lujiazui. Although it was called a cocktail party, it was actually a charity auction. I've left the invitation on the table. I'll come to pick you up before it starts. Knowing the cocktail party was very important to Li Qingwan, he vaguely understood that he would be playing the role of Silver Fox as her boyfriend. But he didn't expect her to be so thoughtful, even considering the watch. The poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches. Silver Fox, being a well-known financial player, naturally wouldn't have a poor quality of life. However, this posed a problem for Tao Jie. His past could be easily investigated, and many people knew him, whether they were classmates from the finance academy or colleagues from food delivery. A quick search would reveal everything. Therefore, pretending to be Silver Fox could easily backfire. He walked over and sat on the sofa. Silver Fox, I might not be able to play the role. What do you mean? Li Qingwan immediately turned around, her small face frozen with frost. Listen to me. Tao Jie prepared to explain his thoughts to her. What are you saying? You're not trying to raise the price, are you? Li Qingwan was still brooding over his previous attempt to raise the price, her beautiful eyes nearly blazing with anger. No, I really didn't. Tao Jie raised his hands in surrender. Is it okay if I do it for free? Chapter 9, Big Pig's Hoof. We can help you with related services, including currency exchange, but you need to go to the VIP room. Some authorizations need to be handled in person. Tong Hui was just making a routine phone call, but unexpectedly ended up with new business. Is there margin trading? Tao Jie had limited capital and wasn't sure if there were restrictions on currency exchange. If there was no margin trading, it would be difficult to seize big market opportunities. Yes, we can apply for 5 times margin trading for you. Tong Hui was also new and didn't dare to make any promises to Tao Jie, only answering according to the training manual. Then add me later, send me the address, and I'll let you know when I can arrive in advance. Tao Jie felt a sense of urgency. Soon, Tong Hui added him as a friend and sent over the address. Using the navigation, he found it wasn't far, just a 10-minute drive. He sent Tong Hui the meeting time and then went out. Seeing there were no empty taxis on the road, he remembered the electric bike he left at Li Qingwan's place. He called for a ride on his phone, and someone quickly accepted the order. The driver would arrive in 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, he got in the car and confirmed the time with Tong Hui again. Okay, I'll wait for you. After replying with a voice message, Tong Hui stared blankly at Tao Jie's profile. Chapter 10, Copying Homework. Tao Jie didn't go invisible, nor was he too cowardly to reply to messages. Given his current situation, he no longer hoped for love, but he had no issues accepting emotions. If someone was willing to fly into the fire, if you dare to die, I dare to bury. So he rolled up his sleeves and typed directly. Brother Jie, it's been many years. I really miss you. Silkworm baby. Knocking on the head emoji, quite bold. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get angry? Brother Jie, which girlfriend are you talking about? Silkworm baby. How many do you have? Angry emoji, Brother Jie. There was one I just got back in touch with after being out of contact, and then there was one who ran away. Silkworm baby. Questioning emoji. Maybe because you're too fickle? Brother Jie. It's sad because I can't live a hard life with my brother. Silkworm baby. Laughing emoji. You, a top student from Finance Academy, can't be that miserable. Brother Jie, why not? If I can't even afford to eat, wouldn't I run away? You would too. Silkworm baby. Who says that? I can support you. Brother Jie. A bit overwhelming. At that moment, Tao Jie felt a rush of blood. Silkworm baby. Seriously? You wouldn't really be out of money, would you? Give me your card number. Chapter 11, God's Hand. He showed no signs of hesitation or second-guessing in the domestic market, especially since his small amount of capital couldn't stir up any waves among the massive stocks. Of course, such frequent trading resulted in considerable transaction fees. But compared to the profits he gained, it was hardly worth mentioning. At first, he paid attention to the market value of the stocks in his account, but later he became completely immersed in the mechanical rhythm of copying homework. Whether he looked or not, it did not affect the cash value of his account from rising. $20 million, $30 million, $50 million, $100 million. From 9:30 until 4 in the morning, Tao Jie finally let out a sigh of relief. During this time, he executed countless precise operations based on the assignments provided by the numerical model, and of course, the rewards were abundant. With a principal of $2 million and 5 times leverage, in the face of market values often in the trillions, he didn't even stir a ripple, yet he managed to achieve the effect of thousands of troops. He had already given up on after-hours trading because such quick in-and-out trades had already secured his profits. By the end of the trading day, his profit reached as high as $9 billion. He was stepping with perfect timing, achieving a return of 29 times after leverage. Chapter 12, Wealthy People. After sleeping until noon, Tao Jie pressed the automatic curtains. The bright autumn sun was blinding, casting a golden hue over the entire room. He got up to wash up, planning to go to the bank to retrieve his money. After drying his hair, he changed into a black suit that Li Qingwan had bought for him, looking refreshed. He first made a call to confirm that Tong Hui was at the bank, then scheduled a time and called for a ride online. The ride-hailing driver called him when he arrived downstairs, and he casually went down. Just like last time, Tong Hui was there to greet him and took him to the VIP room. Mr. Tao, how can I assist you? She placed the coffee down and sat cross-legged across from him. dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and tailored pants. Her well-fitted work attire did not hide her graceful figure. Even with a professional smile on her face, her shallow dimples still conveyed an innocence that was deeply appealing. I want to transfer the money from my overseas account back. Tao Jie stirred his coffee with a spoon, not beating around the bush. No problem. The funds you used last time were actually just secured. Now that you want to transfer them back for the new year, I'll submit the materials for you right away. Tong Hui seemed a bit pleased. It was worth noting that her client had over 10 million, but suddenly transferring it all abroad was not a good thing for her. Chapter 13. Buying a house. Tong Hui was very efficient. Before he had finished his meal, she had already selected 3 properties on her iPad. One flat was a Riverview property for bedrooms and 3 living rooms, 418 square meters, fully renovated, originally priced at $90,000 per square meter. As you know, prices have dropped. It could be secured for $70,000 now. For villas, the Rose Garden was the top choice for new houses in the city. Of course, if he preferred vintage buildings, Yong'an Road was also a good option. Tong Hui introduced him to him while driving. She was driving a Beetle, a model many girls seemed to like. Tao Jie didn't have a car, so he let her be the driver. Thank you for your hard work. Let's skip the Rose Garden and go to Yong'an Road first, then we'll check the Riverview flat. This way we won't waste time going back and forth. Tao Jie, who had done delivery and driving jobs, was familiar with these places but wanted to see the specific houses again. As for not choosing the Rose Garden, there was no need to ask because Li Qingwan was there. Tong Hui responded affirmatively, noticing he seemed a bit distracted, and obediently fell silent. It wasn't long before they arrived at Yong'an Road, an old district rich in historical charm. Although the houses had been there for years, their unique cultural atmosphere was not something found everywhere. Chapter 14. Clingy. Before this, Tao Jie felt that his breakup with Yang Lin was relatively peaceful. Transitioning from school uniforms to wedding dresses is a dream for many, but few can make it to the end. Although he felt sad when Yang Lin left, he didn't feel he owed himself anything. But the information that Tong Hui inadvertently revealed was that she only managed to get promoted after getting pregnant. Doesn't that imply that she was cheated on? No man would want to be fixated on a vast green prairie. But then again, thinking it over, they weren't married. It was merely a moral debt, and even calling it infidelity seemed a bit forced. 3 months, which means the child had already been conceived long ago. He could confirm that it definitely wasn't his. A few months ago, he had been working overtime relentlessly, so exhausted that he didn't even want to play poker. And even half a year ago, Yang Lin had used the excuse of noise insulation to separate the blankets. Yet he still felt suffocated. Yang Lin's boss, who drove an Alpha, he had seen when picking her up from work, short, fat, and with a receding hairline. She could also put up with it. Tao Jie couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it. It was already meaningless to seek verification or slap this couple of dogs. It wouldn't help at all. Chapter 15. Scumbag. I should be at home. Tao Jie guessed she was probably looking for him. Didn't I tell you not to wander around? Li Qingwan was very angry. Not the kind that could be easily appeased. Come back immediately. She hadn't been able to focus on work these past couple of days, constantly thinking about how to handle her relationship with Tao Jie. From her perspective, although they had reached a deal, Tao Jie was clearly the one benefiting. Yes, at that time, she had been the one taking the initiative under the influence of the drug, but in the end, it was Tao Jie who enjoyed it, while she was the one hurt. God knows, she hadn't gotten out of bed for 2 days. The reason she hadn't contacted Tao Jie in these 2 days was because she was still shaken. Her disastrous best friend. Such matters were not as beautiful as they said. It was simply life-threatening. After hanging up, Tao Jie sneered, "Ha, women. What do they think they are?" He hadn't been idle these past few days either. He had also gathered some information about the Li family. Children from big families seem glamorous, but they actually have very little autonomy. In order to maintain the family's long-term prosperity, they would even sacrifice their personal interests for the benefit of the clan. Clearly, Li Qingwan was chosen by the Li family. For Tao Jie, he could completely distance himself from it. These days, how many people find it easier to sleep with someone than to get out of bed? He hadn't made her responsible, so of course, he wouldn't accept moral coercion. Chapter 16. Confrontation. Li Qingwan's nonsensical insult left Tao Jie dumbfounded, but he really couldn't care too much. In any case, compared to Li Qingwan, his fragmented emotional line could not be compared to her purity. Opening his computer, logging into the stock software, he looked around and saw a desolate scene. Nowadays, his money was all shorting the river e-commerce, and the remaining cash was dwindling. The credit provided by the bank didn't hinder normal use, but did not allow entry into the financial industry. He still remembered signing a bunch of documents back then. His stock account only had a few $100,000 left after changing to a beautiful knife with his current net worth. He didn't think much of such a scale of funds. However, he still selected some stocks to track. The model was still running, but he found that it lacked data predictions for stock indices, so he was thinking about how to add it while watching the market. Just as he had a bit of an idea, he was interrupted by a phone ringing. Glancing at it, it was Tao Jie. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard the girl's hurried voice. "Mr. Tao, I'm at the 4S store picking a car. I've already paid the deposit, and just as I was about to call you. Someone else also liked this car and wanted me to let it go, but I didn't agree." Chapter 17. Sparring Han Wei wasn't a fool. He could tell that Tao Jie was mocking him, even comparing him to the cats and dogs raised at home. He clenched his back teeth. It was interesting. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Or perhaps no one bothered to argue with him. Tao Jie showed no signs of retreat. Instead, Tong Hui couldn't help but tug at him when she heard Han Wei's name. Han Wei saw everything and assumed that Tao Jie was just a foolish young man who had just returned to the country, not even knowing that his subordinates were aware of him. He was indeed fearless in his ignorance. He threw back his head and laughed loudly. "It seems I've been too low-key these past few years. Even kids dare to ride on my back. Fine, since you don't give me face, let's see how it goes." Pointing at Tao Jie, Han Wei said, "You're lucky. I have things to attend to these next couple of days, or else I would have dealt with you. In 3 days, if you can still talk to me like this, I'll give you this car." A few people around Han Wei, about the same age, were curious about where this naive young man came from. So generous? Tao Jie certainly knew the Han family's capabilities, although they weren't as wealthy as the Li family. They were powerful, or else the Li family wouldn't go out of their way to please them. Chapter 18. Connections, whether delivering takeout or driving. In his spare time, he had listened to plenty of popular novels, where the male lead could overpower all antagonists, whether through reasoning or by being a rogue, which helped alleviate his loneliness. Now, he had money, but his connections were pitifully few. After coming to Shindu for several years, apart from Li Qingwan, the only ones he could consider part of high society were a few teachers from his school. He could ask them. As soon as he thought of it, he made the first call to Professor Wen Ruhai, the head of the mathematics department, who had always appreciated him. "Hello, who is this?" As soon as the call connected, Professor Wen's familiar voice came through. "Teacher, it's Tao Jie." Professor Wen's voice changed slightly. "You still remember to call me? Where have you been these years? Are you going to continue being a turtle, living under the shadow of your cheating reputation?" Tao Jie didn't expect that after 2 years, he had calmed down, while Professor Wen, who had once advocated for him, still held such resentment. "Teacher, I couldn't get into graduate school. I have to make a living too," Tao Jie said softly, as if he were meeting a revered elder, expressing the grievances he felt after being wronged. Professor Wen paused. He understood how difficult it was to live in Chengdu. Chapter 19. Elite 20 minutes passed, and when it rose to 78, he started selling off. 83 was the estimate given by the model, but Tao Jie had no intention of taking the last bite. At this position, he directly switched hands and began to short. "Find out who this is." An angry roar came from a luxurious office on Wall Street. Cole had prepared for this day for more than half a month, bringing in several funds, only to be outsmarted by someone else. Tao Jie was simply too cunning. The other party had originally planned to raise it to 10 to ignite the enthusiasm of the bulls before starting to sell off. Who would have thought that someone would start dumping before it even reached 8, especially with a capital scale close to $1 billion? He knew that if he didn't take the position, it could very well extinguish the bulls' enthusiasm. But if he did, it would be difficult for him to sell off again. "What do we do now?" The traders around him waited for his instructions. Cole rubbed his bald head, his facial muscles twitching. Choose a fixed point to take over and see how many chips he has. 5 minutes later, Cole's face turned green. He took over a total of 300 million, and the rest was all taken by the bulls. That wasn't the worst part. The worst was that the bulls' enthusiasm had clearly stagnated, which was very unfavorable for him to unload. Chapter 20. Explanation. I have to say, Dong Haoqing handled this matter very well, which made Tao Jie quite comfortable. The few people provided by Shield Security were worth the 50,000 he spent every month. He called Dong Haoqing to express his gratitude, but sensed that he seemed to have something unsaid on the phone. "Director Dong, we are old acquaintances. If there is anything difficult, and it happens to be within my capability, feel free to speak up." Dong Haoqing didn't expect Tao Jie to be so perceptive and didn't hold back. "Mr. Tao, I'll be straightforward with you. I just received a call regarding Tong Hui. You know this child works seriously, but has a straightforward personality. It was not easy for her family to send her to us. Is this about her work? If I'm willing to hire her as my exclusive financial advisor, would that solve the problem? These people really were efficient. It hadn't been long before they had already targeted Tong Hui. Tao Jie was mentally prepared for this, and it just so happened that he needed someone to help manage his finances. Otherwise, just dealing with hiring these people would be enough to worry him. Really? That's great. Don't worry, I'll talk to Xiaodong about it. Chapter 21. The head Pat Li Qingwan was the daughter of a concubine from the Li family, and not many people outside knew this, but it was not a secret for certain individuals. Tao Jie had heard Li Qingwan mention a little about it before, but he didn't expect their relationship to have deteriorated to this extent. The Li family had put in a lot of effort to make Li Qingwan a bargaining chip, even auctioning off her mother's token of affection from years ago. My mother is currently in seclusion and doesn't care about worldly affairs, but I must get my revenge. Li Qingwan's cold little face showed hatred. That person claims to love my mother and me, but for money, he unhesitatingly abandoned my mother and treated me as a pawn. This is his so-called love. Men are no good. I will never let him have his way. Tao Jie, knowing full well that the person she was talking about was not looking at him with a kind expression. The person Li Qingwan referred to should be her father. Among the Li family, the only one who fits the bill should be the current head, Li Xiang. Back then, although he was in the business world, Li Xiang's charm was not exaggerated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fathered such a beauty as Li Qingwan. His gossip could easily make the entertainment headlines. Chapter 22. Provocation. Li Qingwan changed into a black evening gown with a hollow back, her fair skin appearing even more crystal-like. Although it was relatively conservative, it still felt a bit cool in the current temperature of around 10 degrees in Chengdu. She put on a trench coat and then linked arms with Tao Jie as they went downstairs. The car was still that pink Rolls-Royce, but Tao Jie had switched to the driver's seat. Following the navigation, Tao Jie drove straight to the hotel where the wine party was held. When they arrived, there was less than a quarter of an hour before the party officially began. Just be natural later. It's not like they can eat you. Li Qingwan encouraged Tao Jie, afraid he would be timid and make a fool of himself. Tao Jie smiled. In the past, he really wouldn't have adapted. But now it was different. The amount in his account gave him enough confidence. Looking at the luxury cars outside, worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, who could know how much the owners owed? The party had almost started when Li Qingwan pulled Tao Jie into the hotel. After getting off the elevator, she needed to go to the bathroom and asked Tao Jie to wait for her. After Tao Jie agreed, he put his hands in his pockets and surveyed the surroundings. A 7-star hotel. He had never been here before. Its luxurious setup was astonishing, leaving Tao Jie in awe. Chapter 23. Sudden rain. Tao Jie saw Han Wei and, of course, was on guard, but he was truly surprised that he could throw wine. There was no time to dodge, so he could only turn his back and shield Li Qingwan in his arms. Half a glass of wine splashed onto his back. Li Qingwan didn't expect Han Wei to disregard appearances like this. Just as she was about to explode, she was firmly held in Tao Jie's embrace. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of security filled her heart. Tao Jie was someone she knew better than anyone. For him to act this way was already an unimaginable courage for an ordinary person. Now, he put her first at every turn. How could she not be moved? She pulled Tao Jie's arm away, just about to vent her anger at Han Wei, but she never expected that Tao Jie had already kicked out. Han Wei, whose body was drained by wine and lust, was sent sliding across the floor tiles faster than he had come. With a loud bang, the banquet hall that could accommodate hundreds of people seemed to explode. The social elite wine party organized by the Li family was well known to signal a marriage alliance with the Han family to the outside world. But the male lead, young Master Han Wei, was kicked out far away. This explosive news could easily make headlines. Chapter 24. If you say so. I understand. Li Xiang's arrival with the true top names of Chengdu instantly caused a stir at the wine party. Although the people in the front hall were also eye-catching, they were merely second-generation heirs and paled in comparison to this group. Han Wei was slightly better off, as his father's presence made it inconvenient for him, so he was somewhat of a representative. However, he didn't want to mingle with a bunch of old men, so he didn't enter the VIP lounge. As this group came out, they walked towards him, clearly giving Han Wei the biggest spotlight of the day. Young Master Han, why not go in and sit? I just talked to Director Li and heard you have a private equity fund. Let us find a time to discuss it, so we can share in the benefits. If you're interested, we can find a time to talk. I'm just afraid the returns won't satisfy everyone. Han Wei was particularly polite to those who were willing to invest money. Being able to cooperate with young Master Han was already a blessing. How could there be dissatisfaction? By the way, it's been a while since I've seen the old leader. Is he doing well? You should keep an eye on him and not let him work too hard. Rest assured, I will definitely convey the sentiments of all the uncles. A group of seasoned veterans in the business world greeted Han Wei and inquired about the leader's health, expressing their concern. Chapter 25, Lighting the Sky Lantern at this moment. Li Qingwan had no one else to rely on and could only fully trust that Tao Jie would truly carry out her intentions. She stood up, took a deep look at Tao Jie, and followed the girl who came to deliver the message to the side VIP room. With Li Qingwan gone, Tao Jie felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Otherwise, if she stayed by his side, she might limit his performance. The ninth auction item was a pair of earrings that reached the emerald level, with a starting bid of 100,000. It had now climbed to 300,000, and two bidders still hadn't given up. 500,000, Tao Jie raised his paddle. This thing is more suitable for my mom. She has worked hard her whole life and hasn't worn much jewelry. Now that we have money, we should show some filial piety. 600,000. Soon someone raised their paddle and directly added 100,000. Tao Jie glanced over and found it familiar, knowing it was aimed at him. He didn't understand the specific value, but for Tao Jie, doing charity was somewhat irrelevant as long as he liked the item. He continued to raise his paddle, 1 million. Clearly, the other party did not expect that Tao Jie would make a move before the pendant had even come up for bidding. And this earring had a very small mirror surface, worth at most 350,000. Bidding up to 1 million was purely insane. Chapter 26. Following? No one expected that someone would make such a gesture. Lighting the sky lantern signifies that no matter who it is, no matter how much the bid is, I want it. It shows a person's determination to bid for an auction item. This not only requires determination, but also financial strength as a guarantee. Would young Master Han lack money? Almost everyone present would not think so. The illustrious young Master Han, as long as he is willing, there are countless people ready to fight to pay for him. Lighting the sky lantern, he had only heard of it in novels. If it weren't for a certain second-generation rich kid who recently bid for a collectible for his wife and got exposed, hardly anyone in real life would know such a cool gesture. The auction host was a bit confused. This didn't comply with the rules. He was a professional auctioneer, certified. He had never heard of making such a gesture and then being obligated to pay according to that promise. Of course, if the guests present all showed respect, it would be manageable. But if someone maliciously raised the price to an unbearable level, who could force young Master Han to buy above that price? He was the renowned young Master Han. Among the guests at the wine party, there were men and women of all ages, and some recognized his gesture and explained it to those around them. Before long, someone started clapping. Chapter 27. Joke, just wait a little longer. And Li Qingwan will be back. Tao Jie no longer had the patience to play this child's game with Han Wei and raised his bid by another 10 million. This was what Li Qingwan had told him earlier. Auctioning is a test of one's state of mind. Incremental bidding is less effective than breaking the opponent's psychological defenses in one go. With a crunch, Han Wei ground his back teeth. What a fool. The Li Group has 100 billion market value. Can't they easily take out 40 million? His 20 million was contributed by several people. Don't think this money is free. He has to provide corresponding resources for others to earn it back. Young Master Han Wei grabbed the host, his eyes nearly spitting fire. This idiot, if he doesn't stop him, he will end up adding another 800,000. The host quickly swallowed his words. Seeing Han Wei's pale face, the excitement instantly vanished, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Young Master Han, do you mean? Han Wei snatched the microphone from him, brought it to his mouth, and looked at the leisurely Tao Jie. Are you sure you want to bid 40 million? Tao Jie nodded. Also picking up the microphone he had just put down, I am sure and certain. What's wrong, young Master Han? Are you not lighting the sky lantern anymore? Chapter 28. Conditions. People kept coming over to socialize, but Tao Jie remained aloof and declined. These people looked like elites from various industries, but they were of no use to him. For Tao Jie, when it comes to money, the stock and futures market in the beautiful country is his ATM, and for connections, having his teacher around is sufficient. So even with dozens of business cards in front of him, he didn't glance at them. After another 10 minutes, Li Qingwan finally reappeared. She looked pale, her steps a bit unsteady, and upon returning, she saw that the pendant had already been auctioned off, which made her feel even more despair. After sitting down, her eyes seemed to lose focus. Tao Jie waved his hand in front of her eyes, but she didn't react. He took out the jewelry box containing the pendant from his pocket and opened it in front of her. The jade guanine appeared even more luminous and delicate before her eyes. Coming back to her senses, Li Qingwan immediately recognized that this was her mother's item. She grabbed it and looked blankly at the slightly smiling Tao Jie. How did you do it? I just bid for it. Tao Jie played dumb. Li Qingwan directly threw herself into Tao Jie's arms and planted a kiss on his face. She was overjoyed. Just moments ago, Li Xiang had already made it clear to her that Han Wei had gathered several million, indicating his intentions to intercept the pendant, and that even if she wanted it back, it wouldn't be a problem. Marrying over would be hers. Chapter 29. Philosophical Issues. Tao Jie was also hungry, too lazy to go out, and ordered room service. After all, it was a 5-star hotel, and the service was comprehensive. While waiting for the meal, he couldn't settle down and changed into a set of pajamas to do a few push-ups. When he had no money, he exchanged health for money. Now that he had money, he had to treat himself a bit better. Fitness was not on his agenda. After all, his current physique would make most fitness coaches feel ashamed. He was thinking of finding a professional to conduct a comprehensive assessment of his body and provide targeted care. That's right. Even though he was only in his 20s, Tao Jie was already preparing for retirement. Not just for himself, but for his parents as well. When the new year comes, he would arrange this. If it weren't for the fear that they wouldn't adapt to life in Chengdu, he would have wanted to bring them over right now. Just as he was doing push-ups on the floor, the doorbell rang outside. He got up, grabbed a towel to open the door, and was surprised to see Li Qingwan returning. Tao Jie instinctively tightened the sides of his pajamas, realizing he was overreacting. Li Qingwan had an unfriendly look in her eyes, staring at Tao Jie. Are you waiting for someone? What is wrong? Did you notice something off? Tao Jie. This misunderstanding came too suddenly, right? Chapter 30. Spending money as work after the first time. Tao Jie's evaluation of Li Qingwan was that she was a novice with a big appetite. Even after tasting the sweetness, she still refused to admit it verbally. But her body was very honest. They ended up tossing and turning until late at night. Tao Jie still wanted to ask her about her company, but she turned over and fell asleep. After setting the alarm for the morning, he embraced her smooth body and fell into a deep sleep. Li Qingwan woke up in the morning to find Tao Jie already packing in the reception room. There wasn't much stuff. A suitcase was enough to hold it all. Seeing Li Qingwan come out, he pointed to the breakfast on the table, just delivered, and said, "Go wash your face and brush your teeth. After eating, you can go to work. Aren't you going with me?" Li Qingwan asked, tilting her head. "Did I promise you?" Tao Jie looked at her eyes, misty with tears, and couldn't help but shake his head. "I can visit you sometime." "Oh," Li Qingwan responded, sniffing and lowering her head to enter the bathroom. After washing up, having breakfast, and changing her clothes, Li Qingwan was ready to leave and found her presidential aura again. "I'm going home to change clothes, so I won't see you off." This was just what Tao Jie wanted. Otherwise, whether living in a villa or a large flat, it would be hard for him to explain. He hadn't planned to tell those close to him about making money, including Li Qingwan. Chapter 31. Unexpectedly. Just meeting Tong Hui to explain something took quite a bit of time. By the time he arrived at Laming Building, it was almost 10 o'clock. After getting out of the car, he asked them to wait and went upstairs alone. Seeing the words Chengdu Fengqi Media on the background wall behind the front desk, Tao Jie knew he hadn't gone to the wrong place. "Hello, my name is Tao Jie. The boss is expecting me." Wearing the gray casual suit personally selected by Li Qingwan, Tao Jie greeted the front desk girl who had light makeup and looked like she could score 80 points. The front desk girl, who looked like a recent graduate, raised her head upon hearing the voice and was nearly blinded by his handsomeness. "Wow, he's so handsome." As a media company, Li Qingwan had recently transformed rapidly into the online sector and had signed many handsome men and beautiful women. But compared to the one in front of her, they were worlds apart. Liang Yi quickly stood up, flustered as she searched for a form. "Are you here to apply? You, please fill this out first. I'll make a call right away." Saying this, she found him a pen and, without waiting for Tao Jie to explain, led him to a glass room that looked like a reception area. "Don't worry, I'll contact the boss right away." Liang Yi gave him an understanding look and then skipped back to her post to make the call. Chapter 32. Professor Chen's little fairy Li Qingwan blushed and swatted his hand down. "What are you doing?" "We're at the company." Tao Jie was overjoyed. Before, when they had their first encounter, she hadn't explicitly said it, but the implication was clear. Their relationship had become a thing of the past, and he should not harbor any delusions. But now, her attitude was completely different. If it was not acceptable at the company, did that mean it was acceptable outside of it? As a top student in the mathematics department, Tao Jie was used to considering multiple possibilities when solving problems, discussing them separately. He put his hand down, not wanting to take advantage. I need to go to Jiaodong University this afternoon. Professor Chun is coming back today and asked me to stop by. Tao Jie had received a notice on his way here. Li Qingwan was very supportive. Do you need me to have someone drive you? Or you can take my car. It's too conspicuous. Besides, I'm meeting Professor Chun at the school. Being so high profile isn't good. Tao Jie was gradually getting used to this casual way of interacting with Li Qingwan, sitting down not far from her. If all goes well, I might pursue my master's full-time, and I may not have that much free time. But if you need anything, you can always find me. Unexpectedly, Tao Jie was so straightforward that Li Qingwan's face turned a little red. After all, when she made her wish, she was thinking along the lines of keeping sugar baby. Chapter 33, really fragrant Song Lu was quite relaxed in her mother's office, resting her arm on Tao Jie's shoulder. How old are you? Tao Jie honestly replied, 24. Song Lu immediately withdrew her hand and moved her, but a bit further away. 24? A graduate student? I thought you were just a little kid who just got into college. Professor Chun not only took graduate students, but also taught undergraduates when he had time. Tao Jie had not been exposed to the sun lately, and his fair complexion made it hard to tell his age. Plus, his black and white athletic outfit made him look very youthful, which led Song Lu to treat him like a 17 or 18-year-old. Otherwise, her behavior wouldn't be so bold. Professor Chun had no way to deal with his daughter, who was confident outside, but changed her demeanor at home. Tao Jie is my newly recruited graduate student. He graduated 2 years ago, so he's not 24. I was just about to call Xiao Wu and Su Jin over for lunch. You can join us too. Eating at the cafeteria again? You're really stingy. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch. I've made some money in the capital. Let's indulge a bit. Song Lu said, looking at Tao Jie. How about it? What to eat wasn't important. What mattered was the opportunity to share in the joy of their senior sister. Tao Jie, who had the intention of making friends, certainly wouldn't spoil the mood. Chapter 34, the look of home back at the villa. Only Li Qing was home, moving a ladder to install surveillance cameras. Her reasoning was that while there were cameras around, it shouldn't be lacking at home either. Some things are most afraid of being in the dark. Tao Jie had no objections. It was just spending a bit of money, and as long as it was something that money could solve, it was not a problem. Need help? Tao Jie asked, looking up. Li Qing waved her hand. I'll be done soon. There's just this one left. Is Hao Henotiere? He's downstairs helping with the ladder. He's not used to doing nothing. Gogu and Tai Zhu had been enlisted by Consultant Tong and left early in the morning, needing to make several trips, and they hadn't finished buying the necessary items yet. Li Qing came down from upstairs, carried the ladder to the storage room, and then returned to the room with Tao Jie. Upon entering, Tao Jie opened the shoe cabinet to change shoes and was stunned by the scene before him. The super-large shoe cabinet was filled with various styles of shoes in the middle and lower sections, sports versions, casual versions, and those that matched formal wear. Picking them up, they were all his size. Not only that, the top shelf was filled with high-end brands. The middle section had regular ones, and the bottom was empty. Li Qing helped introduce. The ones on top are custom-made, and I've already placed the order. They won't arrive so soon. Chapter 35, missing you for dinner. They had roast whole lamb, and Tong Hui was going around pouring drinks, making Tai Zhu, who thought he had a good alcohol tolerance, vomit. The alcohol was bought by Evil Dog, who said drinking beer was boring. He didn't participate in the battle between Tong Hui, Tai Zhu, and Li Qing, but he downed 3 bottles of Erguo 2 and was still fine. Tao Jie didn't drink. Besides being self-disciplined, Tong Hui's warning gaze also played a significant role. With Evil Dog's permission, Li Qing was the first to lose her senses. She hugged a pillar in the pavilion, nodding to everything said, but wouldn't let go. Tai Zhu fell asleep in the sofa crevice of the living room on the first floor and got up in the middle of the night to vomit. The sound was unmistakable. Tong Hui drove home, saying her mom would check on her at night, and told Tao Jie to swallow back his words of retention. Late at night, Tao Jie made himself a cup of tea, sitting in the newly refreshed study, looking out at the lights of thousands of homes, never imagining that he had a home in Chengdu too. He opened his computer and stared at the automatically logged-in QQ account, feeling a bit dazed. He took out his phone and called his mom. Hello, son, you finished work early today. Shen Meijuan's voice was loud, speaking in rural dialect, as if talking was like fighting. Yeah, I've changed jobs, so I won't be late anymore. What are you doing? So many people at home. Chapter 36, late night, call Zhao Chan. Her profile picture was still the selfie from when she applied for a number, which Tao Jie had helped her upload back then. At 16, Although her face was still young, she was already stunningly beautiful. The two were not in the same class and originally had no intersection. But because their scores alternated between first and second place on the big board, they were always mentioned together, just like Meng didn't leave Jiao, and Jiao didn't leave Meng. Both were top students, and their looks made them the undeniable school beauties and hunks. It seemed natural that the two fell into a passionate relationship. Fortunately, their self-discipline is strong, and it hasn't affected their studies. Even the informed teachers repeatedly contacted the parents of the two students, urging them not to suppress their children emotionally due to this matter before the college entrance examination. But no one expected that the usually stable Tao Jie would make a critical mistake at a crucial moment, contaminating the exam paper, which led to it being treated as a duplicate paper. It was only after the results came out that he realized that he had scored full marks in mathematics. But his college entrance exam score was only calculated as half of that. If he hadn't casually filled out the application for Chengdu Finance, a second-tier university, who only had his sights set on Tsinghua and Peking University, would have definitely failed to get into college. Zhao Chan, on the other hand, achieved the top score and was admitted to Kyoto University. Chapter 37. True Colors, Sunja? Is there something you need at this late hour? Li Qingwan was actually a bit displeased. Guoguo had just left, and he came over. If someone saw this, who knows how it will be spread? Even with the Li family's background, a female boss with her looks would inevitably be a frequent subject of gossip. Presently, I saw your office light was still on, so I knew you hadn't left. Sunja originally planned to enter Li Qingwan's office, but seeing her blocking the doorway with no intention of letting him in, he had to pause. Have you had dinner? I happen to have a live stream later and ordered food. Want to join? Although Li Qingwan felt he had a bit of a lack of boundaries, as an artist under her, this was a way for the company to make money, so she could only endure it. No need. Someone is picking me up. I'll be leaving soon. Oh, if you're not busy, can I talk to you about the live stream? I've been here for 2 weeks and haven't had a chance to report to you. Sunja's tone was humble, but his gaze was quite aggressive. Li Qingwan took a breath. Your live stream situation is reported by Director Liu every time. I don't have the expertise in this area, so I don't have a say. Why don't you talk to him tomorrow? Li Qingwan's meaning was already very clear, but Sunja had other motives and certainly wouldn't he give up so easily. Chapter 38. Just this, Li Qingwan could tell that Sunja's claim of not having thought it through was just an excuse. Tao Jie's appearance had disrupted his plans. Moreover, from this moment on, his heart was no longer in the company. People are difficult to withstand tests, which is why it is said that one should never test human nature. I used to think this track was the most suitable for the company, but now it seems I was thinking too simply. After leaving the company with Tao Jie, once in the car, she expressed her feelings, realizing that the more capable a person feels they are, the harder they are to satisfy, always feeling that everyone owes them something. Tao Jie started the car and comforted her during the warm-up. Not everyone is like this. There are still down-to-earth people. Li Qingwan turned slightly to look at his profile. Are you talking about yourself? Tao Jie smiled. I don't have much ability, so you're right. Annoying. Li Qingwan smiled, pointed forward. Let us go, go, go. The domineering Xiao instantly turned into a clingy little fairy. Returning to the rose garden, the journey was smooth. The two didn't say much, but tacitly entered the villa one after the other. This villa, whether in terms of land area or usable space, was slightly smaller than the Western-style house Tao Jie bought, but it had the advantage of being a newer development with a larger scale. Chapter 39. Impossible. Tao Jie finished eating, but Li Qingwan hadn't made a sound. So he went upstairs, knocking on each room's door. It was useless. You can't wake up someone pretending to be asleep. Going downstairs, he tried to video call her, but she didn't answer. The phone went unanswered, and the voice message went unreturned. There was nothing he could do but pack up neatly and tell her to come to the dining table early, warm it up before eating, and then he pushed the door and left. The early winter in Chengdu felt a bit chilly. Unlike his hometown, where it often dropped to minus 20 or 30 degrees, here by the sea, the humidity was higher. Walking out of the villa area under the surprised gaze of the security guard, he hailed a taxi back to Yong'an Road. Li Qingwan leaned against the window, hiding behind the curtain, and only after seeing Tao Jie get into the taxi did she take her phone, which was still open to the chat interface with Tao Jie, and go downstairs. Yesterday, when they had a hard time, she thought, we are all adults. We've slept together before. But facing that past, she didn't dare to respond. So she pretended to be dead and ignored him. Eating the soup dumplings, she had never thought much of them before, but today they tasted particularly good. As soon as she entered the company, Li Qingwan was stopped by Xing Feifei. Why are you so late? Hey, wait a minute. Did you change skincare products? Your complexion looks so good today. Xing Feifei couldn't help but reach out and pinch Li Qingwan's delicate face. My goodness, it's almost glowing. Tell me about it. I want to change too. Chapter 40. A few billion is fine. Tao Jie. A person who couldn't find a job after graduation and worked as a delivery driver and a chauffeur. How could he possibly have that much money? What is he doing? Is a rich kid coming to experience the hardships of life? If that were the case, would he have stayed with his girlfriend in such a place for several years? It wouldn't he be that harsh on himself just for the sake of pretending? But Xing Feifei's words were so vivid that they didn't sound fabricated, especially since that pendant was personally handed to her by him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. If he were that rich, would he bother to bargain for 20,000 from her? Her mind felt like a mess as Li Qingwan returned to her desk, picked up her phone, and clicked on Tao Jie's profile. The moments shared on social media were not hidden, very clean, with only a few posts from before. The latest one being a photo from 2 years ago when he graduated. If you said Tao Jie was a genius snatched away by the country, Li Qingwan would believe it. But if you said he was worth billions, she wouldn't believe it even if you killed her. She was in a daze until noon when Guogu came in to ask her what she wanted for lunch, which brought her back to reality. Li Qingwan waved her hand. I ate too much this morning. Just help me order a milk tea. After Guogu left, Li Qingwan picked up her phone again and directly called Tao Jie's voice. Just as she thought of a few sounds, it was answered. Chapter 41. Couldn't stop it for others. Reading was a way to fall asleep, but for Tao Jie, the more he read, the more energetic he became, even feeling that reading was beneficial. Just as he was about to get up to verify the feasibility of the formulas he thought of in the project, the screen of his phone lit up. A message popped up from his QQ account. A few days ago, after finishing a conversation with Zhao Chan, he had downloaded QQ onto his phone. He couldn't even figure out why he hadn't added Zhao Chan on WeChat. Just like how they had chatted a few times without either of them mentioning each other's phone numbers. Caterpillar baby. How was the graduate school application going? There was no small talk. This was the tacit understanding they formed in high school. If there was nothing else, they would start with an emoji. Zhao Chan's usual one was a dancing figure, while Tao Jie's was a soldier with a cigarette. Brother Jie, I'm handling the procedures. The dormitory has been arranged. Caterpillar baby, have you moved in yet? Brother Jie, not yet. There are no classes before the new year. And the teacher left us with assignments. Caterpillar baby, do you need help? Brother Jie, not for now. Are you not busy? Caterpillar baby, the graduation design passed. Just have to adjust the thesis a bit, but the teacher said it's not a big deal. Am I awesome? Chapter 42. No guarantee you will win at 6 o'clock after 5 years without news at the moment of reunion. Zhao Chan rushed in like a swan returning to its nest. Embracing tightly, the countless scenes that appeared in dreams were finally felt in reality, experiencing each other's warmth. Holding Zhao Chan, they spun around many times to dissipate the energy of their collision. Tao Jie didn't even have time to ask if she was cold before Zhao Chan said, I miss you, breaking down his defenses. He kissed her fiercely, their lips and teeth entwined, despite never having held hands before. After a long while, they parted lips. Just a glance seemed like thunder igniting the earth's fire. He took her to the front of the car, driven by Xiao Ying, opened the door, and they climbed in. Zhao Chan held one of Tao Jie's hands while the other cradled a glass jar filled with stars, looking at him with eyes as gentle as water, full of affection. The best 7-star hotel in Lujiazui. This was the hotel Tao Jie had just booked on the top floor, the presidential suite, costing 800 yuan per night. It was luxurious beyond words. Once inside the room, they exchanged a glance and kissed again. Zhao Chan hid all her past apologies in that kiss, as if trying desperately to merge into Tao Jie. Chapter 43. I'll take this job as far as Tao Jie knew. Song Lu was a true girl from Chengdu. But upon first contact, he found that apart from her beautiful appearance and exquisite dressing, her personality was not much different from the girls from his hometown in northeast China. She was straightforward, righteous, and could be treated like a buddy. After exiting the high-speed train station, Tao Jie told Xiao Ying the address, and he sped off towards their destination. Tianyao Law Firm, the law firm founded by Song Lu, was named to convey the meaning of being close despite the distance. After going upstairs, there were only a few people in the office apart from those on duty. Song Lu's office was not as luxurious as Li Qingwan's. It was around 10 square meters with 3 filing cabinets filled with documents, which was nearly all of it. Tao Jie had no place to sit and could only stand obediently, like a prisoner waiting to be interrogated. Song Lu swayed in her chair, twirling a fancy pen in her hand. Go ahead. What do you need from your sister? Tao Jie had a request, so he could only smile awkwardly. Sister, I've been trading stocks abroad and made some money. I need to transfer funds between domestic and foreign accounts, although it's all handled by the bank. The scale of the funds is a bit large, and I'm afraid something might go wrong in the process. Is this worth finding me for? Song Lu pouted and waved him over. Chapter 44. Crossing boundaries coming out of Tingyao law firm, Tao Jie could describe it as fleeing in a panic. His senior sister was fierce, and he truly couldn't withstand it. Watching him rush into an Audi, Song Lu shook her shoulders, almost bursting into laughter. Although there were many lawsuits now, and the income was considerable, Tingyao lawyers were facing a development bottleneck. Limited personnel and a massive number of small commissions made them busy to the point of neglecting some tasks. Even today, despite not being a holiday, there weren't too many lawyers in the firm. They were all busy with work from different places. However, the earnings were not as abundant as imagined. Now, with Tao Jie's appearance, it was like opening a window for Tingyao law firm. Just with Tao Jie himself, too. 5 billion would translate to 500 million, directly multiplying Tingyao law firm's revenue by 5. Who would want to live a peaceful life? After all the hustle and bustle, it was just for a few coins. Song Lu didn't plan to go public to cut leaks and collect intelligence taxes. Wouldn't it be nice to live a comfortable life? She immediately sent a message to her elite lawyers, instructing them to pause any urgent projects, regardless of where they were, and to return to Chengdu for a meeting immediately. Knowing that Tong Hui was at Yafu, he asked Xiao Ying to head straight there, feeling that he needed this girl-esque sweetness to relieve his sensory overload regarding the opposite sex. Chapter 45. Investment after dinner was still early, and Tong Hui drove her beetle home. A room had been prepared for her, filled with her belongings, and she had moved some personal items over in the past few days. However, this was just a preparation for occasional nights when she couldn't go back. As a girl, if she were to live here regularly, it would be hard to explain if her family checked up on her. Since she got in the car, Tao Jie's contact with Zhao Chan had been almost uninterrupted, and she often sent selfies, as if she had returned to that carefree little girl from the past. He didn't hold back on praise, making her heart bloom with joy. Before they met, Tao Jie had thought about keeping a certain distance, but the jar filled with stars completely shattered his defenses. Each word written on it expressed her longing for him. 1,000 stars were like 1,000 I miss you messages. Classes began, and the cafeteria food was delicious. I'll treat you when there's a chance. I sprained my ankle during military training. I just called you, but didn't mention it. It hurts so much. Haha, you're so tanned, but still very handsome. I mean it. It hurts to see you still studying so late. So tired, my classmates are too competitive, both smart and hardworking. How about you? Chapter 46. Ran away. The first investment was settled so quickly that Tao Jie, as the first investor, felt somewhat indifferent. After all, he had no desire to make money from this investment. However, Zhao Chan was very excited. Early the next day, she sent Tao Jie 2 pop-up messages. Caterpillar baby. Dancing emoji, you're amazing. My sister just told me that the investor I contacted is going to Hangzhou today to sign an investment agreement. Caterpillar baby. She still wants to give me 5 of the shares. You go sign it. It's all for you. Brother Jie, you keep it. I don't need it. Besides, we don't have to be so clear-cut, right? Caterpillar baby. Oh, okay. But this is ours, if the company develops. We'll have money. Tao Jie couldn't help but smile at her daring words. Brother Jie, what do you want to do when you have money? Caterpillar baby, buy our own house and stay together. Shy emoji. Tao Jie didn't expect Zhao Chan's dream to be so simple. Compared to her mother's expectations, it was like comparing apples to oranges. Hopefully, with the passage of time, her mother would change her mindset. After washing up and having breakfast, he went to the gym. Before he could choose an exercise routine, a vicious dog delivered his phone left in the restaurant. Chapter 47. Let the bullets fly. For a while, Sunja's job hopping did not surprise Tao Jie at all, although they had only met once. His impression of this person was not good. He had previously warned Li Qingwan to be cautious of this person's backstabbing, and now, just a few days later, such an incident occurred. They had just signed a contract not long ago, and Fengxi Media hadn't even recouped the 3 million signing fee before he unilaterally breached the contract. Just as Xing Feifei said, if the company didn't take a stand, wouldn't it encourage such behavior? After communicating with Xing Feifei, it was discovered that the company's son Jie jumped to even had a connection to Hanwei. And Mingqiu was an old union in Chengdu, and its boss, Han Jun, was Hanwei's cousin. Li Qingwan discussed with Xing Feifei, suggesting that they temporarily suppress the matter. Firstly, Hanwei had just suffered a setback and knew that this issue was likely deliberately targeting Fengqi Media, yet she had to stand firm. Additionally, the company's legal department was relatively weak. Disputes between streamers and the company had always been about mutual blame, and even if they went to court, it would be hard to reach a conclusion in a short time. The company was undergoing a transformation and didn't have much energy to focus on Sun Jie. Although the two had reached an agreement on this matter, upon seeing Tao Jie, Xing Feifei felt that if he could make Hanwei suffer once, why couldn't it happen a second time? Chapter 48. Hanwei's frustration at a bathhouse on the Bund. Hanwei and a few others were soaking in a hot spring, enjoying the water's soothing waves, with a milky white steam rising above the surface. Brother Han, are we just going to let that matter go? A chubby guy wiped the water off his face, not because he was bored, but because he couldn't help Hanwei, and Hanwei wouldn't exert himself for him. Hanwei tilted his head back as a girl in a swimsuit was giving him a head massage. Upon hearing the question, he let out a breath. If they offend me, do you think they'll have it easy? Damn it, that little bastard doesn't even have an industry to back him. So he can only target the lowly. He pulled the girl in the swimsuit into the pool without caring about her surprised shout, directly stuffing his hand into her ample chest. Doesn't she have a company? I just poach her biggest streamer. Once her company has no one left, let's see what she uses to play with me. Brother Han, the way you say it makes it sound like you're mixing with him. That's a clever tactic. The chubby guy immediately flattered him. If you need anything, just say the word. As long as it can be bought with money, we won't be ambiguous. All right, I appreciate your intentions. There are areas where you can contribute. Hanwei squeezed the struggling girl's arm, and she immediately dared not move. Chapter 49. Thoughts. Tao Jie, feeling inspired, left Fengqi Media, went home to grab his computer, and headed straight to Jiaodong University. In a library, he found a long-lost sense of familiarity. In a vast space of thousands of square meters, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the clattering of keyboards. Here, he felt it was easier to immerse himself in the sea of knowledge. At some point, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making him unable to help but look up, and he was met with the stunning beauty of Li Qingwan biting her lower lip. He widened his eyes, never expecting her to find him here. Some things are destined by heaven. Li Qingwan also wanted to take a chance and really ran into him here. The two locked eyes, surprised at first, then shared a knowing smile. Tao Jie stood up, closed his laptop, took her hand, and walked out. Li Qingwan did not refuse and simply followed behind him. Upon exiting the library, it was already dark outside. Following the winding stone path, Tao Jie led her toward the dormitory. Along the way, he didn't say a word, but both felt a surge of emotions. He took out his keys, opened the dormitory door, pulled her inside, and slammed the door shut, cupping her face in his hands. Li Qingwan closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, her toes touching the ground as she wrapped her legs around his waist. Chapter 50. The new streamer Tao Jie made grand plans here, while his ex-girlfriend, who had abandoned him, was not having a good time. Yang Lin's hard-fought climb up the social ladder had fallen apart. Her boss, who drove an Alpha, seemed high and mighty, but was actually a Phoenix man reliant on his wife's family. More than a decade ago, he had come from the countryside to the city, faced numerous setbacks after graduation, and later met his ex-wife by chance. With support from his ex-wife's family, he gradually expanded his business, evolving from a small typing and copying shop to a large graphic company with fixed assets worth millions and confidentiality qualifications. His wife's family had connections in the education department, and just printing exam papers for middle and primary schools had made him a fortune. Gradually, he became arrogant, especially looking at his tired wife, which made him lose interest. The young and beautiful Yang Lin then caught his eye. One had ulterior motives while the other was half-hearted, and they ended up getting involved. Recently, when Yang Lin got pregnant, he mustered the courage to divorce his wife, leaving all the children, house, and savings to her, choosing to keep the lucrative graphic company. However, he never expected that right after the divorce, previous orders from the education department would be withdrawn, leaving his new expensive machines idle. Chapter 51. Why are you avoiding me? 2 years after graduation, Tao Jie had gotten used to physical exhaustion, and the sudden drop in intensity made him feel anxious about his physique. So, besides busying himself with perfecting the models he wrote, he began to regularly work out with the iron enthusiast, Tai Jie. Tong Hui often came to report work and saw him either typing away at the keyboard or sweating profusely. Several times she wanted to mention Yang Lin, but when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. She was torn. On one hand, she felt it was wrong to hide it from Tao Jie, but on the other hand, she feared he would remember their past relationship with Yang Lin and misunderstand her. The two little voices in her head kept fighting, leaving Tong Hui with no energy for several days. Tao Jie was completely unaware. After breaking up with Yang Lin, she had blocked and muted him, so he had no idea she was streaming online. He was busy with Professor Chen's assignments during the day and watching the market in the United States at night, leaving him no time. Hard work brought results. Professor Chen's assignments only provided a direction, but he kept thinking it was still a bit simple. So he not only incorporated earthquake data, but also factors like climate, greening, and changes in the Earth's rotation cycle, which significantly increased the workload, but also enhanced the completeness of the model's design. Chapter 52, Little Thoughts Not Really. After suffering once, they wouldn't dare. They also didn't know the relationship between Tianya and Fengqi, so they didn't dare to be too obvious. But their little tricks kept causing their streamers to compete with ours. Not only did they siphon off fans, but they also manipulated sales. Creating exclusives, special editions, and customizations was just a way to snatch clients and customers. When Li Qingwan talked about work, she finally wasn't so shy anymore. Her little head popped out, counting on her fingers. There's no choice. In order to maintain the streamer's popularity, I can only provide subsidies, gifts, giveaways, and discounts. The operations add up to a loss. Transitioning was crucial for Fengqi Media, and Li Qingwan had no choice but to brace herself and passively engage in the battle. Tao Jie. Li Qingwan didn't hear his response, turned her head to see him staring at a snowy scene, and exclaimed, quickly grabbing the blanket and shrinking back. Come out. How can we have a good conversation otherwise? I can't stop looking, can I? It's not that I'm not human. It's just that you're too charming. I promise, this time I'll be good. Finally coaxing her out, he found her tightly wrapped in the blanket with her arms. Chapter 53. The Pawn Master. At that moment, Tao Jie was eating in the cafeteria when unexpectedly she sent a video. After connecting, he placed it on the dining table. Do we even need to say whether to help or not? Looking at his expression, which was somewhat strange, Li Qingwan couldn't help but bite her lower lip and wrinkle her nose. Then I'll be polite with you. I need someone to help me develop a software right now. You're at Jiaodong University. Can you help me find someone to do this? What software? Tao Jie didn't expect a media company would want to use any software. It's a software that can automatically retrieve materials from a database, play in different live streaming rooms, analyze traffic and viewer behavior data, automatically adjust live streaming strategies based on data, optimize product promotion, and even adjust live streaming times. Just hearing her say this made Tao Jie feel it wasn't too simple. Such a thing, if made a bit more complex, would be close to artificial intelligence. What do you need this for? You mentioned finding investors. I'll think about it. But it has to have its own highlights. So I thought, if we can control hundreds or thousands of unmanned live streaming rooms simultaneously, not only can we increase revenue, but we can also reduce operational costs. I just finished a meeting, and what I lack now is the software. Li Qingwan returned to her office and closed the door. There are many talented people at Jiaodong University. As long as it can be developed in a short time, money is not a problem. Chapter 54. Simple. Tao Jie was clearly aware that his senior sister had not known him for as long as he had known her. Yet Li Qingwan surprisingly felt a bit of the anxiety one feels before meeting the parents. She occasionally checked herself in the mirror, afraid something might be amiss. Later, she still sent Tao Jie a message. Aren't you coming? Tao Jie thought for a moment and replied, I want to go. It's best for senior sister to handle business affairs. Otherwise, even if your project is fine, we still feel like we owe a favor. Upon seeing this, Li Qingwan immediately felt Tao Jie was very considerate. She quickly typed back, you're right. Song Lu's BMW had just arrived at the entrance of Fengqi Media, and the people Li Qingwan arranged had prepared a parking space for her. Li Qingwan went downstairs to greet her with Xing Feifei and several key members of the company. Senior sister Song shook hands with Li Qingwan, her face showing a kind smile, while inwardly she was cursing her little junior brother. His white moonlight in Kyoto had yet to meet, but this friend was just too good-looking, right? Song Lu had never felt anxious about her appearance because it could only serve as a dimensionality reduction blow to others. But the general manager, Li, in front of her, with her exquisite looks, pale skin tinged with pink, and her watery double pupils, made one unable to help but feel affection. Chapter 55. Unexpected. As soon as Song Lu left Fengqi Media, she was on the phone with Tao Jie, wearing a Bluetooth headset. In the future, you find someone else for this. I want to deal with your dating issues. I can't even sort out my own matters. Yet it feels like I'm playing the matchmaker for you. Senior sister, you've worked hard. I also think this matter has potential. The software they want for unmanned live streaming is something I've already sent to my classmates. They just replied that it won't take long to develop. Tao Jie had just received Zhao Chan's reply as well. Since this matter couldn't be hidden from Song Lu, he decided to be straightforward. Oh, young man, not only are your thoughts beautiful, but your playstyle is quite extravagant too. Investing money for the beautiful president, indirectly sending performance for your first love, and having this old senior sister run around for you. You really have no shame. Song Lu got into the car. 2 days later on the weekend, my mom wants you to come to my house for dinner. Remember to say something nice about senior sister. Don't worry, it's on me, Tao Jie reassured, feeling good about having relieved a burden from his heart. Chapter 56. Misunderstanding. Although they only saw each other for a moment, Tao Jie's well-dressed, tall, and handsome figure couldn't be hidden. Tong Hui's family lived in a second-tier city in Ludong, and while they weren't wealthy, they were getting by. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had someone find her a job at the bank right after graduation, nor would they have bought her a Beetle. However, even so, it had almost drained their family savings. Fortunately, her parents had stable jobs, and their only remaining concern was that their daughter would find a partner. Knowing Tong Hui was obedient and sensible, the couple hardly worried. They also knew of her efforts to marry well, so they thought that whoever she found would surely meet their expectations, thus not interfering too much. Now that they had seen the person, they couldn't pretend nothing happened. Realizing their daughter had a small face, they didn't expose it. All right, is he your boss? How old is he? Knowing her mother misunderstood their relationship, Tong Hui's face turned red, which only confirmed her mother's belief that this was her daughter's boyfriend. Look at you, I'm just asking. What is there to be afraid of? Mom, he really is my boss. He is still in school. In school? That's good. He should continue his education. Nowadays, even a regular university graduate can't find a good job. Tong Hui froze for a moment after speaking, feeling like the more she explained, the messier it became. Chapter 57. Dead of feelings. Zhao Chan was delicate. Li Qingwan was sensitive, but Tong Hui, who appeared gentle and weak, was actually the one with the strongest resilience. After a night of intimacy, they finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, they woke up just before noon. Tao Jie was awakened by kisses, and upon opening his eyes, he saw her lightly pecking at his face like a dragonfly touching water. Seeing him awake, Tong Hui was momentarily taken aback, her dimples blossoming as she quickly slipped back under the covers. Neither of them had eaten the night before, and after a fierce battle, they were already starving. Fortunately, although the apartment was small, Tong Hui had learned many skills of a good wife to marry a rich husband. The kitchen was fully equipped. So, as Tao Jie prepared to heat up the items he brought yesterday, she pressed him back onto the bed. Watching her, though her movements were somewhat clumsy, wearing a floral apron like a happy little chef, filled him with immense satisfaction. Li Qingwan had made no promises to him. To this day, she merely regarded him as a companion for relaxation, and she didn't even desire a romantic relationship, only thinking about how to survive, even hoping to see the Li family collapse before she would be satisfied. Zhao Chan was gentle, but not only did she have to pass her family's test, her own family's hurdles were also not easy. Chapter 58. Big moves. As soon as Li Qingwan entered the office, she hung on to Tao Jie, not letting go until it became hard to breathe. You did that on purpose. Li Qingwan pushed Tao Jie away, ran to her desk to find a small mirror, and glared at him with her slightly swollen red lips. What are you afraid of? You were quite bold when holding hands just now, but now you are pretending to be innocent. Tao Jie sat down on the sofa. How much equity are they offering? $20 million for 49. Li Qingwan smiled broadly. Pretty impressive, right? Tao Jie was stunned. Aren't you going to negotiate more? 30% is already a lot. Li Qingwan pouted. You don't understand business. It's already quite good that Song Dalu can invest. Why ask for more? Forget whether I understand or not. I'll talk to her later. Where's the contract? Reprint it. Rolling up his sleeves, Tao Jie decided to take action himself. Although Li Qingwan was satisfied, it was far from Tao Jie's intentions. He wasn't looking to control Fengqi Media, and for him, this little asset was something he could earn back in less than half an hour just by monitoring the market. I'm not sure if this is just a matter of switching hands for Tao Jie. Li Qingwan, worried that he might mess things up, hurried over and held his arm tightly in the soft spot, saying, "Can you calm down? If it weren't for Song Dalu's help, I wouldn't even have money to support you. Right now, we need someone, so don't make a scene." Chapter 59. Smearing, although it was just an unclear side profile. Yang Lin was sure she wouldn't mistake it. The two were too familiar, having been in a hot romance during college for over a year and living together for 2 years after graduation. She would even dare to say she knew every inch of Tao Jie's skin intimately. She never expected to see him beside the owner of Fengxi Media. Could he be doing live streaming too? This made her feel an impulse to roar. When she was pursuing Tao Jie, aside from hoping for his future high-paying job, his handsome looks were certainly one of the reasons. Otherwise, after he failed his graduate entrance exam, Yang Lin would have left him. Eventually, unable to tolerate his lack of ambition, she ended up getting involved with the owner of a graphic store. She just didn't expect that she wouldn't have that kind of prosperous fate. Her reliance on him quickly came to an end. In desperation, she stumbled upon Sun Zhe's wild advertisement and unexpectedly ventured into live streaming, rapidly gaining fame thanks to her crafted persona. She thought she was finally going to live a good life, which could serve as a convincing reason for leaving Tao Jie. But she found that after she left, it seemed like Tao Jie also turned his luck around. After the meeting, relying on her rising momentum, she approached Han Jun, asking, "Boss, who is that next to the Fengxi owner? Is he also a streamer?" Chapter 60. Settling. The bad dogs had been idle for a month, which was quite embarrassing for them. As a group of elites accumulated over the years as shields, they were trying to venture into high-end routes, aiming for a big splash to make a name for themselves. However, after so long, it felt more like retirement. Receiving a call from Tao Jie excited them, but after hearing Tao Jie's instructions, they felt a bit deflated. Finding the bald boss who cheated on his girlfriend was really underutilizing their skills. However, it was at least the first decent task, and they took it very seriously. Bad Dog pinched a cigarette in his ear, pulled out a map of Shindu, and seriously assigned the task. Li Qing tracked the target's appearance trajectory. It needs to be accurate within 10 minutes to provide evidence for Taiju's operation. Xiao Ying prepared to assist, avoid roadside cameras, and get the person to the designated location. 3 minutes later, the meeting ended, and the four of them split up to act. The next morning, Yang Lin, just out of soon-to-be sealed housing complex, was blocked by an Audi. Cursing as she got out of the car, she was about to kick the car's front face when she felt a hit on her neck and collapsed. Chapter 61. Starting a fight. Li Qingwan's phone displayed Yang Lin's livestream, but the screen on Tao Jie's phone showed a somewhat familiar bald middle-aged man. Who is this? She propped herself up on Tao Jie's leg, resting her head on his shoulder. Yang Lin's affair partner, Tao Jie replied calmly. Li Qingwan covered her mouth, unable to believe that Yang Lin had such a peculiar taste. What was she thinking? Perhaps it was because he was rich. Tao Jie couldn't think of any other reason, but spoke the truth. Then why live stream? Li Qingwan asked, confused. Because she's fallen on hard times, Tao Jie explained, having heard from Bad Dog that she was not only broke, but also in debt by millions. Furthermore, her financial situation would continue to deteriorate. In the live stream, the bald man was tearfully pleading, "I have no other demands. I just hope she comes back. After all, we have a child, and the child is innocent." The three major tragedies for a man are losing his youth, his wife in middle age, and his child in old age. Although this man was not good-looking, he quickly garnered a lot of sympathy, especially when he revealed that the wife who left him was now the top 10 small-class mom, Xiaoyang, which instantly blew up the live stream. Chapter 62. Trip to Hangzhou. Han Wei received a call and got up from a tall leg, giving his cousin a scolding. "You guys are sick. That kid is just a kept boy. What do you want to do with him? How many times have I said to focus on Li Qingwan? Let that streamer fend for herself." After hanging up, Han Wei tried to get up a couple more times, but couldn't, kicking the tall leg off the bed in frustration. "Damn it, they're all against me." The streamers under Fengxi Media began broadcasting, and Li Qingwan looked at the report sent by Sheng Feifei, staring blankly at the compensation amount of 10 million. "What is this situation? What's wrong with MNQ?" Sheng Feifei had looked into it and said it was compensation for the defamation caused to Tao Jie. "Then why is it coming from our company?" Li Qingwan was still unaware of this matter. After Yang Lin's livestream disaster, the two of them returned to the Rose Garden, busy exploring the changes in heart rate and breathing rate due to stress responses, completely unaware that Tianyao Law Firm had taken action. When they found the statement released by Tianyao Law Firm, they finally understood what had happened. The two exchanged glances, a hint of mutual understanding flashing in their eyes. Chapter 63. Full recovery. Back at the hotel, Li Qingwan found that Tao Jie had already checked into her room at some point. With her head down, she followed him upstairs, and once in the room, she quickly ran to the floor-to-ceiling window, hiding behind the curtains and refusing to come out. "What are you doing?" Tao Jie was both amused and confused, not knowing where her childishness came from. Li Qingwan bit her cherry lips, shaking her head. "No." Tao Jie was taken aback, and then realized, staring in disbelief, she was actually driving herself. He rushed over and caught her from behind the curtains like an eagle grabbing a chick, pressing her down. "Not doing it. You said it. I'll help." Li Qingwan didn't know why, but she used to dislike men, but couldn't help herself when it came to Tao Jie. "No, I have no resistance left." Tao Jie immediately covered her mouth. Though she said no, her body was honest and even stripped him of his clothes before he could react. The gentle breeze stirred the waves on West Lake, just like the rhythmic undulations of the big bed in the hotel. After a long time, as the storm calmed, Li Qingwan traced circles on Tao Jie's chest with her fingers, asking, "Am I useless?" Knowing she wasn't referring to her earlier plea, Tao Jie kissed her smooth forehead, asking, "Why do you say that?" Chapter 64. Opportunity in virtual currency. During this period, the stock market in beautiful country continued to be sluggish, but the turnover rate was not too high. This made Tao Jie, who was already shorting, lack enthusiasm for operations, just following along to secure stable returns. However, today when he glanced at his numerical model, he actually received a special alert. This was inspired by an assignment he received from Professor Chen some time ago. If earthquake warnings could be derived through various data analyses, why couldn't he also discover opportunities within massive data for his stocks and then alert himself? So he added this feature. Set a prompt to automatically pop up when the volatility of a certain sector and industry is expected to reach 5, so as not to miss opportunities due to lack of attention. Of course, stocks in the stock market are filtered out, only focusing on the top 5 stocks. Otherwise, many stocks with too small a market cap, even if they have opportunities, are not suitable for large amounts of capital to enter and exit in a short time. Therefore, the main settings are made in the futures market and the virtual currency market. The information at hand is about virtual currency. The domestic stance on virtual currency is negative, but the United States does not prohibit it. Since its development in 2009, virtual currency BT has experienced several surges and crashes, leading to countless people facing liquidation, while many others have also become wealthy. Chapter 65. As long as you don't mess with my business, I won't mess with yours. Not opening the Cullinan. I handed the car keys to Tong Hui and took Xiao Ying's car to Professor Chen's house. Although the Song family is near the Shijiao area, it is not a school staff building. The house was purchased by Song Lu after making money to honor his elderly parents, a 140 square meter elevator apartment. I bought some fruits downstairs, carried them upstairs, and rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Song Lu, whose face was covered with a mask, scaring Tao Jie. "Where's the teacher?" Tao Jie instinctively stepped back, but was pulled in, having to bend down to change his shoes, not daring to look around. Song Lu was wearing silk pajamas, and the lace inside was clearly visible. "She went grocery shopping, heard you were coming, so she took it seriously." Song Lu shut the door directly, saw the bag of fruits he was carrying, and kicked him in the butt. "You bring this stuff?" "Huh?" Tao Jie was confused. He thought, if I brought something too expensive, the teacher wouldn't accept it either. "Forget it. Just like this, anyway, the old lady likes you, so it's settled." Saying this, she pushed him to sit on the sofa and sat cross-legged opposite him. "Let me tell you, if you do a good job today, I'll take care of your matters in the future." "Tao Jie, why does it seem like something's not right?" "Senior sister, are you hiding something from me?" Chapter 66. Emotional Knot. At this moment, Li Qingwan sent a message, definitely just finishing something. Sure enough, when I opened it, it said, "I'll go home and take a nap. I'll message you when I wake up." "Okay, rest early. I'll go to the teacher's house for dinner in the afternoon and tell you when I get back." Li Qingwan replied with a hugging emoji. Feeling a bit excited, Tao Jie had no intention of sleeping at all. $9 billion, not counting fixed assets, just in cash. He dared to say that not many people could surpass him. Such a large sum of money, completely transferring it back, is unrealistic. The best way is to find suitable companies or assets and transfer it back under the guise of normal investment. Of course, a small amount can still be operated, such as to meet Tong Hui's demand for acquiring quality real estate. Thinking of Tong Hui, Tao Jie suddenly wanted to see her immediately. This feeling was very strong. So he came out of the study, closed the door, and it automatically locked. It was still dark, but besides the fierce dog, Xiao Ying Li Qing, and Tao Jie were surprisingly out doing morning exercises. He grabbed the keys to the Cullen Inn and headed straight to Tong Hui's apartment. Upon arrival, he quietly opened the door and went to the bathroom to wash up. Just after brushing his teeth, he was gently hugged from behind. "Did I wake you?" Chapter 67. The Favored Son-in-Law. Chen was quite satisfied with Tao Jie. With her knowledge and qualities, she valued character and talent more when choosing a son-in-law. Although she hadn't interacted much with this student, he left a deep impression on her, especially his talent, which she had learned about several years ago. She never expected that her cherished student would become her own favored son-in-law. They say that mothers-in-law become more and more satisfied with their sons-in-law the more they see them. Chen is like that now. His character, talent, and appearance are all top-notch, yet neither of them knows where they stand. "Mom, the pot is boiling." Song Lu was worried that Tao Jie wouldn't be able to handle it, and seeing the steam from the kitchen, she shouted, "Oh no, I forgot." Chen hurried into the kitchen. Tao Jie breathed a sigh of relief, coming back to his senses, and looked at Song Lu. "Sister, are you trying to kill me?" If it were someone else, Tao Jie wouldn't have such resentment, but this was his teacher. If Professor Chun found out he colluded with her daughter to deceive her, she would definitely be furious. How long can this matter be kept secret? A year? 2 years? With Professor Chun's pressure for marriage. How long can Song Lu hold on? How long can he hold on? What if they break up? Is this a joke? Chapter 68. Buying a manor. After sending Song Lu home, Tao Jie asked Xiao Ying to take him directly to Tong Hui's apartment. After entering, he saw Tong Hui sitting on a single fabric sofa, eating fruit salad while looking at materials with several sheets of paper scattered in front of her. "What are you looking at?" After changing shoes, just as Tao Jie placed them down, Tong Hui jumped into his arms. Holding her back to the sofa, he picked her chin up. "Are we eating this tonight? Afraid of getting fat?" Tong Hui smiled cutely, making one's heart flutter. He kissed her on the lips. "What are you doing?" "Looking at materials sent by the bank. Several of the areas are not small. I'm sorting them out." Saying this, she turned and handed him a few stacks of sorted materials from the table. "Is it very complicated?" Tao Jie originally just wanted to buy a piece of land as long as the area was large enough. "Not at all simple. We're not bidding on vacant land. These are all organized by the government, so there shouldn't be any issues. But if you want to build a house, generally, land with a sufficiently large area is usually owned. The properties that the bank can provide are generally non-performing assets or those that have been mortgaged and lack repayment ability. Many have disputes, and some have even gone to auction several times without a sale. If you can't see clearly, it's easy to fall into a pit." Chapter 69. Strong Stance. At that moment, a loud engine noise from large machinery came from outside. Tong Hui rushed out immediately, but was blocked by the fierce dog. Unbeknownst to her, 2 excavators had arrived outside and were working on the road, digging out trenches over 1/2 meter deep and 2 to 3 meters wide. What are they doing? Tong Hui was a bit dumbfounded. She had just signed a contract and hadn't to even look for a construction team. Seeing them come out, the excavators stopped and several security guards, wearing their hats askew, emerged from nowhere. "Do you understand the rules? Our boss Wang has been eyeing this place for quite some time. If you want to bypass our boss Wang, you should see if you have that face." A middle-aged man with a little rat tail mustache walked over, accompanied by 4 or 5 security guards holding rubber clubs. Looking at the fierce dog and Tong Hui behind him, "You must be the ones wanting to buy this land? Got money but nowhere to spend it? You poor fools really found a big sucker." "What do you mean?" Tong Hui was a bit panicked, hiding behind the fierce dog, her voice trembling. "What do you mean? You don't understand? This land, apart from our boss Wang, nobody else can buy it. Do you understand now?" The middle-aged man didn't expect that the party involved would be a sweet-looking little girl. "I want to waste more time with you. Let your boss come talk to me." Chapter 70. The powerful evil dog. The confidence of the evil dog comes from Tao Jie, as well as his own pride. However, this behavior nearly scared the mouse to death. Without needing the evil dog to say much, the excavator was ordered to fill in the ditches, crawling and rolling. A few security guards gradually woke up from their stupor, and when they saw the evil dog rolling up his sleeves like an old farmer, they looked like mice seeing a cat, trembling in fear. After finishing the call, Tao Jie thought it best to inform Song Lu. Otherwise, if something really happened and she couldn't handle it, he would become a laughingstock. Song Lu was at the law firm and, upon receiving his call, asked him to come over for a face-to-face chat. When he arrived at the firm and saw Song Lu making tea, Tao Jie was almost captivated by her serene demeanor. After pouring her a cup, He waited for her to take a sip and suddenly asked, "Is it pretty? Is it good?" "Of course it's pretty," she replied. Tao Jie hadn't expected that she had caught him stealing glances just now, so he put down the cup and chuckled. "What's the use of being pretty? Beauty fades. In a few years, you won't want to see it anymore." Song Lu was wearing a pink suit today, which looked both formal and a bit playful. "Sister, how did you grow old?" "If it weren't for the first time the teacher asked me to call you sister, I would have thought I had gained another younger sister." Tao Jie needed something from her, so he naturally had to sweeten his words a bit. Chapter 71. The seventh princess far away in the capital, in a traditional courtyard. Snowflakes were drifting outside, while the interior was warm as spring. A graceful figure in a simple hanfu was playing the guqin. The phone beside her rang, and it was Song Lu's voice. "With your title as the seventh princess, if you can get some heavyweight figures to help with the event, this banquet will be a success. Why should I help him?" The woman had a stunning beauty imbued with a classical charm, and the jade hairpin in her hair was a treasure that common folk could hardly aspire to in several lifetimes. "He has nothing to do with you, but concerns our future happiness." Song Lu seemed unfazed by her words. "Don't you want us to be able to be together happily without caring about anyone else's gaze in the future? What can he give us?" The woman's guqin playing abruptly stopped. "You should trust my judgment. He is the most suitable person I have encountered so far." Song Lu's feelings were hard to be accepted by the secular world in the country, especially given the identities and statuses of both families, which would not be accepted. However, Tao Jie's appearance gave Song Lu a glimmer of hope. Not only was he likable to the elders, but he was also a rare male figure she didn't dislike interacting with. Chapter 72. Capital Song Lu said she wanted to give him a golden armor, but Tao Jie couldn't just sit back and do nothing. With the help of the evil dog, they quickly gathered a batch of information about the Han and Li families. The Han family had been in government for generations, and their ancestors had once produced a third-rank official. Whether during the Republic of China or after the establishment of the country, the Han family had invested in various places, which contributed to their enduring prosperity. By the time of Han Wei's father, the family was among the top 5 in the international metropolis of Chengdu, showcasing their business acumen. However, Han Wei's generation was rather disappointing. Unlike the children of other high-ranking leaders who kept a low profile, he flaunted his family's connections and engaged in some shady dealings, thus establishing his notorious reputation. The Li family had a simpler background. They were merchants in the past, but fell into decline. By the time of Li Qingwan's grandfather, they regained fame in the business world. However, it was unclear what sudden circumstances led to the Li family's precarious situation. After the debauched Li Xiong took over, he managed to stabilize the family. Currently, due to their deep entanglement in the real estate industry, the Li family faced a tight financial situation. If it weren't for their publicity and their marriage alliance with the Han family, some business partners wouldn't have believed the Li family could weather the crisis, and they would have already collapsed. Chapter 73. News of Yang Lin handling the villagers' paperwork would take some time, but Tao Jie wasn't too anxious, especially since winter wasn't a good time for construction. So he returned to spending his days in the library. Chun Nin provided him with a lot of information, saving him a considerable amount of time in gathering it. Consequently, progress was much faster. It must be said that ever since he was inspired by Yang Lin, his brain's processing ability and organizational skills had improved significantly. No matter how large the data was, he could easily analyze it, leaving only the need for calm calculation. Song Lu said she wanted to give him a golden armor, but she also sent people to investigate the situation on Chongyang Island. They found that the Wang family boss was indeed arrogant, relying on Han Wei's backing. Just a month ago, he had sent people to cause trouble, injuring several villagers, and many were still hospitalized. Even those who had been discharged were afraid to return. Logically speaking, even if their homestead were sold, it wouldn't be as cheap as $1 million for an acre of land. Being able to sell it to Tao Jie was closely related to being exploited by the Wang family boss. Understanding this situation, Tong Hui felt less resentment towards her former colleague for not fully disclosing the truth. Chapter 74. Finding a treasure at this moment. Tao Jie had not yet realized that showing Song Lu's account had led to his identity being exposed. The hand of God had already reverberated through the financial market, but he was enjoying the celebration alone. He found this situation quite enjoyable. After all, he was just a poor kid, and even after grasping what ordinary people would call immense wealth, he still didn't feel any different. If there was any difference, it was that he felt more confident. In the past, he would have trouble sleeping due to his relationships with Zhao Chan, Tong Hui, and Li Qingwan. But now, he felt a sense of relief, as if having more lice wouldn't bite him, and having more debts wouldn't worry him. However, a few days ago, the fluctuations in the virtual currency BT made it clear to outsiders that a storm was brewing. There was a flash crash. In just one day, it plummeted by 65. At that moment, the holders of the currency were not the ones exchanging thousands of coins for a pizza, as their acquisition costs were not low. A sudden having along with a kick was confusing for everyone. This wasn't the worst, as there was still a chance to recoup losses. But those involved in futures trading were in dire straits. Originally, various unfavorable news had caused virtual currencies to decline continuously over the past 2 years, and everyone was waiting for a rebound. This sudden drop caused over 800,000 accounts to be liquidated simultaneously, resulting in hundreds of billions of funds evaporating. Chapter 75. A painful face almost simultaneously in the capital. In Zhang Mingyue's courtyard, there were more than a dozen people of varying ages, from gray-haired elders to young adults. The older ones gathered around the projector, comparing images on the screen and shaking their heads from time to time. In another room, 6 or 7 young people with stern expressions were typing away on keyboards. The crisp sounds, though lacking rhythm, formed a unique melody. Zhang Mingyue had not given a clear answer to Song Lu's request for help for Tao Jie, as she remained skeptical about whether Tao Jie was truly the hand of God or not. Looking at the person's appearance and temperament in the photos, it wasn't impossible to fabricate an identity of a godly figure to sway Song Lu. Thus, she quietly summoned several scholars in economics, experts in securities, and computer whizzes to investigate. She had also seen the online post, which prompted the computer experts to follow the clues. John's screenshots of the Tao Jie transaction have also been downloaded, and renowned scholars and securities experts are currently analyzing them. As the experts study the trading records and the images and compare them with the stock market trends of that day, they quickly return. Chapter 76. Zhang Mingyue's attitude. Disconnected from the internet, rebooted, powered off, and rebooted again, changed the hard drive. Logitech fumbled for a while, his face pale as if lacking oxygen, but nothing worked. As soon as the computer started, the image of a landscape painting with a raised middle finger appeared, like a frozen screensaver silently mocking him, accompanied by soothing music, continuously ridiculing this giant in the computer industry. If he were alone, even if he lost to the opponent, Logitech could comfort himself with the thought that there are always people better than him. But now, not only his students, but also Zhang Mingyue and the authoritative figures from the finance and securities industry she invited were watching, leaving Logitech utterly ashamed. He didn't even want his computer anymore, left without saying a word, not even bidding farewell to his students, and just walked away. The students were polite enough to pack up the computers, nodding at Zhang Mingyue before hurriedly leaving. The remaining group of experts and scholars exchanged glances, unsure of what had just happened. Zhang Mingyue took a deep breath, then smiled, thanking everyone for their hard work today, and promised to send a small gift to each of their homes, hoping they wouldn't refuse. After sending everyone off, Zhang Mingyue's previously cheerful expression darkened. Chapter 77. Another price. Just as Tao Jie turned on his computer, he received a call from Song Lu. After glancing quickly, he saw there wasn't much market movement today before answering. "Little junior brother, where are you? Senior sister needs you." Song Lu's voice was unusually weak, almost feeble. "What's wrong with you?" Tao Jie felt she wasn't pretending and stood up to grab his coat. "Stomachache. Where are you?" "At home." "Where's the teacher?" "On a business trip." "Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Tao Jie didn't know what caused it and was worried she might have appendicitis for bad food. He opened the medicine cabinet prepared by Tong Hui, grabbed some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication called swirling, and hurried out. Fortunately, there wasn't much traffic at night, and since the distance wasn't far, he arrived at Song's building in just over 10 minutes. He knocked on the door and saw Song Lu's pale face as she forced herself to open it. He quickly supported her, not caring about the slippery touch, and asked repeatedly, "How are you? When did it start?" Leaning half of her body against Tao Jie. The coldness from him made her feel more uncomfortable, but she didn't pull away. "It's been hurting since morning." He bent down and carried her horizontally, striding into the bedroom and placing her into the warm blankets. Tao Jie looked serious. "Why didn't you say earlier? What if it's acute appendicitis? That would be troublesome." Chapter 78. 3 Rules. Song Lu just couldn't take care of herself, but with Tao Jie around, she felt much better. Tao Jie ordered takeout for her, watched her finish eating, and then lay down before taking his leave. Tong Hui went to find Yang Lin and still hadn't heard anything. Although Tao Jie was following her, she couldn't help but worry. For Tao Jie, Yang Lin was already a thing of the past with no connection to him, but it was different for Tong Hui. Although she once dreamed of marrying a wealthy man like Yang Lin, she never intended to hurt others. Even after they became a couple, she never thought to ask for anything. He knew he couldn't give Tong Hui any promises, but he also didn't want her to suffer any grievances. He went directly to the apartment and found she hadn't returned yet, so he couldn't help but send her a message. After a while, Tong Hui replied, Yang Lin's condition is very unstable. Let me stay with her tonight. Tao Jie called her directly. Come back right away. Oh. Tong Hui could tell Tao Jie was holding back his anger and didn't dare to argue. I'm coming back now. After hanging up, she saw Yang Lin still in tears. I'm sorry, my boyfriend wants me to go back. Yang Lin heard it too and felt the voice was somewhat familiar, but she was reluctant for Tong Hui to leave. Xiao Hui, I'm scared being alone like this. Can you tell your boyfriend that he can't be so heartless? Chapter 79, Fitness. In the morning, Tao Jie unusually didn't sleep in. He got up and exercised for a few minutes with Tai Zhu, but soon felt deflated. Seeing Tao Jie bit down, the dog was not having breakfast, holding a bottle of Ergo 2 as a morning drink and grinning. Don't compare yourself to him. What's the use of building muscles? You might as well learn to take care of your health. Those words left Tao Jie stunned. He had money now, his quality of life was guaranteed, but the length of life couldn't be forced. Health maintenance seemed far away for him. It felt like it should be on the agenda. He had read The Huangdi Neijing, which contains seemingly profound ideas that were hard to refute, like having a balanced diet and regular daily routines. But then again, what fun is there in life? The most direct way was through cutting-edge biotechnology, which could extend life through external means. However, for ordinary people, these options were not only inaccessible, but also beyond reach. But he was different now. There were not many people with more capital than him. At his age, very few value their lives so much. The domestic field started late, so he could only look abroad. Chapter 80, The Last Chance. It was evident that whenever he hesitated, the little coach Han Shuang would immediately give up. She took out her phone, scanned the code to register, then chose the annual card and transferred the payment. Once she saw he completed the transfer, Han Shuang retracted her neck. The gym's address and business hours are all on the app. You can refund within 3 days after getting the card, but if you exceed that time, 10 will be deducted from the remaining amount. After a brief introduction, she raised her little hand. Goodbye. I won't hold you up from your date. Who told you I was on a date? Just as Tao Jie finished speaking, he noticed the 30-some roses in his hand, took one out, and handed it to her. I felt a bit sorry for the little girl selling flowers in such cold weather. Han Shuang stepped back 2 paces. I still have to work. You go flirt with someone else. Is that flirting? That's too easy. Saying this, he directly handed the flower to a passing elderly couple. Uncle, give this flower to Annie. You don't mind, do you? Merry Christmas. Oh, thank you, thank you. How much? The old man immediately reached for his wallet, but Tao Jie stopped him. No need for money. At your age, being able to travel hand in hand with Annie is impressive. You're my idol. How can I charge money for a flower for an idol? Chapter 81, A Bet. Everyone, follow me carefully. Watch your step. Let the ones in front pass. The two walked towards the double-star gym, but before they could enter, they were squeezed to the back by a group, led by the girl who had just boasted about Han Shuang. Tanya, if you have something to say about Han Shuang, swallow it back. Her face turned red with anger. What do I have? Oh, right, I have a guest. Tanya puffed her chest out, then glanced at Tao Jie. Seeing him in ordinary sportswear, she couldn't help but look down on him a bit. Oh, not easy. You can consider this your grand opening. But didn't you say you don't accept male students? Have you broken your promise? However, the person you found has limited spending power. Otherwise, I can help you contact young Master Wang and top up 100,000 or 80,000 for you to play with. Tao Jie's clothing is all managed by Tong Hui. After buying a large batch of high-end clothes at first, he often wears ordinary styles, so she also bought him some popular brands. This way, it's more in line with his student identity, but compared to the wealthy, it inevitably looks a bit shabby. Tao Jie doesn't mind, but Han Shuang is furious. Tanya, wanting to climb the social ladder is your business. Don't assume everyone is like you. You're so lofty, wanting love without bread. This person, ISNT, he just your boyfriend helping you save face? He looks good, but unfortunately, he is a poor guy. Chapter 82. To sell or not to sell at the front desk, where procedures are handled, Tanya's clients are busy scanning codes or swiping cards, creating a lively atmosphere. The money ISNT a lot. totaling 27,000. With more than half the month gone, her performance ranks first with a solid 150,000, enough to leave everyone else, including Han Shuiying, behind. Tanya feels proud and sees Han Shuiying and Tao Jie lining up behind, waving at them triumphantly. What is the use of hiding so far? Let everyone see your performance. You don't think you could just find someone and surpass me, do you? Walking over to Han Shuiying with her hands behind her back, she lowers her voice. Is the campus belle so impressive? If you have the ability, join the dance troupe. Do you think you can compete with me just by changing places? Don't worry. I'll be watching how you roll out of double stars. Seeing the mixed expression of resentment and pride in her eyes, Tao Jie is somewhat displeased. Regardless of gender, sometimes people pay a price they can hardly bear due to greed and jealousy, and Tanya embodies both. Han Shuiying's face turns red, her small fists clenched, but she feels powerless. If Tao Jie had agreed to cheat for her just now, she might have had a chance to turn things around. But now, she can't ask Tao Jie to recharge in front of everyone. Chapter 83. Free gift? Are there many members in the store? How's the business lately? Tao Jie asked Manager Yang, who was bowing to the side, but he didn't indicate for him to sit down. It's okay. For specifics, you need to ask the boss. I don't know much, Manager Yang said, becoming increasingly nervous. This person doesn't seem to be just putting on a show. He has never seen a recharge of 1 million before. Ordinary people can't even work themselves to death. Watching Tao Jie chat with the even more restrained Manager Yang, Han Shuiying's face is burning. She really doesn't know how to respond if he confesses to her. Young, wealthy, and handsome, it's obvious. Buying flowers for little girls shows kindness. Giving flowers to the elderly appears friendly and polite. Keeping a flower for oneself indicates an understanding of romance. Even if she is not materialistic, she has to admit that this is a man that almost every girl finds hard to refuse. Tao Jie feels a bit bored. Manager Yang is clueless, and Han Shuiying seems to be lost in thought, not knowing what she is thinking. He is not trying to amuse himself. Buying a fitness center is just adding to his assets. Even if the management is poor, he can still send his people here to have fun. He just had a group of people brought over by the vicious dog, and there will be more in the future. These people are full of energy and can be a nuisance when idling. Chapter 84. New hint: Huang Dakie's home is nearby, just a 10-minute drive away. Even at night, he is still impeccably dressed in a suit. Upon seeing Tao Jie, the benefactor, Huang Dakie is very polite. Good evening, Mr. Tao. I wonder what assets you wish to acquire. Tao Jie gestures for him to sit down and points to Huang Xiaoru. This is the fitness center, and this gentleman is the owner, Huang Xiaoru, who is also a relative of yours. Huang Dakie nods to Huang Xiaoru as a greeting, then looks at Tao Jie. Mr. Tao, I will negotiate with Boss Huang and conduct background checks. Is there anything else you need to explain? Thanks to Boss Huang's generosity, I will take it over. I just need to help him pay off an 800,000 bank loan in 10 months. As for the other investigations, just do as usual. As long as there are no issues, we'll take over the store. Tao Jie speaks casually. Although he hasn't had money for long, he understands that having money makes things easier. He doesn't care, but he has to let others see the value. He is not sure how famous Tianya is, but it's a fact that he has made Han Wei, the rich kid, suffer a few times. Huang Xiaoru is clearly a snob. Such people treat those stronger than them like pet dogs, while they constantly think about tearing off a piece of meat from those weaker than them. Chapter 85. The Law of Gravitation. When they arrive at Double Stars Fitness, the store has just opened. As soon as they enter, they see Manager Yang has changed into a suit and is acting as a doorman. Good morning, Mr. Tao. Manager Yang greets with a beaming smile. Tao Jie's attitude yesterday was very clear. As long as he cooperates with Han Shuiying, there is no risk of unemployment. This is a reassurance for him. Although he is not sure if Tao Jie will come, he must maintain the right attitude. Unexpectedly, he really guessed right. Oh, Manager Yang. It's my first time at the gym. Please show me the way, Tao Jie says as he enters. Manager Yang quickly takes the shoulder bag from him. No problem. I'll take you to the changing room. What projects does Mr. Tao plan to do? Facing Manager Yang's inquiry, Tao Jie genuinely doesn't know how to respond. He is not quite sure. At home, he just followed Tai Zhu and practiced randomly, and after a few days, his muscles are a bit sore. I'll just take a look around for now. After changing clothes, Manager Yang accompanies him casually around the facility. Our Double Stars Fitness has an aerobic training area, strength training area, free training area, stretching and relaxation area, and supporting service area. Each area has professional coaches and one-on-one personal training. After a tour, Tao Jie sees that there aren't too many people in the morning, so he stops in the spinning bike area. You keep busy. I'm going to ride for a bit. Chapter 86. Catching cheating, but it's not just the yoga participants who signed up. Relying on the photo of Tao Jie riding the bike, Tanya cleverly brings in a dozen female customers aged between 30 and 40 from outside in no time. They seem like a tour group, exploring the venue. I say, are you kidding? Whereas the handsome guy, a fashionable older sister, adorned with jewelry, looks around the venue, noticing that any male there's either a big muscle man or a skinny guy. There is no trace of the well-proportioned, explosive man from her phone. Sister, don't be anxious. He was just here. He can't have run away. Tanya smiles mysteriously. Look, ISNT the background of the photo taken here. She points in the direction of the spinning bikes and whispers. He signed up for the yoga class. You might just see him later. Comforted by her, the group walks over to the yoga area, and someone with sharp eyes spots Tao Jie. There he is, they say, getting ready to approach. The reaction of this group startles Tanya, and she quickly grabs the leader. Ladies, don't rush. You might scare him. Han Shuang just finished explaining the precautions after muscle strain to Tao Jie and took a hot towel from the thermos to help him with heat therapy in inconvenient areas. Chapter 87. Shaking people. Tao Jie didn't expect that even after entering graduate school, he would encounter situations like not leaving after school. However, with Iron Pillar by his side, he was not worried at all. Do you have something to say? Tao Jie stood firm on the steps, with Iron Pillar blocking him in front, utterly unafraid. No kidding, I came looking for you. The yellow-haired guy pointed. Brothers, he's the one who seduced my wife. As he pointed, more than a dozen handsome young men dressed similarly to him rushed forward, shouting, It's you little scumbag. You can even steal someone else's partner. The crowd, all dressed up like pretentious women, came at him with various accents. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, their noise was completely useless. Although Iron Pillar was just one person, he created an unbreakable barrier in front of Tao Jie, blocking thousands of men. These people fell to the ground like paper, being easily defeated. The yellow-haired guy was dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone so ferocious. As Iron Pillar approached him, he hurriedly stepped back. Don't come over. Tao Jie stepped over the moaning bodies on the ground and reached the yellow-haired guy. If you had just come to ask me about the real situation, I wouldn't have made a fuss. But since you came to fight, who gave you the courage? Chapter 88. Reasoning. Tao Jie wasn't hungry, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. With Iron Pillar around, he felt completely fearless. This was the advantage of having money in his pocket. If it were before, he would have been trembling in such a situation. The yellow-haired guy wasn't sure whether Tao Jie was just pretending or really had a background, but in his understanding, few would dare disrespect his boss in Shindu. And if it were his boss's cousin, that person would be a tough character. This guy, looking more spirited than himself, was still acting tough. He was simply asking for trouble. Good advice is hard to give to a dead man. Since this is what you asked for, I'll satisfy you. The yellow-haired guy called Han Jun again. Han Jun was originally too lazy to deal with this kind of matter, but when Lu Yuza mentioned catching someone cheating, it piqued his interest. He had seen a picture of this little punk's girlfriend, and she was stunning. He had planned to hint to him at some point, but now the opportunity had come. As for cheating, did he care? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the surname Chow, he could even change his name to Amon. He loved other people's women the most. No responsibility, just excitement. After receiving Lu Yuza's call, he walked out of the tea room, just got in the car, and found that Lu Yuza called again. Chapter 89. A video. Han Jun almost lost his mind. Wasn't this just turning the tables? His own people were beaten to the ground, and he had to pay? This was just taking advantage of the situation. He controlled the MNQ Guild, and whether in terms of industry influence or the reputation built under the Han family's banner, he was definitely a person of some standing. How could he endure repeatedly being humiliated by Tao Jie? What about Tianyao Law Firm? What about Song Law? Would she really turn against the Han family for her mother's student? Even if it were a big shot in the capital, they would have to weigh whether it was worth it. Besides, he hadn't even laid a hand on anyone. He was in the right. So what was he afraid of? You say you lost money, so you just lost it? My people got hurt because they fell themselves, right? Han Jun's cigarette moved up and down. The Han family had never suffered this kind of humiliation, and he wanted to see who could protect them. Saying this, he took out his phone to call the legal department of the guild. Tao Jie squinted his eyes. I don't know if they fell themselves, but someone definitely didn't want to be beaten into a miscarriage. Han Jun froze, breaking out in a cold sweat in an instant. He turned around and made a phone call. Where's that woman named Yang? Chapter 90. Thank you were scamming people. The yellow-haired guy, with one leg injured, couldn't help but jump up. He heard clearly that Han Shuiying said it was 60,000, but by the time it got to him, it had turned into 600,000. Tao Jie didn't even look at the yellow-haired guy, but instead acted amicably toward Han Jun. Boss Han, you don't think that's too much, do you? I'm just standing up for my employee who encounters scumbag. If you think it's too much, we can discuss it again. Han Jun snorted, this has nothing to do with you. Why are you raising the price? Although he sounded detached, he was actually gauging his own attitude. 600,000 isn't too much. The company will advance the payment. Saying this, he asked his subordinate for a phone, as someone had already retrieved his card and set it up. Look at Han Shuiying, send me the card number. Wait. Tao Jie spoke again, Boss Han. Don't blame me for being overly cautious. When you transfer the money, please note that it's for repaying the employee's debts. Don't come back and say my employee extorted you. That wouldn't be fun. If looks could kill, Han Jun would have skinned Tao Jie alive. His chest felt like it was about to explode, but he had to respond. No problem. Whatever Mr. Tao says, we'll do it. However, Han Shuiying was a bit scared. She just wanted to get back 60,000, and now it had multiplied tenfold. Chapter 91. A punch spending 1.5 billion to buy over 70 acres of land, in Tong Hui's words, was to create an ancestral home for the Tao family in the future. Tao Jie was certainly looking forward to it. He hadn't gone last time, but today he wanted to see it in person. He drove to the seaside, the ferry boat carrying them, and the distant island was faintly visible. It was Tao Jie's first time here, watching the spectacular scene of the Yangtze River flowing into the sea, with the blue sky, river water, and ocean reflecting each other. And the waves crashing was refreshing. Once on the island, Xiaoing skillfully headed to the destination. Iron Pillar was dozing in the passenger seat, while Tao Jie contacted the design and construction party for the underground project. The land paperwork was already completed. Now they were just waiting for their design. Mr. Tao, let us know when it's convenient for you. Our team is fully assembled and can survey the site at any time. Once the terrain and geological analysis are done, we can proceed with the underground engineering design. The construction unit was said to have sent an elite team, but the sweet-voiced girl on the other end made Tao Jie feel uncertain. They said that now it was the 90s generation taking the lead. But with such a soft voice, if you told him she was Zhao Silu, he would believe it. But to say she was an architectural expert. Chapter 92. News of the banquet. The dozen or so people that the bad dog called over were unfamiliar to Tao Jie, but they would probably be responsible for security in this area in the future. Coming here and encountering a situation was, as Tao Jie said, also a test. With no interest in going up the mountain, he turned to lead Tong Hui down, walking to the location mentioned by the bad dog. From a distance, he saw a line of 3 excavators and 5 dump trucks breaking through the landmark barriers, already entering the land that Tao Jie had purchased. A row of 16 young men, dressed similarly to SWAT officers, stood in front of the machinery with their hands behind their backs. The leader among them was a middle-aged man in a security uniform, shouting at the young men. When the bad dog saw Tao Jie coming, he didn't let him approach. Still the same old rat whiskers, but this time he was even more aggressive, claiming they were going to take soil from their area. He didn't know what was being said, but the land was ownerless. That car should be the one belonging to the person backing them up, right? Tao Jie tilted his chin toward the Maybach GLS parked not far away. The fierce dog nodded. Li Qin called. This is the vehicle of that boss Wong from the villa area. If someone is thrown out, let the car rot here. Tao Jie had no interest in looking any further. He didn't want to deal with these unscrupulous businessmen relying on Han Wei at all. Chapter 93. The curve due to being in different circles and with Song Lu not communicating with him. Tao Jie was completely unaware that news of this banquet had quietly spread in Chengdu. He also didn't know that the post Song Lu had sent out through various channels had been hyped to sky-high prices. After returning from Chongyang Island to Chengdu, he didn't go back to Yong'an Road, but came to Yeshu with Tong Hui. Tong Hui had already moved in. But what attracted her the most here was surprisingly the grand kitchen, not the splendid river view at night. After Tong Hui moved in, the place became livelier, and she even spent her own money to buy Tao Jie quite a few seasonal clothes and daily necessities. She could now be considered a little wealthy lady, although she hadn't given herself any commission for the assets she acquired during this time. Tao Jie noticed that every now and then a transfer starting from $1 million was already allowing her to step into the realm of financial freedom. Of course, this was just cash, Those assets she genuinely felt belonged to Tao Jie were all under her name. Even if she thought simply, just helping Tao Jie hold them without any covetous thoughts. Every bank had long listed her as a top-tier client. She was different from others, having positioned herself early on, and she would be satisfied if she could become the chief steward in the future. Chapter 94. The flight attendant Zhang Mingwei and Song Lu were both dumbfounded. Zhang Mingwei was just casually angry because her call had been hung up, not expecting it to spark Song Lu's suspicion about Tao Jie's orientation. The two sisters fell silent simultaneously, and after a long while, Zhang Mingwei finally reacted. Sister Song, forget it. If he's gay, that's even better. It saves trouble, just as long as he doesn't act too feminine. Otherwise, my brother might tear him apart. That can't happen, definitely can't, Song Lu said, still somewhat confident. Even if he is gay, he absolutely won TB bottom. He still has masculine energy, so don't worry about that. Zhang Mingwei had no choice but to take it step by step. After hanging up, Song Lu rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with more color. So handsome. If he is a bottom, can we be sisters? With her aversion to men, she surprisingly didn't feel repulsed by Tao Jie's approach. Shaking her head to drive away unhealthy images from her mind, Song Lu quickly pulled out a document from the pile in front of her. Tao Jie boarded the plane with Tai Zhu. Zhang Mingwei had booked him a business class seat, while Tai Zhu bought an economy ticket later. So the two did not sit together and didn't bother to upgrade or switch seats, since it was Tai Zhu's first time flying. He didn't understand how to fasten the seatbelt, and the flight attendant Lu Yangyang saw him and squatted down to help him. Chapter 95. The solid evidence. By the time Tai Zhu and the two of them got off the plane, they waited at the luggage claim for the checked seafood. Tai Zhu was going to carry it, but Tao Jie snatched it away. Bringing a bodyguard was necessary for safety, but he hadn't learned to show off yet. Forget it. It's not heavy. I can handle it myself. Brother Zhu, you do your thing. If you need me, just call. Tao Jie hoisted the insulated box and walked toward the exit. Tai Zhu was worried it was heavy and pretended to support it from behind until he noticed someone looking over after they exited. Then he turned and disappeared. Standing at the exit was Zhang Mingwei. A well-dressed young handsome guy carrying an insulated box was one thing, but behind him followed a burly man, looking pained and wanted to snatch it away to help carry it. This was solid evidence confirming the sisters' earlier guesses while chatting with Song Lu. No wonder a man could look so beautiful. It turned out he had a special preference. God is indeed fair. When you open one door, another window will surely close. For a moment, she couldn't decide whether to go up and greet him. But her striking white fur coat was too eye-catching. So Tao Jie spotted her right away and walked straight toward her. Chapter 96. The suit thug, realizing she might have said something wrong, Zhang Mingwei quickly apologized. Sorry. I didn't mean you. Oh, it's fine. Tao Jie had plenty of beautiful women around him, so he wasn't overly reserved facing Zhang Mingwei. Buckle your seatbelt. Then what's the plan? Since we're doing this, we might as well go all out. I'll take you to the hotel to rest for a bit. Then we can catch a movie. Are you free for dinner at my place later? Zhang Mingwei started the car, explaining the upcoming itinerary while also asking for his opinion. No problem. These 3 days will be arranged by you. Tao Jie was also thinking of helping others to the end, although this had a hint of deceiving elders. But doing this frequently gave a feeling of having too many lice not biting and too much debt not worrying. Zhang Mingwei thanked him, but her mind was on whether he would accompany that female first love or his male companion. As for why Tao Jie had a first love and girlfriend before but had now turned gay, Song Lu and she had already filled in the blanks about him being abandoned by his first love and betrayed by his girlfriend, leading to this whole process. Since he was here, he accepted it, and Tao Jie sat in the car comfortably. They parked at a nearby mall and headed to the cinema. Chapter 97. The brother-in-law Tao Jie looked up and saw someone wearing a green military coat that had become popular a few years ago, with a leather hat on his head and wearing suede boots, striding over. As soon as he saw Zhang Mingwei's car, he immediately jogged over. Mingwei, baby, I missed you so much. Zhang Mingwei smiled, opened her arms to hug him, then pushed him away in disgust. It's been years, still the same, no progress. The guy in the military coat laughed heartily. I'm your brother, not your little brother. You speak so old-fashioned, even older than our grandma. Don't pinch me. Have some face. Then he looked at the boy on the ground, still holding his chest. Isn't this the Luo family kid from the alley? Wow, looking all fancy. Even wearing glasses now. He walked over and kicked him on the backside. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize your boss anymore? Why are you sitting on the ground, not afraid of getting cold in winter? Jean Feixiong, the big boss, wasn't happy. This kid used to be his little brother. Luo Ji, kicked by Tao Jie, finally caught his breath and teared up. Xiongge, he kicked me. He pointed at Tao Jie, who was now standing upright. You always said our alley kids can't let outsiders bully us. Chapter 98, the target of public criticism. This one doesn't need an introduction. Tao Jie greeted the elder. Grandma, I'm Tao Jie. Good. The elder looked at him and liked him more the more she saw him. Closed the door. We're all family. Our family has many members. It's hard to please everyone. So if there's anything, don't take offense. Zhang Mingwei's mouth twitched. The elder had been hiding in the kitchen behind Grandpa Qian since noon, but after looking for a long time, it seemed like she was seeing him for the first time now. Zhang Qinghan felt a bit displeased. Her mother didn't show any support for her, immediately siding with an outsider as soon as she opened her mouth. Originally, she was supposed to be the introducer, but she lost interest and turned to walk away. I'm going to the kitchen to take a look. Zhang Mingwei certainly understood why her sister-in-law was unhappy, but she didn't stop it. Instead, she helped introduce Tao Jie one by one. This is my second uncle, and this is my second aunt. Hello, second uncle, second aunt. Tao Jie followed suit and greeted them, presenting a newly opened pack of cigarettes with both hands. Zhang Hongwei stood tall with a military demeanor, giving a grunt as a greeting before waving his hand to indicate he didn't smoke. The woman beside him merely nodded, her gaze more scrutinizing. This is my uncle and aunt. Hello, uncle and aunt. Tao Jie continued with the cigarette offering. Chapter 99. Full firepower. It couldn't be more obvious. The old lady just wanted to see how Tao Jie would break the deadlock. If he had been scared off from the start, the old lady might have stopped this farce long ago, but he was simply too calm. His eyes seemed to see through everything, showing not the slightest hint of panic. This left the old lady somewhat puzzled. Did he not care about this marriage? Or was he confident? Or perhaps he had the assurance that he didn't care about the Zhang family at all. The old lady took on a spectator's role, and the Zhang family's relatives thought she also didn't look favorably upon Tao Jie, or that they had swayed her with their earlier remarks. They then went all out to attack Tao Jie, especially Zhang Mingwei's sister-in-law, Zhang Qinghan. It's important to have self-awareness. The threshold of a Zhang family isn't something you can just cross. Being young and not striving for progress, what kind of success do you expect by taking shortcuts? Don't think that just getting into graduate school puts you ahead of us in the Zhang family. We've seen plenty of PhDs and postdocs. When you come to the Zhang family, who doesn't keep a low profile, relying on just your looks to live off others? Even if we raise a dog, we wouldn't keep a useless one. The words became increasingly blunt, and the atmosphere grew tense. Others, seeing Zhang Qinghan show off, couldn't help but jump in. Zhang family's second aunt scoffed. Small families just can't compare. Their mannerisms don't match our Mingwei at all. If this were to be brought out, it would be utterly embarrassing. Chapter 100. Playing dirty. He Yuxian felt somewhat unwilling. After all, she was Zhang Mingwei's biological mother. How is it that after I said so much, you still don't understand? Almost repeating her words back to them, who said the old lady was getting old. Just in terms of her sharp memory, she could outshine most people. Not to mention these self-righteous elders. Even Zhang Mingwei didn't expect her grandmother to stand up so clearly. Zhang family's second uncle and aunt, and Zhang Mingwei's uncle and aunt, all stood up, and sister-in-law Zhang Qinghan helplessly removed her apron. He Yuxian suddenly felt a sense of being abandoned by everyone. She was indeed from a small family. Luckily, the old lady had no prejudice back then, allowing her to marry into the Zhang family smoothly. But 30 years later, the dragon-slaying girl of the past had turned into a fierce dragon. She had reflected on this, but even now, she still believed she was doing it for her daughter's good. Compared to her second uncle, she favored her younger brother's introductions. After all, they were closer. But now, her daughter brought back an irrelevant guy, which was equivalent to shattering the dreams of 3 families. As for her daughter's happiness, she truly didn't worry. At her age, her definition of happiness was no longer about love or not. Chapter 101. Who stays behind? Tao Jie had already been cautious, resolutely avoiding any alcoholic products. But he couldn't stand Zhang Feixiong's reckless behavior. He actually added liquor to his juice while he was in the bathroom. When he realized something was wrong, Zhang Mingwei thought he was about to vomit on her, and she covered his mouth with her hand. With a gulp, Tao Jie's memory stopped at that moment. Zhang Feixiong, Zhang Mingwei. The two stared at each other, stunned. He had said he couldn't drink, but he had never seen anyone who couldn't drink like this. Zhang Feixiong had finally come back, having turned down his friend's invitation, specifically to accompany his sister and her boyfriend yet it was such a downer. He pushed Tao Jie's chin, who was leaning on Zhang Mingyue's shoulder, with no response. Zhang Mingyue opened his mouth forcefully. Don't move. Zhang Feixiong pouted. Girls are outgoing. I've seen it. I'm your brother, your blood brother, and I'm less important than a boyfriend you just met. Zhang Mingyue glared at him. It's still your fault. I told you not to drink, but you insisted on causing trouble. You didn't stop me either, Zhang Feixiong said. One gene of liquor tonight, a mix of foreign and beer, and he just collapsed after one sip. Who has ever seen that? Chapter 102. Torturing the enemy on the way. He sent a message to Zhao Chan, saying he would soon arrive at Qingda, and she almost instantly replied with a hug emoji. Then a video call came through. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have picked you up. Zhao Chan, full of surprise, was bouncing along the campus path, her ponytail swaying. I was afraid you'd fuss. I'm about to get out of the car. Just wait for me where you are. Do you know where I am? Zhao Chan spun around. Suddenly her expression dimmed. I feel so sorry for you. She remembered when Tao Jie said he had wandered around campus for a day before leaving. What are you saying? Remember, you haven't wronged me. It's just that life has made us take a few extra turns. Tao Jie thought. He still didn't know who had wronged whom. But for now, he could only take it step by step. The taxi driver in front didn't turn around, but he had already given a thumbs up, quietly whispering to the passenger beside him, this guy, is it this one? This little chatterbox, TSK, TSK. The passenger pretended not to hear. It was the boss's personal matter. Not to meddle, this was the ironclad rule. Zhao Chan was brought to tears by Tao Jie's words, nodding repeatedly. Hum. Thankfully I found you again. Otherwise, I would have really lost you. Chapter 103. Who belongs to whom? Sun Kun left, departing with a sense of tragic heroism. He didn't know how others felt, but he was moved himself. Before leaving, he gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to look at Tao Jie. I don't know why it took you so many years to come, but I really know how much Zhao Chan has sacrificed for you. 6 years ago, she said she had a boyfriend, but no one had ever seen him. So gradually, no one believed it anymore, including me. I thought it was because I wasn't good enough, so I worked hard to improve myself, hoping one day she would look at me. Sun Kun felt bitter inside. He forced a smile. I still have to thank you for letting me see the smile I've missed for 6 years. At that moment, I knew how thoroughly I had lost. But it's okay. I wish you both well, sincerely. But at the same time, I hope you don't give me a chance. If one day I find out she isn't happy, even if I have to snatch her back, I will. Sun Kun barely ate a few bites, his eyes reddening, and he left with his plate. Originally, he was annoyed that he saw Zhao Chan and Tao Jie together, purposely letting him see the heart-wrenching scene. After hearing those words, Tao Jie felt a bit melancholic. He turned to Zhao Chan, who was just picking up the last piece of braised pork to eat, and when he caught her, she was asking him to wipe her greasy little mouth. Chapter 104. Broad-minded Zhang Mingyue received a call from Tao Jie and drove over to pick him up. Seeing him come down alone, she couldn't help but glance back at him. What are you looking at? Tao Jie waved his hand in front of her eyes. Zhang Mingyue replied with a sound, not wanting to admit she was looking for that strong man. It's nothing. I thought your friend would come along. She has something to do, and we agreed to meet up after this is over. Shall we set off now? Tao Jie thought she was referring to Zhao Chan and didn't pay much attention. Let's go. Zhang Mingyue admired his frankness. At least he was braver in facing societal scrutiny than she and Song Lu. They had already made arrangements to meet someone at a tea house. So Zhang Mingyue directly took Tao Jie there. When they arrived, the other party had not yet arrived. Zhang Mingyue brought her own tea and instructed the waiter to serve hot water when the person arrived. Brother Lu used to be Grandpa Chen's secretary and now works in the management department. If there are any uncertainties, they can consult him. Also, if they can help with Sister Song's side, it could be a mutually beneficial alliance. Not exactly a trade of interests, but more of a defensive partnership. Listening to Zhang Mingyue, Tao Jie understood her intention. Chapter 105. A moment of inspiration on the way. Zhao Chan spoke to Tao Jie about the situation in Hangzhou. When Zhao Chan introduced the project to Tao Jie, she mentioned it involved a group of senior students coming together, but in reality, they were all working-class individuals. Tsinghua University ranks among the top in terms of study abroad numbers. Besides those who receive scholarships, many come from well-off families, and still, there are many who do not have such opportunities. However, this does not mean these individuals are not excellent. Zhao Chan's group of senior students represents these individuals. They are dedicated to artificial intelligence research, which is one of the tracks where high-tech fields can achieve a leapfrog advantage. Their ideas resonated with investors in Hangzhou, prompting them to travel there from Beijing in great numbers. However, Capital is driven by profit, and such globally recognized cash-burning projects make investors cautious. Hence the need for them to seek investment. The investor, Boss Liang, is wealthy, but investment is not child's play. The adage of not putting all eggs in one basket is a well-accepted truth. Securing investment, or self-investing, is akin to a declaration of commitment, proving they will invest their full energy. However, one must not overlook the boss's understanding of the project nor the capital's grasp of risk. Chapter 106. A surprise, but this matter concerns the core secret of his mathematical modeling. Should he say it? However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. Without the extensive data left by Ian, who is a foundation, the current financial knowledge, even if they develop corresponding intelligent software, would only scratch the surface. So he pondered briefly and said, "Sister, have you thought about using Chinese as a framework for artificial intelligence development?" Chinese framework? Liangwan raised her eyebrows slightly. "We have considered it, but since we started with computers, we've based everything on English. If we change our mindset..." Tao Jie, since he had already spoken, did not intend to hide anything. He put down his chopsticks. "Have you thought about this? Computer languages are universally recognized as English, but in the current era, new words and terms are constantly emerging, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty for artificial intelligence training. What if we use Chinese characters instead?" Tao Jie felt this should be considered a new idea. With our thousands of Chinese characters, we can combine them to describe different scenarios, even new ones. This greatly saves on the training costs caused by innovation, as long as we establish the principles of correlation between Chinese words. We can mobilize the most relevant resources in the shortest time and conduct corresponding analysis. Chapter 107. Do you understand? Tao Jie took the highball glass from Li Qingwan's hand and placed it on the table, preparing to help her put her hand under the blanket when she opened her slightly dazed eyes. "Hug me." Li Qingwan sniffled and reached out her hand. Tao Jie leaned down and asked, "What's wrong? Feeling down?" Wrapping her arms around Tao Jie's neck, Li Qingwan pulled him closer, burying her head in his shoulder and nodding. "Can I say it?" Tao Jie inhaled the mixed fragrance of her body and the smell of alcohol, feeling a bit dizzy. A moment later, Li Qingwan, not wanting to think about anything, hugged Tao Jie, rolled over, pressing him down, and her small hand went to unbutton his shirt. "Wait a minute. I haven't taken a shower." "No." 10 minutes later, the instigator of the war had raised a white flag, but was not permitted to surrender. Half an hour later, Li Qingwan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Tao Jie, also feeling dazed, forgot to ask her why she was feeling down, until the next day at dawn. Both awakened, and when Li Qingwan tried to escape, she was firmly restrained, prompting her to bring it up again. "Li Xiang threatened me with my mom." Li Qingwan gritted her teeth, her small tiger teeth glinting coldly. "Auntie is already cultivating. What else does he want?" Tao Jie was puzzled. Li Qingwan's eyes were filled with hatred. "Do you know why I must buy this pendant?" Chapter 108. What is the point of pretending to be rich? Li Qingwan went to work, and Xiaoing sent a message saying he and Taizhu had arrived outside the rose garden. Not in a hurry to go out. He called the evil dog again. "I need 2 teams. One to go to Puto Mountain to protect the practitioner, Huiyuan Jinren, and another to protect Li Qingwan, the boss of Fengqi Media. The sooner, the better. I've already contacted headquarters. The quickest will be to transfer people from the manor and then reinforce here." The evil dog acted swiftly. "Then let us do it this way. Use whatever money you need. Contact Tong Hui." Tao Jie was very satisfied and even felt that the evil dog held a significant position in the protective circle. And having such a person by his side saved him a lot of trouble. After a quick tidying up, he took out the trash and headed out. Just as he reached the ground floor, he was stopped by 2 men in suits. Tao Jie, seeing they had no intention of attacking, Tao Jie nodded. "What's the matter?" "Our boss wants to talk to you. Come with us." The lackeys were so overbearing. He wondered who their boss was. Tao Jie pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "I'm busy. Don't beat around the bush. Who wants to see me? Be clear." The 2 men exchanged glances and one of them sneered. "You should know where you came from, right? Our bossly has been quite polite not to break your legs directly." Chapter 109. Budget upgrade after leaving the tea house. Tao Jie called the evil dog. "Dog brother, put some pressure on the Li family. They're in debt up to their ears but still acting like a big shot. It's time to curb their habits." He got into the Cullinan to meet Taizhu and Xiaoing. "Have you eaten?" Hearing they had finished, he went directly to the villa to pick up Tong Hui and head to Chongyang Island, with Tao Jie playing with her small hand. Tong Hui took the opportunity to introduce the situation to him. They came over the day before yesterday, and after surveying, it seems they have new ideas. I saw them overturn the design plan. The leading sister is so beautiful. You must not lose your principles and agree to everything. Don't worry. Am I that kind of person without self-discipline? Tao Jie was also trying to encourage himself, although he hadn't met the person yet. He felt uncertain when Tong Hui praised her beauty. Of course, it wasn't that he fell in love with every beautiful woman he met. Using such top-tier standards to test cadres was indeed inhumane. Tang Seng's ability to attain Buddhahood does not rely on his disciples overcoming difficulties, but rather on his ability to wade through the Daughter River. Around 10 o'clock, the car stopped at a cafe on Chongyang Island, where Tong Hui contacted the other party, who was already waiting in a private room. Chapter 110. The expensive invitation. Wang Hui, the boss of a real estate developer on Chongyang Island, has been unusually anxious these days. He has already given his son over 2 million, but there is still no news about the invitation for the wine party on the 10th. A few days ago, several construction vehicles were dismantled on Chongyang Island, which made him furious, with blisters forming on his mouth. He watched as the land was bought by others, feeling as though his money was being robbed. If he had known to give those local old-timers a little advantage, he wouldn't be facing such tough opposition now. 1 million per acre. Just spending a few more tens of millions would have saved him several billions. However, he is used to taking advantage and thought that spending a few million on Hanwei could yield tens of millions. How could he not take advantage? Currently, he cannot let go of the connection with Hanwei, but if he could connect with someone higher up, even an equal relationship would be very important to him. He has not yet figured out Tao Jie's background and does not dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the other party has not started construction yet, giving him a chance. Old Yang, do you have any extra invitations for the 10th? You're looking for them too? No worries, I'm just asking. I heard the event is of high standard, with people from above coming, and I thought I'd get familiar. What is Boss Wu busy with? I wanted to ask if you have any extras. I want to take my child to see the world. All right, I'll contact you as soon as I have news. Chapter 111. Scalpers. The upper class of Chengdu is stirred by a wine party, with an invitation to the Tao Jie event being sold on the black market to the point where it is hard to come by. Hanwei is currently on a yacht off the coast of Chengdu, answering a call from his subordinate. Is this even a big deal? For this level of wine party, several top figures in Chengdu will be present. 260 invitations. Who needs that many? Don't worry, there is plenty of money waving at you. Hanwei is very calm. He himself is part of the privileged class and knows how these people view such opportunities to show their faces. The reason he is so confident is that he received news that aside from some privileged individuals, even media reporters were not invited to this wine party. This leads him to believe that this is a grand feast hosted by bigwigs in Chengdu, and every participant will become a beneficiary. Even the different invitations are proof of dividing the benefits. He gathered people around him and bought 30 Haoji invitations, 15 Yingxiong invitations, and 2 Longfeng invitations, focusing not only on the benefits within, but also on how much profit could be made. Now, a Haoji invitation has already been sold on the black market for 1 million. Now reaching 120,000. Yingxiong invitations have reached 230,000. And as for Longfeng invitations, no one has come to resell them yet, but the price has already been offered at 800,000, yet no deal has been made. Chapter 112. Settling in. Tao Jie returned from the Double Star Gym to Yong'an Road, bringing back a printed meal plan on A4 paper, which Han Shuiying prepared for him after a meeting. Take this paper to Brother Dog. In the future, when cooking, please pay attention to the combinations. Just hit it roughly right. You know, seeing you all eat well makes me crave it too. Brother Dog laughed heartily. The budget Tao Jie provided was simply too high, and he couldn't even finish using the high-end ingredients he rotated through. After reading the list Tao Jie gave him, he scratched his head. All right, I'll try to replace it with similar items. After all, who can eat cabbage and potatoes every day? Tao Jie was very satisfied. Just looking at the list filled with ordinary ingredients made him feel bland. With Brother Dog as the chef, he was sure he wouldn't wake up feeling like he was back to square one. By the way, Brother Dog, how's the arrangement for your family? Tao Jie sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. They'll come after the new year. Thanks to you, the child's enrollment has been taken care of. The materials have all been reviewed. There should be no problem. Brother Dog smiled and lit a cigarette in the blink of an eye. The kid is almost in junior high. If I hadn't asked, I would have thought they were still in kindergarten. Chapter 113. Hospital land. What are you planning to do with this money? Back at the villa, Tao Jie lay on the sofa, no longer thinking about the wine party, but recalling Tong Hui's mother coming over. I can't not accept it. Tong Hui was also quite helpless, especially since she understood her mother's intentions better than others. Even so, she still had to go home to help her father quit smoking, saying it was to save money. Save money for what? Tao Jie asked, seeing her blush. Oh, it's just that we need to save money. Can't say we need to save money to buy good food for the grandchild, right? However, her expression had already betrayed the unsaid words. Tao Jie couldn't help but smile. Why don't we work hard and not let the elderly save money without a place to spend it? Saying this, he got up and picked up the light Tong Hui, and amid her exclamations, he strode toward the master bedroom that overlooked the bustling city. From soft whispers to murmurs, the battlefield shifted several times, finally reaching the clouds. When the two opened their eyes again, Tong Hui shyly dodged his gaze, resting her head against Tao Jie's chin. Aren't you afraid of having child? Why should I be afraid? Tao Jie chuckled, rubbing her head with his chin. Being afraid of having a child is just fearing that I can't provide a good education, a good life, and that the child will face a harsh society and suffer like I did. Chapter 114, being followed in recent years. The title of professor has been tarnished by certain individuals, and whenever the term expert is mentioned online, very few do not scoff at it. What academic fraud? What bizarre research about not eating will starve you, not drinking will make you thirsty? As for moral corruption, it's a big scandal. However, it cannot be denied that there are still many dedicated scholars who are worthy of respect. Professor Chen Nan is one such person, as is her husband. But the more upright and orthodox the scholar, the more stubborn they become. What if I can't handle it? Or if Song Lu pushes me into a corner? I could end up in big trouble. How have you and Xiaolu been recently? I saw that she went abroad not long ago. She has been busy since her return. Hasn't she? This was out of concern that the two might not have time to be together, risking issues in their relationship. It's not easy for my daughter to recognize someone. I hope there won't be any problems. Fortunately, I just finished my busy schedule and finally have some free time. I'll go help her when I can. Tao Jie didn't know what Song Lu had said and could only respond vaguely. Developing this system is already enough for your graduation project. If you don't have any other ideas, you could take some time to refine the paper so your academic load won't be too heavy. Chen Nan felt that even if Tao Jie were to defend his thesis now, it wouldn't be a problem. It's just that some rigid requirements still needed to be met, and what he currently lacked was a good number of publishable papers. Chapter 115, Stealing Lines that night. Tao Jie did not return to Yong'an Road, nor did he go to the villa, but instead went to the Rose Garden. The program development in Hangzhou was complete, and Fengqi Media was in testing. Li Qingwan was working overtime and hadn't returned home, leaving him alone. Lying in bed, Tao Jie wasn't in the mood to check the stock market in the beautiful country, but he couldn't fall asleep with his arms behind his head. Yang Lin occupied the latter half of his university life. It wouldn't be realistic to say he hadn't invested emotions. The moment she was found out to have betrayed him, the bond between the two was completely severed. Now that she was stalking him, it was clear she had no good intentions. The news from Li Qing confirmed this. Yang Lin had actually threatened Tong Hui using herself as leverage. Tong Hui's response to Yang Lin did not disappoint Tao Jie. Welcome. Just 2 words that expressed Tong Hui's confidence. Even so, Tao Jie wanted some peace today. In just a month, he had gone from being a delivery guy to someone who could influence significant changes. He was only superficially adapting, and internally, he was not yet prepared. This meant he still lacked the breath of courage that would propel him forward. It wasn't just confidence, but the kind of bravery that charged ahead without hesitation. Chapter 116. Anger what he thought would happen finally ignited the fire within Tao Jie today, thanks to Han Wei. If he were still riding his electric bike as he had a month ago, he wouldn't have been able to avoid what just happened. If it weren't for Xiao Ying's quick reaction, he would have been directly hit and not even realizing the danger. It would have been as simple as just dodging. What gave Han Wei the audacity to act so recklessly? It was simply the result of being spoiled at home and outside. Beating him up wasn't just about venting anger. It was also about no longer looking up to him and his kind. He was just an ordinary citizen before his transformation. He had merely accumulated knowledge without improving his life, living worse than the laborers waiting on the streets. Now, he positioned his mindset on the side of the common people and was filled with righteous indignation towards Han Wei as arrogance and tyranny. After the fight, he didn't forget to add leverage for himself. With the video evidence, Even if Han Wei's actions didn't lead to severe consequences, they were morally indefensible. As for whether Han Wei would pay the price, Tao Jie didn't understand and could only rely on the momentum he had at the moment to suppress the other party. Of course, in the past, he wouldn't have acted out, not to mention the financial burden. Chapter 117. The black market. This also tied back to what she mentioned earlier about her husband. It was hard to understand whether it was Song Lu or Zhang Mingwei. Both could be considered the pride of heaven. No matter the platform, they could outshine everyone. Yet, they couldn't solve their personal issues and had to find someone to pretend for them. What was worse, they were both using the same person. Am I the designated male lead for short dramas? Finally, after Song Lu finished her call, she rushed over and gave Tao Jie a big hug while completely disregarding how his face was buried in her towering figure. After releasing Tao Jie and noticing his flushed face, she asked, "Is it very cold outside?" Tao Jie leaned back to avoid her. "I'll go home early tonight. There are so many people here. It's not like they can't do without you." Song Lu carelessly lifted her long leg off the couch and pouted. "Why does that sound like something Old Shin would say? You turned traitor as soon as you met the old lady yesterday. You're something? That's not true. It's just that the teacher has it tough too, running around at such an age. You should be more understanding." "How can I not understand? Isn't that finding her a son-in-law? Otherwise, why don't you and I do a test too, baby, to save her from getting bored as she approaches retirement?" Chapter 118. Honghu Tower. Tao Jie didn't expect that just doing an assignment, without even starting school, would earn him a green light from his mentor. With Chun Nan around, he could foresee how relaxed and enjoyable his life as a graduate student would be before classes even began. However, while studying became easier, his life was evidently becoming busier, especially when he received the news that Zhang Feixiong was coming. His expression became quite animated. This brother-in-law of his didn't know what methods he used, but managed to bring along the flight attendant Lu Yangyang as well. "What fun places are there in Chengdu? This time, you're the host. I'm waiting for your arrangements." Zhang Feixiong called right after getting off the plane, saying, "Yangyang likes lively places too. Don't let me down." Listening to his carefree tone, Tao Jie felt confused. What did it have to do with him if he was trying to flirt? However, when it came to lively places, he was indeed in a bit of a dilemma. He had been to lively places, but aside from shopping malls, there was only Shuangxing Gym. But it was clear that Zhang Feixiong wanted something completely different. Unable to find anyone to ask, he had no choice but to call Song Lu. "You're asking me about this?" Song Lu exclaimed. Zhang Feixiong loves to mess around. He just talks big. But he won't cross the line when it comes to actions. Just find him a more low-key place. He can still have fun. Chapter 119. The shift. The security guard indeed witnessed Zhang Feixiong making a move, but he also understood that Wang Jiao was the one who caused trouble first. Without a supervisor around, what could a doorman do? Just as the security guard hesitated, a man came out of Honghu Tower and hurriedly stepped forward to support Wang Jiao. "Mr. Wang, how careless. Your father is careless." Wang Jiao shoved him away. "Didn't you see him kick me? What is your policy at Honghu Tower? Every guest is honorable, and anyone who fights or causes trouble here is unwelcome. Am I wrong?" As the store manager on the first floor, the man was quite astute. Seeing that the gold card member Wang Jiao was pointing at these two unfamiliar faces, he immediately approached. "Are you members too? I haven't seen you before." Tao Jie had no choice but to speak, shaking his head. "It's my first time here. My friend made the reservation." Not a member, and still relying on a friend as status. He clearly couldn't compare to a wealthy second generation like Wang Jiao. Moreover, one had to consider who Wang Jiao was playing with. That was the famous young Master Han in Chengdu. The man's expression immediately changed. "I'm sorry. Our rules at Honghu Tower may not be clear to you. Let me reiterate." Turning to Wang Jiao, he slightly bowed. "This gentleman is our store's gold card member. Honghu Tower provides the most considerate service to every member, and if you clash with our esteemed guest, you are unwelcome at Honghu Tower." Chapter 120. Something seems off after calling Han Wei. He exaggerated the earlier incident, emphasizing his intent to stand up for Han Wei, his fearless bravery, and of course, the mistreatment by Lu Hongbin. However, Han Wei did not react as he had expected. He merely grunted a couple of times before hanging up. Wang Jiao had no idea that his brother Han had just been beaten that morning and had no interest in his trivial matters. Lu Hongbin brought Tao Jie and the others to a private room in the Tianhai Hall on the second floor, first seating them in a small reception area. He took out 3 business cards, each with only his name and a personal number, and handed them out. I want to repeat my apologies, otherwise, it would seem too pretentious. This is our Honghu Tower membership card. Please accept it, and don't let today's unpleasantness affect your mood. Saying this, he took out 3 membership cards, 2 gold ones clearly labeled as gold cards, and handed them to Zhang Feixiong and Lu Yangyang, while he gave a silver-white card to Tao Jie. Tao Jie was reluctant to accept, but Zhang Feixiong nudged him under the table, since Lu Zong said so. Let us just let this matter pass. But no free lunch. Little brother, is there anything you can do for Lu Zong? Chapter 121. Stop Loss. The Honghu Tower is considered top tier among private clubs, not only offering dining and accommodation, but also a full range of activities like horse racing and golf. After dinner, under Lu Hongbin's arrangement, everyone experienced the top-notch services of the club. Zhang Feixiong stayed here, as there were only a few days until the banquet, and with food and entertainment available, he was too lazy to change places. Lu Yangyang, unsure if it was to avoid suspicion or if he genuinely had to leave, took a suitcase and went to the airport after a long day of fun. Tao Jie, having fulfilled his host duties, did not continue to accompany them and returned to Yong'an Road to earn money honestly. As the banquet approached, Han Wei, whose swelling had subsided, began to feel restless. What was going on? Had they made a mistake? Looking at the stack of invitation letters in his hand, anyone would be confused. They started buying at 2 million, with the highest price received being 6 million. Yesterday, someone on the market offered 2 million for the hero invitation, but Tao Jie held back from selling. Yet today, there were rumors that the banquet could be attended for free. What was happening? Was this a joke? The previous hype had been grand, with invitations starting at 7 figures. And now, suddenly one could attend without an invitation? Did this mean he had wasted over 100 million? Chapter 122. Seeking a door after parting ways with Han Wei, Wang Jai informed Wang Hui about the situation. Although Wang Hui felt the cost was significant, he gritted his teeth and agreed, thinking about how Tao Jie had repeatedly mocked him. However, he was more decisive than his son. Jai, we'll pay this money, but we won't ask for a refund. Tens of millions is one thing, but a billion is another. Let's simply buy Han Gongzi's satisfaction. Wang Jai didn't understand, Dad. What do you mean by that? No refund for the invitation. Let Han Gongzi handle it. Wang Hui's words were firm. This way, you'll have both face and benefits with Han Gongzi. As long as he can get that piece of land back, the money spent will be worth it. Wang Jai suddenly felt that his father, who named him Jai, seemed not to intend to pass on any family business to him. A small goal, just like that, was gone. Even if he partied every night, he could still have fun until the day he was hung on the wall. He said he would help others, and so he agreed. Indeed, when Han Wei heard Wang Jai's relay of Wang Hui's words, he treated him like a brother. Previously, he was just a follower, but now they were close, appearing as Han Wei's right-hand man. Chapter 123. The past turns to ash the more Tong Hui rejected her. The more curious Yang Lin became about the person she had found. If she had money in hand, she would hire a private investigator to look into Tong Hui. They were both in a socialite class, and in other words, Yang Lin considered herself a surface-level white lotus with a green tea bitch inside. Tong Hui appeared the same to her, which gave her the confidence to approach, believing Tong Hui would not dare let her benefactor know about her past. As long as she could cling to her, she could reap benefits and even possibly steal Tong Hui's benefactor. But the man before her turned out to be Tao Jie, the man she had abandoned in a rental apartment. This was the first time she saw Tao Jie since their separation, and the last news she had of him was a blurry photo from an MNQ union meeting. After she left, he had actually become a kept man. Under Han Jun's manipulation, she used defamation against Tao Jie to gain sympathy and attack the owner of Fengqi Media. Had it not been for her miscarriage caused by Han Jun, with Han Jun's personality, she would have had to compensate for those damages. 1 million. She knew Tao Jie received 1 million in compensation and had considered going back to find him. She had cheated with a Mediterranean man. Wasn't Tao Jie also a kept man? Chapter 124. Rescue. The deeper the love, the sharper the hate. But Yang Lin was obviously not in that category. She approached Tao Jie with a purpose from the start, and when she saw no hope, she quickly shifted her focus, even willing to lower herself to the level of the Mediterranean type, purely utilitarian. Her feelings towards Tao Jie and Tong Hui stemmed more from jealousy. It was a kind of twisted hope that her brother wouldn't suffer, yet she feared he might drive a Land Rover. At this moment, Tong Hui had already called the property management. In her view, Yang Lin had become unreasonable. As for what she said about Tao Jie living off women. Tong, we didn't believe it at all. She had won over 10 million twice. She knew better than anyone. Transferring money to foreign accounts was something she helped operate, earning commissions from it. The large sum transfer back was also the last business she handled at Shindu Bank. As for the so-called female boss, she would rather believe it was a sister who fell under Tao Jie's genes, rather than believe he was being kept. The property management arrived quickly, and the business manager was very nervous about the intrusion caused by their negligence, fearing any accidents would not only lead to significant compensation, but also affect the overall reputation of their community. Yang Lin was dragged away, cursing and showing none of the decorum expected of someone who had taken a socialite class. Chapter 125 returned the same way. Jean Feixiong had a special identity. Even without the background of the Jean family, his current level was enough for certain departments to greenlight him. He did not have the awareness of elder Chen Zongmin. Sensing Tao Jie was anxious and naturally did not mind using his privileges. In less than half an hour, the flight control department responded, notifying that they could take off at any time. Tao Jie was stopped by Song Lu and did not go, staying in the suite upstairs in the banquet hall, watching her direct the reception work. Officials followed a set procedure, while businessmen had their own ways. As for other attendees, they had to follow the rules. It was known that almost all the leaders from Shindu would be present, which was certainly to give face to Elder Chun. There were also around 7 or 8 well-known figures like Lu Ronghao present, all regulars on Forbes. As for others, those with invitations were assigned seats, while those without, could only be designated to a certain area to move freely. There was no other way. The number of applicants was simply too high, with over 500 on the internet alone. This wasn't just 500 individuals. They were all people who could access tens of millions in cash at any time. Even in such a situation, they could only watch from the sidelines. The hotel was of the highest grade, and the materials provided were top-notch. Even the gifts were golden ornaments worth tens of thousands, thoroughly showcasing wealth. Chapter 126. Softening up before he could question, the female server in front of him immediately changed her expression and pressed a bell on the table. Wang Jai didn't even react before he was controlled on both sides. Tao Jie was also bewildered. What was happening? You were suspected of fraud. Your actions have been recorded, and the evidence is conclusive. Song Lu sneered. You dare to run a black-eat-black operation here, with more than a dozen fake invitations. Tao Jie. After Song Lu finished speaking, he picked up the intercom on the table and initiated a lawsuit against these people in the company's name for intentional fraud, with a significant amount involved, recommending severe punishment. It just so happened that Wang Jai and his group ran into the barrel of Song Lu's gun. Dozens of invitation letters, involving an amount close to 20 million. Even if these people share the load, it's enough for them to stay in there for a long time. Wang Jie was dragged far away before he realized what was happening, struggling and saying, it has nothing to do with me. Mine is real. You can check my text messages. The refund has already come through. I'm not a scammer. He and the 6 or 7 people he brought were taken away. And as for whether they were innocent, they could only discuss it in another place. Tao Jie turned to Song Lu, senior sister. Is this all arranged by you? Chapter 127. Prepared. Song Lu just gave Tao Jie a glance, and he roughly understood her thoughts, so he nodded. As for Hanwei, Tao Jie hadn't reached the point of hating him intensely. Although he coveted Li Qingwan, to be fair, up until now, what he had done wasn't too outrageous. Mr. Han, I still have to give you face. But I run a law firm, and my livelihood depends on lawsuits. You're making it a bit difficult for me, Song Lu said with some difficulty, making a gesture of checking money towards Tao Jie. Even if she acknowledged this matter lightly, she wouldn't let Han Wei escape without some cost. All right, as long as senior lawyer Song helped me with this, I'll have someone transfer the lawyer's fee to you immediately. Don't worry, I understand the rules of Tianyao law firm. When Han Wei heard there was a turnaround, he relaxed and even promised to double the payment since Tianyao had accepted dual commissions that day. All right, the Panshir wine party is quite demanding of my energy, so I'll do Mr. Han a favor. Song Lu stuck out her tongue at Tao Jie and made an okay gesture. Let us do this for now. I'll make a call over there. Chapter 128. What's yours and mine, ah? Tong Hui exclaimed, unprepared, seeing Song Lu's nervous little hands twisting her clothes. In her heart, Tao Jie's senior sister was almost like family, and seeing her suddenly made her heart race. Song Lu, however, casually held Tong Hui's little hand and squeezed it. This little dimple is so pretty. My junior brother may not excel in other areas, but his taste is good. Tao Jie pretended not to catch our insinuation, but he couldn't stand her bullying Tong Hui. All right, enough of that. Is the touching not over yet? But his warning was of no use to Song Lu, who instead pulled Tong Hui aside to sit down. This is the first time I'm meeting my little junior sister. What's south wrong with being close? Look at you so stingy. As she spoke, she used one hand to rummage around her body, took off a diamond brooch, and pressed it into Tong Hui's hand. It's impolite to come empty-handed on our first meeting. I'll prepare something for you later. Senior sister, I can't accept this. Tong Hui panicked. Receiving a gift out of the blue left her confused about what kind of greeting this was. If it's given by me, you should just take it. Song Lu was very assertive, not giving her a chance to refuse, helping her put it on and admiring it. It looks quite good. Chapter 129. A tragic past kid, don't be ungrateful. You eat my daughter's food, drink my daughter's drinks, and helping her is understandable. But you have to be clear, she is my daughter, Li Xiang's daughter. Li Xiang pointed at Tao Jie's nose, not caring whether there were reporters present, and got furious on the spot. Last time he was mocked by Tao Jie in the tea house to the point of near depression, and this time, seeing them being intimate, he was about to explode. Chairman, Li seems to be less busy lately. Still have time to stroll around? Tao Jie took out a cigarette and lit it. If you truly care about your daughter, it would be better to handle your own matters first. Have you met? Li Qingwan looked at the two with confusion, still unclear about their previous encounter. Yes, I had the fortune to meet once, Tao Jie smiled. He offered me 50,000 to leave you alone, but that was just an offer because I've never even seen what Li's money looks like. He thought to himself that perhaps Li's company was out of money as well. Li Qingwan had some understanding of Li's company, but it was limited to knowing that they were facing financial difficulties, not as clear as what the evil dogs had investigated. After all, when faced with Li Qingwan and the Li family, no one would choose a well-known mistress. Chapter 130. Fangs, this was the first time Tao Jie showed such a fierce attitude in front of so many people. Everyone thought he was just a student. Many regarded him as a pretty boy, and some thought he was lucky. But he had a solid wallet and a straight back. From the corporate management training, it was evident. Initially, they talked about management masters, then resource integration, followed by pipeline stories, and later about leadership. But all these combined were no match for the principle of cash being king. Without money, no matter how grand the talk, it's just castles in the air. The control of capital only grows stronger. This was evident in the notes left by Yin Hu, filled with sarcasm towards capital and fear of it. Beilita controlled trillions of dollars, wielding capital to harvest around the world, and the speed of its growth was astonishing. But behind it, were there no signs of turmoil globally? Just like the legendary 1,000-year-old families in the country. I don't want to be emperor, but if the emperor doesn't listen, I can replace him. What gave them the courage to do this? Just one word, money. Tao Jie was just one person now, not comparable to a 1,000-year family or those prominent asset management companies. However, his terrifying growth potential made everything possible. Chapter 131. Some people just don't know better at such a wine party. Reporters from various channels in finance, news, and entertainment were on high alert. Although not many could enter the banquet hall, there were plenty surrounding it. Moreover, Li Xiang, although he had kept a low profile for many years, still attracted attention as an old handsome man often brought up in entertainment news. Li's mistress daughter turns hostile. Li Group faces debt crisis. Unknown individuals extort Li. In an instant, countless news headlines rolled through the reporters' minds. Li Xiang was experienced in dealing with reporters. In his life, he had been caught by people in compromising situations but could still talk calmly. If it weren't for the matter concerning Li's safety, he could have held a press conference on the spot, determined that this matter had nothing to do with Tao Jie, even if Li Qingwan obtained some information in channels. With their small stature, it was impossible to acquire so many debt rights. He pointed at Tao Jie and turned to face the reporters. It's normal for a family with a daughter to have suitors. Even though my Li family may not be a prestigious family, we do have our rules. I'm not asking for the male partner to be exceptionally talented, but at least he shouldn't be a complete failure. Tried to approach my daughter with the idea of living off her. Chapter 132. Not smooth sailing seeing Han Wei, Tao Jie instead suppressed his anger. Some people are just destined to be unlucky. Han Wei thought he was a person of significance in Chengdu, but compared to Lu Chang, he was nothing. An unaccomplished second-generation heir and a powerful department director were worlds apart. Not to mention, even people like Han Bai, who needed to run to the department, would have to consider their expression. Moreover, he was a person with numerous flaws, and if judged, he would be deemed guilty. But he didn't know Lu Chong. He hadn't even heard of such a person. Han Bai just said that old Master Chun was delayed due to some matters. So the top leaders from the city didn't come, and he represented them. In other words, apart from that old master, Han Bai's father is the most important. Isn't that just walking around with swagger? He had already made up his mind to vent all the grievances he had suffered during this time. What foundation president? What people has he not seen? Coming to Shindu, if you're a dragon, you need to coil. If you're a tiger, you need to lie low. Crossing the river dragon? That doesn't exist here. With a firm heart, he naturally acted a bit more recklessly. The people around him knew him too well and were a group of sycophants, determined to let Han Wei steal the limelight from the host today. Chapter 133. Balanced Song Dalu wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Han Wei thought for a moment, rolling his eyes as he probed Song Lu's limits. He was the type to use someone and then throw them away. Although it was a recent event, he had already forgotten it. If it were someone else, he could easily turn the tables. But this seemingly flirtatious yet fierce woman made him somewhat wary. Song Lu smiled, her fox-like eyes narrowing, saying, "Whether I go back on my word depends on how young Master Han performs." Han Wei cursed inwardly but kept a straight face, asking, "What if I don't perform well?" Song Lu's smile widened. "If you don't perform well, who can do anything to you, young Master Han? Everyone knows that you are a figure who can shake the ground in Shindu. Going against you would be asking for trouble." Han Wei relaxed quite a bit, leaning back in his chair, raising his hand to flick the hem of his pants, asking, "Then what advice do you have, Song Dalu?" He received news that old Master Chen couldn't make it, and those ranked higher than his father also backed out. With him here, it was like he was the sky. As long as Song Lu didn't pursue the fake ticket issue anymore, who could do anything to him? Advice? I wouldn't dare to say that. There's something I need to confirm with young Master Han. Song Lu straightened up, crossed her arms, and said, "A few days ago, there was a car accident at the exit of the Rose Garden Villa area. I wonder if you remember?" Chapter 134. Encounter Han Wei was once again at a loss, his face looking very bad, and the people around him didn't even dare to breathe. Han Jun could see that the atmosphere around his cousin was unusually unstable. So he took Yang Lin and found a spot to sit down. There was still half an hour before the cocktail party started, and Yang Lin took out a small mirror to check her makeup, thinking it necessary to touch it up. So she told Han Jun and got up to head to the restroom. Just as she exited the cocktail hall, Lu Chong received a phone call and brushed past her, hurrying toward the elevator. Old Master Chen had arrived. He originally couldn't make it back and didn't like being welcomed or sent off. When he was contacted earlier, he said they'd gather another time and pushed away the leaders who were in office. But that young friend John Mingyue surprisingly found a helicopter through personal connections to pick him up, and old Master Chen came back with him. The helicopter that was arranged last minute was small, with not many seats. Only the fierce dog and the pilot Xiao Ying went to pick up Jean Mingyue and old Master Chen. As soon as the helicopter landed on the helipad, Tao Jie rushed over against the cold wind stirred up by the propeller, holding several pieces of cold weather clothing. Jean Mingyue was the first to get off. Although bundled in a thick down jacket, her face was pale. She took the cold weather clothing from Tao Jie and turned around to drape it over the elderly old Master Chen, who was over 80. Chapter 135. Drama Queen Yang Lin had long wanted to say these words to Tao Jie. What if he lived in a mansion? Without that benefactor, the money he earned wouldn't even be enough to cover his loan payments. Tong, who was only 2 years younger than her, and thought she was lucky to be with a rich man, not realizing she was just a kept boy. If it weren't for receiving the compensation, she couldn't even afford to rent a house like Yeshu. Just like her, after living in a mansion for a few days, she was kicked out. She could foresee Tong Hui's fate. Facing Yang Lin's hysteria, Tao Jie looked indifferent, grabbed her wrist, and directly threw her off, saying, "Is that enough?" "No," Yang Lin screamed, thinking about the comments about her online. Even with someone like Han Jun backing her, she couldn't go live again. Why can you men have your cake and eat it too, while we women are vilified for even a small mistake? I just wasn't thinking straight for a moment, and I have to be publicly condemned. Who doesn't make mistakes? Moreover, I don't even think I've done anything wrong. For the sake of happiness, why can't I find a rich man? Of course you wouldn't be wrong. Tao Jie truly couldn't stand her self-satisfied demeanor. You've only made the kind of mistake that any woman in the world could make. Chapter 136. Opening at this moment. Old Master Chen also leisurely walked out of the men's restroom, not even glancing at the two of them as he went to wash his hands. Jean Mingyue knew that the older generation looked down on such people. So she hurried over to help him grab a paper towel and then leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Whatever she said, It seemed to improve Chun Zongmin's expression. He tossed the paper towel into the trash can, saying, "I can't be bothered with your young people's affairs. But you must be diligent in your work. Otherwise, I will settle the score later." Tao Jie naturally understood that these words were directed at him. Nodding, he replied, "Old Master Chun, you can rest assured I know what I'm doing. It's best that way." Chun Zongmin was also aware that when a man is so young and outstanding, it's unlikely that everything will go smoothly in love. No matter how upright one is, it's hard to resist temptation. Otherwise, why was the most difficult challenge on the journey to the west for Tang Sung, the kingdom of women? As the two accompanied Old Master Chen out, they saw Tong Hui jogging over. Upon seeing Tao Jie, her heart leaped with joy, just as she was about to speak. She noticed Old Master Chun and Zhang Mingwei and immediately stopped, properly stepping aside to make way. "What are you doing here?" Tao Jie saw her looking like a little aggrieved puppy and couldn't help but tousle her short hair, introducing her. "Don't you know Old Master Chen?" "Oh, right. This is Zhang Mingwei. She is." Chapter 137. Spoiled Lu Ronghao hurriedly walked toward the venue with his son Lu Hongbin following closely behind. Lu Hongbin was still complaining to his father. "I told you long ago that old cars should be replaced, but you never listened. I can still drive, can it? I usually don't go out." Lu Ronghao's hair was already gray. If he hadn't heard that Old Master Chen was coming back, he wouldn't have bothered with this commotion, usually preferring to fish and stroll. It was partly out of years of friendship and partly to create a good opportunity for his child. Lu Hongbin didn't have much business acumen. Being able to manage Honghu Tower well was enough for Lu Ronghao. However, for a career to last long, one must constantly forge connections. Taking advantage of Old Master Chen's visit today was a godsend opportunity for the Lu family. Arriving late, they just entered when they found Song Lu already giving the opening speech. Though Lu Ronghao was once the richest man, he showed proper etiquette by stopping at the entrance. However, he didn't expect that when he casually turned his head, he would discover Old Master Chun sitting all by himself on a lonely chair. Chun Zongmin also recognized Lu Ronghao and waved to him with a smile. The two elderly men, being old friends, shook hands warmly. "What are you doing here?" Lu Ronghao was full of surprise. "Give the young people a little time. At my age, what use is there in seeking so much attention? Why are you only just arriving?" Chun Zongmin was also very happy to see an old acquaintance and waved for Huang Daqian to bring another chair. Chapter 138. Seeking Death. Leaving a name, Han Wei heard Zhang Feixiong's words and, of course, understood that this person came from the capital. No matter how arrogant he was in Chengdu, he had to be wary of people from the capital. You don't know how powerful officials are until you go to the capital. This saying is not unfounded. The Han family had operated in Chengdu for many years with deep-rooted influence. Otherwise, with his father Han Bai's rank, he wouldn't have been able to wield power. But compared to the capital, he was not even fit to carry someone else's shoes. That's the gap. But would Zhang Feixiong care about him? He didn't even glance at him and went straight to his sister to show off. "Mingwei, how cool is this kick from your brother?" Zhang Mingwei grabbed his ear. Cricket. Despite Zhang Feixiong being fearless in front of others, he had no temper in front of his sister, begging for mercy. "It hurts. Your brother hasn't married yet." Han Wei could clearly see that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. When he saw Song Lu coming over, he could only pick on the soft persimmon. "Song Lu, this is the person you brought in, right? So many merchants in Chengdu didn't get a chance to see this wine party, but you use connections to stuff someone in. I'll say this today. If he doesn't leave, then this wine party can forget about happening." Chapter 139. Everyone shocked. Who is Zhang Feixiong? He dared to pee with his hands behind his back on the city walls at just 20 years old, and was a troublemaker who had given headaches to the powerful families of the entire capital 10 years ago. If it weren't for the inability to manage him at home, he couldn't have been thrown into the big furnace for reform. But after so many years, he had indeed changed a lot. However, his view of his sister as a treasure had never changed. The unit he belonged to was no less than the place where Taiju had been. His skills were solid, and he wouldn't back down in front of a man like Taiju, let alone Han Wei and the few scrappy guys around him. When Taiju saw him make a move, he was a bit eager to try, but fortunately, he remembered Tao Jie's South instructions and stuck close to old Chun, not leaving an inch. Han Wei's eyes blurred, and he was already controlled before he could even shout. He watched as a shoe-clad foot came right at him. With a bang, he passed out immediately. Zhang Feixiong had already made his move. Why would he care about whether someone was unconscious or not? However, his foot loosened, and with two kicks, he turned him into a shrimp shape. "What's going on?" The door of the banquet hall opened, and Han Bai walked in with his secretary. As soon as he entered, he saw his son lying on the ground, looking as if he were dead. Chapter 140, Poor Parenting. Han Bai was momentarily stunned. The young man in front of him was younger than his son, but was already the boss of a $100 billion investment fund company, while the one lying on the ground was also claiming to be the boss of a fund company, but was not well received. But after all, he was still his son. This stark contrast made Han Bai feel even more uncomfortable. He regained his composure and showed a bitter smile. Good, very good. If you can make your words count, that would be even better. He took out his phone, preparing to call the police. Since no one was going to take responsibility for his son, he would find someone who would. But before he could dial, an old voice came. Xiao Han, I think it's best you don't make that call. Han Bai looked up and was shocked to see the white-haired old Chun standing up from behind a group of people. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and when they recognized old Chun's face, they couldn't help but let out a short gasp. Disappearing from the television screens for over a decade, and now over 80, he was no longer the capable man he once was. But he could still be recognized at a glance as the former backbone of the nation, Mr. Chun. Han Bai's hands trembled slightly. He called out with a hint of grievance, Old Chun. Chapter 141, Donning the Golden Armor. Han Bai was high up in Chengdu, wielding immense power. If he were to announce today that the business of Panshur Investment was suspended, no one would be surprised. It wouldn't be long before Panshur Investment would close its doors for good. This wine party, which had cost a fortune and caused a sensation, would be the peak moment of its fleeting existence. But the things that Tao Jie suddenly revealed seemed to be targeting Han Wei while actually aiming at Han Bai, and even the Han family behind him. For decades, no one had been so bold as to confront a family single-handedly. Yet Tao Jie did just that. It must be said that the ones most worried about this situation were Song Lu and Li Qingwan. One was deeply entrenched in the judicial system, well aware of the dangers of politics. The other, being part of the Li family, knew better the price to pay for angering a family. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyue was not nervous at all. She was even curiously watching Han Bai to see what his reaction would be. As for Tong Hui, she was like a silly big sister, looking at Tao Jie with stars in her eyes. Li Qingwan unconsciously linked her arm with Tao Jie's, her palm sweaty. Song Lu's heart was already in his throat if Han Bai decided to go all out, even with Old Chin present. The Panshur Investment wine party would be completely ruined. Chapter 142, Everything Unspoken. Outside, Xing Feifei saw that the event inside hadn't ended yet, and Li Qingwan had already come out alone. She quickly helped her put on a long down jacket. What happened? Why are you the first to come out? Li Qingwan's mood had not yet calmed down, so she could only drag her overly curious best friend outside, saying they would talk later. Today, when Tao Jie revealed his identity, he was not only a representative of Panshur Investment, but also the boss, which had made her unable to believe it to such an extent. She finally understood why Song Lu had been so decisive about investing and why the equity ratio would yield to his words. This was entirely due to decisions made behind the scenes by Tao Jie. With an investment of over $100 million, he, an outsider, had come in without hesitation. If she were to say it had nothing to do with her, Li Qingwan would never believe it. How ridiculous she had been to use money to persuade him to help her. At this moment, Li Qingwan remembered what Xing Feifei had told her about the rumors she had heard. Han Wei had made a gesture in the auction house, but in the end, the pendant was still won by Tao Jie. When Xing Feifei said it was worth several tens of millions, she had thought someone was exaggerating. But now it seemed that it might not be without possibility. Chapter 143. Over 200 months of children. Hey, what do you mean? Mingyue is my own sister. I can still distinguish between inside and outside. I haven't been bought off. I just came here for a meal and almost got into a fight. Jean Feixiong misunderstood his sister and Song Lu, thinking they believed he was saying good things about Tao Jie for a reason. Tao Jie rubbed his forehead, wondering why this older brother, who looked decent, was still single at this age, so direct about relationships that it was appalling. All right, you need to be more energetic tonight. We're going to sleep now. Song Lu took Zhang Mingyue's hand and waved goodbye to Tao Jie. Let's go. See you tomorrow. Jean Feixiong waved his hand, walked a couple of steps, then turned his head, blinked at the three figures and saw them enter a room. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "What's going on? Are you guys going to sleep?" Zhang Mingyue and Song Lu ignored him, and just as Tao Jie was about to speak, he was already dragged inside by Song Lu, and the door slammed shut. Zhang Mingyue and Song Lu were becoming increasingly trustworthy. if it weren't for the fear of hurting his pride. She wouldn't mind referring to him as a sister. Once inside the room, Song Lu threw off her high heels and directly jumped onto the big bed, completely unconcerned about the large expanse of her back exposed to Tao Jie. Chapter 144. The night is still young in the end. Tao Jie still put on the clothes he wore during the day. He couldn't understand how his senior sister, who often teased him, could be so fragile. He didn't know how she had the courage back then. I might as well go back, he said, getting dressed to avoid another awkward incident. Wait a minute. Song Lu popped her head out again, pointing at the TV on the wall. Stand still. I still have something to ask you. Tao Jie felt helpless. It was already past midnight, and she had been busy for days. Wasn't she tired? He stood straight, arms naturally hanging down, middle finger touching the seam of his pants, using the posture he learned during military training in college. Is this good enough? Tao Jie stood up properly. Only then did Song Lu sit up. You said earlier, if the subscription amount isn't enough tomorrow, you'll make it up. What are you going to use to make it up? Of course, I'll use money. I've initiated the transfer, and it will arrive tomorrow. Even if no one subscribes, fund number 1 still needs to make an appearance. Tao Jie had been thinking about this for a while. Making money in the beautiful country couldn't always be done in the shadows. This was an opportunity to step into the spotlight. Of course, with rock-solid investments, Song Lu could take the lead while he played the role of the so-called god's hand behind the scenes. Chapter 145. Day trip 1 in the morning. It wasn't the sunlight that woke the two, but the frustration of Xing Fei, who left the room next door with dark circles under her eyes. As she walked, she muttered, eating dog food is one thing, but I've never seen anyone brought home and locked up to be killed. Li Qingwan felt soft all over, but noticed that Tao Jie no longer had the sickly look from last night. His eyes sparkled, making her doubt whether she had been replenished last night. She had no strength to get out of bed, allowing herself to be rolled and squished, offering no resistance. I've got a lot going on these days. After this busy period, I'll be going back home for the new year. Can you come with me? Tao Jie whispered in her ear. Huh? Li Qingwan instantly woke up. She wasn't at all prepared to meet Tao Jie's family. In the past, she might have convinced herself to help him out. But now, she felt that any advantage she had in front of him had completely vanished. In terms of age, she was a few years older. In terms of career, she had relied on his support to get through difficulties. In terms of looks, Tao Jie wasn't lacking at all. In terms of family background, hers was so inferior. The thought of meeting his family had never crossed her mind, and now that it suddenly appeared, it left her at a loss. Chapter 146. Day trip 2 at noon. The revolving restaurant arranged a meal costing less than 2,000 per person. The taste was average, but sitting hundreds of meters high overlooking the city had its own charm. Halfway through, an unfamiliar call came in. Tao Jie didn't know who it was and regretted answering it. Li Ho. Yes, it was Li Qingwan's half-brother. Mr. Tao, my father has important matters to discuss. As soon as the voice came through, Tao Jie knew who it was and quickly replied, get lost. He hung up and immediately blocked the number. Li Ho. He spent 3 hours building up the courage to make this call, and the conversation lasted only 5 seconds. He looked angrily at Li Xiang beside him. Dad, this guy has no respect. Li Xiang was also taken aback. He had just prepared to answer the call, thinking about what tone his father-in-law should use, only to hear get lost. There was no way to regain face now that he had offended the person first. Maybe he wanted to talk to me directly, so you call again, and I'll speak. Compared to Han Wei, Tao Jie was more cost-effective. Not to mention, he controlled nearly 100 billion in capital, which could stir up a storm. Chapter 147. Day trip 3. Are you famous? Tao Jie genuinely did not recognize him. Gu Mingjun, who starred in youth idol dramas, was just average in fame, and Tao Jie had no interest at all, so he had no impression of him. Gu Mingjun clearly didn't believe it. Even the girl next to him recognized him, yet he acted this way, obviously pretending. Rubbing the back of his neck, a soft smile appeared on his face. Whether I'm famous or not doesn't matter, but I'm definitely a little better than you. He wasn't stupid. Anyone who could bring bodyguards should be someone significant. But in Chengdu, he had a wide social circle, dealing with many wealthy young masters and various second-generation heirs. Yet he had never encountered someone like Tao Jie. Clearly, in his mind, this was just a pseudo-celebrity who couldn't enter the circle and was someone he could easily step on. Tao Jie had no intention of seeking fame. If it weren't for wanting a bit more stability to avoid being disturbed by everyone, he wouldn't even bother holding a lavish party. Even at a party, the journalists invited had received a handsome fee and were not allowed to bring filming equipment. This was entirely different from a small-time celebrity in the entertainment industry who would create news out of nothing. He scoffed, shook his head, and couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Chapter 148. I also want to raise funds. You're really something? Du Hanxing's chubby body sprang up with a kick, knocking Gu Mingjun, who was still pointing at Tao Jie in indignation, down and sliding him far away. This wasn't enough to vent his anger. He wanted to rush up, but was stopped by the bodyguards he brought. The bodyguards knew that Du Hanxing was not to be trifled with. They just restrained his arms, continually persuading him. Boss Du, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. Talk? What the hell? This is trying to roast me over a fire. Du Hanxing, not tall, was still kicking in midair. Get up, old lady. I'll make sure you can't squeeze out a fart. Do you believe I'll pay to have you star in a little movie? In the past, when Tao Jie walked down the street, there might not even be one person in 10,000 who recognized him. But now, in a place like Whiz, the chances of being recognized had increased 100-fold. Who is this? Chun Lao backing him up means Lu Ronghao has to support him. He's an investment target for countless wealthy people in Chengdu. The head of rock-solid investments, controlling hundreds of billions in assets, could cause a financial storm with just a stomp of his foot. Is Han Wei impressive? He was carried out yesterday. How about Han Bai? He left with a dark face and didn't say a word. Chapter 149. Over time, Du Hanxing had been in the industry for over 10 years, operating from old Myanmar to southern Yunnan, and then to Chengdu for over a decade. Most of those large jewelry companies relied on the raw materials they sourced. Insurance was somewhat guaranteed, but it was hard to see windfall profits. Du Hanxing, however, has always gone against the tide, relying mostly on gambling stones and a small amount of open materials to maintain operations. While in old Myanmar, I have been dealing with an old man known as Eagle Eye for over a decade. He mentioned that this year, a batch of good materials will be released from there, especially from the sites of Moenji and Moxisha. Due to the war, many of the accumulated materials have been put up for sale. There's a large volume, more than enough. I know there are good things, but there's barely enough time during the public auction these days to make even a little bit of distinction. If one wants to acquire these materials, thinking without at least 3 to 5 billion is futile. Is there really that much? Tao Jie doesn't understand. In 2011, the transaction volume was nearly 10 billion, which was released after years of accumulation. In recent years, it seems like a few billion at a time, but in reality, a lot of it has been privately transacted and never made public. Du Hanxing knows this very well. Although this year is not as good as 2011, I estimate there must be at least 5 billion, excluding the transactions at the public auction. Chapter 150. Unfamiliar with the world song, Lu pulled Tao Jie aside to discuss the status of Fund Number 1 today, giving him a way out, allowing him to shake off Jean Feixiong. Just as Tao Jie anticipated, the enthusiastic subscriptions yesterday shrank by 40 when it came time to formally sign contracts and pay today. However, even so, it added 30 billion in local currency to the accounts of Pancher Investment, with the money transferred from Tao Jie. Making up 20 billion was not a problem at all. So just now, Pancher Investment's official account announced that Fund Number 1 was officially launched. Among them, Lu Ronghao's subscription amount was fully credited. This also included the 50 million from Du Hanxing after Tao Jie left Whiz. Other subscribers, to varying degrees, experienced shrinkage, and many even preferred to lose their subscription deposits and directly cancel. Therefore, overtime work was still necessary. This was not just an excuse for Jean Feixiong. Yesterday, $13 billion were transferred to Song Lu, nearly exhausting him, leaving about $4 billion, which he unhesitatingly invested in the virtual currency futures market. A couple of days ago, he saw a notice indicating that there would be a major adjustment in virtual currency in the next couple of days. How could he miss out on this opportunity? What is the value of virtual currency? Chapter 151. Truly ruthless, these people were not newcomers. When Song Lu recruited, she didn't focus on salaries and brought in talented individuals. Guohai became the team leader because he had some skills. When Tao Jie issued orders earlier, he was still complaining about this new boss's lack of understanding. But now he was completely shocked. He used to think achieving a 5 return on his funds was already excellent, and looking around, he felt there was no one capable. But entering Pancher Investment just during the first meeting with 1,000 billion in funds all in less than 10 minutes, the current floating profit was 335.7 billion. God, Guohai had his hand in his pocket, clutching a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills, unsure if he needed it right now. But he was certain that his heart was racing. There was no movement from the boss's side, and Guohai's mouth was dry. as if he were experiencing a life-and-death race with no one telling him where the finish line was. 341, 347. With each jump on the screen, it represented millions of money changing hands behind the scenes. Tao Jie did not take too much risk. When the drop reached 35, he pressed the send button and sent the pre-edited text to the workgroup. Chapter 152. Is this how you play? First, the financial circle. Because Pancher Investments' debut was too ostentatious for them to ignore. A newly established fund company not only brought in Elderchin for support, but also aimed for $50 billion in its first fundraising. How could it not attract attention? However, what surprised them even more was that, during such a downturn, Pancher Investment announced the end of fundraising in just one day. $50 billion. How many private equity firms take years to raise that much money? Yet Pancher Investment sold out in less than 24 hours. We're all in the same industry. If I'm like this, why are you so excellent? However, currently, there are no good investment opportunities. Even if they raised money in the end, wouldn't it just be shifting money around to scam some handling fees? They even played with real-time online viewing. What was that about? Did they think they were a production-oriented enterprise learning product traceability? Countless people scoffed at Pancher Investment for such gimmicks. Not only them, but even Han Bai assigned someone to keep an eye on Pancher Investment. The remark he left before leaving was not said for nothing. However, no one expected that Pancher Investment would take action on the very night fundraising ended. The first to discover it was a fund manager on duty at the company. He just wanted to see what Pancher Investment's official account looked like, and who knew that after clicking in, he was blinded by the glaring numbers. Chapter 153. Sorry. Wait until next time. Song Lu arrived very early in the morning. Although Pancher Investment had prepared for a long time, today was just the beginning. As the general manager, she was very clear about her responsibilities. It was certain that Tao Jie would not come to work, so she had to work a little harder. Although Tao Jie mentioned he had arrangements 2 days ago, he spent yesterday having fun with Jean Mingwei all day and didn't seem to take any action. However, she felt quite at ease. After all, he was suspected to be the hand of God. As long as he showed some of his stock account operation skills, Pancher Investment could become a leader among private equity funds. She chatted with Jean Mingwei until late last night and heard that Tao Jie was even going to play with the jade shop owner for some jade rough. This wouldn't do. Everyone knew that this was all about luck. How could a fund company boss not focus on his business and dabble in such shady dealings? Was he out his mind? She planned to call Tao Jie as soon as she got to the company to wake him up with a scolding. But when she entered the company, she was taken aback by the energetic demeanor of the traders inside. It was only a little past 7, still early for work. Why were they all there? Bang, bang, bang. A series of celebratory sounds echoed. Colorful confetti showered over her. Chapter 154. Confession in a spacious flat at Yasu. Tong Hui sat on the balcony, hugging her knees and lost in thought. She felt she knew Tao Jie well from their first meeting at the bank, when he seemed a bit inexperienced to his drunken state and then to being misunderstood by his mother. Their relationship developed quite naturally, although it was a bit fast. She had never regretted it. But 2 days ago, when she saw Tao Jie at the wine party, the girl beside him was so dazzling that even her few words were enough to evoke envy. In contrast, she wore the same expensive evening gown, but felt like a little white rabbit that had grown up on the grassland, suddenly finding herself in a forest, panicked and unsure of her surroundings. 2 nights had passed, and Tao Jie hadn't sent any messages. She didn't know what he was busy with. Tong Hui had warned herself countless times not to have too many expectations. Since she had made her choice, she should just focus on doing her best. Remembering the manor on Chongyang Island, a smile crept onto her lips. From now on, she would stay there obediently, enjoying the pavilions and serene landscapes, tending to flowers and petting cats. It would be even more perfect if she had a child to accompany her. As she thought about it, her cheeks flushed slightly. With a click, the electronic door lock opened. Tong Hui felt a surge of joy. Only Tao Jie could open this door. Chapter 155. The rogue father and son, he had always felt like he was overlooking something until he saw the fierce dog the next morning. And Tao Jie suddenly had a revelation. Dog brother, let's find a time to chat, he thought, opening a window of possibility in his mind. Even if this matter seemed impossible, at least he had a direction to strive for. The fierce dog was still casual, giving an okay sign before following Tong Hui onto the island. There was no news from Song Lu, but Tao Jie wasn't surprised. This sister was either processing yesterday's events or didn't want to disturb him. What Tao Jie didn't know was that the operator of Panshur was feeling both tense and relaxed at the moment. He was tense because the virtual currency had plummeted sharply and was now soaring again. Unlike corporate stocks, there was no clear support point for this. Whether it rose or fell, it felt a bit like leaving it to fate. Tao Jie hadn't sent any messages in the work group, so they could only wait. The opportunity for action would come in 2 days, so he wasn't concerned. After leaving Yeshu, he hurried to Fengqi Media. Li Qingwan had sent him a message about Li Xiang and his son. Song Lu had arranged for the lawsuit against the Li family's debts to enter judicial proceedings. If they couldn't reach a settlement today, the Li group would have to issue a public announcement. Chapter 156, Gratitude at this moment. Li Xiang understood that Tao Jie had no intention of letting the Li family off the hook. For this, he was even willing to hurt himself to hurt his enemy. With tens of billions in debt, he had the confidence to play this game. Once the Li family went bankrupt, even if those billions were preserved as assets, there was a high probability they would end up in a quagmire of disputes. After all, the Li family owed more than just that, so whether he could retrieve it was debatable. But did anyone see him caring at all? It was like losing a few coins from his pocket. Whether he picked them up or not didn't matter. Just to vent for his daughter, he was willing to pay such a price, which showed his genuine feelings for Li Qingwan. Of course, Li Xiang wasn't thinking about his daughter's future happiness. He was calculating how to extract a sum from Tao Jie. However, he had something more urgent to do now. Tao Jie had given him a reminder. While he still had control over the Li family, he needed to quickly extract himself from all debts with joint liability. This way, even if he went bankrupt, it wouldn't affect his status as a wealthy man. At worst, with the fame he had built up in his youth, he could still make a living through variety shows. Chapter 157. I want to experience the storm. Li Qingwan woke up early, hungry. The excessive exercise the night before left them too tired to even order takeout. Looking at the familiar face illuminated by the bedside lamp, she couldn't help but reach out. Why are you so good looking? Tao Jie kept his eyes closed, but his lips couldn't help but curve upward. Li Qingwan, startled, quickly withdrew her hand, wanting to shrink back into the blanket. Before she could hide, a strong arm pulled her out. I've noticed your ability to ignite passion has grown recently. Seeing her with her eyes tightly shut, pretending to be dead, he noticed her long, slightly curled eyelashes were still trembling. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, I think I'm hungry, but eating you'd be fine too. No. Li Qingwan couldn't keep up the act any longer and quickly opened her eyes, pleading, I'll cook for you. Something delicious. Tao Jie was surprised. Are you sure you won't set the kitchen on fire? Li Qingwan raised her hand. Absolutely not. Reluctantly letting go of her soft body, he said, then I'll wait and see. After finding a set of pajamas in the cloakroom, Li Qingwan went downstairs barefoot since she couldn't find her shoes. Half an hour later, with no smell of cooking in the air, Tao Jie was pulled up by her. Time to eat. Tao Jie felt a bit sore getting up, and looking at Li Qingwan's vibrant energy, it was hard to remember her earlier, tearful plea for mercy. Chapter 158. Heartfelt respect, boss. Can you share specific thoughts? The fierce dog looked serious. Seeing him so solemn, Tao Jie restructured his thoughts. Panshur investment had been established, and the first venture went smoothly. But they couldn't rely solely on stock trading and futures. They needed to follow up with real estate investments. It was more stable to walk on 2 legs. Tao Jie took a sip of water. Internal investment is fine. Our country has a stable environment. As long as it's relatively fair, that's enough. But for external investment, without powerful protection, once you develop, you're no different from fat sheep. Looking at the fierce dog, he continued, you also said that Hushield is facing a bottleneck in development and is seeking breakthroughs. Is there a chance our relationship can be closer? Boss, are you implying you want to invest? The fierce dog had seen many storms and understood Tao Jie's unspoken intentions. Tao Jie nodded. I think only in this way can we have a common interest, making future matters easier to handle. He stood up. I don't have suitable people, but I have money. Whether it's needed equipment or logistical support, there will be ample guarantees. Chapter 159. Not someone who helps with everything at the water bar. Tao Jie chose honey water, which he knew helped relieve fatigue. Han Shuang ordered a bottle of mineral water, then used her card to pay for both of their bills. Tao Jie didn't comment on her actions. He observed that while she seemed principled, his focus wasn't on that. A leader's capability isn't necessarily about leading by example or strictly adhering to rules without mistakes. It's about using one's own thinking, relying on existing resources, and creating conditions to provide clients with a more comfortable atmosphere. Only those who need mediocre talent to be watchdogs would brainwash their subordinates like that. Are you about to complain? Tao Jie noticed her hesitating and frowned. No, the store's been doing well lately. Han Shuiying seemed to have just finished exercising. A strand of hair clung to her cheek. Sensing Tao Jie's displeasure, she quickly explained, "Let me report to you first. Do you have time now? Since you've said that, it would seem deliberate if I said I didn't have time. But in the future, it's best to email me. I will read it, and if necessary, I will reply." Maintaining a balance of neither too close nor too distant is the essence of the boss-employee relationship. Tao Jie didn't want to complicate things. Chapter 160. Some people have a little money. The two individuals who arrived had a meticulously styled side part. Exuding an elegant demeanor, the woman wore a woolen long dress, donned rimless glasses, and had a gold hairpin inserted in her bun, swaying as she walked. Without needing to ask, their gazes revealed that they were Han Shuiying's parents. Just as he had clarified things with her, they arrived, leaving the two with no time to react. "Shuiying, are you working here?" Two people approached, with Han's father stopping to look at Tao Jie, while Han's mother maintained a proud demeanor, casting a glance at Tao Jie that revealed a hint of displeasure. Their daughter had always been looks-oriented. The last guy she dated was just a pretty face, which ended up being a disaster. Not only did he drain their daughter's money, but they also became enemies. It hadn't been long, and now she was with his so-called boss. Moreover, there were some rumors before they arrived. "Mom, we can't just accept anyone." Han's mother pulled her daughter aside, saying, "After practicing dance for so many years, even if you can't get into a dance troupe, you shouldn't be reduced to being a gym instructor. Look at what you're wearing. You look ridiculous." Tao Jie felt a bit annoyed. What was wrong with his gym? In 2 weeks, he could pay off nearly $1 million in loans, and if things went well, he could make tens of millions in profit in a year. Qian Daba was at a loss for words, feeling as if the confident expression on his face had melted away like spring snow under the warm sun. Han's mother, Qian Fun, didn't notice what her cousin said behind her. She was still seizing the opportunity to educate her daughter. "Your cousin has been in Chengdu for so many years. What storms and powerful figures hasn't he seen? Don't be stubborn. We're not hoping for great wealth, but you also can't let yourself fall for a thug." Han's father, Han Guqing, sensed something was off and pulled Qian Daba aside, asking, "Daba, what is going on with you?" Qian Daba frowned. He hadn't expected to run into Tao Jie here. As he was pulled, he didn't turn around and said, "Mr. Tao, I'm Qian Daba. You, Shuiying, we didn't mean it that way." Tao Jie didn't mind. After all, the Han family and this Qian Daba had pretty decent values. He waved his hand, saying it was fine as long as they could clarify things. Han Guqing stepped back a couple of paces and leaned closer to his wife, saying, "Qian Fun. It seems Daba knows him." Qian Fun was still aware of the situation. No matter how good her cousin was, he was still not as close as their own daughter. Tao Jie certainly wouldn't have any thoughts about someone he had never met before, especially since he didn't have much energy for that right now. If it weren't for the kidney incident that led to the police being called, he might not have even come. There was no need for joking. Han Shuiying had my number, and if she really needed help, she could let me know through her. As Tao Jie was about to step away, he wanted to say a few more words, but was stopped by Taiju, who could only return with a sigh, coming to stand beside Han Guqing and his wife. Qian Daba had lost his good mood, saying, "I've done everything I can. No matter what you think of me, I accept it." He then looked at Han Shuiying, who had tears in her eyes, saying, "You have to be careful. If this isn't handled well, it will all be for nothing. I'm being sincere. If you don't have any plans, you can help your sister Qianning." Qianfen still had a lot to say, but swallowed it upon hearing that. Was that guy really that good? This cousin wasn't a fool. Would he really let his own daughter jump into a fire pit? Without pushing Han Shuiying to immediately contact Old Yang, he gave Han Guqing a knowing look and then called her aside, asking, "What kind of background does your boss have?" Han Shuiying had no idea. She had only interacted with Tao Jie a few times and only knew he was wealthy, the kind who didn't even care about this gym. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tao Jie arrived at Pancher Investment. As soon as he walked in, he was noticed, causing a stir. 2 days ago, when Tao Jie first made his move, he had already crushed all doubts among the crowd. With 2 all-in investments, he not only attracted everyone's attention, but also brought in profits that were incredibly substantial. He had made over 30 by shorting and by going long again. He had a floating profit of 44 as of early this morning. It wasn't yet market opening time, but based on the current upward trend, there was definitely more room for growth. Song Lu had already issued a confidentiality order. For the next 2 days, Tao Jie would be in charge of operations, labeled as company secrets for 2 years. Anyone who leaked information would be dealt with severely. Not to mention, they had heard of who Song Lu was. From a well-known lawyer to the head of an investment company, her transition had been so smooth that no one dared to confront her directly. "Boss, good morning." "Well, hi." A meticulous financial elite greeted Tao Jie. Despite only being at the company for 2 days, his white shirt and suit were impeccably pressed. A group of traders behind him also bowed respectfully. "Good morning, boss." Tao Jie nodded and said, "Take a break for now. Everyone stay sharp when the market opens." Upon hearing the news, the evil dog immediately issued a series of instructions. "The convoy could depart on time, and I will dispatch 2 armored cars for emergencies." Taiju and Xiaoying canceled their spring festival vacations and returned to their hometown with the boss. 2 small teams would follow to ensure the boss's personal safety. 2 helicopters would provide aerial surveillance and find someone with a similar build to the boss. Li Qing exclaimed, "Dog brother, the flight route is difficult to arrange. I'll have the boss figure it out." Nowadays, Tao Jie was not just an employer. He could even become a close partner of Hushield. And the evil dog would not take any chances. After returning to headquarters, he discussed the matter with his cousin, who seemed somewhat tempted but asked him to wait and think it over. It was clear that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but he was worried that Tao Jie might just be making empty promises. His cousin was cautious, and the evil dog understood that if they were going to expand externally, it wouldn't be with small money, and whether they could sustain it wasn't something that could just be talked about. Tao Jie was open to advice. Those without money exchanged their lives for money, while those with money extended their lives with money. Everyone was in the same boat at this point. Spending money was no big deal, but letting the instigator act so calmly and maliciously was where he felt it was wrong. Early in the morning, Han Wei arrived at his fund company, which was quiet and convenient for handling matters. After driving Wang Jiao out in an office of nearly 50 square meters, he faced only one person. "Have all the arrangements been made?" "Rest assured, Mr. Han. Tao Jie arranged for 6 Maybachs to be picked up yesterday. Likely to drive back to his hometown. Nail him down. I don't want to see him bouncing home alive, got it?" "Understood. I found a late-stage cancer truck driver. As soon as he sets off, he was very careful. For important matters, they were handled face-to-face, ensuring no one could record the conversation. This way, even if someone tried to pin him down, he could manage it with some effort. However, he never expected that the problem would arise on his own phone. Unlike the early rising Han Wei, Tao Jie slept until he naturally woke up. Tong Hui had already gotten up and was directing the packing of things downstairs. Seeing him come out, she bounced over and asked, "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Ruffling her short hair, he replied, "You've arranged everything for me. I almost forgot to ask you how you did it. Once the manor's construction stops, I'll go home. My dad said he would come to pick me up." Shaking her head, her tousled hair became smooth again, and her little face was beaming with a smile. Chapter 166. The scene, looking at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the car window. The further north they went, the sparser the greenery became. Before reaching Shanhaiguan, they could already see the fields covered in white snow, which made Tao Jie even more excited. It was natural to feel a bit nervous when nearing home, but he couldn't help but think about how surprised his parents would be when they found the convoy stopped at their doorstep. He had called his parents a few times on the way, and they kept urging him to drive slowly and not rush. After hanging up the phone, Chen Meiwan had a joyful expression on her face. "Your second aunt," she said, "this child is so stubborn. With high-speed trains and planes being so convenient now, he insists on driving back, making it so worrisome. Young people are all like this now. Cars are cheap, and the young folks in our village have all bought them. Not just cars, those getting married in the city without a house find it hard to find partners." Her second aunt appeared nonchalant about it all. The second aunt wasn't a blood relative. She was someone Chen Meiwan had found to help Tao Jie with matchmaking. Tao Jie had told her he would find a partner himself and bring someone back, and she believed him. She was well aware of her son's shortcomings, proud on the inside but dull on the outside. By the time he decided to pursue a girl, it would be too late. Especially in rural areas, if someone was still single past 25, the chances of remaining single skyrocketed. Chapter 167. Chance encounter. Tao Jie frowned. Zhao Chan's mother was just an ordinary staff member in the County Education Bureau, and it was uncertain whether she had even reached a departmental level. Her father was a section chief in the Water Conservancy Bureau, which in the north was essentially a bureaucratic position. He couldn't think of any reason why Zhao Chan's mother would have such a status. "All right, I'll hang up now. We're about to exit the highway. Let us talk when we meet." With their escorting vehicles, Tao Jie's convoy moved much more smoothly, following along until they reached the highway exit. Upon arrival, Tao Jie's convoy realized that the two red flag cars leading the way weren't the only ones. At the highway exit, a line of cars with county committee and government license plates was parked on both sides, and a row of ceremonial cannons, which he had only seen at weddings, was lined up. As the vehicles in front slowly exited the exit, the sound of cannons fired off. Tao Jie's convoy hadn't managed to exit yet, and had to stop. He opened the car door and looked outside. Zhao Chan's mother and father got out one after another from the red flag cars, followed by a familiar and charming figure. For the past couple of days, he and Zhao Chan had tacitly avoided contacting each other, so he was unaware of the other's schedule and arrangements. In both their minds, that incident from the past remained a knot. Tao Jie could still avoid facing it, but Zhao Chan couldn't escape from it. Chapter 168, Ignoring is the Greatest Insult. Tao Jie. Do you still remember me? Gao Xia, after all, was a formal employee of the Education Bureau. Aside from the time a few years ago when she had a falling out with the Tao family and showed her almost shrewish side, no one would equate her with being overly aggressive. Upon meeting, she greeted him as if they were old friends, without a trace of anger. Tao Jie let his phone drop and nodded, acknowledging he remembered. What do you mean by remembering? If it weren't for her early intervention back then, he might have ended up calling her mom by now. Suppressing her irritation, she thought that as long as her daughter's leaders were around, they wouldn't discover Tao Jie was also present. As long as she could drive him away, she would consider the task accomplished today. Tao Jie, you've been to university. You know that doing this 1T bring any benefits and 1T change the outcome. Why bother? Just pretend you didn't see me today, and I 1T hold it against you. Let us save face for both sides. Seeing Gao Xia's attitude, which seemed like a benevolent offer not to hold a grudge, Tao Jie smiled. This lady, I'm just passing through on my way home. My car is blocked by you all and can't get out. It's already generous of me not to hold it against you. How did it turn into me making a fuss? Gao Xia was taken aback. After a few years, he had become sharp-tongued. Her excuse was too flimsy. Wasn't that driving school car brought by you? Chapter 169, Blind Date, Record 1. Wang Chao was completely stunned. During this period of time, he had talked with Tao Jie, and he could clearly feel the changes in him, but he never expected the changes to be this significant. Luxury cars, bodyguards. Was it a green water ghost on his wrist? Bro, you made it big. Wang Chao pointed to the car. The Hummer is borrowed from a friend. However, Tao Jie really liked these big vehicles. It felt like driving a tank, and the safety factor soared. Your friend is quite wealthy then. Wang Chao relaxed. This Hummer H6, judging by the interior, would cost nearly $4 million. With his salary of over $3,000 a month as an instructor, he would never earn that much in his lifetime. But seeing that the smile on Tao Jie's face didn't fade, he suddenly realized the Hummer was a friend's, but the Maybach was his own. Tao Jie nodded. There were too many New Year's goods. One car couldn't fit them all, so I got a few more. It's all useful anyway. Wang Chao swallowed hard, his eyes nearly popping out. All of these are yours? The Maybach wasn't the most expensive model, but it still cost nearly 200. 6 cars? No way, Jie. Tell me, you're not the target of financial scam, right? Wang Chao's heart sank. Chapter 170, Blind Date, Record 2. Not knowing if it was due to unfamiliarity or if the girl was just shy, Tao Jie was somewhat confused. How desperate was his mother for a daughter-in-law to not even let the kids off? After all, he came from a rural background and had heard that if one side dislikes the other during a blind date, it could have a significant impact on future dating prospects. The girl in front of him was clearly still young. If he directly said he disagreed, it would be equivalent to harming her. Let us sit for a while. Although the room had not been lived in for 2 years, it was tidy and clean. The room had a traditional earthen heating system, and the temperature was just right. The linoleum on the Kong was brand new. Xiao Qin responded with a soft then sat on the edge of the Kong, her legs barely on it, showing how nervous she was. Does your family know about this blind date? After asking, Tao Jie realized it was a pointless question. This wasn't like in school, when dating had to be kept secret. In rural areas, blind dates were usually accompanied by a matchmaker like a second aunt, so the family would definitely be aware. As expected, Xiao Qin nodded, secretly glancing at Tao Jie before quickly looking down again. After chatting with her, who was nodding yes and shaking no, he learned that his second aunt had told her family Tao Jie came from a wealthy background and could afford the bride price. And, crucially, he was a university student working in the city. Chapter 171, Blind Date, Record 3. The two of them had been in the small room for 10 minutes without any movement. and the second aunt was convinced there was potential. Sister-in-law, congratulations. These two kids seem to have an eye for each other. Just wait to become a mother-in-law. The second aunt was sure of success, saying pleasant things that made old Chen's eyes squint with joy. Another half-hour passed, and still, there was no movement from the two. Even the second aunt began to feel uneasy. Sister-in-law Tao, why don't you go take a look? It's getting dark. Chen Meiwan didn't feel it was appropriate, and Tao Wenbin certainly wouldn't, so she had to resort to Wang Chao's suggestion. Chao, why don't you go? Just say it's time for dinner. Wang Chao initially thought the two would never be a match, but upon seeing Zhou Xiaoqin's appearance, he was sure how Tao Jie would feel. Your brother is definitely a wealthy person. If he wants to start some kind of nurturing, he hesitates to get up. Before he reaches the door, Tao Jie pushes the door open and almost bumps into him. You brat have made something of yourself. Tao Jie thinks he is here to eavesdrop and grabs him by the neck. Aunt Chen asked me to call you all for dinner. Wang Chao decisively sells out old Chen, pulling Wang Chao to the big house before he can say anything. The second aunt jumps off the heated Kong and heads straight to the small room, casually closing the door. Chapter 172. Staffing Chen Meiwan stares wide-eyed, hardly believing what is happening. She grabs her son's arm and won't let go. Xiao Jie, what's going on? Don't scare your mom. Tao Wenbin watches a line of people carrying things into the yard, unsure of how to arrange them. Your son is making money, Tao Jie says, patting his mother's hand. Then asks, this is the New Year goods I bought. Where do you think we should put them? Chen Meiwan realizes and quickly steps aside. Put them in the house first. You all are good. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Hey. Each person passing by greets them, leaving the elderly couple overwhelmed. One trip after another, each person moved things 5 times before everything was finally brought in. Half of the space on the floor of the Tao family's big house was filled, even stacked up to half a person's height. Tao Wenbin, wearing an apron, hands out cigarettes one by one. You say, Xiao Jie didn't give any advance notice. I'm going to cook some noodles. We can eat. Xiao Ying takes the cigarette, but, like everyone else, doesn't light it. Uncle, don't worry. We're going to eat in the county later and find a hotel. Otherwise, we can't stay at home. Chapter 173. Night Chat. Tao Jie is dumbfounded. He feels like he's lifting a stone to smash his own foot. He originally wanted to help Zhou Xiaoqin, but overlooked his mother's straightforwardness. I didn't say anything about bloodline suppression. He has no resistance at all, but the kid hasn't eaten yet. I'll go heat up the dishes. Tao Wenbin gave his son some support, but when he saw his wife's gaze sweep over, he immediately became stern and silently got up to add fire to the stove. Chen Meijuan's momentum didn't decrease. Let me tell you, having money now is a good thing. But it's not necessarily a good thing. Many girls are with others for money. You've experienced it yourself. How can you not learn from your lessons? It's not. What do you mean it's not? The city girls know how to dress up, can sweet talk, and can also deceive. What's wrong with that old Zhao family in the county? They shout everywhere that your old toad wants to eat swan meat. I couldn't stand it and went to reason with her and got scolded terribly. As she spoke, Chen Meijuan's chest heaved. This breath had not been swallowed for 5 or 6 years. Before Tao Jie could speak, she waved the feather duster. And you, Xiaoyang, are you dating these two? Why can't you go along with them? Isn't it because you have no money and no status? I say rural kids are still honest. Xiaoqin is pretty good. She's someone to live with. Chapter 174. The bride price. I have to say, Zhou Xiaoqin's words have some moral kidnapping tendencies. But Tao Jie has seen her in person and knows how desperate a person can be when facing a dead end. Once they grab onto a lifeline, they will hold on tightly, especially when they see hope. Let's get through this for now. With a sigh, he replied to her and then turned off the screen. He wanted to sleep, but reality wouldn't allow it. Tong Hui and Song Lu hadn't reported their safety, so their messages came chasing after him. After chatting for a bit, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while he was still nestled in his warm blanket, his mom pulled the covers off him. What time is it? Hurry up and get up. Don't keep them waiting over there. With no choice, he got up to wash up and eat. Then he started the car, taking his parents, who had changed into new clothes, with their directions towards Dawang village. The two villages are less than 8 kilometers apart. If it weren't for the poor road conditions, it wouldn't take 5 minutes, but they still took over 10 minutes to see the village. The Tao family doesn't have many close relatives. His grandparents have passed away, and both parents are only children, so some cousins don't have close ties. Chapter 175. Sister Zhou Xiaoqin's hands were cold as ice. Tao Jie noticed she was trembling and gently held her hand. Far from the boldness of the message she sent yesterday, Zhou Xiaoqin's mind was blank at that moment. It wasn't until they got in the car that she reacted, flustered as she tried to buckle her seatbelt, but couldn't find the clasp. Tao Jie helped her take the clip from the passenger seat, and she realized she had embarrassed herself. Xiaoqin, don't worry when you come to our house. If Xiao Jie bullies you, tell me, and I'll help you. The two of U.S. outsiders can easily deal with those two. Old Chun has completely let go. His son has succeeded and found a satisfactory daughter-in-law. Although her husband doesn't talk much, he is honest and upright. She has gotten into a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. This life can be considered not lived in vain. The only thing she can't let go of is that she didn't let her son drive to the County Education Bureau for a visit. Zhou Xiaoqin feels guilty towards Tao Jie and doesn't dare to say much, but she envies the atmosphere around him. Her family used to be this cheerful, but ever since her father got sick, the laughter has long since disappeared. After sending the elderly couple home, Tao Jie drove Zhou Xiaoqin towards the county, calling Taiju on the way to arrange to meet outside the hotel where they were staying. Chapter 176. Narrow Road. It has only been 2 years since he last returned. But the changes in Xiaoqing are astonishing in Tao Jie's eyes. It's not that it has become beautiful, but the countless high-rise buildings that have sprung up make him feel lost. What confuses him even more is that these buildings have no aesthetic appeal, as if they all used the same blueprint and were built by the same construction team. Fortunately, with Wang Chao around, under his guidance, Xiao Ying drove Tao Jie and Zhou Xiaoqin to the original department store. Getting out of the car and seeing the newly changed sign, he realized it is now called Kaisi Commercial Building. Brother, I don't need to buy anything, Zhou Xiaoqin said, taking out the 20,000 yuan that Chen Meiwan gave her. You take this, I have clothes. The more sensible the child is, the more they often neglect themselves. Tao Jie couldn't help but feel distressed, reaching out to take her hand and leading her inside. Since you called me brother, then today you'll listen to me. The development in Xiaoqing is still very slow. The shopping mall has changed its appearance, but the quality of the goods inside hasn't improved much. Most of what can be seen are low-end brands and chain stores, with many fast fashion clothing stores mixed in. Over the course of 2 days, Zhou Xiaoqin wore the same cotton jacket, which looked very much like a down jacket, but its warmth was far inferior. Chapter 177. An appointment. Tao Jie's words completely overturned Zhou Xiaoqin's perception. If Tao Jie's family is poor, she really doesn't know what rich people would be like. Tao Jie may not have built a magnificent and splendid house, but being able to casually take out hundreds of thousands and having luxury cars like a Mercedes is something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Just like that, still being looked down upon for being poor. Indeed, human desires are insatiable, akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. She thought to herself that if it were her, she would never think that way. But just now she glanced at that sister so beautiful, especially when she looked at her own exposed toes, her nose tinged with bitterness. It was said that it had nothing to do with her. Tao Jie, fearing she might feel burdened, changed the subject, asking what she wanted to eat. After trying on clothes all morning, plus the nerves, Zhou Xiaoqin was indeed hungry and blurted out, hot pot. Not hearing any movement, she stole a glance at Tao Jie, saw him staring at her, and quickly turned her face away, her earlobes instantly turning red. She hadn't eaten well either, but he still fulfilled this wish. At noon, he took a group of burly men, essentially sending them off with hot pot. Zhou Xiaoqin was worried about getting her new clothes dirty, so she put on a small apron and rolled up her sleeves, making the battle feel quite ceremonial. Chapter 178. Just like that at 6 in the evening, Tao Jie and Wang Chao each drove a Maybach, appearing punctually in the hotel parking lot. The drivers were Xiao Ying and Taiju, who got out of the car one after the other, immediately stunning Jiang Fifan, who was waiting outside. Such a luxury car as a Maybach had never appeared in Xiaoqing before, and this was the first time. If it weren't for his sordid dealings with Tao Jie, Jiang Fifan could be considered a charming figure, walking over to pull out a cigarette, saying, "All right, a Maybach, that's nearly 200 grand on the ground." Without looking at Tao Jie, he directly patted Wang Chao on the shoulder. "Your driving school is impressive. You can arrange this." Wang Chao laughed heartily. Didn't he take a cigarette and pulled out a Huazi from his pocket? "I'll stick with this. I'm used to it. Too lazy to switch." Jiang Fifan. The furong Wang in his hand suddenly didn't taste good anymore. It wasn't that he couldn't afford Huazi. He just wanted to leave a good impression, to be low-key, but it ended up letting Wang Chao show off. Tao Jie came back, and Wang Chao said, I can't believe you actually came. It's been years. Jiang Fifan warmly greeted him. Tao Jie took the cigarette, nodded. Just got back and heard you were organizing a gathering. Thought I'd de-crash for a bit. How could I not come? Chapter 179. Setting an example, almost everyone present knew about Tao Jie and Zhao Chan's past. Seeing the scene, they all had a premonition that something significant was about to happen today. Although the two had only been love-struck at first, such feelings were pure. Especially with Zhao Chan's mother around, who, as everyone knew, hadn't found a partner yet. Right now, she headed straight for Tao Jie. And if it wasn't to rekindle their relationship, what else could it be? But what was that beautiful girl beside Tao Jie? Everyone's curiosity was ignited. Gao Xia, who had just been cheerful, darkened her face upon seeing this. However, with so many people around, she knew that making a scene would only embarrass her. So she took a deep breath and endured. Zhao Chan smiled and waved at a circle of classmates, but didn't greet Tao Jie. Instead, sitting right next to Zhou Xiaoqin, naturally taking her little hand and asking her name. Zhou Xiaoqin was internally crying for help, but without Tao Jie's rescue, she could only stammer, Zhou Xiaoqin. Zhao Chan held her cold little hand in her palm. I'm Zhao Chan, call me sister. Zhou Xiaoqin, who had never seen such a scene, and under Zhao Chan's aura, felt resigned. Chapter 180. Distinguished guest Zhao Chan hadn't expected that in front of so many people, he would directly ask her to express her stance. She was indeed a shareholder of the company, but she knew her lack of experience. So she had no grand ambitions for governance and decision-making rights, and hadn't intended to intervene in anything. Moreover, given Xiuqing's soft power, it couldn't be compared to first-tier cities at all. In other words, there was no suitable soil for deep exploration and growth. So how could there be talk of returning to invest? But now everyone was watching her, and Zhao Chan felt as if she was being roasted over a fire. Before she could stand up to respond, her phone vibrated with a text message. It was from Tao Jie, containing just one word, delay. Zhao Chan, being the city's top scholar, had good comprehension skills. She understood Tao Jie's subtext with just that one word. No promises, no guarantees, but also no refusals. This was the best way to handle the current situation. If it weren't for her mother Gao Xia being there, Zhao Chan would have laid all her cards on the table. Holding up her glass, Zhao Chan stood up, Secretary Kong. I must first thank you for bringing me back from the provincial city. As a person from Xiuqing, even if we go out, we can't change the soul of Xiuqing. Whenever there's an opportunity, giving back to our hometown is our first choice. Classmate Jiang Fifan is one of the best among us, worthy of our learning. I'll drink to that. Chapter 181. Seems like I've seen you before. Jiang Fifan had finally managed to invite Kong He and was somewhat reluctant to let him leave just like that. He quickly returned to the other side. Secretary Kong. Look, since your distinguished guest is here, it proves that there are distinguished guests in Xiuqing as well. As a person from Xiuqing, can you give me an opportunity? Kong He didn't want to refuse him. After all, he could be considered a businessman giving back to his hometown. So he steadied himself. Xiao Jiang, what do you mean? You see, we just started serving dishes, and this table still has several empty seats. Could we have your distinguished guests move over? Let us treat this as a seminar on the development of Xiuqing and have a chat together. Kong He's eyes lit up. His main purpose for coming today was Zhao Chan. He had inquired and knew that the company she worked for was doing top-notch research, which was fundamentally different from the high-level labor relying solely on programming like Jiang Fifan's. If they could discuss some emerging trends and bring her back, it could make Xiuqing South Tech Park more legitimate. After a moment of contemplation, since Xiao Jiang was so enthusiastic, he decided to ask. Saying this, he took out his phone, not forgetting to explain to Gao Xia beside him. Yesterday was also an unexpected opportunity. I met several capable bosses, thinking of recommending them to our Xiuqing. If I miss this chance, who knows when I'll encounter them again. Chapter 182. Are you sure we have feelings? The two distinguished guests invited by Kong, he clearly referred to Tao Jie, who walked in with Zhou Xiaoqin on his shoulder. Seeing them, Tao Jie smiled. You two are missing out on a social gathering, and here I am at my class reunion. I would have come in together if I'd known. Xiao Ying and Taizhu had already reacted when they saw Wang Chao, but since they hadn't seen a boss, they kept quiet. When they met, they felt a bit awkward. We didn't expect to run into each other. Boss, it was Secretary Kong who invited us, knowing you didn't want to socialize. He didn't mention it. Tao Jie waved his hand. All right, since we're here, let us sit. Kong He, Gao Xia, Jiang Fifan, Teacher Chao. Even Zhao Chan felt a bit confused. At this moment, It was a bit inappropriate for Xiaoying to sit down again. He introduced Secretary Kong. It's a coincidence. This Mr. Tao is our boss, and we came back with him. Kong He's face turned red. He had always thought these two were big bosses, but he didn't expect the real boss to be right in front of him. He hadn't even made it to the main table. Standing up, he was momentarily at a loss for how to greet him. Tao Jie broke the awkward situation. Secretary Kong, sorry for being a bit neglectful yesterday. I had some matters to attend to and didn't realize it was you. Luckily, I can't drink, and my classmates and teachers know that, so they helped me out. Chapter 183. Not possible, yeah. When did he have feelings for Tao Jie? Zhao Chan's early romance with him was something he reported to the school, and it became widely known. But the two didn't care at all and continued to do their own thing. There's nothing to be done. Their grades are there, and not just Teacher Chow. Even the principal turns a blind eye. If it weren't for Gao Xia finding out in the end, he would have completely wasted his efforts. However, it's too late to say these things now. If Kongi gets the impression that I'm petty and small-minded, I might not even get my subsidy. Thinking of this, Jiang Fifin's stiff face melted away. Are you saying that just because you became a big boss, you look down on your brothers? Let me tell you, my buddies have been waiting for you to get rich and take care of us. Classmates, don't you think so? I always thought Tao Jie would definitely soar to great heights. And sure enough, haha, under his influence, many who were unaware followed with laughter. Yeah, Tao Jie used to be the star of our high school. We've been lying flat waiting for you. Finally, Tao Jie chuckled a couple of times. All right, after so many years, let us not be so polite. Everyone, I have something else to attend to. We can chat again when there is a chance. Secretary Kong. We'll talk later. Chapter 184. Understanding Tao Jie was astonished. He never expected his mother would oppose. Zhou Xiaoqin shuddered, but soon felt a bit relieved. Although she was young, she had endured quite a bit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold back tears during the college entrance exam when she could easily answer the questions but couldn't move her pen. Looking up, trying to keep her smile from appearing forced. Aunt, I don't want to repeat a year. Everything is fine now. Chen Meiwan didn't respond. Just tidied up the things that cluttered half of the bed. Old Tao, did you add fire to the stove? There are guests, and it's cold in the room. She prepared a small room for Xiao, Ying, and Tai Zhu, while Tao Jie and the couple slept in a larger room. Even though the stove was about to glow red, Old Chen still thought it wasn't warm enough. Old Tao's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and he didn't say a word, directly sneaking out. Mom, you don't know how good Xiaoqin's grades are. Not only do I think it's a shame, but the teachers at school also don't want her to leave. The principal agreed to waive her tuition and even provide a subsidy, so she wouldn't have to spend much. Chen Meiwan shot Tao Jie a glare. Am I short on money? Tao Jie. Aunt, really it's not necessary. Zhou Xiaoqin quickly interjected, fearing Chen Meiwan would blame Tao Jie for making decisions on his own. Everything is actually quite good now. Chapter 185. Zhou family early the next morning, Tao Jie, who was sleeping soundly, was uncovered by Chen Meiwan. What time is it? The whole family is waiting for you to eat. Tao Jie got up, pulled the blanket back, and wrapped himself tightly. It's still dark. What time is it? It doesn't matter what time it is. You brought back a whole cart of firewood with those two young men, and breakfast is ready. Chen Meiwan tossed him his clothes. You still have to go to Xiaoqin's house today. You have to hurry up and have lunch. Tao Jie really didn't know when old Tao and Tai Zhu got up, but he slept well that night and wasn't too tired. While getting dressed, he habitually retorted, what is the big deal about having a meal? Zhou Xiaoqin had already gotten up to help Chen Meiwan cook and was now clearing the dishes. But it was obvious she was still a bit flustered. When Chen Meiwan went outside to direct old Tao in stacking firewood, Tao Jie called out to her, don't worry, since we're not getting a marriage certificate, let us just let old Chen do his thing. It's only a few days until the new year. Everything will be fine when you start school. You still have a long way to go before you graduate from university. Let us just let things unfold. I'm just afraid of Aunt being sad. Zhou Xiaoqin's eyes turned red. She hadn't thought about her reputation. She just felt that deceiving the elders might make them feel upset later on. Chapter 186. Generosity. Chen Meiwan wiped her eyes, smacked her thigh. In-laws. If you say it like that, I want to be happy. She pushed away the tray brought over by Xiaoqin's mother. Old Tao's family marrying a daughter-in-law. There is no reason to ask for a bride price in return. Since we're one family, let us not speak of two families. Helping each other is a given. She pulled Zhou Xiaoqin closer. The reason I'm organizing the wedding is, to be honest, to give myself some peace of mind. I can't let the money spent become a joke of a wasted effort. But hearing you say this today, I know we, the old Tao family, did not make the wrong choice in this marriage. Xiaoqin is still young. The two children should discuss it with me and let Xiaoqin continue her studies. I agree to this. It's just a few years later before I can hold my grandchild. I can wait. Also, in-laws, this illness can't be delayed. As for the medical expenses, I, as the mother, will decide and let my son pay. In the future, if the Zhou family has any matters, it's also the old Tao family's matter. Tao Jie, spending a bit of money is fine, but it seems like my mom has left no way back. Zhou dad quickly waved his hand. No, we are marrying off a daughter, not selling her. Sister, with your words, it's better than anything else. The money of the old Tao family didn't come from the wind. Spending it on me would be a waste. Chapter 187. New Year Flavor Tao Jie. Why do I suddenly feel like something is off? Chen Meiwan laughed. As long as it's something that can be resolved with money, it's not a problem. Saying this, she took out her phone. Daughter, give me the QR code. Zhou Xiaoqin, second aunt, is still quick to react. She snatched Zhou Xiaoqin's phone, directly pulled up the payment code, and handed it over. Since I called you mom, what is there to be embarrassed about? Zhou Xiaoqin realized and quickly went over to grab the phone. No need. But Chen Meiwan had already scanned it, allowing her to take the phone away, happily making the payment. After so many years, just hearing you call me mom feels comfortable. It's only right to spend a little. Let's also be trendy, unique. Zhou Xiaoqin looked at the notification on her phone, showing 10001 received, and was both amused and helpless. Just now, when she called out mom, it was heartfelt. But it had little to do with their marital relationship. It was just that deep maternal love that made her unable to control herself. But now that the money had been given, it made her speechless. Looking at her pleading eyes, Tao Jie closed his eyes. Lunch was eaten at the Zhou family's house, and needless to say, the Zhou family almost gave their all for this meal. The bride price given by the Zhou family remained untouched, and the family had no money left for New Year goods. Chapter 188. Old Chun is alive. Tao Jie looked at Zhou Xiaoqin's exam papers and felt they were even stronger than his were back then, especially her neat handwriting. Just like her was cute. He ruffled her hair and could only remind her to keep working hard. By evening, Zhou Xiaoqin's anxious heart calmed down as she was pulled into the small room by Chen Meiwan. Tao Jie also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, old Chun was reliable and knew Zhou Xiaoqin still needed to study, so he didn't force them into a situation they couldn't undo. The next morning, Tao Jie and Zhou Xiaoqin went to the market, bought spring couplets, colorful lights, and fireworks, and returned home to busy themselves, adding some color to the white snow-covered yard. On New Year's Eve, Chen Meiwan busied herself preparing the New Year's Eve dinner with her newly married daughter-in-law, while Tao Jie was busy with greetings. As he watched the fireworks rise and illuminate the night sky, Tao Jie felt as if he were in a dream. In just 2 months, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was as if a naive child had stumbled into a strange world. If he hadn't met Li Qingwan, his life might have been only slightly better than Zhou's. Looking at Zhou Xiaoqin, who was wrapped up like a cotton ball by Chen Meiwan, her innocent little face captivated by the exploding fireworks, she suddenly closed her eyes and hugged her small hands to her chest. Chapter 189. Group Fraud with Zhang Mingyu's arrangements. Zhou dad's admission to the hospital went very smoothly. By the time Tao Jie and the others arrived, apart from a few test results that were still pending, the specialists had basically confirmed his current health status. They intended to ask the family to step out for explanations, but Zhou dad smiled and stopped them. Doctor, just say it here, I can accept it. He sought the family's opinions with his eyes, and the expert nodded. His body was too weak. Even if a kidney source was available now, he would need a few weeks of recovery before surgery. After the expert finished speaking, he looked at Zhou's family. There is still time for the family to arrange for the kidney source. The patient has already been delayed for too long, and the lack of timely treatment has led to rapid deterioration. We will do our best to slow the progression, but we can only do so much. Okay, we will hurry. Tao Jie felt reassured. Since Zhang Mingyue could mention the kidney source, she would have a way. For him, it was just a matter of spending money. With the support of advanced equipment, Zhou dad began dialysis, and by noon, his overall condition had improved significantly. Compared to before, when his face was pale, he finally had a bit of color. They found a nearby hotel to temporarily settle both families. And Tao Jie asked Zhou Xiaoqin to stay with her family, while he took Mr. and Mrs. Tao back to their room. Chapter 190. How to act when the old lady heard that Tao Jie's parents were coming to see her. She immediately beamed with joy. At my age, what's there to see? They are quite busy. If they don't have time, that's fine. Jean Mingyue couldn't help but smile at this. Although she said that, if the Tao family didn't come, the old lady would likely feel quite disappointed. Taking the car keys and heading out, she asked Tao Jie for the location and went to pick them up. The old lady was delighted, seeing that Tao Jie liked it. She felt that something was still missing without seeing his family, and this visit made up for it. She arranged for the nanny to cook and was thinking about what to send as a return gift later. Meanwhile, Old Chun was also troubled about what to send to the old lady. Listen to me, let Jean Mingyue stop at the farmer's market later and just buy some grains. Tao Jie thought back to the last time he brought a box of seafood, which made the old lady very happy, so he made this suggestion. Then what about the local specialties you brought from home? You're really bold. Even the old lady would be fooled by that. Chun Meiwan directly dismissed it. I think we should buy some supplements from mall. That would look better. Old Tao objected. What does she not have? Just those kinds of supplements you can buy. They're just a nuisance. You talk too much. If you're so particular, what do you suggest we buy? Old Chun shot back at Old Tao. I've noticed you're getting a bit carried away. You have ideas now. Chapter 191. Come at me. The old lady wasn't trying to force her granddaughter to live with Tao Jie. She and reached that level of modern thinking. But one sentence, she said, left Jean Mingyue speechless. Shouldn't this daughter-in-law fulfill her filial duty when her future in-laws are having health checkups? This was simply a divine assist. Tao Jie was overjoyed upon hearing this, suppressing his laughter. It shouldn't be necessary. Zhou He will stay with me tonight, and Xiaoqin will be alone, so it's just right for you to stay with her. Of course, if you're not comfortable with someone you're not familiar with, I can get you another room. No need, Jean Mingyue said nonchalantly as she took her toiletries from the trunk and followed him upstairs. As they walked into the lobby, they saw a familiar face. It was none other than Luo Ji, the associate professor from Qing University, who had been secretly in love with Jean Mingyue for many years. He was standing at the elevator with a slender, long-haired girl. Upon turning his head and seeing Tao Jie and Jean Mingyue approaching, he immediately withdrew his hand and plastered an unnatural smile on his face. Mingyue, are you two here for a hotel stay? Tao Jie curled his lips. This guy was really not honest. However, what Jean Mingyue said next sent a chill down his spine. Oh, you're two? No, I'm just a student. Luo Ji immediately denied it, even stepping away to create distance from the long-haired girl. Chapter 192. Construction block. Jean Mingyue was about to burst out laughing. Earlier, Song LV had said that Tao Jie knew their little secret, and now this guy suspected that he was about to make a move on Xiaoqin. Her stunning little face turned cold. Do you believe I will tear you apart? Tao Jie shook his head. Whether you tear me apart or not doesn't matter. Xiaoqin is innocent. Jean Mingyue stepped forward, and Tao Jie took a defensive stance. Don't come over. I want to hold back. Boss, Taizhu hasn't come back. I advise you to admit defeat. Dog Ge was now past his peak. He didn't dare say he could win against Miss Jean. Li Qing heard the sounds from below. Accustomed to his little space on the basement floor, he only came out to greet Tao Jie upon seeing him return. He didn't expect to encounter these two about to stage a Mars collision. Turning around, he saw that Li Qing was holding a large thermos. As if watching a show. Why don't you come help? Tao Jie believed Li Qing wouldn't deceive him, but now he felt a bit stuck. I'll pass. I can't even beat Xiaoying. Going up there would just mean getting beaten up with you. Li Qing raised his wrist to check the time. If you can hold out for 3 minutes, Taizhu and Xiaoying can come in. What kind of joke is that? If you say that, I really want to give it a try. Chapter 193. Brother-in-law smokes unexpectedly. She turned out to be a wine lover. Among the people Tao Jie knew, only Li Qingwan occasionally drank a couple of glasses. Jean Mingyue, who seemed like an ethereal fairy untouched by the world, also enjoyed a drink. The meal was quite enjoyable. Zhou Xiaoqin ate until her little belly was sticking out. After Tao Jie glanced at her, she reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Taizhu and the others were even more carnivorous, stuffing themselves to the brim. Jean Mingyue particularly loved the steamed pork. With more than half of it ending up in her stomach, along with a small half bottle of red wine, her beautiful face glowing with a rosy hue, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. Tao Jie ate the least but felt very comfortable. He thought it was never too early to start taking care of his health. If he had money and didn't take care of himself, what was the point of having money? But when he thought of the stunning people around him, he asked, Li Qing, do you have any goji berries left? This question made Jean Mingyue look up, her stunning face showing some surprise as she glanced at Taizhu, who was still eating, deep in thought. Tao Jie didn't care about these things. He went upstairs to catch up on sleep. He had been a bit insomniac lately, and when he returned, he felt extremely tired. However, just after washing up and before getting into bed, Pei Yao called. "Mr. Tao, are you still awake? Our boss is here and wants to meet you. I don't know if it's convenient for you now." Chapter 194. A way out. Pei Jinlong was a few years older than Zhang Mingyue, but in the circle, the weight of the seventh princess was something he could not compare to. He willingly called her seventh sister. Suddenly having a brother-in-law, he found it hard to believe. In the capital, who didn't he know the enchanting and unparalleled seventh princess had high standards? But right now he has no time for gossip. On one hand, this is his esteemed client, and on the other hand, due to his relationship with Zhang Mingyue, Pei Jinlong's attitude is almost humble. Zhang Mingyue didn't keep Tao Jie in the dark. She introduced him, saying, "Pei Jinlong, he's in engineering and used to get along well with my brother. He's a third-generation official, but the most honest one." Hearing Zhang Mingyue say this, Pei Jinlong felt a bit more relaxed. He lit a cigarette for Tao Jie and gestured for him to sit down on the sofa. Sister 7, brother-in-law, Jinlong is in a bit of trouble today. As he spoke, he loosened his tie and lit a cigarette himself. "Brother-in-law, it's very likely that I can't continue with your estate." Tao Jie was surprised to find out that he knew Zhang Mingyue. Since they were acquaintances, he didn't put on airs. But this matter couldn't just be settled easily. "Even you can't handle it?" Pei Jinlong scratched his neck and said, "To be honest, I've been looking for people since I got the news. People from civil defense. Banks. I've asked everyone I could. In the end, guess what? I found out that this is all orchestrated by Han Bai's secretary." Chapter 195. Sister, are you asleep? Zhang Mingyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't her business, Tao Jie's choice still made her feel a bit more secure. If he were truly ruthless, even knowing it would hurt his grandmother's feelings, she could only keep her distance. Seeing Pei Jinlong still struggling, she spoke up. "Jinlong, you choose for yourself. You don't even need to consider me. Of course, if you think you're not clean either, and at LL end up with both sides suffering, I advise you to go bankrupt rather than act impulsively." Did Pei Jinlong not understand this? He gritted his teeth and said, "Sister 7, brother-in-law, I'll do it." He grabbed a bottle of wine, regardless of whether others had drunk or not, and tipped it back, downing half the bottle. With red eyes, he exhaled a breath of wine fumes. "Brother-in-law, from now on, wherever you point Pei Jinlong, will go." Tao Jie was very satisfied with his attitude. This was equivalent to gaining a little brother. Pei Jinlong stood up and respectfully poured wine for Tao Jie and Zhang Mingyue. "Look at me. I got so excited that I forgot to let you drink." Tao Jie quickly blocked his wine glass. "A one-tea drink, really." Seeing Pei Jinlong's astonishment, Zhang Mingyue smiled and reassured him, "It's true. Even my brother wouldn't believe it in Beijing." He secretly added something to his drink and ended up carrying him out. Chapter 196. Where did the saliva come from? Song Lu jumped up from the bed, angrily went to open the door. He grabbed Tao Jie by the collar and pulled him in. "Are you sick? It's the middle of the night and you're not sleeping." A gasp came from behind, and Song Lu suddenly realized that Zhang Mingyue was dressed lightly after a shower. He held Tao Jie down against his chest. "Mingyue, cover up." Tao Jie saw nothing, but his face was buried in a pair of not-so-large softness. He wanted to struggle, but didn't know where to put his hands. Through the thin fabric, although small, it still made it hard for him to breathe. Song Lu turned to look at Zhang Mingyue and, seeing her cover up with a blanket, finally let go. "If you have something to say, hurry up." Tao Jie let out a breath and rubbed his nose. "I'm looking for Mingyue." Song Lu tightened his grip on his neck and pressed him onto the chair at the dressing table. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Tao Jie spread his hands. "Aren't we familiar?" He kicked his leg. "At least you know your limits." "Tao Jie, is this kick a reward?" Zhang Mingyue sat up with the blanket under her chin. "What's wrong?" Tao Jie didn't move forward, but handed the printed document in his hand to Song Lu. "It's from Han Bai." Song Lu took a glance, returned to the bedside, and showed the document to Zhang Mingyue, leaning in to look together. Chapter 197. The sound of the waves remains. The next morning, Pei Jinlong woke up in the hotel bed, rubbing his splitting headache as he recalled what happened last night. After he finished reminiscing, he slapped his thigh. "Damn, did I just sell myself?" But then he sighed and muttered to himself, "At least Sister 7 is here. I'll one-tea starve." After speaking, he propped himself up and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. After unlocking it, he called his bratty sister. "What were you doing yesterday?" He didn't answer the phone or reply to messages. Before he could speak, Pei Yao's accusations crashed down on him like a tidal wave. "You, a grown person, still playing hide and seek? Don't you know I'm worried?" What time is it? And you still don't have any serious business. It's critical. And you're not in a hurry. Do you know how much I'm losing for a day of downtime? Are you okay, ancestor? Pei Jinlong's tone was filled with helplessness. If you thought about your brother, you and T put me on the hot seat. What do you mean? It's just spending a bit more money. It didn't make you lose anything. At worst, I won't take a dowry. Pei Yao spoke to her brother without a hint of charm, her little mouth not giving in at all. This is no longer just about your dowry. It's about whether your brother will have to beg for food in the future. I've already thought it through. When the time comes, I'll take you, and you can carry the bowl. Chapter 198. Faith. Zhang Fuchuan. Just hearing the name, you wouldn't expect he is actually the boss of Hushield Security, leading thousands of brothers to make a living. Looking at his face, he seems kind and looks like a rich man, without a trace of the fierce aura from his past. But this very person is doing the toughest job in the world, security. Hushield primarily deals with banking security. Since it started early, it now covers over 200 cities nationwide. In the past, rapid expansion and occupying territory meant it was like picking up money. But with changes in payment methods, even bank branches are rapidly shrinking, and security work is becoming less and less. The most direct reflection is a reduction in business volume, making it hard to even maintain staff. To survive, Zhang Fuchuan plans to transform. He will maintain banking clients if possible, but focus his main efforts on event security and personal bodyguard business expansion. Tao Jie's project is actually a trial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let the bad dogs take Tai Zhu and the others out. Now that Tao Jie's proposal gave Zhang Fuchuan a glimmer of hope. He had in-depth discussions with the bad dogs and decided to come to Chengdu. When he met Tao Jie, he was surprised. He didn't expect him to be so young. Chapter 199. Change of ownership. The bad dog, who had 3 toes blown off and didn't say a word, suddenly had red eyes and turned his head. Hushield was hastily founded by his cousin and a few comrades after a drinking session, and over the years, he had devoted all his energy to it. Some comrades dropped out when they weren't making money, and others retired after making some money. Only he was left holding it up. Now, the company is struggling in the face of the times, and his cousin gave up control for the sake of the brothers, seeking peace in retirement, which he expected. But right now, his cousin was making a complete exit, which broke him down. However, when he saw that Tao Jie had no intention of retaining him, being as smart as he was, he instantly understood. Zhang Futian, who founded Hushield, held complete control and prestige over Hushield, not to mention the new Tao Jie. Even he, as an old-timer, could not shake it even a bit. As long as he was there, even if Tao Jie had 100% equity, it would just be for show. Tao Jie's actions may seem ruthless, but in reality, it can be seen as a disguised acknowledgement of Zhang Fudian. Indeed, Tao Jie slowly nodded. Mr. Zhang, 10 billion, I can handle it. If you have no objections, the money can be transferred immediately. Zhang Fudian did not expect Jie to offer such a price and was momentarily stunned. Mr. Tao, this is a bit too much. Chapter 200. Ambition. Well, I still want to be an empress. Song Lu knew he didn't want to talk and stopped pressing, turning to go upstairs. The first floor hall was empty, and Tao Jie sat there alone. This idea was actually just solidified recently. Initially, when he read Silver Fox's notes on the impact of capital on the world, he was just surprised by the depth of understanding. However, as time went on, he increasingly realized that Silver Fox was indeed exceptionally talented. If not for the envy of the heavens, his achievements would have been beyond imagination. The beautiful country touted as a beacon of freedom and democracy was merely a glamorous facade draped over a vast institution operating for capital. Whether in the Arab region or in the strategies of geopolitical politics, it was evident that the essence was fighting for interests. For over 200 years, relying on war profits to become the dominant power. If one day faced with provocation, it would undoubtedly overturn the table without hesitation. The spirit of chivalry is not just about honoring contracts, but also about fighting for the king. And Tao Jie wanted to be that knight. For now, however, his king was himself. The strategy for Africa was an important part of Silver Fox's notes, which mentioned rich mineral resources and many unknown treasures. Chapter 201. Fake father-in-law. No. One when their daughter returned to Chengdu, Chun Nan and his wife felt bored and ended their trip early, especially after hearing that Tao Jie was back. They thought he had come back specifically to pay New Year's greetings, but it was inconvenient for them not to be home. Before noon, the elderly couple arrived home and found that their daughter hadn't returned at all, so they called Song Lu. Song Lu was taken aback. You're back? Didn't you say the 15th? You're not working. What's the rush? Chen felt something was off. Did they think they were delaying the matter? Before you say anything about us, where have you been staying these past few days? Chen even had a vague expectation. If it were a boy, it would be fine, but their daughter was approaching 30, and after finally starting a relationship, she was looking forward to it progressing to a serious commitment soon. I'm at Tao Jie's place. Song Lu regretted saying this immediately and quickly added, in the house I rented. You two are together? Chen eyes lit up. Even if they were just living together, she would be pleased, as it would save trouble in the future when it comes to the risks of being an older mother. If there really was a baby, she could retire directly and come home to help take care of the child. What is going on? Mingwei came to help Tao Jie with some business, and it's convenient to stay here, so I didn't go back. Song Lu felt like he was digging himself a hole and wondered why lying was so difficult. Chapter 202. I touch your conscience as soon as Song Tianzi spoke. Tao Jie became vigilant. What is this? Are you trying to corner me? That won't do. I'm a man who rides lions on the grasslands and plants gardens in the Sahara. How could I go to a place where no birds even shit to do my part? You can make him admire you. And he might give you 2 thumbs up without hesitation, but asking him to do this, that's a no-go. When he just graduated, he was always ready to be recruited, and just a little incentive could have him eagerly packing his bags to serve. But now, how could he give up a vast paradise filled with flowers and grass? Once you graduate from your master's, you'll immediately be a department-level cadre, and with your abilities, you can progress quickly. Tao Jie realized that this fake father-in-law really wanted to cultivate him as a successor. Wasn't this pushing himself into a fire pit? Uncle Song, I think I'll pass. I've established my own career now, and graduating steadily under my teacher is better than anything else. He anticipated that he would refuse. After all, such talents would have no trouble finding well-paying jobs anywhere. Young people's thoughts are different from the older generation. The idea of being willing to dedicate a lifetime for just a promise is something they wouldn't even dream of. Chapter 203. Confession Bureau. Old man, don't scare me. Chen waved her hand in front of Song Tianzi's eyes, and when she saw he didn't even blink, she got a bit panicked. Xiaolu, go check if your dad has had a stroke. Chen wiped her hands on her apron, turned to find the phone, and asked, What S-120? Song Lu was also startled and went over to shake his father's arm. Dad, are you okay? It took Song Tianzi a while to recover, pushing Song Lu's hand away. I'm fine. No, what were you just saying? Your new boss is Tao Jie? Meanwhile, Chen had already connected the call. Hello, 119? The call hung up. I'm fine. Song Tianzi quickly got up, snatched the phone. Sorry, wrong call. Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you scaring people? My heart disease almost acted up. What do you mean fine? This is big. Song Tianzi pulled her down to sit. Do you know who the boss of Song Lu's investment company is? I asked her, but she wouldn't say. The child has grown up. I can't manage it. Chen was still rubbing her chest. Look at you. Jumping around like this, you'll scare yourself into having a problem. Song Tianzi pointed at Tao Jie. It's Tao Jie. Dioye. Chapter 204. Borrowing something to did not want to refuse the old man as kindness, so he postponed it for consideration, marking a new chapter. Originally, it was a joyful occasion, but during this meal, Song Tianzi seemed particularly gloomy. His unit had its hardships, and the benefits weren't great, but at least it was a stable income. If it were someone else, a master's degree holder, receiving such news would be a cause for celebration. Why did such good fortune feel like a chicken rib in their family? Luckily, Zhou Xiaoqin was there. Although the girl was shy, she was not shy when it came to food, becoming the life of the table, and everyone fed her until her little belly was round. Halfway through the meal, Tao Jie brought up her schooling. Hearing about her grades, Chen readily agreed. In a few days, I'll take Xiaoqin to visit. It should be no problem. Although Tao Jie said it was fine, Xiaoqin didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Holding a drink, she stood up properly and bowed to Chen. Thank you. Aunt Chen. Sit. Chen has always liked good students, especially cute girls like Xiaoqin. After dinner, Song Tianzi put on his reading glasses and looked at the Pansure Investment WeChat official account, seeing a string of numbers that left him speechless. He couldn't help but ask Song Lu, You guys aren't scamming, are you? Chapter 205. Not losing. Everyone responds to pressure differently. Some rise up to resist, some passively endure, and some give up on themselves. Tao Jie was the first type. He chose to take the initiative. He wasn't without being obedient, but what he received was harm. He also thought about being reckless, but the framework of his life perspective formed earlier was hard to break. No matter whether it's for Tong Hui, Zhao Chan, or even Li Qingwan, he carries a sense of guilt, Yet he cannot resist the deadly temptation, sinking deeper into it. This has caused some psychological distortion in him, where he desires both but feels lacking in mental strength when it comes time to act, leading to hesitation. Facing Song Lu, who has never treated him as an outsider since their first meeting, he initially felt wary. However, when she stoked the flames, Tao Jie couldn't hold back and erupted as well. Therefore, when she lunged at him, he bravely stepped forward, pulling her onto his shoulder and carrying her into the bedroom. Song Lu felt dizzy, and by the time she regained her senses, she heard a click as Tao Jie had already locked the door. "Oh, little one, playing this game with your sister?" Song Lu was tossed onto the bed, and, provocatively, she extended her finger to beckon him. "Little junior brother, if you back down, you are this." Chapter 206, taking a younger brother big shrimp, squid, flying crab. You've eaten plenty at home, and what's with taking so much? Besides, Chengdu isn't a place where you can't buy it. While saying this, Tong Hui's mom couldn't help but glance away. "When I first started working and hadn't earned much, I told you to take whatever you wanted. And now you're rich, but have learned to be stingy." Tong Hui ignored her and looked up to see cigarettes in the living room cabinet. "Mom, my dad is getting old. Smoking so much isn't good. Can't you manage it? He won't finish all this." Tong Hui's dad came out of the bathroom, ready to take his daughter to the airport, and saw her stuffing cigarettes into her backpack. "Are you going home for the new year, or are you coming back to loot?" With a few billion spent and over 10 billion earned, Tao Jie felt no excitement. Without a major market, his earnings might not even keep up with his spending. One must know this was just one day's time, and the vicious dog spent over 200 billion just on purchasing. There's no other way. Once it was announced that they were going out to earn foreign exchange, over 1,000 people signed up internally. After a quick shower and without eating, he lay down again. Before he could fall asleep, a notification sound brought him back to reality. Chapter 207. Regaining confidence that night, under her arrangements, the yard was filled with the aroma of roasted whole lamb, and several people were eating with greasy mouths. How could there be meat without wine? Then Tao Jie watched her, standing on a stool with Xiao Ying, Taizhu, and Li Qing, playing drinking games. In the end, Tong Hui was defeated 3-1, leaning against Tao Jie with a bottle of wine, her eyes barely open. That night, Zhou Xiaoqin lay wide awake, occasionally glancing at the door. Sister Hui, who promised to sleep with her, had not shown up, and finally, she fell asleep only after counting sheep. Meanwhile, her beloved sister Hui had long forgotten her promise, and after enduring a brutal punishment in another room, she slept soundly like a white lamb. Tao Jie held the soft body in his arms, feeling dark circles under his eyes. He thought Li Qingwan was quite good. Next time she begged for mercy, maybe he would let her off the hook. Before leaving, the vicious dog sent a team over, so the next morning, almost everyone woke up naturally. Tao Jie woke up and found the space beside him empty. He got up and went to the bathroom, seeing the toothpaste already squeezed, and couldn't help but smile. After washing up and going downstairs, he saw Tong Hui carrying things to the car with Xiaoqin. Chapter 208. Diverting trouble. Li Xiang certainly did not call Li Qingwan and portray himself as so pitiful. No matter how incompetent he was, he had supported the Li family for so many years. How could he not keep some tricks up his sleeve? Back then, he used all means to withdraw all the loans he had signed with joint liability by providing full collateral, leaving other debts for the group to bear. In this way, he separated personal debt from group debt. Even if creditors sued him, the limited company would bear limited liability, allowing him to handle it without affecting his personal quality of life. After all, at his level, having no money meant nobody would believe him if he spoke out. Then he decided to let things go, allowing the group to go bankrupt and liquidate. As long as creditors wanted their money, they would go through legal procedures. During this time, he had fought many lawsuits, maintained a proper attitude, and if there was collateral, they could take it. Without collateral, he was powerless. When the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. The Li family, with tens of thousands of employees, collapsed with a bang, causing quite a stir. Creditors sued, and employees demanded wages and compensation, supplier payments, disputes with collaborators. This caused a sensation throughout Chengdu. Without the protection of the Han family, even the government would not help him bear the responsibility. Many employees who were owed wages went to the supervisory departments to cause trouble, leading to the Li family's reputation being completely ruined. Chapter 209. Planning to escape, Zhou Xiaoqin followed Tong Hui, so Tao Jie didn't have to worry, allowing him to spend the whole afternoon with Li Qingwan, returning to Yong'an Road only in the evening. He found Li Qing and asked him to keep an eye on the movements of Li Xiang and his son. Li Qing picked up a thermos cup, took a sip, and then directly pulled up the phone's location of the father and son. At the airport, after saying this, his fingers tapped rapidly, revealing that they had bought tickets to transfer through an island country, with the destination being the beautiful country. Do you have any contact information for other members of the Li family? Tao Jie didn't expect that before he could take action. Li Xiang was already planning to escape with his son, undoubtedly under pressure from the Li family. Shall we send a group message? Li Qing grinned. Previously, he had collected information on the Han family and the Li family, and now it came in handy. Tao Jie nodded. What are we waiting for? Let us stir things up. All right. Li Qing quickly edited the message, stating that Li Xiang and his son were about to arrive at Chengdu International Airport, transferring through the island country at 8 p.m. After showing it to Tao Jie, he directly sent it out as a group message. Li Xiang and Li Ho were quite casual, each carrying a small package of documents, as if they were going on a trip without any burden. Upon arriving at the airport, Li Xiang and his son passed through security ahead of time. Chapter 210. Admitting defeat. Li Xiang had lived a carefree life. But that didn't mean he was willing to wear a green hat. Even if he could take it easy at his age, he had lost his money. He could imagine that if he went abroad now, that woman wouldn't give him a word. Without money, he didn't know how miserable his situation would be. After waking from his stupor and trying to call, he found he had already been blocked. In frustration, he threw his phone. Going abroad was out of the question, but he still had to think about how to live domestically. The villa situation had been discovered and could no longer be sold. He had very little money on him now. To maintain a decent living, he could only seek out the daughter of his mistress. Li Qingwan was always late for meals. According to Xing Feifei, she wanted to become an immortal. But today, before noon, she called Guo outside to order food, causing Xing Feifei to pout when she tried to remind her to eat. Is Tao Jie inside? Guo nodded with a smile. Half sitting on Guogua's desk, one hand on her waist, Xing Feifei gritted her teeth. Guogua, let me tell you, our famous beauty CEO in Chengdu has been completely taken away by a wolf. Guogua smiled, and I think it's quite good. Chapter 211. Targeted. Li Xiang turned around. What else do you want? Are you really not going to leave me any way out? Tao Jie shook his head. It seems the one not leaving you a way out isn't me. You must have heard about your wife, right? Li Xiang's eyes widened. How long is his reach? He only realized when he came here that Li Ho's mother had put a green hat on him, and Tao Jie had actually gotten the news as well. Considering you are Qing Wan's biological father, I'll show you a video. Saying this, he opened the video he had just received on his phone and placed it on the coffee table. Li Xiang walked over a few steps and grabbed the phone. The video surprisingly showed that mixed-race person who had just cursed at him in a foreign language. Boss, I've already helped her buy futures with leverage according to the plan. If nothing goes wrong, she should have already been liquidated. Li Xiang's eyes widened. This guy clearly didn't understand Mandarin just now. So how is he speaking so fluently now? Is this what you arranged? Tao Jie was very satisfied with his shocked expression. Actually, you don't need to thank me. This isn't entirely for you. Mainly, this woman was too vicious to Qing Wan back then, and I really couldn't stand seeing her living freely. Saying this, he put away his phone, raised his eyebrows, and said, Mr. Li, if you don't believe it, you can call to verify. Chapter 212. How to prove Zhang Fugui is the true name of the evil dog. Now you know why it's called the evil dog. Seeing Tao Jie frown, Zhang Mingwei sighed. I know you have ways to shield your information, but this time you're dealing with a special department. Not being able to find you online doesn't mean you could be invisible in reality. It's quite troublesome. Isn't it? Tao Jie let out a light sigh. Very troublesome. Zhang Mingwei nodded, then anxiously grabbed his wrist. I know you want to do big things, but that doesn't mean you can open up the situation just by relying on yourself. Do you have any suggestions? Tao Jie asked calmly with a smile. Seeing him so calm, Zhang Mingwei relaxed a bit. If I were you, I would choose to cooperate. Cooperate? Tao Jie rubbed his forehead. If even Zhang Mingwei says it's troublesome, obviously it's not simple. It might even exceed his expectations, which is quite tricky for him at this stage. At least so far, as long as it's a reasonable matter, he is not afraid. What he fears is unreasonable matters, or even not having the chance to reason at all. Yes, it's cooperation. Gu Shaochen will discuss it with you in detail. As long as you ensure what you're doing is within his sight and not exceeding the regulatory range, he can provide you with the greatest assurance. Zhang Mingyue's tone became cheerful, and her speech quickened. This is a very good guarantee for you, even if some things go beyond the boundary. It also adds a layer of identity to help shield you from some storms. Chapter 213. Believed, Jean Mingwei exclaimed in surprise, but quickly swallowed it back. Being carried on Tao Jie's shoulder, the world spun around, and when she finally saw the scene in front of her, she had already entered her boudoir. You can't do this. This was the first soft word she ever said. Why can't I? Tao Jie placed her on the couch, casually pulled the curtain, leaned down, and said, I don't believe anything a woman who doesn't have me in her heart says. Unless you can prove to me that this has nothing to do with you. There is no way to prove it, and moreover, Jean Mingwei vaguely realized that it was indeed very possible that she had unintentionally leaked something. The breath of Tao Jie by her ear made Jean Mingwei feel flustered. Her small hand pressed against his chest, but couldn't push him away at all. This doesn't prove that I have you in my heart. There is no way out. I have no choice. So, I need to find the closest path to your heart. Saying this, Tao Jie domineeringly placed her hands above her head. Jean Mingwei turned her face away, tightly pursing her beautiful lips, not knowing whether it was humiliation or grievance. Large tears rolled down past her nose. After a long time, Tao Jie finally slowed down, slowly leaning in to kiss the traces left by her tears. Chapter 214. You are not worthy. Gu Xiaocheng was not yet 30, but already held real power in the department. At this age, he would definitely be a county party secretary with substantial power in local government. However, no one dared to comment on his young age and high position. It's not just because of his prominent family background. His abilities are indeed exceptional. His promotion history is enough to prove that he did not rely on family connections, thus carrying a hint of confident brilliance. When Jean Mingwei sent him a message, she directly told him that Tao Jie was here and to meet if he had time. He didn't waste words and gave an address to a small restaurant that most people from old Beijing knew. Tao Jie originally did not plan to let Jean Mingwei come, but seeing her walking posture, he somewhat regretted being too reckless that morning. Jean Mingwei couldn't let go. After a long while, thinking she could hold on, she drove him over. When they entered, Gu Xiaocheng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was vigorously gnawing on a piece of soft bone, completely ignoring his elegance. It wasn't until the two sat down across from him that he raised his head and glanced at their intertwined hands. Smiling, a faint smile hung on his fair face as he picked up a napkin to wipe his hands. When did the seventh princess become someone else's? If this gets out, half of the young people in the capital would stomp their feet and pound their chests, heartbroken and drinking away their sorrow. Chapter 215. Playing with you with clear cards. Taking out his wallet, Gu Xiaocheng placed 2 red bills on the table and gestured at Tao Jie's head. Slap. Ha 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 ha. Watching him laugh heartily and leave, Jean Mingwei felt somewhat troubled. But when she looked up, she found that Tao Jie had actually put on disposable gloves and was fishing out bones from a bowl. Didn't you say that eating a person as food makes you short? Not eating is wasteful. Tao Jie slurped a mouthful of bone marrow and then said, besides, what others give and what you pick up can't be the same, right? Saying this, he turned around and called to Tai Zhu at the door. Zhuzi, come. It tastes good. Tai Zhu felt embarrassed to sit with them and took the 2 pieces of bone Gu Xiaocheng had eaten to another table. Jean Mingwei saw that Tao Jie was eating quite happily and kicked it with her foot. You really can eat. Why can I eat? Tao Jie said as he picked a piece of meat with more flesh and handed it to her. My mom always says, if you hear the call of the cicada, you still want farm? Although she didn't know what a cicada was, Jean Mingwei also knew there wouldn't be any good adjective for Gu Xiaocheng. After gnawing on the big bone, the 3 returned to the Jean family. This time Tai Zhu was driving, and the 2 sat in the back. Tao Jie suddenly remembered something. You're quite strong? Jean Mingwei. Li Qing said. Only Tai Zhu is stronger than you. Tao Jie remembered it clearly. Chapter 216. Closed door. To make money. The last trace of awareness Jean Mingwei had before falling asleep was regretting why she left the door open for him. She didn't know if it was due to being stimulated or something else, but she felt that one sentence described Tao Jie most accurately. The donkey of the production team is not this capable. After a deep sleep, she again perfectly missed breakfast. When she woke up, what greeted her eyes was Jean Mingwei's back as she leaned over the desk. Walking over, she saw that she was painting a national painting of plum blossoms. On the plain white Xian paper, the branches were strong like a dragon, with plum blossoms either in bud or in full bloom, full of life. He hugged her from behind, turned her to face him. Come back with me to Shun. You spoiled your clothes, and pouted a little. Then turned your head to hold onto his neck. Jean Mingwei's eyes sparkled, but the paintings promised to the gallery were still not finished. It was the same in Shindu. She pecked at his petal-like lips and said, I'll specially arrange a studio for you. If you're worried about being disturbed, I have other houses. Zhang Mingwei buried her head in his arms and added, but you'll be very busy next. So I can take this time to find Lu Chong to help you finalize the overseas security business. She was reluctant to leave, but understood better than anyone the current situation of Tao Jie. With her in the capital, close to the center of power, Gu Shaoqing would not dare to act recklessly. Chapter 217. Arrogance. After this wave of wool was sheared, whether it's domestic pancher investment or overseas procurement from Hoodoo, what is currently available is sufficient to handle things. This relieved Tao Jie, as there weren't any good market conditions appearing at the moment. However, according to the reminders from a model, there might be significant fluctuations in the beautiful country's stock markets 6 months later. The time was a bit far away, and it was just an estimate with no specific data for reference. During the following time, he had a bit of free time. With Chen Nan around, he occasionally sought advice and then started working on his paper. Zhou Xiaoqin was already in school, attending Shunjiao affiliated high school. Although Chen Nan had made arrangements, the child had to strive, as apart from her slightly poorer spoken English, she could outperform her peers from Qingbei in other aspects. One day, Song Lu, who hadn't appeared for a few days, hurriedly brought a pile of documents to Tao Jie for his signature, saying he needed to go find someone for changes quickly. Tao Jie looked at the documents and saw they were for changing the legal representative of Pancher Investment. The legal representative was changing from himself to Song Lu. Was it necessary? Of course, it wasn't that he didn't trust Song Lu. After all, the equity was still in his hands. Changing the legal representative was just changing the entity responsible for legal liabilities, not affecting rights and interests. Song Lu poured himself some water from his cup, preparing for the worst, as if something happened, it would still come to him. Chapter 218. Annoyance. Only Song Lu could say such things. Staring at her alluring back, Tao Jie clenched his fists. This was too arrogant. What did she take him for? Though he said this, Tao Jie had no way to deal with this senior sister. A person who can genuinely care for you, one who can give their all, deserves to indulge a bit. Taizhu, how many oysters are left? Let's grill them all today. Taizhu grinned at him. We can't finish grilling them. There's just too much. The goods prepared by Tong Hui were not just a little. They could completely go all out. Huffing angrily, he went upstairs and saw Wang Chao, who was dressed in new clothes, looking particularly prosperous. He patted his buddy, saying that while it wasn't dangerous, trouble was unavoidable. Wang Chao grinned and said, "What is a brother? It's just someone who can step up at a critical moment. Let me tell you, with my build, I can take more blame than others. Get lost." Tao Jie didn't laugh, but hugged this silly friend. "I'll be heading to the capital again. Discuss anything with Qinggu or inform me in time." Tao Jie was going to the capital again, this time bringing the taken leave Xiaoqin with him, because her father was about to undergo surgery. Though Zhang Mingwei didn't say it, Tao Jie knew that finding a kidney source so quickly was definitely her help. Chapter 219. Anger. Gu Shaoqing's face was ashen as he pointed at Tao Jie. "Do you know that doing this is not beneficial for you?" Tao Jie turned his head and disdainfully spat. "Is there any benefit in not doing it? It's not the thief I fear, but the thief who is eyeing me. When encountering some shameless people, being careless is irresponsible to oneself." "Who are you talking about?" Gu Shaoqing gritted his teeth. He knew Tao Jie wouldn't easily yield and might reveal something unknown in front of so many people. Even if it was an emotion that shouldn't exist, it was hard for people like them to understand. They could do dirty things, but were destined not to bring them to the surface. The last time he met Tao Jie, with Zhang Mingwei present, he treated it like his own circle, so he didn't hide his intentions at all. But now, Tao Jie had left him no room. To him, this almost meant a fight to the death. "Don't you know who I'm talking about?" Tao Jie's face was cold, not intending to give him any face. During this time, he was really frustrated. The pressure brought by Gu Shaoqing was too tense for him. He was just someone who had become wealthy, not a cultivated heir from a prominent family who could hide his emotions. Chapter 220. Hide and Seek. The restaurant was booked by Zhang Mingwei, and she accompanied them. In the room sat Tao Jie and Zhou Xiaoqin's families, while Taizhu and other personnel guarded the inconspicuous private room outside. Although what happened earlier had passed, Tao Jie's adrenaline was still high. His mouth was dry, his heart rate wouldn't slow down, and his overly congested brain seemed to be in an excited state, but it was not suitable for thinking. Zhang Mingwei understood, and once the door closed, she explained to Chun Meiwan and others why Gu Shaoqing had enmity with Tao Jie. However, she didn't elaborate too much. Just ensuring they had a general understanding was enough. She didn't even mention Gu Shaoqing's family background or the nature of his work, because it would be of no use to them. Even so, it was enough for Qin Meiwan to confirm one thing. Her son was fine. It was that shameless one trying to take advantage. I've always said my son has been a good kid since he was young, even avoiding stepping on ants while walking. Facing her praise for her son. Even Tao Wenbin had a facepalm, and Tao Jie felt his face burning, while Xiaoqing's mom nodded repeatedly. Zhou He stared at the delicious food on the table, thinking about when to eat, while Zhou Xiaoqing, leaning on Zhang Mingyue's shoulder, looked at Tao Jie with bright eyes. Chapter 221. Can't wait for him to make a mistake. Zhang Mingyue regretted it. Why did she provoke him for no reason? It was like handing him an excuse to discipline herself. She didn't know where he got the energy. That night he tossed and turned like a pancake until dawn before finally falling into a deep sleep. Before the two of them woke up, they were disturbed by Tao Jie's phone ringing. Tao Jie was very displeased, grabbing his phone to hang up, but when he saw the name on the screen, he changed his mind. Boss Du, is there something? The caller was Du Hansheng, the owner of the jade shop who sent Zhang Mingyue the guanyin for children. Mr. Tao, the auction is about to start, Du Hansheng said, hesitating. Recently, he had blisters on the corners of his mouth. The last time Tao Jie expressed interest. But so much time had passed with no news. He wanted to call, but was afraid Tao Jie would misunderstand that he didn't trust him, and after much hesitation, he could only muster the courage to dial his number. The auction is about to start? Tao Jie smacked his forehead. If it weren't for Du Hansheng's call, he would have completely forgotten about it. Yes, in 3 days. I got a few tickets. Can you arrange your time to attend? Du Hansheng spoke cautiously, neither mentioning his investment nor proposing cooperation. Chapter 222. A reminder, where have you been flirting around? Song Lu waited for over 10 seconds before the call connected, and the woman's sixth sense told her that it was a bit unusual. Nowadays, how many people don't keep their phones in hand during the day? Returning from the capital, is there something going on with you, senior sister? Who are you with? Song Lu had a new discovery at that moment. Sister Mingyue, how did you know I wasn't alone? Tao Jie was puzzled, wondering if she had planted eyes on him. I knew it. Song Lu chuckled. How long has it been since you called me senior sister? Tao Jie was a bit nervous due to Gu Shaoqing's influence, always feeling like he was being watched. But hearing Song Lu's words put him at ease. Hey, Mingyue came back with you? Song Lu quickly reacted. Did Shaoqing's dad finish the surgery? Yes. He still needs to be observed for a while, so we just came back. How come Mingyue is with you too? You didn't tell me. Song Lu's fox-like eyes darted around. You little rascal. Did you sleep with my partner? Tao Jie thought. That's too harsh. He felt that Song Lu's intuition was sometimes sharper than Li Qing's top-notch hacking skills because she didn't need logic. It didn't matter what others thought, as long as she felt it was true. Chapter 223. Chartering a plane. Any unexpected gains? Zhang Mingyue mentioned that Song Lu had been hurt in love, but didn't say who the man was. Listening to their conversation, could it be Gu Shaoqing? I'm not that foolish. Zhang Mingyue said softly, it's really my fault. If it weren't for my dad trying to match me with him, I wouldn't have brought you to meet him, and you wouldn't have gone early. And yet you say these things. Song Lu's voice also became somber. In this world, whether it's an ant or a dragon, everyone's script has its own calamities. I have never blamed you. So what now? What now? I have a junior brother, and I have you. It can't get better than this. As she spoke, Song Lu's voice returned to normal. Do you think this little guy has a problem? I haven't done any protection, and it's been so long without any movement. Do you think we should secretly trick him into the hospital for a checkup? Why trick him? Zhang Mingyue was confused. You don't understand, do you? A man's pitiful self-esteem. You can say he's ugly or poor, but if you say he's not capable, he will definitely get angry. Song Lu exclaimed, throwing herself onto the bed. I just hope a little guy can take root here soon, so I won't have to listen to my mom nagging every day. Chapter 224. Old Friends. Tao Jie came with the intention of not returning empty-handed. He knew nothing about jadeite raw stones. He could say he was completely clueless. The reason he was interested was that he thought the fish pond in the manor needed some stones for the framework, and smaller ones could be used as cobblestones for the path. Don't think he was just spending money. He had other purposes. He wasn't sure about the Millennium Wong family treasure that Li Qingwan mentioned, but it wouldn't hurt to make some preparations for family inheritance. Instead of hiding wealth, it was better to display it openly. After all, it's raw stone, and as long as it hasn't been opened, no one knows if there's something valuable inside. He thought it wouldn't be good to just buy gold to store in the basement. Leaving a surprise for future generations in an inconspicuous place would be nice too. After chatting for a while, Tao Jie went to the resting area. They landed close to 11 o'clock. Jean Mingwei powered on her phone. As soon as she activated international service, a series of call and message notifications flooded in, followed by a call from Jean Feixiong. Mingwei, tell me, did that kid kidnap you? Brother, I'm not an idiot. Not an idiot? What's going on with Lao Mian? Why did you run here? Chapter 225. Are you sure? Tao Jie and Jean Mingwei checked into a local star-rated hotel. Although it was called star-rated, it was even worse than domestic budget hotels. Perhaps due to the public auction. Hotel prices had soared in recent days, with nightly rates exceeding 2,000 yuan. The bad dog had already arranged for people to take over the place. Aside from the front desk, both inside and outside, including the kitchen, had already been replaced with their own people. Once they entered the hotel, Jean Feixiong called again, asking Tao Jie to send him the location, then nagged for a while. Of course, mainly scolding Tao Jie for being careless with money. Tao Jie didn't mind and remarked that it was too late to call and disturb Jean Mingwei's rest, which made Jean Feixiong so angry that he hung up the phone with gritted teeth. Jean Mingwei knew Tao Jie was doing it on purpose but didn't call him out. However, when he hung up and didn't leave, she felt a bit at a loss. It's too late. Let's rest early. As she spoke, he took off his jacket and hung it up. Do you want to shower first or together? You. Jean Mingwei saw him being stubborn and angrily sat down. I can't. Look at you. Your thoughts aren't healthy. I'm just afraid you might be scared at night and want to hold you to sleep. Tao Jie said seriously as he approached her. You don't think I only have that on my mind, do you? Chapter 226, All-Inclusive. Taiju smiled honestly, 10 minutes. Great, let me see how strong the elite brought out by Dog Brother is. Tao Jie waved his hand, they can start. Taiju tilted his head. Press the shoulder intercom. Team 1, move out. Team 2, stay back. Everyone else, follow me. Once Taiju left, Tao Jie turned around and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I'm not reckless enough to take personal risks. As he spoke, he looked at his watch, waiting to see what would happen. The marker pen he gave to Du Hansheng was not only a one-way communicator, but also had a positioning function. Last night, Taiju had already arranged a 20-man team to sneak around the outskirts of Du Hansheng's village. The communicator didn't need to rotate to connect to the designated phone that Li Qing specified. It just provided a prompt to Tao Jie after he followed the instructions to rotate it. Are you being too ostentatious? Jean Mingwei looked a bit nervous. If a firefight breaks out, can we still get out? Tao Jie's expression slightly cooled. Then it depends on whether these brothers are capable. He was never in this for business. If raw stones are available, buy them. Although this is a non-renewable resource, if he can't buy it now, there will always be another time. It can't be that this time is the last. Chapter 227. It's you we're investigating. Soon, under Eagle Eye's negotiation, the seller almost made a half-by-half give deal, offering a price of 8 billion. Tao Jie readily agreed. However, this couldn't be done privately. It had to be taken to a designated location in Yangon, where taxes would be paid based on the confirmed transaction price. Taiju took people to handle it, while Tao Jie took Du Hansheng to browse the public auction. Without Du Hansheng, this deal wouldn't have gone so smoothly, especially since he used his own life safety to build a reliable persona. Tao Jie kept his promise and helped him secure goods worth 6 small targets at the public auction without any discount. Of course, this wasn't about gambling on stones. Most of what he bought were stones that had been opened or jadeite that had been extracted. Even so, it was enough to excite him. This trip could be considered a win-win. Before the plane took off, Jean Mingwei called her brother. Somewhere in Lao Mian, Jean Feixiong was withdrawing armed forces from a standoff with the government troops. When both sides broke contact, the guy took off his sweat-drenched hat, spat heavily, and cursed. Damn it, I almost got myself into trouble. Du Hansheng didn't come back, and even though he had a local medical certificate, it would be hard to explain his injury upon return. Rather than causing trouble, it was better to keep things simple. Chapter 228. Cleverness backfires. Gu Shaoqian brought nearly 3 times the number of bodyguards as Tao Jie had, and with their official identities. Tao Jie naturally wouldn't engage in a life-and-death struggle with him. After all, doing so would only play into Gu Shaoqian's hands. Mr. Gu, we were originally just keeping to ourselves. Aren't you afraid of future awkward encounters by doing this? Hearing Tao Jie's weightless threat, Gu Shaoqian almost laughed out loud. Do you really think we'll have another chance to meet? Don't you realize that with this amount of money, I won't be satisfied unless I get you a life sentence? He slapped his thigh. All right, this isn't what I want. You brought this upon yourself. What is that saying? All is fate, and very little is in our control. Boss Tao Take a good breath of the fresh air outside. This might be your last beautiful moment. With 2 against 1, Gu Xiaoqin's group charged toward the Gulf Stream G650 behind Tao Jie. These people were professionals and quickly searched the cabin. As expected, they found nothing, but Gu Xiaoqin wasn't anxious at all. Feeling proud? Did you forget something? As he brushed past Tao Jie, he tilted his head and smiled at him, lowering his voice. I remember you said something about me not being worthy, right? What about now? Chapter 229. Setting the rhythm suddenly, Tao Jie exploded, pointing at Gu Xiaoqin's nose. Aren't you the one showing off? Just because others give you face. You think I have to obey you? Dream on. You're delusional. He then turned to Taiju. Did you record all of this? Taiju pointed to the miniature camera on his shoulder and nodded. Don't worry, boss. It's been recording from the start. Gu Xiaoqin was taken aback. He knew he was being reckless, but he was used to the superiority that his high status brought him. Tao Jie's strong retaliation was completely unexpected. Just you? Gu Xiaoqin still looked down on Tao Jie. He knew he had some power, especially with the old lady from the Zhang family and old Chen backing him. But how much he could mobilize was another matter. Although he was also tempted by Zhang Mingyue, he knew that once entangled, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Such a woman was beautiful, but her family background could affect his freedom of movement. A dignified Gu Xiao would never give up the entire forest just because of a towering tree. Remembering the appreciation Zhang Mingyue's father had for him, Gu Xiaoqin felt much more relaxed. Chapter 230. Multiple concerns coming out of the break room. Tao Jie ran into Xing Feifei, who was helping Li Qingwan with her phone. He intended to greet her, but saw her directly covering her eyes and running off with something. What's going on? Tao Jie put on his coat and, looking down, noticed the flagpole was still raised high. He had no choice but to sit for a while to calm down before heading out. Fortunately, there should still be rescue personnel at home. After getting into the car, Tao Jie called Song Lu. Once the call connected, he learned that Song Lu had left. In her words, sister has dignity. It's inappropriate not to be angry at this time. However, this older sister was quite inhumane, having taken Zhang Mingyue away as well. There was no choice but to have Xiao Ying turn the direction toward Yeshu. Upon arriving at Yeshu, he found that Tong Hui was also not home. After calling her, he learned she was at the construction site on Chongyang Island. Fortunately, by this time, his anger had dissipated considerably. He chatted with Tong Hui about bank matters while rushing back. I can't do it. Hearing that Tao Jie wanted her to oversee the bank's work, Tong Hui was taken aback. She was quite comfortable now, often going to the construction site to see the gradual changes in the manor, feeling very happy. Suddenly being arranged like this left her unprepared. With Don Houching there, you don't need to worry too much. Just having you there as a nominal presence would make me feel at ease. Tao Jie didn't think she was idle. He just wanted to use this method to help her become more self-reliant in the future. Chapter 231. The intruder. As for the recording, Song Lu didn't take it out. Instead, she sent it directly to Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan immediately forwarded it to the operations department, and not long after, a segment of the phone call with names edited out was posted on major short video platforms. Just as Gu Xiaoqin had finally calmed down, he was called back to the office by the leadership. Upon entering, he saw the leader's ashen face. Without waiting for him to speak, the leader already stated his position. Hand over your credentials and transfer your work to Deputy Cheng. What? Gu Xiaoqin was stunned. Just for this matter? Just this? Because of you, our department has been exposed like this, and it's considered a major mistake. Moreover, we are being questioned by public opinion. The leader didn't give him a chance to speak. How your family arranges you is none of my concern. You cannot stay in this unit. Gu Xiaoqin returned from the leader's office in a daze and flipped over the documents on his desk. A young man he thought would be easy to control was acting so decisively. From a moment he turned against him, he hadn't given him a moment to breathe. This overwhelming wave of issues made it clear that even the deeply rooted Gu family couldn't safeguard his job. One could imagine how much effort he had to exert. Chapter 232. Wang Chao returns. Chun Nan's smile emerged immediately. You say this kid, he is from our family. Who would chase him away? Hi, Lao Shong. Hasn't Xiao Jie been absent for several days? Song Tianze. Finally, he shifted his gaze from the television screen. Our leader has called several times. If he doesn't report for duty soon, I want have the face to return to the unit. You're only worried about your own trivial matters. Can't you tell which is light and which is heavy now? Chun Nan was speechless. I've assigned the task these past few days. We might as well go on a trip to avoid being a bother at home. Song Tianze was caught off guard, huh? Didn't we just come back? Before Chan Nen could explain, Song Lu pushed open the bedroom door, still wearing a headscarf. Mingwei, it's your turn. Hey, what are you two talking about? We're discussing your business with Tao Jie. Another year has passed, and you're almost 30. Aren't you in a hurry? Shen Nan was frustrated. If you can't say anything, I'll talk to him. Tao Jie is calling you. Zhan Mingwei, afraid of causing trouble, handed her phone to her and hurried off to find clean clothes to shower. Song Lu stretched her long legs, brushing her fingers over the phone. Don't worry, madam. Your beloved disciple 1T escaped my grasp. Chapter 233. The brute. The day after Wang Chao returned, Gu Xiaoqin was charged with corruption and bribery, and the trial began in Chengdu. Because this matter had stirred up a national uproar and garnered high attention, it could only be publicly tried. On the day of the trial, Gu Xiaoqin was directly brought in wearing handcuffs. Tao Jie and Zhan Mingwei sat in the audience, and they were not alone. Major media outlets across the country sent reporters, filling the audience to capacity. The facts were clear, leaving no room for Gu Xiaoqin to refute. The only thing he could do now was to actively return the stolen goods and seek leniency. Of course, his expenses over the years had been considerable, and it would be impossible to return all the money without help from his family. Fortunately, the Gu family was wealthy with over 10 billion and could easily provide the funds. One side accused passionately, while the other admitted guilt promptly, and soon the court adjourned, preparing for a verdict. Gu Xiaoqin no longer had the extraordinary demeanor of someone from a prestigious family. He appeared listless, nodding in acknowledgement of his guilt, with nothing else to say. Completely abandoned, he was sentenced to 16 years in prison under strict orders, with all personal property confiscated. Of course, Tao Jie could foresee that it wouldn't be long before he received a sentence reduction and regained his freedom. Chapter 234. Hell on Earth? Tao Jie uprooted Ouyang Nan, standing behind a guard. Is there something you need? Hello, I'm Ouyang Nan, a reporter for the urban news section of Chengdu Daily. I'd like to interview you. Seeing that she hadn't finished speaking, Tao Jie had already turned around, prompting her to shout, I only have one question. Why did you attack Gu Xiaoqin in court? Upon hearing her question, Tao Jie paused, turned back, and smiled, to vent for my brother. Saying this, he walked directly to one of the two armored cars and climbed in. The BMW led the way, followed by a pink Rolls-Royce and a Beetle, with 6 Maybachs escorting the 2 armored extended Hummers as the convoy left. Ouyang Nan stomped her foot in frustration, not expecting that Tao Jie would only answer one question. Vent for my brother? Wasn't this incident sparked by Gu Xiaoqin targeting him? What did it have to do with his brother? Who was his brother? What had happened? She was completely in the dark about all of this. Having given an interview and answered a question, she found herself even more restless in her pursuit of the truth. More tangled than her was Tao Jie, who, in his rush to avenge Wang Chao, had never anticipated the day a hell would break out. Chapter 235. No one capable arrives. Arriving in front of Wang Chao, Tao Jie extended his fist and bumped it against Wang Chao's. Then they both opened their hands and clasped them together, locking eyes as they simultaneously said, idiot. Afterward, they disdainfully pulled their hand apart, with Wang Chao here cracking jokes. The atmosphere remained lively. It wasn't long before Tong Hui prepared a table full of dishes. She then took off her apron and sat down with Li Qingwan. Tao Jie, feeling a bit guilty inside, couldn't help but drool at the sight of the spread. Sister Wan, would you like a drink? Li Qingwan had been abstaining from alcohol for half a month, but she didn't mention why. Thinking today was a happy occasion, she felt tempted to indulge. Then just a little. What do you think, Chao Ge? Tong Hui rolled up her sleeves. Wang Chao straightened his back. Tao Jie can't drink, so I'll have some with you. Tai Zhu and Xiaoing both shook their heads, saying they had things to do, and Tong Hui didn't press them, running off to bring back a few bottles of red wine. Seeing this, Wang Chao shook his head. I can't handle that stuff. Just bring some beer. Saying this, he went to the basement and brought up 2 cases. As the main character, Tao Jie awkwardly held a glass of hot milk to join in. Taking advantage of the moment before they started, Tao Jie asked Li Qingwan how the company was doing. The profits are pretty good. Recently, using the unmanned live broadcast account to expose Gu Xiaoqin unexpectedly gained quite a few fans. The profits nearly doubled in a month. Chapter 236. Division 1. Having never experienced such excitement, with Li Qingwan by his side and Tong Hui entangled with him, after several rounds of struggle, she fell into a deep sleep while Tao Jie remained unsatisfied. Looking back, Li Qingwan, in a daze, kept begging for mercy, and it took a while before she was finally let go. Exhausted, Tao Jie, despite being surrounded, still felt his will to survive dominate. He pushed himself up and went to the study. The next morning, Li Qingwan and Tong Hui awoke almost simultaneously, their eyes meeting before they both blushed in unison. They each got up to dress and wash, while Tao Jie, who hadn't slept all night, was already preparing to leave. Just then, he received a call from Zhao Chan, saying there was a problem with the company and it needed to be split. This kind of thing wasn't surprising, let alone splitting, even when getting investments. There were plenty of cases where businesses went belly up, with a total investment of $300,000. Tao Jie didn't care about the money, but couldn't ignore Zhao Chan's feelings. Wait, I'll be there before noon. Tao Jie got ready and went to call Tai Zhu and Xiaoying. Wang Chao, holding a bowl of porridge and filling his stomach, having just thrown up a lot last night, curiously asked when he saw Tao Jie about to leave. Knowing he was going to Hangzhou, he shook his head. You too. Sigh. Chapter 237, Division 2. After being abroad for a long time, Tao Jie picked up the materials in front of him. Dai Chunbin, 32 years old, went abroad at 26, returned home after earning a doctorate. He changed his English name and spent a year and a half in deep exploration, having only stayed abroad for 4 years at most. Is that a long time? Tao Jie certainly wasn't trying to embarrass Liang Sheng. He simply looked down on this guy. No matter how long I stayed abroad, it has nothing to do with you. I speak my mind. If you like it, fine. If not, that is your problem. Dai Wei had a look of disdain, tapping his fingers on the table. Are you selling shares? I'll buy them. To save the outsiders from chattering and wasting time. Whether I sell shares or not is not for you to decide. Tao Jie leaned back slightly, calm and composed. Even if I want to sell, can you afford it? Can't afford it? Dai Wei pointed at his own nose, as if he had heard something hilarious. $300,000, is that a lot? Seeing the two get heated, Liang Sheng quickly stood up to mediate. Dai Wei, tone it down a bit. Mr. Tao, he's just young and impulsive. Don't take it to heart. Hearing Liang Sheng say this, Dai Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Liang Sheng, do you really take him seriously? I said if his shares are transferred, I'll take over. P.S. Just lucky. If I'd come earlier, what would he have had? Chapter 238, Division 3. Zhao Chan's eyes were all on Tao Jie, unconcerned about the transaction or not, as she pulled out a tissue to help him wipe his hands. As if his long fingers were perfect works of art. Liang Wan sighed. Only our little junior sister is so lucky to have such a boyfriend. Otherwise, if she were sold, she'd have to help count the money. Tao Jie remained resolute, leaving Liang Wan with nothing to say. Of course, more importantly, their research team didn't need to disband. Tao Jie would take over directly. We can't listen to the research. I don't think there's anything wrong with the direction. The focus of Chinese searches is stronger and more precise. This is a precious heritage left by our ancestors. During lunch, Tao Jie spoke confidently. There will definitely be challenges during the research process. After all, this is a new path, and as pioneers, it's normal to invest time and resources. Liang Wan nodded, admitting that some algorithms indeed had not appeared before, and the logical relationships set up needed to be tried out. But I believe that within half a year, we will definitely see the light. Although it's not her major, Zhao Chan's computer skills are not bad either. She nodded along, and I felt that our path was fine. It was just that we hadn't been able to enter the practical testing phase earlier. Chapter 239. Unexpected gains. The group found a hotel, and Zhao Chan pulled Tao Jie into a room. The rain had stopped, and Zhao Chan drew circles on Tao Jie's chest with her finger. Zhang Fifan had come over a while ago. What did he come for? Tao Jie widened his eyes, feeling a bit annoyed as he noticed Zhao Chan's feelings for him were written all over her face. To pull an investment. Zhao Chan looked up and flicked her ponytail at him. What do you think it is? I'm not worried about you. Just that this person is a bit annoying. Using his arm as a pillow, Tao Jie pecked her on the lips. It won't be that software company again, right? What else? Zhao Chan nestled closer, wrapping her arm around him. I really don't know what he's thinking. There's no viable market for the software industry in Xiaoqing. Did they look for you? Yeah. It was Secretary Kong who brought them. Zhao Chan was somewhat speechless. If it weren't for her mother mediating, Secretary Kong wouldn't have been able to join in the fun. Secretary Kong must be eager to achieve results. By the way, how did it go? Tao Jie couldn't help but shake his head. Liang Sheng invested $1 million. I told him the situation, and he said he had to give face. Zhao Chan still had a good impression of Liang Sheng, even as a businessman. It wasn't easy to reach such a level. Chapter 240. Preparing the hospital. Liang Wan was very efficient, not only successfully gathering the team, but also finding an office space. They didn't go far, just upstairs from deep exploration, where they found an office of over 400 square meters, sufficient to accommodate their development team of 60 to 70 people. After reporting the situation to Tao Jie and getting his approval, they went to apply for company registration. Zhao Chan served as the legal representative, and she was the supervisor, with Pancher Investment holding 60 of the shares. The next morning, they received their business license in just one morning. Following that, they made a company seal, opened a bank account, and signed an investment agreement with Pancher Investment. By the afternoon, before work hours ended, Pancher's $500 million had already been credited. The members of the Chinese framework development team were all eager, and with ready internet cables and office equipment, moved from deep exploration. They quickly fell into a rhythm of overtime work. Seeing how hard everyone was working, Tao Jie felt a bit embarrassed to stay there, so he prepared to head back. Originally, he wanted to take Zhao Chan to Chengdu for a few days, but she seemed either eager to prove herself or had really gotten used to working at this pace with Liang Wan and the others. So she decided against staying with Tao Jie for a few more days. Once we achieve results, I can rest properly, and then we can travel around, Zhao Chan said, holding Tao Jie, reluctant to let him go, but also worried about delaying his matters. Chapter 241. I want to talk to him. I need to talk to you. Talk. It's harmless to clear things up. I don't owe you anything. Then what about the past? There's new debt now. Wait a minute, what new debt? Don't say it like that. Not admitting it? I took a beating in there, and you said you hit someone else. Don't men care about face? That wasn't because of me. Haven't you heard that debts have their owners? Wasn't it you who started it? After a smoke, Tao Jie felt that the dumplings had already digested, so he asked Zhang Mingyue if she wanted something to eat. No. Zhang Mingyue was afraid he would mention something difficult to accept. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt, as if she couldn't clear this debt. Tao Jie, I told you I didn't mean it. Let me sleep for a while, Zhang Mingyue said, barely opening her eyes before closing them again out of exhaustion. She didn't even want to move her fingers. However, Tao Jie was very energetic. After getting up, he messaged Taiju to bring 2 takeout meals over. Soon, there was a knock at the door for the takeout. Tao Jie checked the peephole, opened the door, and brought the food back. Zhang Mingyue smelled seafood and propped herself up. I'm hungry. Chapter 242. The socialites of the capital Zhang Mingyue returned to Beijing, as Tao Jie had urged her to hurry. Besides, she couldn't match Song Lu's composure in discussing work right after putting on her clothes. That kind of dominating presence was hard for her. Before leaving, she didn't say goodbye, just asked about Tao Jie's friend and what symptoms he had, but he remained silent. Upon returning to Beijing, her first stop was the nursing home where her grandmother stayed, as sometimes one needed to leverage support. When the old lady heard that Tao Jie was going to build a hospital, she was quite pleased. A hospital is good. Once it's built, at least you won't have to worry about living. The old lady smiled, holding Zhang Mingyue's hand. Now you have something substantial to do. Your mother and the others shouldn't have anything to say. Zhang Mingyue blushed, but couldn't explain their current distorted relationship to her grandmother, so she quickly changed the subject. Grandma, we've secured the location for the hospital, but money can only solve hard conditions. Soft conditions are not so easily resolved. Lacking doctors? The old lady, despite her age, could still catch on to the nuances. Zhang Mingyue nodded. The best doctors are still concentrated in Beijing. If we can have a few renowned doctors on board, it will be more efficient. Chapter 243. The popular brother-in-law at the agreed time of 8. Just as Zhang Mingyue arrived, a series of sports cars pulled up outside. Bugatti, Pagani, McLaren, Lamborghini, various luxury cars seemed to be competing for attention, and the people getting out were also strikingly good-looking men and women, all familiar with each other. Nodding and greeting, He Miao, Zhao Qianqian, and Dong Na arrived one after another. Seeing Lu Han with Bai Tianxiang's group, they were a bit taken aback. The straightforward Zhao Qianqian was the first to wave and greet. Sister C is with Bai Xiao. No wonder she said she would bring people over. Lu Han flicked her bangs. Xiao Lu. I asked Mingyue. She said it was fine. Zhao Qianqian didn't want to argue, so she stepped forward. Since we're here, let's go in. Dong Na waved her hand to Lu Han and caught up with Zhao Qianqian, asking quietly, when did the Bai family come back? Zhao Qianqian pouted. Who knows? The Bai family only has this one heir. He came back to inherit the family business. They walked into the Blue Castle and immediately spotted Lu Jing and Zhang Mingyue. The girls excitedly rushed over, each exchanging hugs with Zhang Mingyue. Xiao Qi, you're doing well. You've been in Beijing all this time, and it's been years since we last saw you. Zhao Qianqian was the most exaggerated, sticking close to Zhang Mingyue. hugging her and not letting go. Chapter 244. Expanding the circle, it was so lively that it was a good thing I rushed back. Ah, Xiao Qi. I miss you so much. He meow, adorned in shimmering jewels, pushed the door open and headed straight for Zhang Mingyue. It was exhausting running around for the three families. Zhang Mingyue hugged her back, feeling a bit shy. What is so exhausting? Seeing you is more enjoyable than anything else. After saying that, he meow looked at the others. Isn't that right? If it weren't for Mingyue having matters to attend to, it would be hard to see her. She works in advertising and gets along with everyone. In her eyes, they are all her clients. With her around, the atmosphere immediately becomes more relaxed. He meow sat down, still holding Zhang Mingyue's hand. And it seemed that everyone was present except for the second one. Xiao Qi, if there's anything you need, just let me know. Zhang Mingyue, also worried that Wang Jing and the others would argue again, raised her glass, as she indeed had something to ask for. However, since everyone hadn't seen each other for a long time, let's have a drink first. Although these people didn't know what she wanted, they could be sure of one thing. It definitely wasn't to borrow money. They all raised their glasses and clinked them together. It's like this, he wants to open a hospital in Chengdu, but he lacks some capable doctors to take charge. I know a few, but I'm not sure if I can invite them all. So I thought if anyone has connections or good relationships in this area, they could help with introductions. Chapter 245. His sister that night. Zhang Mingyue called Tao Jie again when she got home to discuss the situation from that evening. In terms of doctors, Wang Jing and the others helped recommend a total of 5 authoritative experts, and they would even communicate personally before introducing them to Zhang Mingyue. Along with a few she knew, this was basically sufficient to instantly elevate the various departments of the Pancher Hospital to top-tier levels. Of course, this was influenced by the generous salaries and research support offered by Tao Jie. But to have managed to secure so many people in such a short time still made Tao Jie very happy. Did they say if they needed my help with anything? Tao Jie tapped his foot on the office desk. He was preparing for an all-nighter, so he was still at the Pancher investment office. What else could it be? After all this talk, it's still about money. Zhang Mingyue felt a bit tired but still maintained a ladylike posture, placing her phone on the desk, hands folded, chin resting on her hand. Watching her long eyelashes flutter like a fan, Tao Jie instantly perked up. Money was not a problem, but he wasn't a philanthropist. So let them come to him for discussions. By the way, does this mean you can come back sooner? Zhang Mingyue wasn't sure if it was the alcohol or his intense gaze that made her blush as she shot him a sideways glance. You wouldn't really want to help them, would you? These people have big appetites. Chapter 246. Reception. Zhang Mingyue still had some impression of Guanin, but at that time, she was still in high school. Being 2 years younger, she missed out on the selection for the 7 princesses. Zhang Mingyue remembered at a gathering when this girl scoffed at the so-called 7 princesses, saying, if you want to do it, be a queen. What's the point of being a princess? Don't think she was just talking. The next day, that girl cut off all her long hair and has since shown up with short hair. Her grades also skyrocketed, going abroad as an exchange student in her freshman year. And she never returned. Suddenly hearing news about her made Zhang Mingyue a bit alert. If it wasn't an accident, her return must be because something happened to her brother. If that's the case, the first person she would target should be Tao Jie. Don't think that just because Gu Xiaocheng is in trouble, Tao Jie is safe. The Gu family is like a centipede that won't die easily, and it won't be so easy to catch them all. Not to mention, just the fact that Gu Xiaocheng can easily help him recover stolen goods shows that the Gu family is not that simple. The name Gu may seem inconspicuous, but Zhang Mingyue remembers her domineering demeanor very clearly. If Gu Xiaocheng is a wolf that devours without spitting out bones, then his sister is a little tyrant sitting atop a mountain of corpses. Chapter 247. The sorceress. Although these people all had their own matters to deal with, they still chatted and laughed, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes, which also opened Tao Jie's eyes. However, he had matured a lot and could basically manage to keep his emotions in check, occasionally smiling and nodding, which also gave attention to the storyteller. Bai Tianxiang loosened up after a few drinks, and his jokes kept coming, if it weren't for the majority of ladies present. The speed of the conversation would definitely be off the charts. This guy usually acted aloof due to his high profile, but in private, he didn't have much of an attitude, of course, only towards those he recognized. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold back his words. If anyone was uncomfortable during the meal, it might be Zhang Mingyue. Every time Tao Jie was mentioned, it was either brother-in-law or sister-in-law, yet not one person asked for her opinion. Of course, even if they did ask, she could only lower her head in acquiescence. What else could she do, besides avoiding exposure at home? It was also related to the fact that the two were indeed very close. As they chatted, it was inevitable that Gu Enin would come up. That girl was even more unrestrained than her brother and had been stubborn since childhood. Wang Jing, the oldest, still remembered her as a child. Zhao Qianqian also stuck out her tongue, recalling, "I remember back when you guys were all in college and I was in my senior year." While she was only in her first year. Just because a boy was pursuing her, she brought a retired blackback dog, which scared that boy so much he ran to the principal's office and didn't dare go home. Chapter 248. Interview Gu Enin applied to Pancher Investment? What kind of operation is this? Tao Jie was a bit confused. He directly called, "Senior, when did this happen?" "I just noticed the information sent over by HR while checking my email," said Song Lu, who had just taken a shower and was lying down, with a towel wrapped around his head. "Do you know who Gu Enin is?" Wang Jing and the others mentioned her when they arrived in Chengdu today during dinner. Tao Jie replied, crossing a hill, grabbing a pack of cigarettes. "Is she difficult to deal with?" "She must be complicated, especially since she applied to Pancher Investment." "It's hard to gauge what she wants to do," Song Lu said, familiar with Gu Enin. "If it weren't for Gu Shaoqing's troubles, she might have almost become my sister-in-law. If it's hard to gauge, then ignore it. We're the proactive side. If we don't hire her, we can't do that," Tao Jie said as he lit a cigarette. But he noticed that the firelight reflected off Zhang Mingyue's slightly furrowed brow, so he extinguished it. "I don't think so," Song Lu opposed. "The most dangerous place is the safest. The same goes for her. Instead of letting her stir up trouble outside, it's better to keep her under our watch." She turned over, raising her small feet in the air, swaying them. "What I can do for Pancher has reached its limit. I'm not a professional, and it's a bit tough to work. But she's a professional. It would be a pity not to use her." Chapter 249. Daddy's daddy is Grandpa Gu Enin was a beauty since childhood, but who knew that some parts didn't show any signs of development when they were supposed to? All these years, eating papaya, didn't tea help her complete the B plan? Those familiar with her knew that no one dared to joke about her figure. When she was studying abroad, a classmate joked about not being able to tell her front from her back, and the next day, he returned to China in a wheelchair. But facing Tao Jie, her face changed colors several times out of anger, yet she still held it in. She was very clear that this guy usually had a big entourage, with at least 30 bodyguards. It was basically impossible to make a move against him domestically. "Don't think that this can provoke me. I know better than you what I want to do and what you want." Gu Enin calmed herself down and loosened her tightly clenched fists. "What I want to do, I haven't figured out yet. How can you know anything? Moreover, how can you prove your worth?" Tao Jie raised an eyebrow, and he could understand this. After all, they were both thousand-year-old foxes. So there's no need to mention strange tales from a Chinese studio. I can help you achieve your goals quickly. Gu Enin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had finally gotten to the main topic. Chapter 250. Joining the job after tidying up the small umbrella. Gu Enin reluctantly took another shower with Tao Jie before finally putting away her phone. He added her contact information and hurriedly left a message. The start date will be notified later. After saying that, fearing that Gu Enin would say anything, Tao Jie opened the door and left. Gu Enin grabbed a pillow and threw it, hitting the door and sliding down. Then she turned over and pounced on the bed, crying softly. No one knew that it wasn't that she was demeaning herself by offering herself, but rather it was out of necessity. The Gu family, due to Gu Shaoqing's relationship, was not as unaffected as the outside world perceived. It was like a large ship that had already developed invisible cracks. The power struggles at the upper levels often lie in the unseen details. In this game, no one can remain an outsider. The reason she endured humiliation to board Tao Jie's ship was that she saw the crisis. Rather than saying that Tao Jie needed to develop Pancher Investment to a level that made others wary, it was also an opportunity for her. She had once thought about following Tao Jie's path, but there was no longer enough time. If you can't beat them, join them. This was the trick she learned in the fierce competition in the beautiful country. Compared to the entire family, it was worth it to sacrifice herself, even if it meant giving up her grievances with Gu Shaoqing. Chapter 251. Seeking the law in Zhongnan, Tao Jie really didn't lie. He did go out with Zhang Mingyue to find an expert. However, this expert was a bit different. He not only wasn't working, but hadn't even practiced as a doctor. Duan Mu, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Most people wouldn't associate him with being a doctor, but he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and was hailed as the successor of national medicine at just over 30. However, after his wife's unexpected death, he fell into a state of mental decline and years later, it was suddenly rumored that he had given up the secular world to cultivate in Zhongnanshan. After he left, he was silent for over a decade. Back then, Zhang Mingyue had heard some rumors about this doctor who had taken her grandmother's pulse while chatting with adults. So she had some impression of him. The key point was that he met Tao Jie's requirements perfectly. He had real skills and was considered an expert in health maintenance. It was said that many people went to Zhongnanshan to find him for health adjustments, but they all came back empty-handed. Before leaving, Zhang Mingyue hesitated a bit, fearing it would be a wasted trip, wondering if something had happened over the years. Their hearts were not sincere. Tao Jie hurriedly packed his things. How could a master-level person have easily ascended? Chapter 252. Seeking the Law in Zhongnan 2, he is here. Tao Jie responded and stood up, saying they would discuss this later. There was nothing to discuss. Zhang Mingyue was afraid he would mess things up, leaving him no hope at all. Tao Jie lifted the curtain and came out, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw a figure walking along the path they had come from, dressed in a dark blue cotton coat, with long hair simply tied back. He looked to be just over 30, with 3 strands of black beard flowing beneath his chin. Seeing the tent they had set up, he walked directly over and asked, "Are you here for a vacation?" Tao Jie immediately approached, saying, "We are here to make wishes." Taiju lowered his head, thankful he was too clumsy with words. Otherwise, he would definitely have blurted something out. The boss and the stall owner said they were here to seek medical help, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into making wishes. Then you've taken the wrong path. Go out from here and keep going up. There are many Taoist temples. The man spoke with a Beijing accent, and after he finished speaking, he picked up a broom at the entrance and dusted off his shoes. "It's fine. We're not in a hurry. We'll treat it as a vacation and try to explore more places," Tao Jie said, pulling out a cigarette and offering one. The man shook his head, saying, "No, thank you, I don't smoke. By the way, make sure to extinguish the cigarette after you finish. If a fire breaks out here, it would be disastrous." Chapter 253. Seeking the Law in Zhongnan 3, are you afraid I'll just grab something to fool you? Duan Mu nearly laughed out loud. This kid was something else, sharp and clever, and not afraid of being embarrassed if seen through. Just to take advantage without knowing what face was. You can't say that. When entering a treasure mountain, you can't go back empty-handed. And they say the master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. I have to at least get my foot in the door, right? Tao Jie said confidently. "Fine. Anyway, this place is not mine. You can stay as long as you want." Duan Mu didn't mind, picking up a hoe to loosen the soil in the garden they had just planted. Uncle Duan, working in front of the younger generation, you've really figured it out. Tao Jie quickly grabbed the hoe, but when he turned around, he was a bit at a loss about what to do with the garden. Despite having grown up in the countryside, he really hadn't done this work before. Fortunately, Taiju had good insight. He took the hoe and quickly finished working on the first few plots of the garden. In the evening, Duan Mu was also not pretentious and had hot pot with Tao Jie and the others. Avoiding beef and lamb, they still had a good time eating. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, Tao Jie got up early. He hadn't really slept much that night, fearing Duan Mu would signal him to find him in the middle of the night. Chapter 254. Accelerating the manner after returning to Chengdu. Zhang Mingyue went off to take care of her own affairs, while Tao Jie put on a hard hat and dove into the construction of a manor. Tao Jie's involvement made Tong Hui's days very pleasant. She smiled every day, her dimples beautiful enough to dazzle anyone who caught a glimpse. The only downside was Pei Yao, this seductive woman, who had stuck close to Tao Jie ever since he arrived. If it weren't for Pei Jinlong also hovering around, Tong Hui would have suspected she was trying to steal the family. Pei Jinlong also wore a hard hat and introduced as he walked, saying that the framework for the underground project had been completed, and besides military-grade standards, an extra layer of alloy had been added. They were currently working on the water recycling system and the air purification system's piping. If all goes well, this part would be completed in half a month. The power system was designed with 3 sets, one connected to the external power grid, one for solar power generation, and another powered by diesel generator. Once the elevator was installed, they could seal the roof and construction on the ground could begin. The weather had warmed up, and the machinery at the construction site was also working vigorously. The fish pond was connected to the underground, so they used the stones brought in a few days ago, laying some small pieces to create a pebble path, not wanting to waste anything. Chapter 255. First intimate contact. Han Shuiying arrived at the gym as usual, and seeing the thriving scene before her, she felt particularly pleased. She had now stepped away from frontline work, and her well-tailored suit made her look neat and capable. But the shirt underneath was a bit too tight. As soon as she arrived at the front desk, she received a tip-off. The boss had arrived. Before she could react, Manager Yang hurried over, saying, "Store manager, the boss has changed into yoga clothes and has already gone over." "Oh good, then I'll go take a look." Han Shuang was just about to set off when Manager Yang called out to her, "Store manager, the boss is likely going to do yoga practice. Shouldn't you change into another outfit?" Old Yang was anxious. He believed that as an observer, he could see the truth clearly, while Han Shuang was obviously confused by her involvement. Who was the boss? Not to mention anything else, just looking at the few times he came by, you could see a group of strong young men around him, with dozens of bodyguards coming and going, each as sturdy as a young bull, and with fierce eyes. None of them were easy to deal with. Just this imposing presence alone, could it be a simple role? Why did the former owner hand over the gym as if it were a gift? Chapter 256. You're in trouble. Tao Jie rested for more than 2 hours in the lounge before finally getting up from a massage table. He looked at Han Shuang, who was fidgeting with her fingers and looking down as if she had done something wrong, and waved his hand. "I don't blame you. It's my fault for not knowing my limits and being a bit overconfident." He thought his flexibility was decent and that he shouldn't suffer too much, but unexpectedly, some paths had to be walked. With both legs on the ground, his brows furrowed in a knot, Han Shuang extended her arm for him to lean on, saying to take it slow. Tao Jie thought to himself, "I also need to be able to move quickly." He slowly leaned against her and awkwardly took a step, moving less than 10 centimeters. "Boss, I'll carry you." Han Shuang knew she was also at fault. Her already developed muscles were not like those of a pliable child. Before Tao Jie could speak, she was already half squatting with her back to him. She hadn't even changed out of her yoga pants, and a peach-like shape presented itself to his eyes, making Tao Jie feel a bit fiery in his nose. "Forget it. Help me check the iron post outside." Tao Jie was still somewhat rational. Under such a big temptation, he stubbornly chose the board bed over the soft mattress. Han Shuang exclaimed, lifting the curtain, and saw the iron post like a tower. Her eyelids drooped. "The boss is calling you." Chapter 257. Capital is ruthless. As soon as Tang Han's words fell, a sound of car doors opening and closing was heard. When he straightened up, he saw a group of young men with arms as thick as his legs getting out of a line of Maybachs, heading straight for him. 2 of them approached, one on the left and one on the right, and with a grappling technique, they twisted his arm behind his back and yanked him up from the ground. "You guys." Tang Han's mind buzzed. He thought he had done something wrong and turned pale with fear. The iron post approached Tong Hui and Zhou Xiaoqin. "Miss, how should we handle this person?" Tong Hui was taken aback. She didn't expect Tao Jie to arrive so quickly. She glanced at the Hummer by the roadside, turned, and nudged Xiaoqin. "Go find your brother." Zhou Xiaoqin knew it was safe and let go of Tong Hui, running towards the Hummer. "Miss, how should we handle this person?" Tang Han's scalp felt numb. When encountering official people, he thought he could still struggle a bit. After all, he was just a small fry, and if he wasn't targeted by above, the problems he faced would be greater. But if he encountered unreasonable bullies, he had also heard stories of people lying in concrete blocks. "Spare me, I give in. I was just trying to take advantage. No, I was just tempted by greed." As he admitted this, those who had previously doubted him all spat in disdain, not expecting him to be that kind of person. Chapter 258. Apologies. When they got home, Tong Hui was still trembling a bit. After resting briefly, she put on an apron to cook for Xiaoqin when Tao Jie's phone rang. "Uncle Lu, long time no see. What can I do for you?" Tao Jie still respected Lu Ronghao, a seasoned wealthy man who built his fortune from scratch in his time. Even though he benefited from the era's dividends, he was still a rare figure. Moreover, since he officially made his appearance, whether for the sake of old Chun or driven by interests, he had often come to Tao Jie's aid. Lu Ronghao's aged voice carried a hint of apology. "Shao Jie, there's something I need to apologize for. The reckless idiot from this noon is Tang Xiong's nephew from Han Tang Securities. I've already had them dismissed." Tao Jie had heard of Tang Xiong. He was a capable and resourceful person who had contributed significantly to the development of Han Tang Securities. As for his nephew, being dismissed was not enough to quell his anger. But Lu Ronghao called without waiting for him to investigate. His attitude was clearly commendable. "Uncle Lu, family troubles shouldn't affect others. I'm not a royal family member. I don't believe in collective punishment. It's reasonable to teach his nephew a lesson." Hearing Tao Jie say this, Lu Ronghao sighed in relief. Chapter 259. A deadly stalemate. Tao Jie looked at Xiaoqin and waved his hand. Xiaoqin accepted. Hearing Tao Jie say this, Tang Xiong showed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. If he didn't accept it, it would mean he didn't forgive him. Accepting it, on the other hand, represented not holding grudges. Even so, Tang Xiong was clear that Tao Jie's forgiveness was out of respect for the Liu family and did not mean he would also forgive his nephew Tang Han. He had already thought about how to sever ties with his elder brother's family. A pile of gold made her eyes widen. She was astonished that this was given to her. From childhood to now, the most valuable thing she had received was the gold jewelry Tao Jie bought for her. But compared to what lay before her, it was completely on a different level. Tao Jie urged her to accept it, and Zhou Xiaoqin was still a bit confused about the situation. Tong Hui, however, was not polite and directly instructed the waiter to push the car aside. Tang Xiong raised his glass. "Mr. Tao, I won't thank you for your great kindness. I'll drink to that." Saying this, he downed a full glass of white liquor in one go. Tao Jie merely lifted his teacup and nodded. Tang Xiong was very perceptive. After toasting everyone, he excused himself, claiming to have had too much to drink. After he left, Lu Ronghao took out a document and handed it to Tao Jie. "Shao Jie, I happened to meet some old acquaintances at a meeting in the capital a while back, and they asked me to help bring this back." Chapter 260. Wealth accumulation. As Tang Han had expected, the Han family certainly wouldn't take this feud lightly. However, given that Tao Jie and Pancher investment were currently gaining momentum, it was not suitable for the Han family to jump out and make trouble. The Han family was like a giant whale lurking in the deep sea, always waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Tao Jie and his Pancher investment. After generations of management, to be driven into a corner by a young brat was unthinkable. Did they think the old master had lost his powers? Moreover, the old master still had friends like Hu Daxian and Chang Daxian, all of whom were revered figures. Just because the Han family had their territory overturned didn't mean others would stand by idly. If such matters were allowed to grow unchecked, who would still respect the old powers in the future? But Tao Jie was very particular in choosing his industries and projects. They were either large-cap stocks or people's livelihood industries, and given their alliance, they didn't dare act recklessly. Han Jun knew that Pancher Investment had opened an account at Han Tang Securities, but old Liu was also not an easy character, and they weren't prepared for a multi-front war lightly. But if there was a real chance to seriously damage Pancher Investment, the Han family wouldn't let it go either. That night, Tang Han met with Han Jun. Chapter 261. Caught off guard in the past 3 days, Tao Jie finally walked without limping. Every morning, Han Shuang accompanied and guided during the exercise at Shuangxing, and that day, the awkward situation wasn't mentioned by either of them. Only Manager Yang was in high spirits all day, making it seem like there was a celebration at his home. At noon, they went to Yushu for lunch, then rushed to the construction site at Chongyang Island for a tour. When they arrived, Pei Jinlong was sitting on a pile of stones watching videos, and in his anger, he couldn't help but play keyboard warrior. Damn, even this little money has to be paid. Where does she get the confidence? What are you looking at so angry? Tao Jie strolled over with a straw in his mouth. Brother-in-law is here. Pei Jinlong quickly stood up, relieved to see his sister was not there. Look at this woman. How superficial she is. How can a parasite who doesn't earn a dime look down on a man who makes over 100,000 a month? As he spoke, he handed his phone to Tao Jie. Tao Jie took a glance at it. The title was quite fairy tale-like. How can you say you're a successful person when you earn so little? With no waste of words, he directly showed the picture. The screenshot contained a chat log between the two, with names and key information shielded. Chapter 262. Basic operations not to be overlooked, not only the netizens. Even Tao Jie was speechless. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have doubted whether this was Pei Yao's self-directed performance, this rebellious girl. Tao Jie glanced at the smug Pei Yao and secretly warned himself not to trip over his own feet. He casually picked up a stone from the pile behind him and handed it to Pei Jinlong, telling him to play with it at home since he didn't understand it. After saying that, he called over Tong Hui and left. Pei Jinlong, holding the heavy stone, was confused for a long time, not understanding what it meant. Blind box, stone? He didn't expect Tao Jie would actually run away from the bill. Pei Yao stomped her foot in anger, pointing at Tao Jie's back. What does he mean? Pei Jinlong grinned. How would I know? Saying that, he was about to throw the stone down. Wait, Pei Yao shouted, patting the stone since he gave it to me. I want it too. Take it to the car. Pei Jinlong. Tao Jie felt a bit of security only after returning to Yushu. The world is cruel. When men go out, they must protect themselves. After dinner, He sent a message to Guahai saying he would come over soon. Guahai quickly replied, saying he received it. When he arrived at Pansure Investment, he unexpectedly found that Song Lu and Guanin were also there. Chapter 263. Opportunity with a hint of disdain. Guanin lazily picked up Tao Jie's phone. Tao Jie was now full of energy and leaned over. Look, how do people who don't know the truth view someone? And how do they repent after being slapped in the face? Pansure Securities, it's stable. Guanin read through it all without sharing any opinions until she saw a new short video posted by that account and suddenly hugged Tao Jie. What? Tao Jie, with Guanin snuggling up to him, was still confused by her words. Pansure Securities. Guanin got up, wrapping herself in a blanket to hide her modesty, her eyes brimming with excitement. If they added a securities company, it meant that Pansure, besides insurance, had achieved a full licensed financial group. What does that mean? Tao Jie didn't understand what she was so excited about. Now we have funds and a bank. If we add insurance and securities, we can claim to be a full licensed financial group. Guanin didn't expect to be handed a pillow while dozing off. It's not easy to unlock such an achievement in securities. We don't have securities or insurance. You're too optimistic. Tao Jie almost said she should go to bed earlier. Chapter 264. Game of chess in the office of the general manager of Pansure Investment. After a few instructions, Guanin returned to Beijing in a hurry, not even having time to grab a change of clothes. Song Lu looked at the somewhat unsatisfied Tao Jie with a face full of disdain. Do you think you're capable again? Wait for me for 2 days. Although Tao Jie was now much more confident, he didn't want to start a conflict, thinking there would be plenty of time in the future. Who's the future? Does your family know your name change? Tao Jie. Fortunately, the phone rang, easing his awkwardness. Just as he saw some annotations, he looked up at Song Lu. Director Lu? How do you know? Tao Jie suspected whether the women around him had some sort of cheat code. Just answer it. Say what you need to say. Song Lu said leisurely, I'm not as sharp as an in, but I understand human relationships better. Tao Jie didn't keep Lu Ronghao waiting long. Answering the call, Uncle Lu, did you need something? Shao Jie, is it convenient to meet? Lu Ronghao had waited for over 20 seconds, his mind turning over many thoughts. Where are you? I'll come over now. Tao Jie knew it was definitely related to Hantang Media. Still at Honghu Tower, Lu Ronghao met with Tao Jie and Song Lu in a private room. Chapter 265. See who contributes more after the family meeting. Gu Shan took Guanin back home. During this time, don't run around. Guanin was astonished. But I still have to go back to work. What work? With the family in this situation, you still want to go to work? Besides, how much can they pay you? Guanin's mother, seeing her husband's angry face, could only say to her daughter, 10 million a year, plus options. What's 10 million? They just give you a little over 1,000? Guanin's mother was stunned, grabbing her daughter's hand. Are you saying 10 million a year? Guanin nodded. That's not a small amount in the country. Guanin's mother didn't realize how strong her daughter was. If she knew there were lines of people on her street offering her a $10 million annual salary, she would have packed her bags and taken her abroad immediately. But living in the country, an annual salary of 10 million was already astronomical to her. As for her son making so much money, she hadn't seen a single cent, having given everything to save him. Gu Shan didn't expect his wife's perspective to be so short-sighted. No wonder Gu Shaoqian was so lacking in foresight, wasting a good hand of cards. No amount of money is enough. Just stay quiet for a while. Chapter 266. Is it so stable? This was Han Jun's first time in charge among the family and related families. Although it was just an authorization, its significance was different for him. Even if he was only stepping into the spotlight superficially, it was much better than helping Han Wei clean up the mess behind the scenes. Tang Han was brought in as free labor. Having someone familiar with Hantang Securities made things much smoother. However, what annoyed him was that the situation had already fermented so much online, yet the relevant departments seemed to be oblivious. For leaders who usually value public opinion, this situation was puzzling. What's going on with your uncle? Han Jun watched Yang Lin leisurely playing with tea, suppressing the urge to give Tang Han some face. I can't even see him. Tang Han hadn't dared to go to his uncle's house during this time, and luckily, Tang Xiong must have been busy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him off easily. Can't you inquire a bit? Don't you have colleagues? Hen Yun Flaonu. I don't believe Hantang Securities can remain so tough and hold on forever. In the past few days, netizens, driven by the Water Army, have pushed Hantang Securities to the forefront of public attention. The Han family mobilized their connections, and relevant departments conducted various inspections. But the real upper management seemed blind and deaf, with no response at all. Chapter 267. Social death scene. Uncle Lou, I think there's no need to wait any longer. Tao Jie stretched. Rockstone Investment will complete the acquisition at the original valuation of Tang Securities. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of prolonged uncertainty. I just don't want to play along with them any longer. Tang Xiong was taken aback. Even the hand that was cutting the steak froze. Lu Ronghao laughed. You kid are still afraid I'll make things difficult for you. Knowing full well why Tao Jie offered such a price. Lu Ronghao felt increasingly that handing his son over to him was a wise choice. In business, you don't have to compromise too much because of our relationship. He cut a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing slowly. After swallowing, he picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. 8 billion, a flat price. This is the Gu family's offer, the highest among the interested parties, and other shareholders have already agreed. If you have no problem, we can sign the contract immediately. Sister, is the contract ready? Tao Jie turned to look at Song Lu. Song Lu nodded, except the amount wasn't written. She handed the contract to Lu Ronghao, who reached out to take it. A 1T look, I trust you. The shareholders of Tang Securities have already authorized me. As long as I sign, it will take effect immediately. Chapter 268. Backstab. This was the first time coming to the Song family and experiencing such social death. Fortunately, old Song was unaware that the house had been robbed and thought he was just visiting, repeatedly saying how lucky he was that the oysters were fresh. But when Chen Nan returned, she saw Tao Jie's shoes on the shoe rack and didn't expose it, just kept serving him food. This meal left Tao Jie feeling extremely conflicted. He barely got through it, only to be dragged into playing 2 rounds of chess by old Song, who was suffering from a chess addiction. His mind was completely off the chessboard, and he was easily defeated. Fortunately, Chen Nan didn't ask when the two would get their marriage certificate, but the uncontainable smile at the corner of her mouth filled Tao Jie with guilt. After Gu Anan returned home, she didn't call back, holding her phone, her mind in disarray. On Rockstone Investment's public account, in the 2 days since her return, profits soared by 45, and the company's own funds plus Rockstone number 1 were nearing 400 billion. Not to mention the freshly launched Rockstone No. 2 fund with 100 billion. Her access allowed her to see the specific trading process, and even though she wasn't in Chengdu, she was amazed at Tao Jie's trading skills. Buy high, sell low. It was as if the entire market was trying to cooperate with him. Even if she personally got involved, she could only watch his taillights disappear. Chapter 269. The dust settles. When Gu Anan returned, it was quiet, not even telling Tao Jie. Rockstone Investment developed steadily, without surprises, but it was equivalent to having surprises every day. Hard work can make up for lack of skill. A little effort yields a little wealth. Both Rockstone number 1 and number 2 funds seem to have entered a silent period, with profit numbers fluctuating slightly every day. There weren't the usual dramatic increases of 30 to 40, but 1 to 2 was even more eye-catching. For a whole week, the increase exceeded 8, which had many people unable to resist celebrating with champagne. But some weren't pleased, like Gu Cheng. For several days, he couldn't reach Tang Xiong, and what he got was news of Tang Securities being punished. What's going on? This kind of punishment is no different from having none at all. He was going mad in the hotel. This was already the 6th glass Gu Cheng had smashed. Sitting down angrily, what is Gu Shan thinking? Isn't he going to avenge his son? Who can give him a call to ask what is going on? The direction of Tang's punishment. How it would affect this acquisition? The more uncertain it is, the more anxious the parties involved become. If this is announced now, don't say they might not sell. Even if they do sell, the price won't be the same as before. Chapter 270. First record opened at S-Right. Li Qingwan is pregnant. If it weren't for the phone call berating him, he would still be in the dark. For 2 months, the only person around him was Xing Feifei, busying herself. The company's affairs had taken up most of her energy, and with Li Qingwan suffering from severe morning sickness, Xing Feifei couldn't stand seeing Tao Jie being so carefree. Hearing this news, Tao Jie was so excited he was shaking. From the timeline, this was before he went to Zhongnan, and he didn't expect Li Qingwan to keep it so secret. Unable to help himself, he called home. Old Tao and Chen Meiwan were helping with farming at the Zhou family, and were having dinner there. When they received the call, they put on speaker. I'm at your father-in-law's house. Everyone is here. What do you want? Tao Jie. I almost reported the good news to my mom first. How do I explain this? He quickly adjusted and greeted everyone before reporting Zhou Xiaoqin's current academic performance. Xiaoqin had ranked first in the school for 2 consecutive simulations. Much better than his own grades back then. After the surgery, Zhou's father recovered well. Having passed the rejection period, his complexion was rosy, and his voice was strong. Tao Jie, thanks to you. If Xiaoqin is not sensible, you tell me. Chapter 271. Good fortune. Li Qingwan held Tao Jie's hand tightly. Can you give me a little time? What's wrong? A shy bride fears meeting her in-laws, but what are you afraid of? Xing Feifei interjected, choosing to stand by Tao Jie. She knew her best friend, as childhood experiences had instilled a fear of family and marriage in her. But now that she was having a child, she couldn't stay in the shadows forever. Li Qingwan was wealthy and beautiful. Even without Tao Jie, she could still provide her child with a happy childhood. But a family lacking a father's love is still incomplete. Now that Tao Jie wanted to let his family know about Li Qingwan's existence, Xing Feifei fully supported it. She looked at Tao Jie with softened eyes. Qingwan, listen to me. We've all had a baby together. Why should one person bear the burden alone? Saying this, she looked at Tao Jie, raising a child now. You have no idea how expensive it is. Not to mention pregnancy care. Once the baby is born, it's like a money-eating beast. Food, drink, clothes, interest classes, tutoring, school, dating. Seeing the looks on Tao Jie and Li Qingwan's faces, as if they were looking at fools, as she spoke, Xing Feifei fell silent. If it were someone else, these might be problems, but for the two in front of her, these trivial matters didn't seem to matter at all. Chapter 272. Makeup classes that night. Song Lu didn't leave and directly announced she would join the guard team, replacing Xing Feifei. As for Tao Jie, he had no chance to get close to Li Qingwan. Strangely, ever since Tao Jie arrived, Li Qingwan's morning sickness seemed to have suddenly improved, and her appetite was better. Xing Feifei even suspected that the girl had been faking it. With someone at home, she hurried to the company to handle some urgent affairs, bringing back some urgent documents for Li Qingwan to sign. When she returned, she found Li Qingwan was being pampered like a queen, with Tao Jie massaging her legs and Song Lu serving fruit on toothpicks. The warm atmosphere made Xing Feifei breathe a sigh of relief, and her attitude towards Tao Jie became less confrontational. By the evening, Tao Jie was sent to the guest room, with no chance to get close to Li Qingwan. Song Lu took matters into his own hands, considering it a way to gain experience for himself in the future. Meanwhile, Xing Feifei finally got a chance to rest. Tao Jie couldn't sleep in the guest room either. Thinking about having a child made him feel an increasing sense of heavy responsibility. So he got up to call Xiaoying, wanted to work extra hours at Pancher Investment. Got to earn some milk money. Although his current wealth was enough to raise a whole team of kids, he couldn't afford to be too lax, especially since he hadn't yet stabilized to the point of being reckless. Chapter 273. Mom and Dad arrived. Don't touch that. Aren't you complaining it's too small? It's better than nothing. You jerk. What do you think about the Bai family? Although a bit drowsy, Tao Jie couldn't sleep in the bright morning and recalled Bai Tianxiang's request. Bai family? Bai Yongkue? Guanin frowned. How do you still have contact with the Bai family? Bai Tianxiang, someone I met a while ago. He's been quite helpful recently, so I thought if I could assist, I would. Tao Jie rested one hand behind his head. Is it really that troublesome? Not just a little. Guanin pulled his other arm to rest on. To put it bluntly, they went on a borrowing spree to invest abroad a few years ago and ended up being targeted as easy prey, suffering huge losses. They might even face accusations of capital flight, and now even the higher-ups are looking at them unfavorably. What's the current situation? Tao Jie only had a superficial understanding of the Bai family situation and could only seek advice from Guanin. What else could it be? Tightening the purse strings. They can only sell to pay off debts. Guanin pouted, clearly looking down on the Bai family. Not only are banks unwilling to lend, but several projects are also stalled from going public. They've lost their financing channels, and now it's just a matter of how long they can hold out. No wonder they sell off some assets every now and then. Tao Jie understood that for the Bai family to land safely was already the best outcome. Chapter 274. The daughter-in-law, they want to meet Mom. This house is at least worth 10 million to start with, and that's if we get lucky. Not to mention, if you want to buy it now, it's worth several tens of millions. Tao Jie looked at his mother, who was behind him with her hands behind her back, and pulled her inside. Just the area alone is hard to find in Chengdu. Tao Wenbin was taken aback by the figure and quietly followed behind the mother and son. This yard is quite nice, just not a place for growing vegetables. If we pull out those flowers over there, I just wonder if the soil here is good. Shenminwan actually wanted to go take a look, but was pulled back by Tao Jie. Mom, don't. If you want to plant vegetables, I'll take you to another house later. That place is bigger. There's another house? This one is big enough. With you, your dad, and your father-in-law's family. It's enough for everyone to live. By the way, where's Xiaoqin? Isn't today Sunday? It was unclear how the topic shifted to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin usually lives at school. She finishes classes in the afternoon and will come over later. Tao Jie quickly deflected the topic and then called Tong Hui. When Xiaoqin finishes school, bring her to Yong'an Road. My parents are here. Just as Tong Hui was about to agree, she accidentally dropped her phone. Hello? Hello? Tao Jie didn't hear a response and asked a couple of times. Chapter 275. The younger sister Wang Chao, who tried to keep a low profile, was stunned by the scene and didn't dare to say a word. Old Tao and his wife were dumbfounded at that moment. Chen Meiwan quickly pulled Xiaoqin up. Xiaoqin, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Mom is here. Chen Meiwan cherished Xiaoqin deeply, and seeing the mist in her eyes made her tear up as well. Tao Jie, you better explain this to me clearly today. Mom, I've already said it. I treat Xiaoqin like a sister. We agreed on this after our first meeting. Tao Jie took a step back, uncharacteristically hiding behind Tong Hui. Xiaoqin's voice trembled slightly. Mom, Dad, my brother isn't lying to you. Chen Meiwan was stunned. The person involved spoke, and in Chen Meiwan's eyes, she obviously had more credibility than Tao Jie. But she really valued this girl. Although the family conditions were a bit lacking, she was understanding, filial, good-looking, and performed well academically. Knowing her background, this was practically a rare find for marriage in the North. Xiaoqin recounted the agreement made during their blind date to old Tao and his wife, starting from when Zhou's dad fell ill, how she went on blind dates, how she was looked down upon, all the way to when the second aunt mentioned Tao Jie. Chapter 276. Spread too thin. Tong Hui just made her entrance, now telling old Tao and his wife that they even had a grandson, fearing that the two of them might not be able to handle it. Of course, she was also wary of the belt in old Tao's hand. Fresh seafood is a great treat. Tong Hui and Chen Meiwan even opened a bottle of red wine to liven things up. The wine served as a medium, rapidly bringing the two women closer. Tao Wenbin held half a glass of beer, pretending to drink, but after just one sip, he turned into a red-faced giant. When Tong Hui noticed this, she almost asked, "Are you raising fish?" Fortunately, Chen Meiwan was there, and the two women surprisingly matched each other well. After downing a bottle of red wine, they were so close they were practically hugging. This daughter-in-law is great. We can get along. Chen Meiwan was a bit tongue-tied, with one arm around Tong Hui and the other around Xiaoqin, kissing one on each cheek and laughing heartily. Isn't this a heavenly day? Tao Jie focused on his food, his eyes darting around. In his heart, he thought, this is just the beginning. The surprises he prepared were one after another. If old Chen could handle it all, that would be impressive. Fortunately, both women had decent drinking habits. Although they drank a bit too much, their conversation remained coherent. Finally, everything was going smoothly. By 10 o'clock at night, Chen Meiwan and Tong Hui were still chatting away, and after a meal, all of Tao Jie's childhood embarrassing moments were laid bare. Chapter 277. Thanking the teacher after a night of anxiety. Tao Jie got up early to make breakfast and returned to Yeshu with panda eyes. Once home, he dove straight into bed and slept soundly. After 2 days of little sleep, this time he was out cold, and no amount of calling could wake him. When he finally woke up, lunch had already been finished. Stepping outside, he saw Chen Meiwan holding Tong Hui's hand while talking on the phone with Tong Hui's parents. In-laws, when are you coming over? We're here for a few days this time. Soon, I should be able to retire from my second job in the second half of the year. Then it will be more convenient. Tong Hui's dad still has a few more years. That's great. When are you coming? Let me know, I will come too. Shopping is more fun with company. Chen Meiwan was all smiles, not caring about her crow's feet anymore. Once they started chatting, they were practically inseparable. Where's Xiaoqin? Tao Jie shuffled his shoes downstairs. After lunch, Xiaoying took her to school. Chao Gu also went home, saying he would come over with his aunt another day. Tong Hui replied, then leaned close to the screen. Mom, you go to work. We can talk when you get home tonight. All right, tonight your dad will be at home too. We can all meet then. After Tong Hui's mom finished speaking, she explained to old Shun, we'll chat tonight. Even if I'm about to retire, I can't act old and take advantage. I still have to hold my position until the very end. Chapter 278. Meeting the in-laws. Tao Jie was almost suffocated by his mom's words. However, there was no way around it. If they didn't clarify things before meeting, it would definitely lead to trouble. If he hadn't been stuck at someone else's house a few days ago, he might have had some room to maneuver. Now, unless he doesn't want to think it through, he has to say it even if he grits his teeth. Mom, this is the situation. In the capital, you remember the Zhang family's affairs, right? Tao Jie rubbed his hands, only able to adopt a roundabout tactic. Don't beat around the bush with me. Chen Meiwan looked at him coldly. She knew her son's character well. When he got nervous, he didn't know where to put his hands. Tao Jie steeled himself. Zhang Mingyue from the Zhang family. She is not that kind of person. Her partner is my teacher's daughter. Damn it. Chen Meiwan immediately started cursing. Tao Wenbin shrank his neck. He wanted to say who he had provoked, but seeing Chen Meijuan's fury, he swallowed the words back, looking at his son with a hand reaching for his belt buckle. Quickly, Tao Jie pressed down on his father's hand. Old Tao, are you getting a bit too carried away? We're still on good terms, right? Tao Wenbin glanced at his wife and muttered, it's fine if we aren't. Tao Jie, he clasped his hands together, pleading with his mother, Mom, look, help people to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Chapter 279. Getting engaged. Chen Nan was anxious, and Chen Meiwan was no different. However, she had her own troubles that she couldn't express. Just after enduring the dry daughter, here came a new girlfriend, and now there is someone eager to get married. Her son was silent, and her husband was snoring on the side, while Chen Meiwan wore a smile on her face, but was cursing the two men in her heart, almost startling the ancestors of the Tao family. It was time to get married, indeed. As long as the two kids were willing, we would fully support them. Once Chen Meiwan said this, Chen Nan's face blossomed into a smile. I think so too, although Tao Jie hasn't graduated yet, but the policies are good now. It won't delay marriage. Mom, Song Lu called out, isn't it too urgent to meet for the first time? Chen Nan immediately realized. That's right. No matter what, she was the woman's side. Even if both sides had no objections, being this urgent would look bad. An engagement would be fine. It would be more convenient for the two kids to be together after getting engaged. Song Lu. Chen Meiwan immediately agreed, we must get engaged. I'm afraid such a good daughter-in-law will run away. Now that the words were out, Chen Meiwan straightened her back. In-laws, what's the deal with the betrothal gifts? Don't worry, we aren't short on that. Chapter 280. Wishes today was a bit too much. Tao Jie didn't dare to push too hard. So he could only change the subject. It's nothing. I mean, you need to adapt, or you'll get yourself upset, and my dad will kill me. Chen Meiwan still felt sorry for her son, letting him go, glaring at him. You know what your mom's physique is like. If you wanted to live a few more years, don't get me into trouble, okay? Tao Jie quickly agreed, finally restoring some of the motherly kindness atmosphere. Arriving at Yong'an Road, Chen Meiwan had the useless old Tao carried upstairs. She forced herself to be strong. After all, there was Tong Hui at home. She had prepared the hangover soup early, which Tong Hui brought over for Chen Meiwan to drink. Old Chen felt guilty towards the girl, pulling out the card he hadn't given out and stuffing it into Tong Hui's hands. Daughter-in-law, this little money is your mother-in-law's intention. Keep it handy, so you don't spend it ungratefully. Let me tell you, our Tao family has been loyal for generations. Just, well, bear with a bit. Tong Hui had a tacit understanding. Even if old Chen didn't say it directly, she already understood most of it. Mom, if you're so generous, I'll just take it as a change of address money. Does Tong Hui lack money? Of course not. Besides the money Tao Jie gave her earlier, she also had several million on hand. Tao Jie's credit cards were all managed by her. Chapter 281. Wrong embrace before having kids. He might have hesitated a bit about taking risks. But now, with the arrival of this child, he felt a surge of desire to conquer for him, or her. Tao Jie's words were understood by Li Qingwan. However, after hearing them, it felt like she understood nothing. Regardless, she was happy now. A wave of drowsiness hit her, hugging Tao Jie's arm, her little face pressed against him, falling into a deep sleep. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Tao Jie sitting by the bed, almost face-to-face with her, his eyes curved into crescents, leaning over to give her a peck. He lightly brushed Li Qingwan's delicate nose, waking her up. Come on, get up and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Lazily extending her hands for him to help her up, playfully asking him to carry her to the bathroom. After washing up, the two of them went downstairs, only to see Xing Feifei sitting at the dining table, looking at a full table of breakfast with disdain. You guys just waste food. It's shameful, don't you know? This table is enough for 8 people. Xing Feifei picked up chopsticks and reached for the Buddha jumps over the wall in the jar. Who eats this stuff early in the morning? Tao Jie used his chopsticks to push her away. I had the restaurant start stewing it in the middle of the night. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Tao, are you still human? I've taken care of your wife and child for so many days. Can I have a bite? Chapter 282. Mom is here returning from Chongyang Island to Yong'an Road. Old Chen had one more secret in her heart. She was stifled, pretending to sleep all the way because she felt guilty facing Tong Hui. This brat is too disorganized. Just the girl-esque family. She has gone through a revolving door of meetings since the beginning of the year, meeting the whole Zhou Xiaoqin family, Zhang Mingyue's grandma, Song Lu's parents, and even had video calls with Tong Hui's mother. From being overjoyed to being terrified, she felt like resigning from being a mother. Now there's also Li Qingwan. And what made her even more mixed in emotions was that she was already pregnant. Approaching 50, it was inevitable to like children more. Seeing other people's little snot bubbles felt cute, let alone her own bloodline. But with this complicated situation, she felt her brain capacity couldn't keep up, severely oxygen deprived. Back at Yong'an Road, she pretended to be tired and went back to her room, then called Tao Jie over. As soon as he entered, Tao Jie wanted to run. Old Tao, like a thug, blocked his way with a belt, leaving him no choice but to wait for his fate. What's going on? If you don't clarify today, I'll make you experience what a mixed doubles match is like. Old Chen slapped the headboard, making a crack. After I broke up with Yang Lin, I said I'd bring someone back. I was talking about Li Qingwan. Tao Jie squatted in the corner, minimizing the area of impact from the impending consequences. Chapter 283. So cautious after returning from the Rose Garden, Old Chen hadn't calmed down yet. Just thinking about Li Qingwan not having any family around made her anxious. Stay away from me. Now, seeing you people with the surname Tao makes me angry. Tao Wenbin wanted to comfort her a few words. But as soon as he sat down, before he could speak, he was scolded into silence. Tao Jie's heels just lifted, then fell back down. Mom, I bought some flower seeds. Can you help me take a look? Tong Hui's voice came at the right moment. What flowers? Tao Jie. Now Old Chen. Drinking poison to quench thirst. Only suitable for drinking poison to quench thirst. Dad, tomorrow I'll take you to the gym. It's our family's business. With all the equipment and a coach. Tao Jie turned to bribe old Tao. He couldn't have no insider help, or his future days wouldn't be easy. With Song Lu around in the evening, Tao Jie could take a day off, giving Tong Hui a glance around 10 o'clock. After finishing their discussion on what to plant in the flower bed, Tong Hui blushed and suggested going back to the villa. Lao Chen naturally understood what the two wanted to do, and seeing Tong Hui's rosy face, he sighed and waved his hand. Back at the villa, the two embraced without turning on the lights, blending together under the neon lights by the river. The next morning, Tao Jie unexpectedly received a call from Guanin, asking if he had time. In Chapter 284, Political Resources, Uncle Gu, you might not know that Tao Jie organized his thoughts. I offered Miss Gu a salary package, and initially, there were differing opinions within the company. Seeing Gu Shan nodding, as if it were a matter of course, Tao Jie continued. At first, many felt that a newly appointed general manager shouldn't receive a salary of 10 million right away, which caused some discontent. Gu Shan expressed understanding, stating that it's not about having little, but about fairness, which applies to running a business as well. Noting that once they learned that Miss Gu was the rising star of the finance world, the fire fox, many came to me, subtly suggesting whether I could offer her an irresistible salary to keep her from feeling imbalanced and possibly leaving for another opportunity. Gu Shan was taken aback, looking at his daughter, questioning what more she could want with such treatment. This led to a discussion about personal worth. Tao Jie pulled out his phone, opened the public account of Pansure Investment, and placed it on the armrest between the two sofas as a makeshift table. He didn't need to mention how poor the industry was. Simply analyzing the profits since Miss Gu joined and managed Pansure Investment showed a gross profit increase of 37. In Chapter 285, Gathering, it was time to go home. If I didn't return soon, the grass in the field would be taller than the seedlings. When sending Tao Wenbin back, Chen Meiwan was very enthusiastic, bringing him many things from the basement. Behind the scenes, she instructed him not to speak carelessly and to send some things to the Lao Zhou family. She thought that too many mouths could easily lead to exposure. She had even sent her partner away, claiming she hadn't stayed long enough. Lao Chen's stay was certainly not for enjoyment, but to take better care of Li Qingwan. Watching his partner leave in the car, Lao Chen sighed internally, realizing he had to bear it all alone. With her around, not to mention Song Lu, even Tao Jie felt somewhat powerless for several days. He was either working overtime at the villa catching up on classes at Dai Chui Garden. By a Gulf Stream, otherwise with so many people coming and going, I can't rest easy. Lying in a master bedroom with a river view at the villa, Tao Jie felt a bit emotional. Of course, there was another reason. He had already started preparing to go to Africa, and having a plane would make things more convenient. Tong Hui, of course, didn't he know what he was thinking, but since Tao Jie had this idea, she would carry it out. She contacted her former colleagues and indeed found a seller. However, upon seeing the seller's information, Tao Jie fell silent for a long time. It was from the Bai family. In Chapter 286, the mediator, second sister, you can't do that. How can you be a bridesmaid after getting married? Dong Na was the first to object. Li Yuanyuan, meeting for the first time, immediately became familiar, linking her arm with Tao Jie's, saying, then just get divorced. It's just a matter of a few bucks. The crowd burst into laughter, and her husband Yin Chuang smiled indulgently without getting angry. Little brother-in-law, your second sister-in-law is a big designer, so think of her when you have work in the future. Wang Jing, who had a good relationship with Li Yuanyuan, actively helped to connect them. There would surely be trouble ahead. Tao Jie shook hands with Yin Chuang, having a good impression of him. Then I'll wait for good news. Yin Chuang had a strong artistic vibe, but could get along with this group. Li Yuhan, feeling a bit dissatisfied for not getting a chance to show off, also came over, saying if the second brother-in-law has work, the little brother-in-law can't let the fourth sister go hungry, right? Yes, yes. Tao Jie was dazzled, holding on to Zhang Mingyue's small hand, fearing being taken away. Zhao Qianqian, unafraid of causing trouble, jumped around outside, shouting, little brother-in-law, why don't you just support us all? Bai Tianxiang suddenly interjected, asking if the seventh brother-in-law could be a bit more flexible with gender roles, leading to another round of laughter. Entering the private room, these people called out were all worth a lot, not much different from demons and monsters. In Chapter 287, Double Hit, every family has its own standing. But the Gu family is very powerful. In Gu Shan's generation, aside from Gu Cheng in business, Gu Hai and Gu Yin were both in politics, forming a deeply intertwined interest group centered around them. However, Gu Shan was the highest ranking and most likely to advance further, which is why he led the group. But privately, even the former Gu Xiaoqian was closer to Gu Hai, Gu Yin, Gu Cheng, and others. Tao Jie's words clearly didn't include anyone outside of Gu Shan. For the other six sisters, this was considered real meat. The political wealth of Gu Shan was too distant for them, and what was out of reach was not very appealing. Of course, if Tao Jie only mentioned protecting Gu Shan, many would have some ulterior motives. Last time they mentioned the little witch from the Gu family, who was now firmly in the middle of Pancher investment. Tao Jie's attitude at this moment inevitably led them to imagine things, but it was just imagination. Zhang Mingyue was not interested in this, so she stood up to go to the bathroom, with Lu Han quickly following. Wang Jing glanced at them, but didn't move. While washing her hands, Zhang Mingyue took a paper towel from Lu Han. Thank you, fourth sister. Zhang Mingyue maintained a certain distance with everyone, having no conflicts but also no deep friendships. In Chapter 288, Key Positions, the next day, Tao Jie felt restless and prepared to take Zhang Mingyue back, but was firmly rejected. Why? Tao Jie felt a bit uneasy. This matter seemed easier for him to handle, but for Zhang Mingyue, it didn't seem that simple. The old matriarch would surely be receptive to having a great-grandson. But if the Zhang family found out about Zhang Mingyue's pregnancy, his situation wouldn't be any easier. Not to mention, her mother was not easy to get along with. But at this moment, it was the time for him to be a coward. He took out his phone, switched to speaker mode, and called the old matriarch. It's already so late, and you're still calling? Zhang Mingyue noticed it was already 10 o'clock. Her grandmother must have gone to bed by now. Hello, is this Tao Jie? The old matriarch's aged voice came through, and Zhang Mingyue instantly fell silent. Grandma, are you asleep? I couldn't help but call because I'm so happy. You have a great-grandson now. Tao Jie was so excited he could hardly contain himself. For some reason, the dynamic between the two had a forced component initially, but now seeing Tao Jie so thrilled, Zhang Mingyue felt a warm, indescribable sensation. Really? The old matriarch suddenly became alert, her speech quickening. Where are you? When did you find out? Oh dear, I haven't called you in so long. In Chapter 289, Abortion, He Yunxia's eyes turned red at that moment. She couldn't understand why, after so many years of carefully serving the old matriarch. It was this kid's flattering words that made her happier. Mom, you can't say that. He Yunxia felt wronged. Mingyue is pregnant like this. How will she face people in the future? How are you more old-fashioned than I am? The old lady slammed her cane on the ground, saying, "Isn't it common for people to get on the bus first and pay later? I've seen it online. There are certainly people having weddings while heavily pregnant. What's wrong with the Jean family? Just because we have 3 generations doesn't mean we're just working for the landlords." Saying this, she approached Jean Mingwe, and everyone was thinking about their own interests. Was there anyone who cared about Mingwe? Although this is what she said, if it gets out, people will think there is something wrong with our Jean family's reputation. Before Jean Qinghan could finish speaking, she was glared at by the old lady. "Have you set an example? If it weren't for you marrying because of a child, do you think I would let you marry? It's pointless to say more. Anyway, regarding Mingwe's matter, I will handle it, and you all should speak less." The old lady showed no consideration for her own daughter and then looked at He Yunxia, daughter-in-law. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Keep your thoughts to yourself. You know what your brother is like, right? After all these years, if I hadn't turned a blind eye, the things he has done would be enough for him to go to jail." Chapter 290. False documents. Jean Mingwe stood up to leave, but was pulled back by Tao Jie. Clarify why? The two were stuck in the consultation room. Tao Jie understood that for Jean Mingwe, whether it was due to her emotional turmoil or her personal reasons, she had countless reasons and excuses not to want this child. But he couldn't help but ask. If she spoke it out loud, it would mean that their future together was already gone. This was also why he had been too emotional after learning about the child, impulsively cornering Jean Mingwe. Jean Mingwe also understood that she and Song Lu were different from Tao Jie. If she didn't have feelings for him after their first time, he would have been out of her life for 3 years. Now, she felt she had no way to retreat and was in disarray. Just as the cold-hearted words were about to escape her lips, seeing Tao Jie's red eyes, her calm heart felt like it was shattered by a boulder. Tao Jie was breathing heavily, his eyes misty, his lips trembling. Why? As she raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Jean Mingwe never expected that this child was so important to Tao Jie. Regarding Li Qingwan, Song Lu could not possibly keep it from her. Jean Mingwe still didn't understand how Tao Jie felt about her. Chapter 291. Good news. The old lady smiled at Tao Jie. "It's good that you have this heart, but there's no need to do so." Saying this, she motioned for Tao Jie to sit down. "This house is already decided to be given to Mingwe. I've already settled things with the others. If anyone has an issue, let them come to me." Then she turned to her eldest daughter-in-law. "Yunxia, you are the elder sister-in-law, and Mingwe is your own daughter. You have no objections to what I'm doing, right? If anyone else comes to you, just respond like this." He Yunxia silently agreed, but in her heart, she thought, "You are so biased. Don't forget, just from our family. You still have a big grandson." The old lady was decisive. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Tao Jie and Jean Mingwe to the property center to handle the transfer, aiming to leave no trouble behind. As they left, He Yunxia immediately called Zhan Hongyan to complain. "You say, the old lady is too biased. Fei Xiong is not small anymore. And she just gives the house to Mingwe without considering that my grandson hasn't even married yet. You don't manage anything at home. Can't you talk to Mom about it?" Zhan Hongyan, who was abroad and had just gone to bed, was a bit dazed when he received his wife's call, and it took him a while to understand. "Are you saying Mingwe got married? And she's pregnant?" Chapter 292. Subverting cognition. When Liang Wan discovered Tao Jie, 2 hours had already passed since he entered. She quickly introduced the real behind-the-scenes boss to the creative team. Tao Jie shook hands with each of them, and finally waved his hand, doubling the bonuses, causing a cheer. Zhao Chan looked at Tao Jie, her bright eyes filled with admiration. She arranged for staff to be on duty, and the rest were taken to a 5-star hotel to celebrate. The only regret was that she couldn't drink, so she could only watch as Liang Wan and Zhao Chan were both knocked out. Liang Wan and Zhao Chan usually stayed in the company dormitory for convenience when working overtime. Tao Jie could imagine how dusty the house he bought for Zhao Chan had become and directly booked a room at the hotel. That night, Tao Jie experienced what it meant to be drunk. "Look at me properly, look me in the eye." Zhao Chan held Tao Jie's face, her mouth still smelling of alcohol after rinsing. Am I amazing? 5 bottles, no, 6 bottles, or how many was it? Did you hear me? Why are you not responding? I miss you so much. Chapter 293. Preparing to launch. Will it lose money? Not much profit, but to say we'll lose, it won't be far off. Originally, this project was taken over halfway through. There's already some progress, and now it's just a matter of timing. Of course, Tao Jie's intervention accelerated the realization. Otherwise, after some compromises, the team would have gotten some development space, taking a bit longer to research it. But this seemingly scientific progress has a huge impact on society. Not to mention, just the stock market alone is enough to make countless people wealthy overnight. And who knows how many will end up on rooftops. Now, what Tao Jie holds is the switch to start. AI-related companies have a market value starting at over 10 trillion, and that is still in the beautiful country as currency. At this moment, when AI concepts are deeply rooted in people as hearts, once a company shouts the slogan of open source, it's like a heavy blow to the existing vested interests. Of course, this also depends on whether you can withstand the test. If you produce a dog leash, it won't affect the market price of aircraft carrier arresting wires, right? The training for the module is still ongoing, but Tao Jie can no longer sit still. Chapter 294. Genius or madman at 3 in the morning, Gu Ainen, climbing over the wall again, discovered that a post by John from Tom Securities had already become a hot topic on professional forums in the beautiful country. Many netizens left comments expressing their admiration for the hand of God. Of course, there were also many populace expressing their disgust for the hand of God, especially defining his fast-paced trading methods as robbery. This kind of legal robbery has caused them immeasurable harm. Additionally, many people with verified titles came to leave their marks, all of whom were elites mingling on Wall Street. Among them, Cole was clearly the most famous. His comment was just a finger gesture, implying a strong declaration of war. As a big player who has been thriving for nearly a decade, he has a wild streak. Once provoked, he will tear apart his opponents mercilessly. In recent years, he has shorted several well-known companies, leading to a surge in his popularity, from setting up traps to capital infiltration, to ultimately retreating unscathed, which has been talked about by countless financial professionals, even becoming part of the training materials for some investment banks on Wall Street. His strength is evident. Chapter 295, I'll support you. The news of the appearance of the hand of God, provoking the capital of the beautiful country, spread like wildfire around the world. Countless financial bloggers were proclaiming Tao Jie's imprudence, and even those who had previously praised him did not support this reckless act. Competition in the beautiful country is everywhere, with the strong always dominating the weak. There's a clear trend of the strong getting stronger. Currently, with AI in the lead, it represents the future trend. The momentum is irreversible. Tao Jie's emergence, even with his identity as the hand of God exposed, is enough to raise doubts, making this his Waterloo. Not to mention foreign bloggers, even domestically, upon discovering that the hand of God is a compatriot, while feeling joy, they also express concerns. The emergence of AlphaGo made people realize the limitations of human power. AI has become an unstoppable trend, as evidenced by the market value of companies with research and achievements in this field globally. With the continuous development of computing power, AI is constantly compensating for its own flaws. In this declaration of war by the hand of God, we are unclear about his chances of winning, and can only wish him luck. In the face of previous achievements clouding their judgment, emotionally, I lean towards the hand of God winning, but rationally, I still do not have high hopes for this confrontation. Chapter 296, Acceptance. With information from both domestic and foreign sources fermenting, the news of the boss of rock investment standing up against the capital giants of Wall Street has spread around the world. Internationally, the outlook on the hand of God is overwhelmingly pessimistic. Domestically, apart from Ouyang Na, only those seeking attention would support him. Tao Jie has been placed in the spotlight, yet he seems unfazed. My goodness, is he really that amazing? At the Chongyang Island mansion, Tao Jie exclaimed in disbelief. The underground project has been completed, and Pei Jinlong has left, but Pei Yao insists on having Tao Jie come for acceptance. The entire project cost 20 small targets, and high investment represents high quality. But when Tao Jie saw the completed project, he was still shocked by the scene before him. There are 4 entrances and exits, each gate weighing 8 tons, made entirely of metal, and one must pass through 3 gates to officially enter. Each gate has a different password design, and 3 consecutive incorrect attempts will automatically trigger an alarm. The entire underground project is divided into 2 levels with 15 functional areas. Underground water has been introduced, which, besides daily use, also supplies a large swimming pool with clear water and an automatic heating function. There is a security area for bodyguards, medical staff, chefs, and others to live and work. Chapter 297. I'm here. These past few days, he has been closely watching the comments online, unable to help but laugh. He issued a letter of challenge, but has seen no movement since. This hand of God has been ridiculed by populists as a coward with a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Of course, many also say he is just trying to go long on those stocks, spreading rumors simply to ride the coattails. There are quite a few supporters of this view, provoking even more insults directed at him. Cole is no exception. Staring at the market for several days, he hasn't seen any moves from the other side. Just when Cole began to doubt that the hand of God was risking all his reputation, Tao Jie responded, "I'm about to start." This one statement created a huge wave in the capital market. In pre-market trading, the stocks pointed out by Tao Jie dropped by as much as 2. Pull it up for me," Cole shouted, red-faced. He had entered his position earlier, and if it continued to drop, it would be very detrimental to him. Of course, he also had another consideration. If Tao Jie really wanted to go long, as analyzed online, and he raised it now, it would increase his cost of pulling it up, and when he truly wanted to raise it, it would become an opportunity for him to dump his shares. Having dressed Tao Jie a few times, why shouldn't he let him pay back once? Chapter 298, Reducing Troops. Guohai felt his heart rate definitely exceed 100, with a roaring sound accompanying his heartbeat. 10% position, continue. In an instant, the prices of several stocks collectively plummeted. Cole was now afraid that Tao Jie would run away. Seeing him continue to increase his position, he smiled broadly. God, are they sending money our way? The traders under him quickly cleared the sell orders. Then they pulled up to higher positions. Cole was profiting. In addition to him protecting the market, many who thought Tao Jie would surely fail were also rushing in, causing Cole to only grab about 70 chips from Tao Jie's escape. Of course, Cole didn't care about this. It also proved that he represented the truth. Earning a little less didn't matter. Defeating Tao Jie was victory for him. Decades ago, when a certain hedge fund swept half the world, he was still just a lackey. Now, it was his turn to be recorded in history. That's right, he thought so. Making money was secondary. Even foreigners share the same sentiment as the locals. Jean's scalp tingled. With such hundreds of billions changing hands, he was winning big. Even though he was already considered a billionaire, he could never have imagined that such a huge fortune could fall into his lap in just minutes. Chapter 299, Press Conference. In a resplendent office on Wall Street, Cole, beaming, held a glass of champagne. Eastern wisdom ultimately cannot compare to Western civilization. We are a nation good at summarizing. Putting down the glass, Cole smiled broadly. You know their traditional Chinese medicine, right? It has been passed down for 1,000 years. But in recent years, it has fallen to a state of barely surviving. Why? Because our medical skills are based on rigorous data, traceable. But their traditional Chinese medicine claims to have 1,000 methods for 1,000 people. What is the result now? No matter how miraculous, it cannot withstand the clamor of the masses. Oh, right, that is also their idiom. How can I not be excited? Floating gains of $100 billion. This is the answer Cole is delivering. This is just the result of the first half, and the opponent, the hand of God, has already emptied nearly half of his ammunition. Although Cole himself has limited ammunition, there are more following investors providing him support. Even so, Cole remains confident that he will be the victorious side. All the trends are pushing towards an inevitable outcome that is irreversible. The collapse of the Thai baht. If there are no gaps, even 100 Soroses would only meet defeat. Tao Jie's countercurrent actions should be written as the role of a villain in history. What is there to fear from Cole? Chapter 300, Reward. In the beautiful country's stock market, after-hours trading is in full swing. The valuations of AI-type companies have been further amplified, and if trading opens now, those shorting will be completely harvested. This has become a grand feast for the West to resist the onslaught from the East, with everyone raising their hands to welcome the wealth that has come to their doorstep. However, this wonderful dream was shattered by a press conference broadcast live worldwide. Rock AI announced its official launch to media and computer professionals worldwide. As Zhao Chan's voice fell, the high-definition display behind her revealed the application interface of Rock AI. A green dragon tore through a spatial rift, emerging with a roar, and the massive dragon had exhaled a breath of fire. In the 3D scene, it felt as if the searing heat that could melt everything was rushing towards them, incinerating everything in its path. Zhao Chan then introduced the services and advantages of Rock AI in both languages, eliciting waves of gasps. Such a vast application seemed all-encompassing, poised to change the way people live and work. The journalists present recorded everything diligently, furiously typing on their keyboards, forming articles that spread across the internet to the world. Chapter 301. The Choice of God Before 7 o'clock. Cole had already appeared in his office on Wall Street, facing his summoned subordinates, who looked ashen. He predictably exploded with rage. Have you all been defeated this easily? You each pride yourselves on being elite, yet at the critical moment, you just raise the white flag and surrender? He walked past each capable aide, helping them straighten their crooked ties. This is merely a strategy deployed by the hand of God against us. The East is the most cunning, learning from the lessons of the past. Having carefully studied Eastern military strategy, Cole gradually steadied his stance. You've seen the news. Can you believe that the computers created by Westerners can have their underlying logic done in the language of the East? Even if they have talent, how could such a fundamental change occur? You've been cowed by them. Perhaps his confidence gave his subordinates a bit of faith as they raised their heads in half-belief. Seeing morale recover somewhat, Cole was even more convinced that his analysis was correct. George, put down your work and write an article about the Easterners' conspiracy. Do it as quickly as possible and publish it in professional media and financial journals. Chapter 302. All in the entire rock investment was silent. In the operation room, apart from the occasional sound of keyboard tapping, everyone was even carefully controlling their breathing. The traders were sweating profusely despite the air conditioning desperately trying to lower the room temperature. From initially feeling proud to be part of a century-long battle, they were now left only with instinct to act. They personally experienced Tao Jie's madness. Likewise, they could feel the madness of Cole and the American stockholders reflected in the rows of numbers before them. He glanced up at the electronic screen above the hall, which clearly displayed the current profit and loss changes of rock investment. A staggering loss of over $200 billion was right in front of them. If they had more time, they could certainly see how entangled the major financial sectors concerned with rock investment were. Some mocked rock investment for overestimating itself. Some scoffed at such violent trading, while others expressed a commendable humanistic concern for its spirit, but ultimately still held a bearish outlook. Moreover, investors in the Rock 1 and Rock 2 funds were also frantically calling in. The content was the same, demanding to withdraw their investments. If it weren't the middle of the night, the doors of rock investment would have been smashed down. Chapter 303. Victory Rock Investment fired its last bullet, and the shorted stocks were all hit hard. Cole laughed loudly. In his view, the so-called hand of God had exhausted its tricks. All its backup plans had been emptied, and it was no different from the Wall Street capital that had once clashed head-on with retail investors. Initially, the Wall Street bigwigs believed a certain stock had poor prospects and massively shorted it, provoking discontent among retail investors. They shouted slogans and showcased their returns, leading to a massive influx of retail buying, causing the stock price to multiply several times, directly resulting in a $100 billion scale of short capital being wiped out. By the later stages, did the retail investors not know that the stock value had deviated from its true value? No, they were clearer than anyone else. But in order to blow up those capital sharks, this twisted force was like an out-of-control carriage, with the sole purpose of exploding the short capital. Currently, the role played by the hand of God was that of Wall Street capital. This time, Tao Jie, with several $100 billion in principal, leveraged trillions of dollars, ready to strike at the flourishing AI companies. From the onset to revealing the information that Rock AI was free and open source, everything was perfectly coordinated. If he hadn't mobilized the populism among retail investors and a group of entangled fund bigwigs early on, he might have been able to profitably exit smoothly. Chapter 304. Thanks all the way one, it must be said that Zhong Nanshan's trip was not in vain. Tao Jie's physical fitness had improved significantly. Upon arriving at Daequi Garden, the two pulled each other into the bathroom. After a while, Guanin was nearly in a state of shutdown. Listening to Tao Jie whispering in her ear about how their dad was supportive, but she had no reaction. After satisfying Guanin, he went to Yushu. Dong Haoqing had reported on Tong Hui's matter without any concealment, which surprised Tao Jie that this seemingly savvy girl could also be so foolish. Do you know you almost caused a big mistake? After meeting and kissing, Tao Jie flipped her over onto his knee and raised his palm in the air. Tong Hui turned to look at Tao Jie, biting her thin lip, her dimples appearing, her bright eyes like silk. Then punish me. Tao Jie. After leaving her, he went to the Song family. Although the old couple couldn't help, they must have been worried. Sure enough, when he arrived, the old couple was napping and took a while to open the door. Upon meeting, Chun Nan tugged his ear and pulled him onto the sofa for a good scolding. How much money is too much? You really are bold. Song Tianhao remained calm, saying that it was good for young people to take a risk. Losing didn't matter. After all, he still had a stable job. Chapter 305. Thanks all the way to entering the backyard, he found that old Madame Jean was also there. No wonder Song Lu said it was inconvenient in the evening. Tao Jie hurriedly stepped forward to greet her, supporting the old lady's arm. Grandma, why are you out here? The old lady smiled warmly. Just moving around, otherwise I'll rust. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We're about to have dinner. Knowing he was coming, she had prepared early. All right, Grandma, let's eat. Supporting the old lady into the house, he saw Jean Mingyue with a distressed face and immediately ran over. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Just as Jean Mingyue was about to speak, she retched. Tao Jie patted her back and brought her to the bathroom, watching her with tears in her eyes, looking resentful. This is all your fault. Jean Mingyue raised her small fist, raining down on Tao Jie's shoulder like raindrops. But the force felt more like a massage. Grabbing her small hand, he said, It's my fault. It's all my fault. At this moment, Tao Jie couldn't argue. He wrapped her soft body in his arms. I scared you. Jean Mingyue let out a soft whimper and buried her face in Tao Jie's embrace, suddenly looking up. Say that again? Tao Jie. I said I was startled, not that I was fertilized. Chapter 306. Thank you along the way. The seven sisters of the capital gathered again, and by Qianxiang and Tao Jie didn't fall behind. This guy flew back from out of town in the afternoon. At a private club, everyone arrived. Tao Jie raised his drink. Sisters, I won't thank you for your kindness. If you need me in the future, just speak up. Wang Jing, dressed in a black off-shoulder evening gown, casually hugged Zhao Qianqian, saying, What are you talking about? Sisters and younger sisters, why are we being so formal? Lu Han, wearing a pure white backless outfit, with a teasing look in her eyes, said, If you say that, then you really don't consider us friends. I want to be little Tao's godmother. If you're so polite, I'm a bit scared to reach for it. This godmother is mine. None of you are even married yet. Why rush to be a godmother? Su Yuan, whose boyfriend couldn't come today, was particularly lively. Zhao Qianqian was unhappy. Second sister. What's wrong with not being married? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are two-legged men around. Do you believe I can pull one to get a marriage certificate? He Miao and Dong Na echoed, forming a one-to-many situation for Su Yuan. Su Yuan saw this and rolled up her sleeves. What's going on? Are you rebelling? Wang Jing didn't get involved, but directly took out a jade longevity lock. I'll keep the key. When I have a daughter in the future, it'll match perfectly. Chapter 307. Straighten up. After dinner, Jean Mingyue avoided Song Lu and was about to say something when she was pulled in. After a passionate kiss, she reached out to smooth the wrinkles on Tao Jie's shirt. Sister Song, just let her be a bit. Tao Jie looked puzzled and whispered, Don't you care about me at all? Jean Mingyue looked up, her pink lips slightly pouting, feeling a bit wronged. What does it matter if I care? He has thousands of acres of fertile land around him. It's good enough that he remembers I have this piece of land. Besides, Song Lu is also my close friend. If I hadn't met Tao Jie, I would have thought there's nothing wrong with continuing like this with Song Lu. But who would have thought that even after meeting the right person, it would still be the universal key? Tao Jie felt a bit guilty. Pinch your little mouth, all right? I'll listen to you, but from now on, keep a bit of distance from her. It feels weird to be cuckolded by a woman. He pinched the soft flesh at his waist, and before he could exclaim, he pushed her out. Taiju, things aren't afraid of being heavy. Just find a place to put them. Song Lu pointed to the two suitcases just dragged out, explaining to Taiju. Coming here, each with a bag. Going back, it's like moving houses. Who knows what they bought? Chapter 308. Lift the lid. Tao Jie got up, glanced at the sleeping Song Lu, and went to open the door. Chen Meiwan pulled him outside. Xiao Hui just called. She got it. There's no way. Mothers are like this, always worrying. Tao Jie replied, Oh, got it. When Chen Meiwan saw him turn to go back in, she kicked him, holding back her voice. Just knowing is enough. What is going on with Xiao Lu? Don't worry. Tao Jie yawned. I'll take a nap. Don't call me for breakfast. Chen Meiwan was stunned. Isn't this the emperor being anxious while the eunuch is not? No. What is the point of her being a queen mother? Also, Lao Tao is still here. She was so angry she stomped her foot and turned to deal with Tong Hui at the door. When Sister Chen saw Tong Hui, it was like she had cheated. Turning red. On the contrary, Tong Hui glanced at the two big suitcases in the living room, seemingly unaware, and pulled Chen Meiwan into the kitchen to busy themselves. Old Chen was full of thoughts and had no mind to cook. She was flustered, never feeling this lost before in her life. Seeing Song Lu put her long hair up and come down from upstairs, She couldn't even find words, wishing she could play dead. Chapter 309. Spoiling to Death. Daughter. Do these kids really not know? Old Chun was distracted. She didn't understand Ashura Field, but she knew that once these people came together, wouldn't they poke a hole in the sky? What do you think? Seeing Old Chun like this, Song Lu felt like she had caused trouble. Quickly turning back, Tonghui calls you mom? I also call you mom. Did you ask her why? Old Chun shook her head. That's just it. They're all caught up. What else can they do but pretend to be confused? Saying this, Song Lu patted Old Chin's hand. You really don't need to worry about your daughter-in-law causing trouble for you. The key is the other family. Old Chin grabbed Song Lu like a lifeline, right? What if their family causes trouble? Xiao Lu, you don't know. I've already seen several families ruined by this punk. You don't need to be afraid. Song Lu put on a confident look. In the end, it's likely to just be tacitly accepted. At this moment, Old Chun regarded the little vixen Song Lu as her backbone and hurriedly asked, Daughter, talk to mom nicely. I have no idea what to do. My family is easy to handle. As long as I'm resolute, with my mom's fondness for Tao Jie, she can only feel sorry for her student. Zhang Mingyue mainly needs to settle her brother, who is a doting brother, plus her dad is also a lifelong strong figure. Chapter 310. Return to Wealth. As soon as the phone connected, Tao Jie got straight to the point. Lu Chong repeatedly apologized. It's my fault. I was too busy to call you these days. After a few pleasantries, they got to the main topic. I actually found some projects recently that basically meet your investment intentions in your hometown. But now there's a new project. Are you interested? Hearing Lu Chong say this, Tao Jie knew that perhaps he was going to be a pioneer in this matter. Lu Go, you're not using me as a test subject, are you? Upon hearing Tao Jie's words, Lu Chong laughed heartily. I knew you wouldn't be easy to fool, but you can't blame me for this. It was Old Chun's suggestion. Tao Jie hadn't seen Old Chun last time, but the old man had put in a lot of effort. Upon hearing this, Tao Jie took it seriously. Go ahead. I'm mentally prepared. Lu Chong was pleased with Tao Jie's maturity. No wonder Old Chun dotes on you. However, this matter might make you bleed a lot. Do you really want to try? Money is meant to be spent. As long as it's reasonable, I'm not afraid of being a fool. Tao Jie didn't dismiss the idea. Lu Chong nodded on the other end of the phone. Yes, have you heard about land transfer? Chapter 311. Discussing policies. After passing the service area and having a meal, Wang Chao approached Tao Jie's car, claiming he was afraid he would be lonely. In reality, he was just tired from driving. Once in the car, he didn't idle. Bro, do you have time? Let us get together. Yeah, I'm back. I'll be home tonight. Help me book a place. Who? Zhang Xiaoni? Let's invite her. Wang Xiaoling. Huh. The one who has a crush on me, right? Shiping got divorced? Can you help me ask if she is free? Damn, stop talking nonsense. Wang Chao didn't stop the entire way, contacting one classmate after another. Are you missing Shiping? Tao Jie remembered that classmate who could never wake up on time. He felt something was off between them back then, but he never expected it to be so deeply hidden. Wang Chao shifted uncomfortably and said, What are you talking about? Tao Jie didn't press the issue and took out his phone to chat with Zhao Chan, asking, You didn't tell your family about my return, right? Zhao Chan replied, Forget it, it's not a big deal. Gao Xia has a big mouth, and once she knows, it will definitely spread. However, Tao Jie didn't care. What time have you been resting these days? Don't overwork yourself. Pay attention to your health these days. Are you concerned about me? Chapter 312. Unchanged style. Some say you can tell if a person has vision by their behavior, especially men. Those who focus solely on socializing, flattering leaders, and navigating interpersonal relationships may seem lively, but in reality, they achieve little. Kong He, who was once ambitious and eager to make a mark, now appeared to be merely trying to gather the last of his political resources before retirement. Tao Jie didn't want to discuss this before Lu Chong arrived in Xiuqing. But since Kong He brought Gao Xiao over, he couldn't refuse. Aunt Gao, we are old friends. Let's sit down and chat for a bit. We can catch up later. Gao Xiao blushed. The young man who once worried her about her daughter's future had now become a top billionaire worth trillions. Not only in Xiuqing, but even in the province, he was a VIP. With a change in status, facing him again made her feel a bit nervous. His calling her Aunt Gao eased her mind, indicating he still had some affection for her. Mr. Tao, Secretary Kong has mentioned it, so I will report on our county's investment policies. Saying this, she took out some material she had brought with her and prepared paper and pen to take notes while speaking. Chapter 313. Daring to reach out, Kong He led a group, including Tao Jie, into the banquet hall, where applause erupted. Kong He clapped along and smilingly walked to the center of the venue. Hello everyone, I am Kong He. The applause rang out again. It is a great honor to have Mr. Tao return home today, and I can gather with his classmates. Old Comrade Kang's formal speech was full of praise for Tao Jie and those present, and finally, with a wave of his hand, he declared the banquet open. Tao Jie was genuinely hungry and quickly picked up his chopsticks after sitting down. Opposite him, Wang Chao sat upright, occasionally raising his glass and thoughtfully serving dishes to Shiping beside him. Spring had passed, but his time had only just begun. Although he didn't drink, there were too many toasts to give. The saying the poor are ignored in the bustling city, the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains, was vividly illustrated. After downing more than half a bottle of fresh juice, Tao Jie felt he couldn't stay any longer and grabbed an ashtray to find a corner. But he wasn't left alone. Someone with a drink came over to offer him a cigarette, and the hustle and bustle didn't stop. Gao Xia initially wanted to come over and chat, but ultimately gave up. After all, she was an elder, and in northeast China, which values face. She felt a bit constrained. Chapter 314. Wang Chao's Spring Secretary Kong. Secretary Kong? Gao Xia followed over, and she could hear Tao Jie's words clearly. Seeing Kong He like this, she didn't want to interrupt, but was also afraid of being noticed if he lost his composure. Oh, Kong He rubbed his face, turned around, and said he had drunk a bit too much. Xiao Gao, I'm heading back now. Please take care of things here. Okay, Secretary Kong, take care. Gao Xia actually felt awkward, but she couldn't just say everyone should leave. Tao Jie was supposed to go home, having already informed old Tao. However, after receiving a message from Lu Chong saying he would arrive late at night, he had to change his plans. Knowing Lu Chong was already in the provincial city, which was just over 100 kilometers away, Tao Jie decided to go pick him up to avoid any hassle. On the way, he called old Tao, Dad. I'm picking up a friend tonight. I'll return tomorrow morning. You didn't say earlier. I already stewed the chicken. Old Tao, wearing an apron, sat by the stove watching the chicken stew with mushrooms bubbling away, looking displeased. You eat first, just save me some. Honestly, I've been looking forward to your cooking. Tao Jie knew his father's temperament and had to go along with it. Of course, others want to eat too, but they need the chance. Since returning from Chengdu, Tao Wenbin seemed several years younger. If it weren't for his willingness to wander around the fields, he would be dressed like a boss in a little shirt. Chapter 315. This appetite, as the alcohol flowed and spring thoughts stirred, Tao Jie found himself sleepless, fiddling with his phone, flirting with this one and that one. Unlike Wang Chao's fiery encounter, he flipped over the wall to surf the internet and came across a piece of news that caught his eye. The name God's Hand had become a formidable presence in the foreign financial world, akin to the king of hell. Just mentioning it made the proud Wall Street elites hold their breath, each of them having to lower their heads. The rising financial giant Cole had already declared bankruptcy, and several fund companies suffered enormous losses due to his downfall. As the only beneficiary, God's Hand had made $1 trillion profit in just 3 days, like a blooming mandala. Behind the beautiful fairy tale lay a dangerous aura. This news was related to those who had faced defeat against Tao Jie. Such a massive loss was unbearable for any individual or institution. Those who couldn't withstand it went bankrupt, and those who could still had a tough time. Beilita was one such case. Cash is king. Without cash, a business is like a dried-up river, facing imminent demise. This time, it nearly drained its cash reserves, leaving it with no choice but to sell off assets to ease immediate troubles. Chapter 316. Old Tao's promotion. Can you have a little self-respect? You're making it known all over the world that you're not a virgin. What's so glorious about that? Tao Jie was too lazy to respond, flopping onto the bed. Go away, I just fell asleep. No, you have to help me solve this problem. Wang Chao came over to tug at his blanket. If it weren't for you patting your chest and guaranteeing it, would I be this bold? What problem can I solve for you? I didn't force you into anything. This guy was getting more inflated than himself. Tao Jie kept his eyes closed and said, if she doesn't go, you could just quit and come back. Damn it, you little punk. Wang Chao lunged at him, trying to pry his eyes open. I just started having a good life, and you can't stand it, huh? The two of them rolled around like 16 or 17-year-olds. It had been years since they had such a tussle, but in the end, Tao Jie subdued the chubby Wang Chao. Still dare? Wang Chao tilted his large head. You little brat. He kicked him over. What am I scheming against you? Did I take your wife down the well? Get lost. Why would I hug your wife if I have kids? At that moment, Wang Chao was infatuated, unwilling to let Tao Jie take advantage. You have kids? What if your wife hugs me first? Chapter 317. Listening to you, Tao Jie didn't even notice that his dad was not only obsessed with power, but also had a craving for it. Pulling him to sit down, he even took out his reading glasses and straightened his back, holding a feather duster, and asked what's going on. Tao Jie avoided being straightforward and recounted everything from beginning to end. Of course, it was also a roundabout way of informing Wang Chao. In the end, Tao Jie became very serious. This investment, more importantly, was a form of giving back, a way to repay his hometown and this land. Of course, if it could make money, it would mean that this model was viable and mutual benefit could lead to a longer-lasting relationship. Hearing his son's words, Tao Wenbin put down his feather duster. The child had grown up. He was someone who cared deeply about his country and family. A person who could be moved to tears watching Hua Yuanjia and listening to My Chinese Heart when he was young. Even if his typing speed was slow, he would dare to leave comments on certain short videos, risking his own reputation. His son was his own flesh and blood. It was normal for him to have flaws, which did not stop him from liking him. When he said that his son was doing well and had money, he didn't feel much about it. But today, he felt particularly proud. Good things. How much does an acre of land cost? Tao Wenbin took a puff of his cigarette, crossing his legs. Chapter 318. Call me Chairman Lu Chang's decisiveness exceeded Tao Jie's expectations. After spending a day at home, the handover was already completed over there, and they even began correcting some unreasonable situations. He was directly invited for tea, while Zhang Fifan was like an ant on a hot pan, wanting to escape, but not daring to. He called Tao Jie several times, but no one answered, and he had already sought Zhao Chan for help. Unfortunately, Zhao Chan ignored him completely. In the end, Zhang Fifan had no choice but to go directly to Tao Jie, blocking him as he directed Tai Zhu on how to pick cucumbers from the wall. Old classmate, help me out. As soon as he entered the yard, a dejected Zhang Fifan stated his purpose. After picking a cucumber, Tao Jie took a bite and said, Boss Jiang, I'm not a savior. Seeing Tao Jie's attitude, Zhang Fifan realized that he had no intention of helping, but with He under control and being a vested interest, he was left with no way out. After trying to light a cigarette for Tao Jie and being refused, he could only sulk and light one for himself. I must be out of my mind, thinking I could get something for nothing. You're out of your mind? You're bewitched. Tao Jie gave him no good face. People like him shouldn't be given any hope. Zhang Fifan gritted his teeth. As long as you help me get through this, I'll give you 5 million. Chapter 319. Firefighters with Lu Chang's influence and Tao Jie's introduction. The Panshur Bank handled matters specially and approved a 5 billion credit loan for Xiuqing on the same day. As soon as the money arrived, if it weren't for Lu Chang holding it back, it would have been gone immediately. This was unavoidable. It was already difficult for the Ministry of Finance to hold on until now. Not to mention, the salaries of county staff and teachers have been delayed for several months. It was only because He had maintained a tough stance that nothing had happened in the county yet. Now that he was in, the news of the credit union being emptied spread rapidly. In an agricultural county with a population of 800,000, over 600,000 lived in rural towns. If they couldn't get their money back, they would surely go crazy. Starting from the morning, people began to come to withdraw money, and the staff at the credit union were on edge. When the first group of people received their money, instead of feeling relieved, the others became even more panicked. If everyone couldn't get their money, some might wait and see, waiting for others to make a fuss. Now that some had received their money, what if they couldn't get theirs? Wouldn't that be unjust? Thus, from the afternoon onwards, long lines formed outside the credit unions in various towns. The 3 billion transferred from the Ministry of Finance to Lu Chang would be depleted in less than half an hour. Chapter 320. An awkward meeting. Chairman Tao Wenbin took office just like that. He was still up late at night, poring over materials, occasionally letting out a few curses. Damn, can you really brag like that? Investing no less than 100 billion? An increase of 5,000 in per capita income? What a load of nonsense. I worked the land my whole life and wouldn't dare say such a thing. Tao Jie was woken up in the middle of the night by a full bladder, and when he got up, he saw that his father's small room was still lit. After relieving himself, he opened the door, and the smoke inside hit him like a wave. How many have you smoked? Tao Jie looked at the overflowing ashtray on his desk. Do you not care about your health? At this rate, I'll have to fire you. Tao Wenbin, who had finally become an official, wasn't going to let go of his habit so easily. He pressed his hand on his belt and saw his son vanish in a flash. The next morning, as dawn broke, Tao Wenbin finally went to bed, filled with confusion. Near noon, He woke up to find Tao Jie squatting on the wall, directing Tao Jie to stew fish on the stove in the yard. Stir the spices until fragrant. Yes, don't burn it. Keep an eye on it. Don't add water. Pour in beer. Why be so stingy? Chapter 321. 666 Gao Xiao blushed at her own humble demeanor, even if her daughter was impressive. It didn't give her any confidence in front of Tao Wenbin. If Zhao Chan stood at the top of the pyramid, then the son of this middle-aged man, whom she had previously looked down upon, was the one who created the pyramid. Tao Wenbin stood still, his expression unchanged. Director Gao, this isn't appropriate, is it? They were all called Director Gao. But the respect given to the director of the County Education Bureau back then and the current section chief of the Investment Promotion Department were not the same. Tao Wenbin was clearly referring to the Gao director who had mocked the Tao family wearing straw sandals years ago. Gao Xiao's expression changed several times before finally turning into a sigh. Director Tao, I was short-sighted back then. Please don't hold it against me. Fortunately, my child has been doing well and has slapped my face in the process. Thankfully, the two children were not influenced by me, which is a blessing in disguise. You see, Tao Wenbin, old Chen called me, saying that your son has made a big deal over there. And there were suspicions about Zhao Chan not being left out, but now it's confirmed. It's turned into 666. Tao Wenbin smacked his lips and suddenly began to understand why his son hadn't come. Chapter 322. Common language with Lu Chang's invitation. The door was pushed open, and Gao Xia entered with a gentle-looking girl. Lu Chang felt she looked familiar, but Tao Wenbin knew exactly who it was. Gao Xia felt somewhat anxious. Secretary Lu, this is my daughter Zhao Chan, who is now starting a business in Hangqing. Lu Chang's mind clicked. He understood why she seemed familiar. Zhao Chan was the head of Pansure AI in Hangzhou, another venture of Tao Jie, a unicorn company highly sought after in the capital market. The media was full of praise for her, a top student from Tsinghua University, combining talent and beauty, and he had certainly seen the news. He just didn't expect she was Gao Xia's daughter, Tao Jie's classmate, and his first love. However, upon further thought, it made sense. Lu Chang stood up. As the secretary of Xiuqing, he was also Zhao Chan's mother's superior, and meeting a businesswoman of Zhao Chan's caliber was not something to take lightly. So, Director Zhao is also a golden phoenix from Xiuqing. If it weren't for today's meeting, I wouldn't have known. Secretary Lu, you flatter me. To be honest, as a native of Xiuqing, your arrival here deserves our respect. Xiuqing has been lagging behind for too long, and I hope that under Secretary Lu's leadership, we can see a transformation. Chapter 323, A Pitfall. 3 billion is the price paid by the Bai family after renovations, which took 5 years and was acquired by Tao Jie for 80 million. Of course, aside from the discounted price, there are also personal connections involved. Tao Jie initially did not want to buy from the Bai family, considering them friends and wanting to preserve some dignity for them. However, Bai Tianxiao made a direct call, saying, seventh brother-in-law, if you don't buy it, someone else will. The Bai family is no longer what it used to be, and they won't mind losing a bit of face. Tao Jie thought about it and decided to go ahead. The paperwork was handled quickly, but it took time to assemble the crew. Tong Hui personally took charge of recruitment, and Li Qing screened the candidates, which is when everything was finalized. Once home, without waiting for old Tao to get upset, he immediately hugged his father, saying, Dad, I got a big toy, come take a look. Tao Wenbin was furious, but seeing his son's excitement, he held back, asking, what toy? You'll know when you see it. Come on, let's go. Tao Jie replied mysteriously. An hour later, they arrived at the airport in the provincial capital, went through a special passage, and saw a Gulfstream 550 that looked comparable to a large passenger plane, making Tao Jie's legs feel weak. Chapter 324, Wang Chao's Wedding. After being affectionately patted by old Tao, Tao Jie did not return home that night. He booked a room at the Shanghua Hotel in the county and called Zhao Chan Mom. Tao Jie has something to discuss with me. Zhao Chan, feeling shy, struggled to find an excuse. Gao Xian knew what was going on but didn't want to expose it, so she simply asked, do you want me to drive you? No need, the car is downstairs. Zhao Chan had never been this assertive before. Seeing her mother hesitating to say something, she walked over and hugged her, reassuring her. Gao Xiao watched her daughter pack and leave, unsure if she should remind her to take precautions. Upon seeing Tao Jie, Zhao Chan rushed into his arms, looking up and asking, why didn't you come home? I got kicked out. Tao Jie couldn't help but smile. Huh? Zhao Chan thought it was because of what happened during the day and felt a bit worried. It's just a small matter, don't worry. As they whispered to each other, Tao Jie couldn't resist rolling over and pinning her down, asking, did you miss me? Hearing Zhao Qian's flushed face and soft moan, Tao Jie transformed. After a long while, holding her in his arms, Zhao Qian, exhausted, couldn't help but lightly hit his arm, saying, "You're really something. I've never met anyone like you." Chapter 325, Wishes Fulfilled. At that moment, Tao Jie didn't know what to say and fell into silence. Just then, Old Chen called. "You rascal. Why didn't you tell me Xiao Qin's parents were coming?" He was busy every day at the Rose Garden, more diligent than go to work. And in less than a month, he had managed to fatten Li Qingwan by 10 pounds. It was only after calling Old Tao that he learned about the Zhou family's visit today. "I got so busy I forgot. Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Tao Jie was overjoyed, realizing he had forgotten about this old general at home. They say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. With Old Chen's experience from this time, he should be more adept at handling this matter than himself. Chen Meiwan bit her lip, thinking if she weren't sure he was her biological son, she would have wanted to wash her hands of it. "What do you think I am? Hurry up. Xiao Lu is here." Upon arriving at the Rose Garden, Chen Meiwan came out carrying a handbag and a thermos. With a cold face, she poked her son's head several times, saying, "You keep acting up. One day you'll drive your mother crazy." Tao Jie braced himself and didn't dare dodge. But he couldn't just walk in without saying anything. "I'll go in and take a look." As he dashed inside, Chen Meiwan patted her chest, wondering what she owed him in her past life. Chapter 326, Sending Off for the Exam. Hoping and waiting, but no daughter came, treating her son like a daughter. Dressing him in skirts and braiding his hair, still no luck. So Chen Meiwan had long vowed to treat her daughter-in-law like her own daughter. Now her wish had come true. One daughter-in-law after another flooded in like a deluge, becoming uncontrollable. After dinner, Old Chen was feeling good, hugging Zhou Xiaoqin on one side and Tong Hui on the other, giving each a kiss, feeling overjoyed to have both a son and a daughter. Something he never dreamed would happen. Zhou dad and Xiaoqin's mom, touched by their in-laws' temperament, also expressed their feelings, saying, "From now on, she is your daughter. It doesn't matter what anyone else says." They then looked seriously at Zhou Xiaoqin, saying, "Xiaoqin, your mother-in-law is also your mom. From now on, you must treat her like your own mother." Zhou Xiaoqin's face was full of helplessness, but seeing her parents' serious expressions, she could only nod, saying, "Oh, I understand." That night, Zhou dad and Xiaoqin's mom shared a room. Old Chen had his own, and Tao Jie shared a room with Tong Hui and Xiaoqin. Feeling the soft and bouncy mattress, Zhou dad couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, am I dreaming or what?" Xiaoqin's mom sighed. "Who says I'm not? I wanted to ask you the same thing." Chapter 327, They Forced Me. Early in the morning, Tao Jie got up before dawn, quietly helping Zhou Xiaoqin prepare her face wash and toothbrush, and only gently woke her up at 7. Zhou Xiaoqin opened her beautiful eyes and saw Tao Jie. Filled with joy, reaching out her hand for him to help her up, her perfect youthful curves exposed without a care. "Brother, what time is it?" Tao Jie checked his phone. "It's 7:05. Get up and wash up. Mom and the others will be here soon." Just then, Chen Meiwan sent a message saying that Xiao Ying had gone to pick them up and they would arrive shortly. After Zhou Xiaoqin washed up, she changed into a t-shirt and denim skirt, looking fresh and cute, and playfully asked Tao Jie to help tie her hair. Chen Meiwan, Zhou dad, and Xiaoqin's mom arrived just then. Old Chen had gotten up at 3 in the morning to make soup for Zhou Xiaoqin, according to the recipe Tong Hui gave him. And with the cereal and milk Tao Jie prepared, breakfast was quite sumptuous. As she nibbled on the fragrant breakfast, Zhou Xiaoqin couldn't help but recall the scene from last year when she had lined up at the exam venue alone on an empty stomach. Her eyes turned red involuntarily. The others watched her eat like servants attending to a princess, their eyes glued to her small bites. After breakfast, it was only 8 o'clock, an entire hour before the exam started, and the vehicle was only about 200 meters from Zhou Xiaoqin's exam venue. Chapter 328, Cole Arrives. It was unclear whether it was due to Tao Jie's efforts that moved the heavens, but Zhou Xiaoqin's subsequent exams went smoothly, one after another. By the time she finished her last subject and exited the exam room, she already had the answer key in hand. There was no need to compare each answer. She simply glanced at the key questions and estimated her score to be 735. As for where she lost points, it was just a couple of essays in the language section. This score, while not the highest ever, was enough to ensure she qualified for admission to a top-tier university for further studies. Although the official scores wouldn't be released for another half-month, it didn't stop them from celebrating in advance. Tao Jie gave a red mini as a gift, which was a suggestion from Tao Jie after careful observation. Sure enough, although Zhou Xiaoqin still didn't have a driver's license, she was reluctant to get out once she sat in and held the steering wheel. Zhou Dad thought it was too extravagant and wanted to say something, but his partner pulled him back, leaving him to hold it in. Chun Meiwan also generously represented Old Tao and gave a jade bamboo shoot pendant, symbolizing rising steadily. As for Song Lu, she represented several sisters who couldn't attend, each giving an 88,000 yuan red envelope. The little girl was so touched that she hurriedly thanked everyone, including Zhou Dad and Xiaoqin's mom. Chapter 329, Impossible Task. That evening, Tao Jie arrived at Pancher Investment and met Gu Anan. Seeing her give him a thumbs up, he pulled her over and pecked her cheek, praising her without doing anything else, causing Gu Anan to blush. Fortunately, there was no one else in the office. She shot a glare at Tao Jie, retracting her finger, saying, "You don't look like a rich tycoon at all. What good is being a tycoon? The king's flag changes on the city wall, and who knows where we'll be next year." Tao Jie sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. Is Cole's mood still stable? He was quite irritable at first, but later he seemed to have figured things out. Gu Anan poured tea for Tao Jie, bending down a bit too much, and when he caught a glimpse of a gap, she quickly covered it with her hand, biting her teeth. "Didn't you say you were bringing 2 pairs of sharp ones? What's there to see?" It must be said that Gu Anan was not bad looking, though her figure was a bit thin, but with her presidential aura, Tao Jie swallowed, thinking of the balance of meat and vegetables as a way to maintain health. Dressed in professional attire, the petite Gu Anan almost broke her defenses, but remembering that she had taken the initiative to approach him back then, she gritted her teeth and held on. Chapter 330. The Bait Cole's words opened a new world for Tao Jie. His eyes lit up to his country's financial sector. The hand of God Tao Jie was an irreconcilable enemy. Hundreds of years ago, they opened the doors of various countries with iron ships and cannons, plundering ruthlessly and establishing their own wealth. Then they packaged themselves as representatives of democracy and freedom, wielding financial weapons to scrape together the pennies accumulated around the world. But Tao Jie's emergence shattered their invincible image built through finance. It can be said that if they cannot defeat this hand of God, and he uses their own rules against them, treating the financial sector as an ATM, these arrogant big shots will be restless. As Tao Jie said, if the minerals sold by the big shots fell into the hands of others, the chances of getting them back would be slim. But Tao Jie, this young man who emerged out of nowhere, appeared before the world as a gambler, creating even more opportunities. Thinking of this, Cole stood up. "Boss, leave this to me. Then I wish you success in advance." It seemed that his change was expected, and Tao Jie waved his hand for him to sit down. "Since you're here, let's have some fun. We have many unique sites for you to appreciate the charm of a 5,000-year-old civilization." Chapter 331. Visit. Since getting to know Tao Jie, Qian Song's only desire has been to have a baby and run away. Watching Zhang Mingwei and Li Qingwan glow with maternal brilliance, she felt envious. So far, her only gain was that her menstrual cramps had disappeared. Throwing the keys to a young bodyguard, she pulled Tao Jie into a stretched Hummer. "What are you doing?" Although she was mentally prepared, she didn't expect to be shaken directly in the car. Tao Jie grabbed Song Lu's wrist. With her fox-like eyes blinking, she said, "Mingwei said you guys tried in the car." Tao Jie replied, "No, do you say everything?" He forcefully embraced her, saying, at that time, she already had one. Just didn't know it. Oh, since it was useless to talk about having a baby, Song Lu stopped insisting. "Then let's go to the small apartment." Tao Jie knew this battle was unavoidable, so he directly messaged the little eagle in front. Soon the car started. "When are you going to get Gu Xiaoqing out?" A remark from Song Lu on the way made Tao Jie unhappy, and he stared at her. "What are you looking at?" Song Lu punched him. "I have nothing to do with him anymore." "No, what do you mean?" Seeing that Tao Jie still didn't speak, Song Lu twisted her body to break free. Pointing at him, "If you keep this up, do you believe I'll wash you out?" Chapter 332. Dealing with the stubborn. "Are you so kind-hearted?" Gu Xiaoqing eyed him sideways. Unable to forget the beating he gave himself in court for the rest of his life. Given his previous hatred, it would be too kind of him not to find someone to torment himself. Tao Jie chuckled, not explaining. Gu Xiaoqing suddenly stood up, recalling what this guy had said when he entered Big Brother-in-Law. Just now, he thought it was impossible. After all, his sister had always been clever, and she was still abroad. How could there be any connection? But when he asked if he wanted to go out, it was clearly not a joke. If there was someone who could make Tao Jie willingly do this, He couldn't think of anyone else besides Gu Ainin paying a huge price. He already understood Tao Jie's temperament. Not even his father, Gu Shan, could do that. With a twisted face, Gu Shaoqing's mouth trembled, and a small ash from his half-burned cigarette fell on the table in front of him. "You're a real bastard." Seeing Gu Shaoqing squeeze these words out between his teeth, Tao Jie was not surprised. Given Gu Ainin's pride, she could willingly lower herself to plead for mercy for her brother, which showed this brother was still pretty good to his sister. To Tao Jie, Gu Shaoqing was just a jerk. Chapter 333. I believe in you on the plane. Lu Yangyang saw he had switched to another pretty girl sitting next to him and couldn't help but pout. Although she liked Tao Jie's type, thinking about how Jean Feixion was devoted to her made her feel lucky to avoid someone so flirtatious. Sister-in-law. Every time they met. Although Tao Jie mostly had a playful smile, he was always polite. "You just have a good mouth." Lu Yangyang really liked this job. It was leisurely and eye-catching. Stealing a glance at Gu Ainin, she mocked him almost silently. "Fortunately, you have a lot of businesses, otherwise you couldn't handle all." Tao Jie shifted Colgate and patted the seat. "Well, when you come back for vacation, it all belongs to you." Gu Ainin was also well informed. News about Jean Feixion, the troublemaker, marrying a flight attendant had spread all over the city. As soon as Tao Jie called out sister-in-law, she immediately recognized it and quickly returned with a pair of Tiffany earrings. "Sister-in-law, congratulations on your marriage to Xiongge. I didn't prepare anything, so I hope you don't mind." Lu Yangyang didn't expect Gu Ainin to come over so generously to greet her. "Ah, you see me?" Gu Ainin understood why she would act this way, but didn't expose it. Instead, she smiled and placed a box in her hand. "Xiongge has watched me grow up, so it's only right for me to send my blessings." Sister-in-law, you won't be stingy in return, will you? Chapter 334. Seeing father respect son, it must be said that Zhang Mingyue not only looks good, but her elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a lady stepping out of a Republic of China painting, is enough to captivate anyone. Embracing her increasingly curvy waist, I kissed her on the face that, even in pregnancy, remains as delicate as ever. It's been more than 3 months, and I believe our son shouldn't be that fragile. As soon as Zhang Mingyue uttered those words, she had already summoned great courage. The voice close to her eardrum almost made her legs go weak. Half embraced by Tao Jie, they entered the house, and behind them came a burst of laughter from the women. "It's all your fault." Zhang Mingyue's earlobes turned slightly pink as she dodged his hot hand. Tao Jie, unashamed, turned around and waved to everyone, then swaggered in behind her. Once inside the hall, with the air conditioning on, Zhang Mingyue sat down in a spot away from the wind. Preparing for what? There's no need to prepare anything. Just lure the person over first. If we get along, we can gather together. If not, it won't hinder my work. Tao Jie knew she was asking about the forum, downing a large glass of cold water before sitting next to Zhang Mingyue. "Is Grandma not here?" She went to Miyun in the morning, said she had plans to play cards with some friends. Zhang Mingyue lowered her head. She understood that this was Grandma, knowing Tao Jie was coming and wanting to give them a chance to be alone. Chapter 335. All are clever people, this group of people. But it doesn't matter, as Bai Tianxiang said. Giving face to the son is also a reflection of the father's glory. With the arrival of Pei Jinlong, everyone was basically present. A bunch of people laughed and joked around Zhang Mingyue, not mentioning that Tao Jie had business with them. Each one was quite shrewd. They lingered until lunch. And only when Tao Jie brought up the topic did they sit up straight, fully attentive. "Recently, I've been working on a batch of mines outside. The scale is a bit large, and it doesn't look good for me to keep it all to myself, so I gathered everyone to see if you're interested." Bai Tianxiang's eyes lit up, but he only scanned everyone with his gaze, not making sound. Just listen to how this is phrased, a batch of mines. When has mining ever been talked about in batches? Moreover, it's not that it doesn't look good for him to keep it all to himself, but rather that he giving everyone benefits to see who can handle how much. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of energy. Obviously, it wasn't about asking everyone to spend money, but rather to see what kind of effort they could contribute. Wang Jing and others quickly caught on as well. If it were about spending money, they could scrape together some, but that little money was nothing but a drop in the bucket to Tao Jie, and clearly wouldn't be much use. However, if it was about putting in effort, Tao Jie wouldn't just cooperate with anyone to meet his needs. Chapter 336. The resourceful rebel in contrast to the comfortable and leisurely atmosphere Tao Jie enjoyed with his companions. Things were starkly different for Cole. As soon as he got off the plane, he was kidnapped. Security? Non-existent. After parting from old John, he was knocked out with a club, and when he woke up, he found himself in an abandoned factory. A round of help was met with a kick to the head. George resigned himself to his fate. It seemed he wouldn't have many chances to turn his life around. But when he saw a familiar face, he felt invigorated. "Alexander, it's you." Cole began to struggle, completely disregarding how his well-tailored suit was now covered in dust. "How can you do this to me? We are brothers." "No, you are not." A similarly blonde, blue-eyed older man reprimanded him sternly. "Cole, you are a traitor who has betrayed our interests." "I didn't, dear. Let me explain." Cole was anxious, using his head to nudge the ground to sit up. "I was just looking for a chance to turn my life around. You're working for our enemies." Alexander roared, waving his arms. "You are a clown, a despicable person." There was nothing they could do. Their words were too lacking. If it were us, a single phrase like "three surnamed house slave" could break anyone down. Chapter 337. Principally not opposed ISN. This a bit too risky? Jean Mingwei had been listening to Tao Jie's conversation with Cole from start to finish, and when the two finished talking, she couldn't help but feel worried. "Are you afraid I'll end up back where I started?" Tao Jie smiled, holding her soft body in his arms, rubbing his stubbled chin against her delicate cheek. "It hurts," Jean Mingwei exclaimed, slapping his arm a couple of times, then wrinkled her nose. "Why don't you shave? Don't change the subject. Tell me, what will you do if I go bankrupt? What else can I do? I'll paint and support you." Jean Mingwei turned around and tapped Tao Jie's forehead. "For some people, they only pay attention to whether you have money or can make money when they need you to change your life. But for me, or for us, money isn't important at all. Whether it's Gu Ainin, Sister Song, or even Li Qingwan, they can all live well on their own. I believe that even Tong we can use her little savings to ensure you have nothing to worry about." Tao Jie said nothing, just listen quietly. "So, you don't need to have any concerns. What I said is just a reminder that you should do things in moderation. That's all. Even if one day you have nothing, I can still take good care of you and the child. Life is just about two people facing 3 meals and 4 seasons together, and that's enough." Chapter 338. Cutting a corner. Do you think I need to fix my hair again? Just shy of taking a bath and lighting incense, Tao Jie stood in front of the mirror repeatedly, afraid he might have overlooked something. Jean Mingwei couldn't help but laugh. "Is it that serious? Uncle Tan is very easy to get along with." Tao Jie, she really dares to say it. To her, Jean Mingwei, the uncle who could be cuddled and spoiled as a child, is a key figure in the national think tank. It can be said that as long as he recognizes or affirms an idea, once approved by the decision-makers, with a single command, the whole country can be mobilized. This meeting was one of the most memorable moments of Tao Jie's life. All morning, he was restless. The closer it got to noon, the more anxious he became. After calling his mom and hearing her curse him for nearly breaking down while juggling several women, he confirmed he wasn't dreaming. Then he called old Tao. "Dad, I'm telling you, your son has made something of himself. Get lost. I still don't know you've made something of yourself." Old Tao was not polite at all. "No, I'm serious this time. Do you have something or not? Are you trying to see what it feels like to have a belt? This is my biological father." Chapter 339. Reaching the top of the wealthy not long after meeting Tan Rusong, a series of policies were released, effectively giving these enterprises more freedom. With the imperial sword in hand, it became easier for the people below to work. Everyone used their utmost efforts, whether borrowing money from insurance funds, seeking bank loans, or directly issuing stocks to raise funds from the secondary market, basically finalizing everything one by one. The evaluation reports for various minerals were also released in succession, with state-owned enterprises acquiring these mineral shares at extremely favorable prices, and the significant benefits also boosted the stock market. In no time, domestic investors were like they had been injected with adrenaline, waving their cash and rushing into the market. Old leaks drive new leaks, and along the way, impart some insights to the new leaks. This directly led to Pancher Investments' early layout and abundant harvest, with Gu Ainin already back and in command, holding consecutive celebration parties without a break. Tao Jie wanted domestic currency, which alleviated the difficulty of redemption and smoothly received nearly 80 trillion. At this time, the Forbes list was freshly released, and Tao Jie topped the list with a staggering gap of over 180 trillion from the second place. What's even more outrageous is that 50 of his assets are in cash form, which is incredibly stable compared to those who rely on stocks to rank. Chapter 340. Chain reaction, this is not just the emergence of a national richest man, but the undisputed richest person in the world, causing a sensation not only in Huagua, but globally. An industrial group, even if it controls trillions in capital, can remain quietly unnoticed. But personal wealth reaching a certain scale is bound to attract public attention. Moreover, compare to last year's world's richest man who had less than 60 trillion huabi in assets. Tao Jie has nearly tripled that amount. What is terror? It's just that. Tong Hui's parents are both civil servants. The old couple saw the news during the day, and by the evening, they were shaking in each other's arms. If their daughter now says she wants to date Tao Jie, they would never agree, even if it killed them. But now, they felt like headless flies, unable to come to any conclusion. In the end, the call went to Tong Hui. Yeah, the news online is true. Without thinking, Tong Hui replied, I just found out. Tong Hui's parents were taken aback, not expecting their daughter to just learn about it too, which shows how deeply Tao Jie had hidden this. But upon reflection, with such a scale of wealth, it's normal to be cautious. Tong Hui's parents were a bit tongue-tied and had started to lose hope. Chapter 341. Give me an explanation. Jean Feixiong never thought he would be transferred one day. Regardless of his rank, personal ability, or the classified information he had access to, it was destined that he would wear that olive green uniform for a lifetime. But it was precisely him, along with his special forces team, who was neatly kicked out by a piece of paperwork. He Yuxiao listened to her 30-year-old son, who prided himself on being a tough guy, sounding a bit choked up and panicked. Son, don't worry, let mom ask around. How could this be possible? She hadn't heard of him making any mistakes. After hanging up the phone, He Yuxiao hurriedly sought connections. But no matter whom she asked, everyone was at a loss. Seeing her mother in such a panic, Jean Mingyue suddenly had a thought. Could it be related to him? Who? He Yuxiao grabbed her daughter. You mean it can't be? Such a thing. No matter how powerful he is, he can't reach your brother. Seeing her completely disbelieving, Jean Mingyue said quietly, the day before yesterday. Uncle Tan looked for him. Dan Rusong? He Yuxiao's eyes widened. What right does he have? No. I mean, how could your Uncle Tan find him? He always wanted to go out and seems to have bought a lot of mines in Africa. Many state-owned enterprises are his shareholders. Chapter 342. Lifeline. You know Tao Jie, right? Tan Rusong changed the subject. What he is doing now gives you a chance to showcase yourself. Jean Feixiong, still in his deep voice, did not look down on his brother-in-law, but the two were simply from different paths. Yet what he was doing might be a soldier's lifelong dream. Dan Rusong prast. But his foundation is still weak, and he needs someone like you to help him handle some inconvenient matters. Jean Feixiong had just returned and had no idea what Tao Jie had done. With a face full of suspicion, I'm not his Jinyui, then just act as one. Tan Rusong pointed at Jean Feixiong. As long as you get this done, it's no less than achieving great merit. Really? Jean Feixiong still couldn't believe it. He only knew that Tao Jie had made significant achievements in finance and couldn't help but feel curious. Is he going to the sky? He's already reached the sky. You don't know how rich he is now. At the very least, he has no rivals on the surface. Tan Rusong also felt a bit emotional. If it weren't for me bargaining, this kid is more than 10 times wealthier than that former world richest man who is a space fanatic. What to do? How to do it? Tan Rusong didn't reveal a word, and Jean Feixiong returned home in confusion, immediately looking for his sister, Mingyue. What has Tao Jie been doing lately? Chapter 343. Punishment for laziness. Robbery means resorting to violence. This is something they find incredibly familiar. Whether in the age of exploration or the colonial era, they have used the aesthetics of violence to the fullest. And now, in the West, which loudly shouts democratic slogans, they still adhere to the principle of profit first. When the rules they set cannot meet their own interests, they turn the table. Tao Jie's sudden emergence made them think they could slowly manage things, but they had to resort to flipping tables to win. The last major confrontation was led by Cole, but even without him, someone would have stood up to challenge Tao Jie. Unfortunately, they lost and almost lost their pants. They intended to sell off some assets to recover, but Cole brought back the news that Tao Jie wanted to engage in real industry. Since he wants to court death, why not help him? Is a career really that easy to build? Rather than say they were bewitched by Cole to sell assets to Tao Jie at a low price, it's more like they played along with his scheme, setting a trap for Tao Jie. Value 100, you buy for 50. Isn't that a bargain? When you need money, I could take it back for 10. They could even conveniently take your extra 20 investment. I must say, this calculation is indeed clever. Chapter 344. Playing with fire. As the workday approached its end, At Shuangxing Fitness, Han Shuiying calmly watched the steadily rising data. This small store now contributes hundreds of thousands in revenue each month, which is quite successful under the current not-so-great economic environment. In addition to the high-end custom packages designed earlier, she conducted research and launched a discount package for college students, which thoroughly established the reputation of Shuangxing Fitness. The only thing she was not satisfied with was that, as the manager, her fair and beautiful appearance made her the target of many people's flirtation, which was quite bothersome. Fortunately, Manager Yang and the staff helped her fend off much of the annoyance, but her single status made it hard to resist those persistent guys. Just today, she had already received over a dozen bouquets of flowers. After reviewing today's report, Han Shuiying shut down her computer and stepped out of the office, only to see Tao Jie in yoga attire from behind. Tao Jie usually came in early, but he had never arrived this late before. Curious, Han Shuiying followed him. Upon reaching the yoga area, Tao Jie did a few stretching exercises and was startled to see Han Shuiying standing behind him when he turned. "Aren't you off work yet?" Just as he was about to leave, Han Shuiying waved her bag. "Need any help?" Chapter 345. Mom beat him to be in harmony with the world. Tao Jie could only use these few words to describe why Han Shuiying was so bold. If it weren't for the many people around her, with her reserved nature, she might have slowly walked down two completely different paths. But she is already famous. Apart from her image, which is not known by unrelated people, she won't be easily recognized, and he won't make those around him feel too mysterious. Even some close friends are subtly mentioned by others. Of course, unfamiliar people wouldn't know what's going on after seeing it, but that doesn't include Han Shuiying. However, her experience is still lacking. Besides being reckless, she is just inexperienced. Tao Jie suspects that if he hadn't cooperated later, she could have made things difficult for him. However, later on, Tao Jie begins to understand the extreme experience that Han Shuiying's lifelong practice of dance brings him. It can be said that Tong Hui, who has only practiced a bit of yoga halfway, is merely trying to please, while various challenging moves come effortlessly to Han Shuiying. "Can you find a job for me? Will you be busy?" Tao Jie tightened his grip, and Han Shuiying, whose pretty face was pressed against his chest, couldn't help but let out a soft sound. Hearing his question, she didn't respond. Chapter 346. Confession. Shun Meiwan didn't actually want to hit him hard. She just kicked Tao Jie a couple of times, saying, "You little rascal, even a cat's meow is not as diligent as you." The one who was fanning the flames was Song Lu, but seeing Tao Jie getting beaten, she was also the one stopping it. Holding Chan Meiwan back, she helped her sit on the sofa and calmed her down. "Say, Mom, don't get angry. It's not worth ruining your health." Tao Jie couldn't help but glare at her, thinking that if it weren't for her instigation, would there be this situation? After a while, Chan Meiwan finally calmed down and tossed her pants rack aside, saying, "I'm packing up to go back to Northeast. This place is unbearable." "Are you not worried about Tong Hui?" Tao Jie casually asked, only to see his mom stiffen and plop back onto the sofa. Chan Meiwan slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "What the hell? You've left me no way out." Tao Jie. Song Lu was also worried about Chan Meiwan getting too angry, so she repeated her earlier actions to help her calm down, saying, "Mom, don't be angry, don't worry. When I get pregnant, I won't let you suffer." Old Chin stiffly looked at the sincere Song Lu, almost bursting into tears. When his son didn't have a partner, he was anxious like crazy. But now that he has multiple partners, Old Chin truly didn't know what to feel. Every day was nerve-wracking, and physically, the effort was not even worth being woken up in the middle of the night to plow the fields. Chapter 347. Turning stone into gold. This time, he drove back, giving way to Zhang Feixiong for his honeymoon, as he felt he owed this brother-in-law something. These two flew from all corners of the world, and Tao Jie really didn't mind. Upon arriving in Xiuqing, Tao Jie's first impression was that Xiuqing seemed to come alive. You should know that economic improvement is something you can see directly. Not only do people's faces radiate with happy smiles, but daily consumption is also more active. Just take the foot traffic at Xiuqing department store, which is almost more than double what it used to be. Even high-end places like the Huaxing Hotel had almost no empty seats around lunchtime. Of course, Tao Jie wouldn't need a queue, especially since Secretary Liu Chong personally called to book a private room. No one would dare to be disrespectful. This time, Liu Chong brought the county magistrate along, who looked to be under 40 and truly in the prime of life. At the dining table, of course, Tao Dong, Director Tao, and General Manager Wang were also present. But both of them were getting darker by the day, clearly indicating that they had been busy lately. Tong Hui wanted to come down as well. But as soon as she sat down, she covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom, only able to apologize to everyone before going upstairs to rest. Chapter 348. Settling a mother-in-law. It's not that he was overly anxious. Since Tong Hui had just found out she was pregnant, he couldn't make a fuss. But they hadn't seen each other for a few days, and he really missed her, especially for Tong Hui. Even just a kiss could alleviate her longing. Wang Chao could tell what he was thinking, so he suggested that since he had just arrived home and was tired from the long journey, they could find a time to gather again in the evening. The rest of them were mostly elders, so of course, they couldn't compare with Tao Jie, and all urged him to go rest first. Giving Wang Chao a look that said, "You owe me," Tao Jie seemed a bit reluctant to leave the table. He went upstairs and knocked on the door, only to hear the sound of someone running inside. Tong Hui opened the door and threw herself into Tao Jie's arms. Her little head rubbed against his chest, asking, "Did you not miss me at all?" "Of course not. I left my dad behind and came to find you as soon as I could." Tao Jie saw her dimples appear and couldn't help but poke at them, saying, "Seeing you, I feel tipsy even without drinking." Regardless of whether it was true or not, Tong Hui believed it. For her, some things couldn't be counted, otherwise, how could life go on? She kicked off her slippers and stood on Tao Jie's feet as they intertwined and entered the room. Chapter 349. Reporting Tong Hui still had documents to sign. So Tao Jie didn't wait for her and followed his dad around, which made him aware of the old man's hard work. That day, they came to Sea Village and walked around the fields, discussing the situation there. Sea Village has a total of 72 households, and the contracts have all been signed. After autumn, the land can be leveled, and once the land inspection report comes out and plans are made, they can make great strides next year. Tao Jie gave a thumbs up, saying, "That's why they say one old hand is worth two young ones, Dad. If it weren't for you holding down the fort here, who knows when we would see results." Tao Wenbin, with his hands behind his back, exuded leadership, saying, "That's right, son, you still have a lot to learn. The common people are actually quite simple. As long as you treat them well, they will sincerely reciprocate." Tao Jie naturally had to flatter his dad, nodding continuously, "You're the best. You're great at handling human relationships." Tao Wenbin looked pleased, saying, "Take it slow. You're still young. As you encounter more situations in the future, you will naturally know how to handle them." Before he finished speaking, a commotion was heard not far away, and both father and son looked over at the same time. "Why can't I go over there? This place isn't theirs." Chapter 350. Leaving money on the table, Tao Jie knew that his return to invest would definitely spark controversy. He used to think about avoiding it as much as possible, even choosing to donate rather than get involved. But on one hand, incidents like Jiang Fifan made him not want his hometown to take the wrong path. Combined with his relationship with Lu Chong, he finally made up his mind to invest. But how long has it been? It's only been 2 months, and some already think he's back to collude with officials. However, he didn't do anything wrong and wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking at his door. Tao Jie didn't care what others thought. Not to mention he could withstand scrutiny, even if he faced oppression, if he couldn't get fair treatment. What would it matter if this little money was lost? He brushed past Jiang Fifan's mother without taking her threat seriously. Tao Wenbin was still cautious and couldn't help but ask his son on the way back, "Should we greet Secretary Lu Chong?" Tao Jie nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. He wasn't part of the system, and as his own capacity grew stronger, he could ignore Jiang Fifan's mother's words, but Lu Chong couldn't. Even if he can clearly explain that he is fine after some self-verification, it is still likely to affect the evaluation of his work. He called Lu Chong and recounted the whole incident from start to finish. Chapter 351. Smoothness. People are doing things while heaven is watching. Although Tao Jie originally wanted to give back to his hometown, he never thought he needed anyone's recognition. However, upon hearing Dong Hui's fair words, a warm current surged in his heart. Seeing Jiang Fifan's mother being questioned to the point of speechlessness, he no longer felt the need to hold a grudge. It wasn't that he was kind-hearted. It was just that compared to him, both Jiang Fifan and his mother were no longer on the same level. Not only Dong Hui, but also the research team quickly reacted and provided an explanation to Tao Jie and Lu Chong regarding this matter. Then, combined with Jiang Fifan's mother's complaint letter, they formed materials for direct reporting. As for Jiang Fifan's mother, since she infringed on Tao Jie's reputation, she needed to apologize to Tao Jie on social media, specifically in her friend circle, without the option to block or delete. Of course, this handling was somewhat trivial, but it was in line with Tao Jie's expectations. It is said that rumors stop with the wise. In reality, it is more effective to have the source help you confirm things. After dismissing Jiang Fifen's mother, Dong Hui officially greeted Tao Jie. Although Mr. Tao is young, he is already a significant figure in domestic and international markets. Indeed, talents emerge in every generation. Your support for Xiuqing shows your heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 352, Results. After rushing back to Chengdu, Tao Jie sent Tong Hui back to Yushu, and Tong Hui's mother was picked up the day before. Not only did she come, but the car that came to pick her up was also packed full again. With her real mother taking care of her and plenty of delicious food, Tong Hui suddenly became lively, chasing crabs around the house with a shovel. If it weren't for her being stopped from time to time, it would be quite nerve-wracking. As soon as Tao Jie left, Xiaoqing went over to accompany Chen Meiwan, who also brought a small bag today. She was still closer to Tong Hui. Tao Jie tapped the forehead of Zhou Xiaoqing, who was deeply engrossed in her food, feeling that this child was quite carefree. Aren't you nervous about the results coming out tonight? Nervous about what? The fact is already established and can't be changed. Zhou Xiaoqing's cheeks were puffed up, and she had no idea how much food she had stuffed in her mouth. Tao Jie thought about it, but still felt a bit indignant at how carefree she was. He was so anxious back then that he couldn't even eat. Why don't you find a class to attend? There is still more than 2 months until school starts. You can treat it as an internship, which could also add some value to your little savings. Yuji, Zhou Xiaoqing exclaimed as Tong Hui, who was forced to wear a radiation-proof maternity outfit, came running over and reached out to touch Zhou Xiaoqing's forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 353. What kind of family is this? Confirming again with Zhou Xiaoqing about her decision to choose the medical profession. Tao Jie wanted to avoid her acting on a whim. Zhou Xiaoqing nodded firmly, saying it was related to her father. You know how helpless I was back then. I just thought that if I had the ability, I would try my best to prevent such things from happening in front of me. Tao Jie nodded. The child is still young and doesn't have a deep understanding of society, but Tao Jie didn't intend to discourage her. You know, their essay saying that there's only one kind of illness, called the illness of poverty, which may sound a bit absolute, but certainly has its truth. Do you remember the story of a kid's dad who self-studied medicine to treat his child? It wasn't that there were no medicines. It was just that pharmaceutical companies didn't produce them because they weren't profitable. However, Tao Jie didn't mention these darker sides. Anyway, with his protection, it would be hard for Zhou Xiaoqing not to have smooth sailing. If you want to study medicine, I think the first choice should be the medical school of Xinqiao. Both in terms of ranking and disciplinary advantages, it is among the best, and it's south also close to home. Hearing Tao Jie say this, Tong Hui was delighted. Really? That's great. I can come home any time to eat delicious food. Zhou Xiaoqing hadn't thought of this point at first, but she believed Tao Jie's words completely. Then I'll apply to the medical school of Xinqiao. Chapter 354, Prepared. It has been a while since returning from the capital, and the actions of those state-owned enterprises were swift. Not only did they transfer the funds early, but now the corresponding management and technical personnel were also in place. This was good news for Tao Jie. The company acquired by Cole was still operating, but lacked many of its own people. The vicious dogs sent some SHIELD personnel over, but they were clueless, leading to chaos in management. With these people in place, they could immediately start to reorganize and get the company back on track. Now the only thing lacking was the person in charge from Tao Jie's side. After hanging up the phone, Tao Jie called Guanin. What is the situation with Big Brother now? I haven't called in the past few days. He hasn't stepped out of the house since he came out. However, Mom said a few days ago that his mood was relatively stable. When Guanin heard Tao Jie ask about Gu Xiaoqian, she knew good news was approaching. Has there been any news? Yes, the timing is right. Going out is also a good thing for him. There will definitely be some danger. But the SHIELD is also prepared over there. Knowing that Gu Xiaoqian's emotional state was fine, Tao Jie felt reassured. I'm going to the capital to meet him. Do you have time to go together? Chapter 355. The undercover battle between brothers-in-law. Guanin's mother was quite happy to hear this. Yes, Xiaoqian, you've been at home for so many days. You need to go out and get some fresh air. Originally, she didn't want to go, especially since they were all acquaintances. She was even less inclined to stand out. But since Mom said so, she thought about it and nodded in agreement. Tao just sent a message to Zhang Mingwei, saying he had come to the capital to handle some matters and would meet up with Wang Jing and others in the evening before heading over. Then he called Wang Jing. Knowing he was coming, Wang Jing quickly organized a gathering, even personally calling Lu Han. When Wang Jing sent the location, Tao Jie took Gu Xiaoqian out. When they arrived, Wang Jing came out to greet them along with Lu Han. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoqian at the entrance, the two were momentarily stunned and exchanged glances. Tao Jie didn't notice and stepped inside. It's better to go to a bar or a club in the future. There is no need to specifically accommodate me by finding a tea house. Although I don't drink, I still enjoy watching you drink. When they reached the door of the private room, someone helped open the door. Tao Jie cupped his fists as he entered, and at a glance he saw Zhang Feixiong, who was hugging Lu Yangyang, staring intently at Gu Xiaoqian behind him. When did Big Brother come back? You really called it a honeymoon. I checked, and my Gulfstream hasn't stayed in one place for more than 3 days. Tao Jie seemed to have known he was there all along and showed no change in emotion upon meeting. Chapter 356. No debte, no favor. Everyone present was not an ordinary person. Even among the other 6 princesses, no one felt that Tao Jie's feelings were inappropriate. In fact, they would even think that he had done well enough to keep things balanced. After all, the world they saw was much closer to the survival of the fittest compared to ordinary people with filters. The male perspective was even more so. However, at this moment, Gu Xiaoqian and Zhang Feixiong were discontent because it was closely related to their own sisters. There's nothing that can be done, whether it's Zhang Mingyue or Guanin. In today's society, regardless of appearance, talent, or family background, they have reached a point where marriage is no longer necessary for change. Yet they both fell into Tao Jie's hands. Wang Jing and the others naturally understand the psychology of Zhang Feixiong and Gu Xiaoqian. They might find it normal for others, but when it comes to themselves, it's a bit hard to accept. When Zhang Feixiong suddenly went on the offensive, everyone's heart skipped a beat, except for Gu Xiaoqian, because he understands Zhang Feixiong's thoughts the best. He might want to beat up Tao Jie, but he wouldn't go too far. The most nervous was Tai Zhu. The moment Zhang Feixiong hugged Tao Jie, his entire body tensed up, and only after seeing Tao Jie's gesture did he gradually relax. Chapter 357. Contentment regardless of how they openly and secretly vie with each other. As long as there are no issues on the surface, it's a good phenomenon for Tao Jie. Balance cannot have just one voice. Even if Tao Jie hasn't mastered the art of being in a superior position, it doesn't stop him from brushing up on the lessons of thick black theory. After spending a night with Zhang Mingyue, the next morning he discussed with her and the old lady about taking her to Shindu for a few days. The old lady was quite open-minded, thinking that not only should the two not be apart for too long, but also that the old woman was eagerly waiting. So she agreed. Zhang Mingyue felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, she had spent much time with Chen Meiwan, but seeing Tao Jie insist repeatedly, she began to pack her bags. Tao Jie quickly stopped her, saying there was everything at home, and even if something was missing, they could go shopping to buy it, which would also be a good way to exercise. Zhang Mingyue thought about it and agreed, so he directly took her away. On the plane, Lu Yangyang busily attended to her, afraid her sister-in-law might feel uncomfortable, exemplifying the saying of keeping a distance as much as possible. "Where's the elder brother?" Tao Jie asked as he sat down. Lu Yangyang glanced at him, saying he was still in bed after drinking too much, while you, who don't drink, are carefree. Tao Jie gave her a thumbs up. This was protective. "Wife, don't be fooled by your sister-in-law's surface kindness. She and the elder brother are family." Chapter 358. The 1,000-year secret chamber. Zhang Feixiong and Gu Xiaoqian set off one after the other, but their paths were completely different. Gu Xiaoqian, being in management, directly established a headquarters in economically developed South Africa, remotely commanding while ensuring his safety. Zhang Feixiong was different. He went straight to Burkina Faso, where Tao Jie had acquired a gold mine, gathering with the brothers who were arriving one after another. The choice of location was also considered, as the Shield had already been operating there for some time, not only establishing certain connections but also having a bit of power base. Especially since it was relatively barren and sparsely populated, it was the first choice for receiving weapons and establishing territory. The only inconvenience was transportation. The area was too underdeveloped, and the entire country had very few decent roads. The best road conditions were those newly built after the Shield arrived. However, there were several airports here, directly connecting to multiple countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe, with relatively smooth domestic flights. During the time the Shield had been there had been a few conflicts with local armed groups. Fortunately, the Mad Dog had been willing to spend money initially, equipping the Shield almost to the teeth, which had dealt a heavy blow to several small factions without any personnel losses, earning them some reputation. Chapter 359. Some words are best left unsaid the next morning. The bustling Qiao had turned into a deserted place. Tao Jie took Li Qingwan to the waterfall, thinking of how great the Wang family's honor must have been back then. Following the helicopter's flight path, Tao Jie supported Li Qingwan, telling her not to be nervous and to treat it as a game, akin to a joke he would make with children, be calm about gaining and let go of losing. Li Qingwan nodded, saying she didn't expect to get rich overnight, just a respect for her ancestors. Initially, she had a lot of hope. She didn't want her child to go through what she had experienced. But as time passed, Li Qingwan had become much more indifferent. Even if her father didn't care, she had enough ability to support her and Tao Jie's child. Moreover, her mother-in-law, Chun Meiwan, had given her too much reassurance. The care from her mother-in-law was more considerate than from her own mother, as Chun Meiwan dedicated all her motherly love. Taking out a pendant from around her neck, she handed it to Tao Jie, saying, "I won't go up." Tao Jie understood how much this meant to Li Qingwan. He hesitated for a moment, but then quickly accepted it. "Don't worry, whatever is discovered is yours." Tao Jie himself hadn't coveted anything, and after taking the pendant, he didn't feel anything special. Chapter 360. Just consider it repayment. Although Tao Jie's words were somewhat irritating, Tong Hui agreed with them. This needs to be designed well. The space left outside should be a bit larger, otherwise I'm afraid the kids won't be able to kneel. The country no longer encourages single-child families, and now there are 3 on the way. Who knows what the future scale will be? Is there a place for me? Pei Yao's eyes lit up as she stretched her neck to look inside. Tao Jie just then noticed her, looking puzzled. "You're still here?" Pei Yao responded, and Zhou Xiaoqin couldn't hold back her laughter, turning her little face away, her shoulders shaking. On the way to find Tao Jie, Pei Yao had been talking nonstop about how busy she had been underground, covering over 10,000 square meters in just over a month, testing various lines and instruments, not knowing how much effort it had taken. But in the end, all she got was, "You're still here?" Pei Yao also had her temper. She stomped her foot and turned to leave, her ponytail swaying. What's wrong with her? Tao Jie genuinely thought he had forgotten her, assuming she had returned to the Pei family long ago. "What's wrong? You put your warm face against cold Tong Hui, yes. Don't you see Zhou Xiaoqin is here?" Some words are not appropriate to say. Tao Jie stopped and waved his hand. "All right, I'll go take a look." Chapter 361. Another one sent off coming out of the villa. Tao Jie felt a bit dazed. It felt somewhat dreamlike, revealing an air of unreality. A few days passed, and Pei Yao had not made a move. Tao Jie hadn't been to the villa for a few days either. That afternoon, he lay in the pavilion outside the Yangfang on Yong'an Road, cooling off, picked up his phone, found Pei Jinlong's number, but hesitated to dial it for a long time. He didn't know what Pei Yao's situation was, and it wasn't appropriate to have others probe into it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and called. "Seventh brother-in-law. Not busy today." Pei Jinlong knew Tao Jie was hardly ever busy, but the words still had to be said. Nothing much. What are you doing?" Hearing this address, Tao Jie realized Pei Yao hadn't told her brother about what had happened at all. Is it because a few old friends are giving face? "Recently, there is too much work, and I'm worried about gift giving." Tao Jie. Pei Jinlong couldn't bring himself to say he was bored. "Too much work," Tao Jie groaned. "What a coincidence." Pei Jinlong was taken aback. "Seventh brother-in-law, ISN, planning something big again, right? What big thing could I possibly have?" Tao Jie immediately realized that the kid was not telling the truth. Gu Xiaoqin had just been over, and thinking to add some security measures for safety at his living and working places, he thought of you as the professional, but unfortunately, you were too busy. Chapter 362. Old Chen's nutritional meal. From then on, Tao Jie had one more place to run around. That evening, he went to Yafu to discuss Zhou Xiaoqin's graduation trip. This girl was not going out with her classmates and was lazing around at home all day. What she loved most was to hold a book and chase after Tong Hui, either reading English or telling fairy tales, claiming it was prenatal education, which made Tong Hui helpless, wanting to send her off to Yong'an Road several times. As soon as he entered the door today, he heard Tong Hui's helpless voice. "Little ancestor, why don't you take a break?" "Sister Hui, I'm not tired." "You're not tired, but the baby is," Tong Hui said, her sweet little face wrinkled. "When the baby is born, he still has to learn for many years. Now, the country emphasizes reducing burdens, so let him have a good development period." Zhou Xiaoqin raised her head and saw Tao Jie, still a bit unwilling, but she couldn't let the baby fall behind at the starting line. Tao Jie walked over and ruffled her hair. Starting line? Why run? My baby just needs to be smart. There's no need to compete with others. Vigorously. Right, no need. Zhou Xiaoqin responded with an O, and when she thought of Tao Jie's family background, even if there were 100 kids, it would be enough to support them in the clouds, and suddenly felt a bit deflated. Chapter 363. What's different? Gu Xiaoqin saw Pei Jinlong's excited face and couldn't help but tease. Did you get sent over here too? Pei Jinlong looked confused. What do you mean sent over? Mister. Tao said to let me help you build safety facilities. Gu Xiaoqin looked at the clueless Pei Jinlong and couldn't help but curl his lips. Are you sure he didn't do something wrong to you and is compensating you out of guilt? Gu Xiaoqin had deep experience in this. Wasn't it because of Guanin that he was let go by Tao Jie and exiled here? As someone from the safety department, he was always suspicious of people's motives with the greatest malice. Coincidentally, Pei Jinlong also had a sister. Pei Jinlong thought for a moment. No, right? Mister. Tao has always taken care of me. He hasn't wronged me at all. What did he say when you came here? Thinking that Pei Jinlong's brain couldn't keep up with the rough and tough Zhang Feixiong, Gu Xiaoqin could only guide him. Mr. Tao didn't say much. The meaning was that your safety must be guaranteed here. Otherwise, he can't explain it to Inen. He wants me to discuss everything with you, with an unlimited budget. Pei Jinlong recalled bit by bit, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Chapter 364. Selected, what is Ouyang up to? Tao Jie looked at a news article on his phone and couldn't help but exclaim. In a national financial weekly, a selection for Idol of the Era was initiated, and Ouyang, as the editor-in-chief of the finance channel, nominated Tao Jie, Guanin, Song Lu, Zhang Mingyue, Li Qingwan, Tong Hui, and Zhao Chan all at once. She almost swept all of Tao Jie's acquaintances. She's deliberately going against me. Tao Jie angrily threw down his phone. Remember to give me her contact information when we go back. Taiju responded with an stepping back to stand properly. Guanin looked up from the mountains of reports and glanced at Tao Jie, fearing that the villa would soon have another building. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't seen her that many times. Tao Jie blushed. He really had an impression of that bookish girl with a touch of stubbornness. He stood up to stretch. But Guanin was very calm. What can I do? Who told you to pick such excellent people to mess with? Tao Jie picked up his phone again and looked at the recommendation above. Tao Jie, the world's youngest billionaire under 30. Excellence doesn't need to be elaborated. Currently a graduate student, creatively developed an earthquake early warning system, invested in multiple fields concerning the livelihood of millions. Chapter 365. What benefits do you want? All the way, Tao Jie was reading Ouyang Nan's information. She graduated from a prestigious school in central China, majoring in finance, and had worked in investment banking for 2 years, but her performance was not outstanding. Later, with the rise of self-media, she published several articles on the current economy, and due to her sharp writing and industry knowledge, she gained popularity. Subsequently, she was recruited to create a finance column. Before their last meeting outside the detention center, she had already written several articles about Pan Sure. Tao Jie was unclear about how much she knew about him, especially regarding his private life, which he was most unwilling to expose. Although many people knew, as long as it wasn't made public, it could still be tolerated. For families like the Gu and Zhang, being exposed would truly be a problem. Not to mention them, even for several others, it would be hard to remain indifferent under public scrutiny. At that time, the original harmony would be disrupted, and he would have to face a pile of mess. Arriving at the building where Ouyang Nin worked, Tao Jie saw a cafe not far away and directly asked Taiju to book the whole place. He sent the location to Ouyang Nan and then walked in first. Chapter 366. Big news for someone like Ouyang Nan, who was so resistant to persuasion. Tao Jie was losing patience, especially with her current gaze, which seemed to want to unearth everything he had been trying to hide. He stood up, and since they couldn't talk, there was nothing more to discuss. After saying this, he directly left Ouyang Nin behind and walked out. Big news, absolutely big news. This newly crowned billionaire has an unusual relationship with the leaders of his various enterprises. It is even very likely that aside from the main industries, those are all the supports he has provided for the others. In other words, without these capable people, Tao Jie is the real mastermind behind their success today. The reason he doesn't want them to be overly exposed is that he wants to hide this fact, which could be considered a sensational scoop for the people. But by the time she figured it out, Tao Jie had already exited the cafe. Ouyang Nin got up to chase after him, but when she reached the door, she was forcibly stopped. Mr. Tao, Mr. Tao. Yang then shouted towards Tao Jie's back. But the distance was too far, and she could only watch him get into the car and leave. A big scoop, absolutely a well-preserved one. Yang then even felt a shiver run through her body. The name Tao Jie itself was a traffic magnet. Any topic related to him would casually trend on social media. Chapter 367. Let him make money for me, Tao Jie gritted his teeth. He had just spent a large sum to buy the magazine company. And before he could order to suppress Ouyang Nan, the list was optimized. It made it seem as if it was specifically for selling the company. He had the money, but this was too hard to swallow. What was the difference from being played? You did well this time. After hearing her vague remark, Ouyang Nan hung up the phone, filled with questions. Someone knocked on the door outside. Just as I said come in, my junior disciple rushed in. Master, have you heard? Our magazine has been acquired, and the contract has just been signed. We've already changed owners. What? The boss never mentioned wanting to sell. Ouyang Nan, who had been working here for 5 years, was very grateful for the boss's recognition, but didn't expect such a sudden change. Exactly, there were no signs at all. Everyone is saying the boss must have made a big profit this time. The junior disciple had a gossipy expression. Master, can you guess who our new boss is? How would I know? Is it someone from the same industry? Ouyang Nan felt inexplicably anxious. The junior disciple shook his head, his high ponytail swaying. Take a guess. I don't know. Ouyang Nan picked up the phone, ready to ask the boss what was going on. Chapter 368. Discussion. Mr. Tao, the editor-in-chief of the Modern Literature section. Xiao Li has come. Ouyang from finance might have something. The former boss signaled Xiao Li to step forward, then gave another employee a look to find Ouyang Nan. Xiao Li understood and came over to greet Tao Jie. Mr. Tao, my name is Li Xinma, and I am in charge of the magazine's Modern Literature section. The competition in the current literature section is quite fierce. Tao Jie seemed disinterested, not lifting his head or opening his eyes, occasionally responding with a grunt. Oh, quite the attitude. Knowing I came, but still playing ostrich. He had clearly seen Ouyang Nan peek out of the office earlier, but now he was pretending to be clueless. The Modern Literature editor, Xiao Li, was practically frothing at the mouth, just as the door to the chairman's office was pushed open and Ouyang Nan arrived. He looked scholarly, a bit weary, but that didn't diminish his brilliance. Tao Jie cleared his throat. All right, the literature section still needs to leverage copyright advantages. You continue, and if you need help, you can submit a report. Xiao Li had nothing more to say, but didn't want to leave a silence. So fortunately, Ouyang Nan came over, and he gratefully glanced at this serious woman. Ouyang Nan had mentally prepared himself, but in front of everyone, he still stood properly in front of Tao Jie's desk. Chapter 369. Accumulating blessings, except for Ouyang Nan. No one knew what Tao Jie was there for. He came and went in a hurry, with no new instructions or intentions to adjust current business. He just argued a few points with Ouyang Nan before leaving elegantly, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. The former boss even apologized to Ouyang Nan and Xiao Li, saying he had no choice and didn't have time to consult them. However, in the end, he still said some nice words, hoping they would continue to support the new owner and that they could reach new heights under the new leadership. As they watched the old boss leave, Li Xinma felt sour. Editor Ouyang, I hope you will take care of things in the future. Ouyang Nan hadn't come to his senses yet, responding with a confused ah. Li Xinma smiled and shook his head, not breaking the silence, and left with a laugh. Ouyang Nan's mind, which had been clear, became chaotic again, and he forgot how he returned to the office. Guanin saw Tao Jie returning with a smug expression and knew he had already released his breath. However, she pointed at her throat, raising a white flag, which made Tao Jie a bit displeased. After lunch, she ran to Yeshu only to find that Tong Hui wasn't there either. Even Zhou Xiaoqin had been taken out for a drive. Chapter 370. Going deeper, calling Lu Yangyang to apply for the flight route. Tao Jie didn't have much to prepare. After receiving news from Lu Yangyang, he headed straight to the airport with Song Tianzi. As news spread, not only Chun Meiwan couldn't sit still, but Song LV and others also called. Song LV, hands on his hips, said, "How old are you? Still putting on a show? Bring old Song back too. Spending money is fine, but why drag a young one into this? Don't let the country worry about you." Zhang Mingwei spoke more tactfully. As long as you can take care of yourself, that's good enough. Don't go to disaster relief. Li Qingwan, rarely soft-spoken, asked, "Can you come back? Don't make me worry with the child." Tong Hui was actively responding, saying, "If you insist on going, I will go too." Chun Meiwan knew her son was stubborn and called Old Tao, saying, "That damn kid is just like him." Old Tao, Guanin also disagreed with him taking risks personally, but didn't know how to advise him. So she bit her lip and mobilized all available resources to support logistics. Han Shuang sent a message. Can you wait for me a bit? If anyone was quiet, it was Pei Yao, who didn't have any signal and didn't know what was happening. No one was to be taken along. Otherwise, he would have to divide his attention. Chapter 371. Heartfelt Boss, arrange for a few people to take the child back with you. Tao Jie was worried about not finding an opportunity. Seeing the little girl clinging to Tao Jie, he advised. At that moment, it was already dark, but since they didn't know if the girl was injured, it was not suitable to delay. Tao Jie had no choice but to nod in agreement. Putting on a raincoat, he held the child close, turned on the spotlight on his head, and walked back carefully. Before leaving, he reminded Tao Jie, the mountains are ahead, the rain is continuous, and it's too unsafe at night. Let's rest here for a bit. Tao Jie shook his head. Golden 24 hours. Since we're here, we'll give it our all. Boss, don't worry, we know what we're doing. Thinking about it, he patted Tao Jie's shoulder, randomly picked 3 young men, and they started to head back one after the other. What is the baby's name? On the way, although the little girl obediently didn't cry or make a fuss, she was a bit drowsy except for clinging tightly to Tao Jie, not seeing any external injuries, but unable to guarantee there were no internal issues. Tao Jie could only softly call her name, not letting her fall asleep. Nyo. The little girl struggled to open her eyes, saw it was Tao Jie, and leaned against his chest, feeling reassured. Chapter 372. Adoption. Tao Jie shook his head without explaining, while Ouyang Nin mentioned the reason for his presence. In the past, when major disasters occurred, I would also go to the scene, so this time is no exception. No matter what, it's related to the livelihood of the country and the people. Moreover, as long as I get close to the scene, if I can contribute a bit, it's only right. Tao Jie agreed with this, feeling it was more humane than those who thought it didn't concern them and stayed aloof. That's right, but still be careful. Tao Jie picked up a little girl named Nyo and consulted the doctor. This child seems to be a bit attached to me. Can I take care of her for a while? Also, are there any dietary restrictions for her now? I didn't dare to give her anything on the way. A small amount of food is fine. Liquid food is best to avoid putting too much pressure on her organs. After 3 to 5 days, she can eat normally. The doctor was quite patient. Although there were many people involved in disaster relief, the scene was still a bit chaotic. There were people from civil affairs wanting to take over the little girl, but she firmly held onto Tao Jie, refusing to let go. Ouyang Nan found it miraculous. People earn their fate. It could be confirmed that as long as the little girl didn't let go, even if she lost her parents in this life, she wouldn't lack for wealth. Chapter 373. Who is her mother? Sister-in-law, don't say that. This child's parents have perished, and I have adopted her. Tao Jie tried hard to explain to Lu Yangyang, not knowing why she regarded Ouyang Nan as her mother and couldn't change her mind no matter what. Lu Yangyang pouted, wearing a look that said she didn't believe a word. If it were in the past, she might have believed him, but since she found out that this guy had a family with banners flying both inside and out, Tao Jie had lost all credibility in her eyes. There was nothing he could do, and Tao Jie stopped explaining. He knew that explaining was just a way of covering up. After getting off the plane, the little girl nestled in Tao Jie's arms, watching Ouyang Nan and the camera crew get into another car. With her chubby little hand, she couldn't help but tug at his collar and ask, Daddy, why isn't Mommy coming with us? No matter how he corrected her, Tao Jie felt helpless. Mommy has to go back to work, but we'll see her again. The little girl responded with an "oh," saying, I know. Mommy goes to work to earn money to buy delicious food for Nyo. Whether it was because she was so understanding or because of the child's background, Tao Jie felt a pang in his heart. Yes, Nyo needs to be good. We'll see Grandma when we get home. Chen Meiwan knew that Tao Jie had brought Nyo back and was anxiously waiting at Yonganli. Chapter 374. Picking up Mommy after work. Tao Jie was taken aback, but quickly understood, you should read fewer novels. You're the kind of player who causes trouble in mahjong games and still has plenty of energy. Song Lu's fox-like eyes darted around as she counted on her fingers, muttering, Qing Wan, Tom Hui, Zhan Mingwei. Suddenly, she grabbed Tao Jie and exclaimed, You're the one causing trouble. After spending too much time with old Shun, she had adopted a lot of his catchphrases. She tugged at his arm and pulled him upstairs. No way. Crops don't grow well every year. I refuse to believe that the land won't yield crops. Chun Nan was confused about what the two kids were fussing about, looking bewildered. But by then, Chun Meiwan was already used to it and quickly got some milk for Nyo. Nyo, Let Grandma feed you milk, okay? The chubby little hands clapped. Grandma feeds, Grandma feeds. Chun Nan, whose attention was diverted, immediately smiled. Okay, Grandma feeds. After feeding Nyonyo, Chun Nan played with her for a while in the newly assembled children's castle. Watching her climb and crawl around in the spacious castle, he was too afraid to look away, even though he knew the safety measures below were in place. He still feared the child would fall. He didn't know where Nyonyo got her energy, but she wore the sisters out until they were sore and tired before finally falling asleep. Chapter 375. Secretly forming a group, Tao Jie had already arrived downstairs at the magazine office with Nyonyo, but hadn't seen Ouyang Nan by the time work ended. And his call still wouldn't go through. He asked Tao Jie to check with those leaving work and learned that Ouyang Nan was doing a live stream. He didn't want to disturb her, so he opened his phone in the car. Nyonyo saw Ouyang Nan and clapped her hands excitedly. It's mommy, it's mommy. He watched as the live stream shifted from mockery and doubt to a change in direction. If Ouyang Nan could sense something was off, then he certainly could too. He used another phone to call Li Qing, asking her to check if there was any foul play. If it was just keyboard warriors, there was nothing he could do. But if someone was stirring the pot from behind, Tao Jie wouldn't just sit back and take it. If someone threw a punch at you, would you just glare back at them and call it a day? Tao Jie wasn't going to do that. Li Qing was also on it, tracking those accounts disguised under fake names, and they surprisingly traced it back to a certain park in Southeast Asia. Keep investigating. Also, send a message to Dog Brother to prepare. Tao Jie couldn't understand why those scammers were targeting him, but he knew he had to be prepared before taking action. Ouyang Nan's live stream continued, but because of the disruptions, they hadn't raised much money so far. Chapter 376. No flips for the cat for dinner. Tao Jie chose a random Western restaurant nearby. Standing at the door, Ouyang Nan looked at him and said, I just want to say, I don't have money to pay the bill. No worries, it can be deducted from your salary, he replied, stepping inside first. He didn't expect him to be so petty, but with Nyonyo leaning into him, Ouyang Nan had no choice but to follow. They had the whole restaurant to themselves, with only their table occupied and someone playing soothing music on stage. Once they sat down across from Tao Jie, Nyonyo finally settled down. Ouyang Nan was usually very busy and hadn't had much time to enjoy meals, so it was her first time at such a close place. No one came to take their orders. The dishes just came out like a buffet. Not wanting to call for a designated driver, she hadn't even had her pre-dinner drink. Even though she didn't drink, she opened a bottle. Consider this your share. With Ouyang Nan there, Tao Jie didn't need to take care of Nyonyo and focused on himself instead. He tried using a knife and fork, then waved for the waiter. This thing is hard to use. Bring me a pair of chopsticks. Ouyang Nan looked up. Is it that down to earth? When she glanced at the waiter, there was no sign of mockery. He quickly jogged over with a pair of ivory-colored chopsticks. Finally comfortable, Tao Jie picked up a piece of Wagyu beef and bit into it. Pretty tender. Eat up. Chapter 377. Jumping into the Yellow River won't clear you. Just as Ouyang Nan finished packing some personal items, Nyonyo climbed up, holding Tao Jie's finger. Once up, she flopped down on the mattress, smelling Ouyang Nan's scent and rolling around happily. Daddy, Mommy, come here. Tao Jie didn't hold back and lay down, using his arm as a pillow for Nyonyo. Nyonyo, you promised. Daddy is here, so hurry up and sleep. Ouyang Nan saw this scene and felt particularly warm. But she also knew that although it was her bed, it felt a bit inappropriate for her to be here. Just as she turned around, she heard Nyonyo calling, Mommy, Mommy, sleep here. Little hands patted beside her, rolling back and forth. Mommy, hurry up. Listen to Daddy tell us a story. Ouyang Nan was sweating from all the fuss. But thinking about Tao Jie being here, she didn't feel comfortable saying she needed to wash up. She could only endure the discomfort and lay on the other side fully clothed. Nyonyo, be good. Close your eyes. Does Mommy want to kiss Daddy? Nyonyo's big round eyes rolled, glancing back at Tao Jie, blocking her eyes with her chubby little hand, though the gap at her fingers was larger than her eyes. What nonsense are you teaching the child? With kids being so innocent, Ouyang Nan could only blame Tao Jie. Chapter 378. Annihilation. Tao Jie was no longer the shy young man he once was, and seeing Ouyang Nan's apprentice staring wide-eyed, he didn't feel embarrassed. After going downstairs, he saw the breakfast she bought and asked, Did she ask you to buy this? The apprentice nodded, then shook her head vigorously. My master stays up late all the time. I'm afraid she didn't eat, so I often bring her food. Oh, that's fine, you all eat. He patted Nyonyo, who was leaning towards Ouyang Nan. Be good. Mommy has to go to work. I'll take you to find Grandma. Chun Meiwan also indulged Nyonyo. So the little girl stopped insisting. As they were leaving, she even waved her chubby little hand, saying bye to Ouyang Nan's apprentice. As soon as Tao Jie stepped outside, several people surrounded him. Watching the door close, the apprentice plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Back at Yong'an Road, Tao Jie handed the little one over to Chun Meiwan and Song Lu, then went to the basement alone. Li Qing seemed to have not slept long, but when she saw Tao Jie return, she immediately got up to wash her face and came back in front of him. Any leads? Tao Jie pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Li Qing took it over and directly placed it on her ear, basically figuring out the situation, but the people behind the scenes were still uncertain. Chapter 379, Playing Mind Games with Me. Coming out from underground, he instantly felt the impact of the blazing sun. He didn't know how long it had been since he last came out. Pei Yao's phone kept ringing nonstop. Didn't he install the internet? Tao Jie found it a bit strange. Forgot to connect. Anyway, no one was looking for me. Who knew so many people would be looking for me today? Pei Yao was also puzzled, and suddenly saw a message from Pei Jinlong. Huh, why did my brother go abroad? Huh? Maybe he has work? Tao Jie felt a bit guilty and leaned over. What did he say? He didn't say much, just said he made a lot of money and went. Pei Yao innocently handed over her phone. Tao Jie took it, and at a glance, it was clearly Pei Jinlong's tone. Little sister, guess where your brother is? Africa. Can you believe it? This time your brother's doing great. Once this job is done, I'll buy you delicious food when I get back. Just as he was about to hand the phone back, he saw someone adding Pei Yao as a friend and casually clicked to open it. Legal beauty. Song Lu's reach is quite extensive. There is no area around her that she hasn't infiltrated. However, it's also because of her presence that these people can coexist peacefully, which can be seen as a contribution. He clicked to approve the friend request. Seeing your sister added you as a friend, I helped you approve it. Chapter 380, Pulling Something Big. In Jiruang, one Ouyang Nan, really not. Legal beauty, no. Do you really not have it, or is it fake? Mingwei is a talent. I know. Can baby come out? You knew that guy the earliest. Didn't you touch something big? Can baby? No way. We just held hands back then. We only kissed for the first time on graduation day. And Ji Ruoyen, I'm so envious. Usually they all have goddess vibes. Who knew they could be so down-to-earth behind the scenes? Tao Jie's curiosity was completely piqued. He and T come out of the studio all day, and it was only when Chun Meiwan knocked on the door to call him for dinner that he came out with red eyes. As expected, there was still time to squeeze in. Aside from Song Lu, they were all so busy that they were having such a good time chatting here. No wonder they all wanted to attend the graduation ceremony. It turned out they had already made plans. However, knowing they weren't causing trouble, he felt relieved. Next, he focused on preparing for his defense. Song Lu also knew he had serious business. So she moved to Li Qingwan's side under the pretense of taking care of her, not knowing how much tofu she had eaten. Out of sight, out of mind. Tao Jie also let go, but he still made a special trip to remind Li Qingwan to lock the door when sleeping. Chapter 381, Give them a lesson. Systematically introducing self-made equipment is still a rare thing. Although domestic technology has already made a leap, we adhere to the principle of developing one generation, producing one generation, and pre-researching one generation. What can be published is all technology that has matured and is ready for mass production. This leads everyone to believe that the beautiful country is the strongest. In fact, we have been gearing up since the 1990s, and now we can say we are not afraid of any country as provocation, especially after a conflict abroad last year. Weapons and equipment from Huagua that were decades old shone brightly in the context of modern warfare, receiving external acclaim. Even so, we have not initiated large-scale military sales abroad. But for Tao Jie, old Master Tan Rulong made a promise. As long as I have it, as long as you want it. Of course, this cannot be unlimited. The most confidential parts are still under lockdown. But even so, Tao Jie was already satisfied. After returning from the old master, Tao Jie contacted Jean Feixiong. After telling him the situation, it made this brother-in-law very happy. I said using someone else's stuff is uncomfortable. If what you said is true, then it's settled. Just wait and see. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll make sure they come and go without return. Chapter 382. In principle, it's not allowed, but I just do it anyway. The current political situation in Niger is relatively stable, but the economy is another story. Tao Jie checked the data a few days ago. Inflation in Niger has been severe in the past 2 years. Food prices have risen, and the currency has depreciated, especially the reliance on oil exports, which accounts for nearly 80% of foreign exchange income. It must be said that they are indeed unlucky to encounter Tao Jie. Besides a few minerals from the rock, they even tore up agreements between Huagua's state-owned oil giants and nationalized the assets of Huagua oil giants, with personnel also being expelled. Burkina Faso is a bit far from Niger, making it somewhat unreasonable for Jean Feixiong to take action, but that doesn't prevent Tao Jie from giving them some trouble. Military sanctions are inconvenient, but economically, they can definitely take action. Unlike at the national level, Tao Jie has fewer scruples. He directly ran to the rock and made a big purchase of several ports, cutting off most of Niger's oil export routes. But that is not all. Currently, energy transportation mainly relies on maritime transport. So let us get a few more fleets. Compared to before, some things seemed a bit difficult to do, but now it's different. Who is Tao Jie? The world's richest man, and his assets are still rapidly increasing. Not only has the value of the acquired minerals increased by over 15, but the rise of rock investment and rock bank has also attracted attention. Chapter 383. Over the top. However, even free gains require investment. Whether it's labor or storage and transportation, this all requires real money to be poured in. But compared to the expected profits, this is nothing. Soon, Cole mobilized $1 billion to invest. Sitting in the office, looking at the unique tropical scenery of the African continent, Cole sipped an iced Americano with a proud expression. It feels great. This kind of plundering wealth acquisition even reminds him of the thrill of gunboat diplomacy a century ago. Indeed, a no-cost deal is the best catalyst for male hormones. But this is just the beginning. Cole and his team have already made plans, naming it Hunting God. It goes without saying that it targets Tao Jie. Originally, they were reluctant to use the word God, but later thought that given Tao Jie's age and achievements, even though they were behind the scenes pushing him, only a god would be worthy of such recognition. Of course, only big shots can enter this circle. For example, Old John doesn't have that qualification. Old John, who has been kept in the dark by Cole, has been very anxious recently. The work assigned by Tao Jie made him a fortune, and he was already preparing for retirement. But Cole earned even more than him and is still running around, clearly having climbed to a higher branch. Chapter 384. Backup Plan. How could he do this? Cole kicked over the coffee table in front of him, resembling an enraged golden retriever. Just after the minerals were stolen, he showed no reaction at all. Even the security personnel who pretended to be on guard obediently withdrew, which made Cole mistakenly believe he was powerless against this uncontrollable force and that Tao Jie had softened. Who would have thought that he quietly invested trillions of Hua bills, acquiring several fleets operating in Africa in one go, and swallowed several ports here? The scale of this move made Cole feel like he'd been kicked by a donkey. The minerals in Niger, even when calculated with great effort, are only worth about 1 trillion yuan. To make such a big investment for this little profit is simply madness. But then, Tao Jie's retaliation came. First, the fleet directly blacklisted Niger, refusing to handle any business related to Niger. If you don't do it, others will. Cole's subordinates found other shipping giants, and several took the orders, but when they rushed over in high spirits, they found there was nowhere to dock. It's not that there was no place. The ports simply wouldn't open to fleets without operating licenses. Chapter 385. For Joy's arrived in and covered her mouth. Followed by a dry heave, her originally bright eyes instantly reddened. Tao Jie sat up suddenly. Has it happened? He had experience now. This was already the 4th time. Guinan was stunned and felt a bit uneasy. I don't know. What is there to be afraid of? It's a good thing. We can afford it. Tao Jie gently patted her back. When did it start? Guinan dry heaved a couple more times, but didn't throw up, leaning weakly against his chest. It was yesterday. I thought I ate something inappropriate. Let us go for a checkup tomorrow. You mustn't stay up late anymore. Money can always be earned. Tao Jie felt a bit distressed. Compared to others, Guinan was pushing herself too hard. Whether it was her personality or the lack of security with Tao Jie, she spent most of her time in the company, not giving up any opportunity to make money, both domestically and internationally. It can be said that the rapid development of Tao Jie's rock investment is inseparable from her hard work. It's worth noting that it's not just a few funds. There is also the money Tao Jie previously injected in a rock investment. Except for the hundreds of trillions in cash under Tao Jie's name, everything else is under Guinan's control. Chapter 386. Naming faced with Song Lu. Guinan felt a bit conflicted. She almost became her sister-in-law. But fate is so magical. She and her brother didn't end up together, yet somehow became sisters in another form. Seeing Song Lu, she knew she was here to take care of her, her face blushing shyly. And she felt bad for making sister Lu run a trip. You say that, but we have this relationship. If it weren't for certain people, I wouldn't come. Song Lu was also good at chatting, helping Guan sit on the sofa. These 2 days, you have to listen to me. Let me tell you, I'm not worse than a doctor now. Saying this, she took out a little notebook filled with knowledge from her pocket. When did your relative leave last time? We're all adults, and even close, but discussing such topics in front of Tao Jie still made Guan a bit uncomfortable. Seeing her glance at Tao Jie and lower her head in silence, Song Lu coughed. You go do what you need to do. With Song Lu around, Tao Jie felt relieved. Then I can leave. I came back too rushed today. I'll try to come back early tomorrow. Song Lu waved her hand casually. Hurry up and go. Guan wanted to get up to see him off, but was pressed down by her. You can't spoil him. Otherwise, it'll seem like I'm not gentle enough. Chapter 387. The return of the chess pieces. What's going on? Guan just got pregnant and knew she was here to pick up Gumama. Yet Jean Mingyue chose this moment to propose going to Shindu. The timing for them to meet was not good. Some things were understood, but putting them on the table would make it awkward for everyone. He had enough financial power to pay for his actions. But in modern society, no one flaunts sharing the good fortune of having many people. But at this moment, he couldn't say no. Oh, okay. Tao Jie obviously paused in silence. Jean Mingyue turned around, scared. No, what am I afraid of? That is not true. Tao Jie scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. Well, who told you to provoke so many? Jean Mingyue wrinkled her nose. I've never seen you so bold. Even forcing me. Thinking of this matter made her a bit resentful. At that time, in this room, she didn't know how she was confused and taken advantage of by him. I was scared too. Tao Jie didn't regret it. But to say he was scared would be nonsense. You're scared too? Facing Jean Mingyue's question, Tao Jie honestly hugged her tightly. How can I not be scared? At first, I thought 3 years of the death penalty was a loss, but later I thought, if you had called out even once, I might not have been able to go on. Chapter 388. Stop pretending Cole's absence would definitely have a chain reaction. But this was already within Tao Jie's expectations. These people inherently follow a robber's logic. If they can't solve problems within the rules, they will naturally revert to old ways. But would he be afraid? In the past, it might have given him a headache. After all, he was a civilized person. But now it's different. Zhang Feixiong now holds enough power to push through issues in more than a dozen countries. And after gaining support, he spends his days whining about having nothing to do. If someone were to give him a reason or an excuse to take action, he would thank them for generations. With Li Qing around, Tao Jie could keep track of the first-hand developments anytime, so he was in a hurry to make any moves. The strategy was to remain still if the enemy did not move. If they did, he would send them to meet Jesus. Moreover, given the current instability around the world, his software kept buzzing with prompts, indicating that if he didn't take advantage of this wave, it would be a disservice to the incredible creation he had developed. However, the immediate priority was to stabilize old Chun. He quickly replied, Mom, hold on a bit longer. I can't hold on any longer. I can't see the end of this. No way. I'm giving up too. Chapter 389. Grievances with a hard exterior. Song Lu was already too exhausted to resist, but remained strong. If you have the ability, come again. Tao Jie unbuttoned a button on his shirt. I know you're busy. I'll let you go today. A hint of panic flashed in Song Lu's fox-like eyes, thinking she was hiding it well. It's not just about 1 or 2 hours. Tao Jie continued to lean in, smiling. The senior sister's request should be taken seriously. No need. It's fine to ignore it. Song Lu pulled the blanket over herself. You go ahead and do your thing. Really don't mind me. How can that be? Tao Jie had already started undressing. All right, definitely. Song Lu didn't know where she got the strength from, getting up to help him tighten his clothes. Casually helping him button up, there's plenty of time. It's not like there's no tomorrow. Really? Tao Jie, let her help. Absolutely. Song Lu nodded vigorously. She even suspected Tao Jie was practicing yin and yang replenishment. Otherwise, how could he become stronger and stronger? Sigh. I wanted to spend quality time with my senior sister. Tao Jie looked regretful, and after the buttons were fastened, he pressed a kiss on her face. Song Lu looked obedient, squinting her eyes, watching him leave. Once the door closed, she let out a breath, feeling as if all her strength had been drained, and she fell asleep in an instant. Chapter 390. Divine operation. Upon arriving at Pancher Investment, the first thing was to find the invitation letter from the financial department. which was dated just before the start of the new semester and before his graduation defense. He saved the office's contact information in his phone and then called a meeting with Guahai and others. Although Tao Jie often came over, he rarely led the team. Especially after Guan joined, he had become more of a hands-off manager, just greeting everyone without any intention of taking charge. Pancher Investment was developing rapidly, not only increasing the number of funds, but also having a more substantial capital base, with over 100 traders already on board. The international department had 80 people all present, their eyes eagerly fixed on the boss, Tao Jie. Guahai and others were fine, but some newcomers were hearing the legends for the first time and were even more excited to follow the boss in a battle. Are you ready? Ready. Tao Jie's simple words seemed to ignite the fire in their hearts. They responded in unison, with some even accidentally breaking their pens in excitement. Today is just a drill. Each person will be assigned 8 accounts to operate according to my instructions. If you have extra capacity, increase it. If not, decrease it. Understood? Understood. Chapter 391. I was wrong. Senior brother, a 30 return in one night was simply outrageous. After all, this was a $1 trillion principle. The information published on Pancher's official account had already set many people celebrating overnight, not to mention the reward from Tao Jie himself. Pancher Investment was buzzing with excitement. A few early shift workers in the same building heard the beast-like roars and looked on with blank expressions. No need to ask. They had struck it rich again over there. They were used to it. Whenever there was commotion at Pancher Investment, dozens of luxury cars would appear downstairs the next day. Although they also wanted to work at Pancher Investment, the entry barriers were just too high. It started with prestigious universities. Anyone below a master's degree was filtered out. It wasn't that their standards were too high. It was just that there were too many applications, and they could only select from those who looked strong on paper. Some companies with an average annual salary of $1 million were already envied, but Pancher Investment had annual salaries exceeding $100 million. Can you imagine? However, these people were always low-key, with no one updating their personal platforms. The only indication of their success was the cars. Continue tonight. Tao Jie's words again prompted howls of excitement from the group. They didn't expect the happiness to continue. Chapter 392. Inheriting the legacy. Tao Jie was stunned. What was going on? Before he could speak, old Chun, who was preparing a family of nutritious meals in the kitchen, rushed out and kicked him. You little brat. Out running around again. Tao Jie felt wrong, Mom. I didn't This is the logistics department's phone call from our school. The logistics department calls you, senior brother. They would cry when calling you. Old Chun had been on edge these days. She used to be surprised and excited, but now she was completely frightened. I really didn't Mom. I'm just making a call. Give me some face. Tao Jie obeyed her out of fear she might fall. But he didn't forget to plead. Fan Li's eyes widened. This is your senior brother? This is the world's richest man? Does even the richest man fear his mom? If it were her mom would probably raise her up. Wrong number? She suspiciously glanced at the number, comparing it number by number. No mistake. I called back. I'm calling the school. It's normal to call me senior brother. There must be a misunderstanding. You need to let them finish speaking. After finally calming old Chun down. Chapter 393. Forced donation. After bringing Nyonyo back to Yong'an Road, the little one finally woke up, hugging Tao Jie's neck and giving him a series of kisses. Eventually, she felt embarrassed, holding a napkin to help wipe his drool. Jean Mingwell liked it. At first, she was hesitant to approach, fearing the child might be shy, until Nyonyo sweetly asked, "Are you my mommy?" Jean Mingwell's eyes lit up. She didn't know why Nyonyo said that, but the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. Just as she was about to hug her, Song Lu rushed in first. Wait a moment, this child needs some education. Nyonyo's small body was lifted off the ground, kicking her little legs. Bad mommy, bad mommy. Song Lu almost got her nose bent out of shape, raising her hand to gently pat Nyonyo's little bottom. I buy you good food and good clothes. You go around calling others mommy. Why should I be the bad mommy? Nyonyo seemed to glance at her chest unintentionally, her eyes filled with grievance. Rubbing her chubby fingers together, lying is not what a good child does. Tao Jie didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. His shoulders shook uncontrollably. Jean Mingwell was still dazed, her beautiful eyes full of question marks. Tao Jie gestured to her, cupping his hands in front of his chest, then pointing at Song Lu's chest with his mouth. Chapter 394. Response. I'm not scared, sob. Senior brother, I've been so busy I can't see straight. If you hadn't messaged me, I wouldn't have even known someone was doing this. Family was still sobbing, but she was already thinking of a solution. I'll contact the moderator now and have this post deleted. Deleting the post is one thing. Isn't that just drawing attention? Tao Jie replied calmly. Also, I will attend the school anniversary. After all, my 4 years at the finance university are worth remembering. But I will only attend in a personal capacity. I want to accept interviews, I want to go to the podium, and I want to speak. Just treat me as an ordinary finance student. If these conditions aren't agreed to, then I want to go. Family had forgotten to cry at this point. If these things weren't done, how could she continue her work? Senior brother, but the school has already started promoting it, and I heard many journalists are coming to go reflect on it. This is my condition. Tao Jie didn't want to make things difficult for her. By the way, if you have time then, accompany me for a walk. Although it's only been a few years, I'd like to relive some memories. Sure, but the school arranged for you to speak as an outstanding alumnus. That was set long ago. If someone else takes your place, the anticipation will be lost. Chapter 395. Fun expansion. Tao Jie called Guan but got no answer. So he called Gu Mama. Knowing that Guan was still sleeping, he hurried over. This child had been so sleepy lately, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, not knowing where all that sleep came from. When Gu Mama opened the door for Tao Jie, she was worried he would be upset, so she explained, it might be related to her pregnancy. She was too tired recently. Tao Jie went to take a look. Guan was sleeping soundly, so he didn't wake her. He sat down in the living room. Mom, are you getting used to it here? Used to it. I'm alone at home too. With it around, how can I not be used to it? Gu Mama pushed the fruit platter over, still somewhat cautious about Tao Jie. She was unwilling to send her son away, but Gu Shan could see it clearly and comforted her, saying that even if they were a bit far apart, it was better than being inside. As for why Tao Jie did this, it was also very normal. Out of sight, out of mind was one thing, and he also needed someone he could trust over there. Gu Shan seriously emphasized to his partner multiple times not to regard Tao Jie as an ordinary businessman. He is currently wearing the hat of the world's richest man, and he is undoubtedly a sharp weapon for the country. Describing him as a red-top businessman is not an exaggeration. Chapter 396. The influence of rock-solid Guan is a workaholic, and only when facing Tao Jie does she reveal a more delicate side. After Tao Jie finished his meal and left, she tidied up and went to the company. When Guahai and the others saw the boss's wife, they were immediately stunned. Not only has her figure improved, but she also radiated vitality. During the meeting, everyone put aside their current tasks, as there was a tough battle ahead. Everyone gathered in the giant conference room, and Guan stepped onto the podium, skipping the small talk. Rock Solid Investment is preparing to expand its fund, applying to establish 10 new funds, each with 100 billion. Targeting investments in various dimensions, such as energy, transportation, and agricultural irrigation, with an entry threshold of 1 million to be completed within 10 days. As soon as Guan finished speaking, the entire venue buzzed with whispers. It must be said that this move is indeed substantial, kicking off with a scale of 1 trillion. It should be known that there are only 3 to 5 firms in the country that manage funds at this level, and this is merely an expansion for Rock Solid. As for Guan's claim of completing it in 10 days, even Guahai felt that this timeline was a bit too conservative, truly underestimating the influence of the Rock Solid investment brand. Chapter 397. Calculations. There was no way around it. They simply couldn't compete. They exerted all their efforts just to avoid losses and felt like they were already the top dogs, only to turn around and see others feasting, with grease dripping from their mouths. It's not that they are incompetent. It's just that their peers are overshadowing them. However, Tao Jie didn't care about these things. As a hands-off manager, he had no time to waste on such matters. Nevertheless, several quick-thinking funds reached out to Guan early to reserve a share for themselves, thus preserving a sliver of vitality. In this way, an unprecedented financial earthquake quietly erupted and then subsided after the commotion. At this moment, Ouyang Nan was distributing supplies in the center of Gan province, helping to coordinate post-disaster reconstruction. Upon seeing this news, she couldn't help but post a column video. She described the industry earthquake caused by Rock Solid Investment as an unprecedented transformation in financial history. Previously, these institutions were pampered, taking investors' money to play various tricks and amass wealth. Investors suffered in silence while they reaped enormous profits, playing a game of guaranteed returns. But Rock Solid Investment provided returns of a completely different magnitude, allowing investors to earn money. Chapter 398. A daunting situation. Tao Jie arrived early enough that breakfast in the cafeteria had not yet been cleared away. He took a group of people to the third cafeteria for a large plate of chicken. The bill was paid by family, who didn't even have time to feel sorry as she spent over $1,000. There was no way around it, besides her senior brother. There were over 20 robust young men, and they couldn't just let them watch. Tao Jie didn't hold back either. After all, he didn't have a meal card. This is still the same taste. Tao Jie enjoyed the meal and even recommended to Tai Zhu, try this. Except for dog brother, no one else can make this flavor. Family, sitting across from Tao Jie with a tray, said, Senior brother, you haven't overindulged in delicacies, have you? Tao Jie replied, come on. Old Chen at home doesn't give me a chance to eat what she's not good at. Tao Jie boasted about his meal. In my mom's world, whether something is delicious is not important. Nutrition is king. I'm telling you, not only me, but even your sisters-in-law only dare to sneak a little extra. Family shrank her neck and asked, Senior brother, doesn't this count as a collapse? Tao Jie shrugged. I never claimed to be anything special, so what's at a collapse? He didn't care. After all, there was no one else to recognize it. Wow, senior brother, I regret ever having a crush on you. You're too narcissistic. Family wasn't being subtle at all. Chapter 399. A few words the reporters were still blocked from getting close, which made Zheng Tao very unhappy. He rushed over and exclaimed, What are you doing? Is this your house? Why are you blocking the reporters we've invited? Tai Zhu remained unfazed, standing like a mountain. Can you guarantee that the reporters you invited won't disturb our boss? Zheng Tao's face darkened. How would he not know why these reporters were here? When inviting them, he specifically arranged to create a buzz using Tao Jie's name. Now that they were here, how could they not seek out Tao Jie? However, it wasn't the right time to offend Tao Jie directly. He had to wait until he donated the money first. With that thought, he backed down. Seeing the scene, the old principal furrowed his white eyebrows, then turned to Minister Min, Director Han, and the teachers and alumni. Let's head to the venue. Tao Jie arrived just in time to catch the end of the meeting, saving some unnecessary greetings. He and family walked on either side of Professor Wen, just like students, following the large group towards the square. Zheng Tao was busy greeting people, sweating profusely. He originally wanted to arrange for an indoor auditorium. But in the old principal's words, for the centennial celebration, this was a major event for the entire school. The auditorium had limited capacity, so they shouldn't treat it differently. Chapter 400. The broad road with just this one sentence, applause, whistles, and cheers merged into one. The world's richest man, leading from the front, hails from the east. After a century of humiliation, the East rises silently, but the title of the world's richest man has long been occupied by the West. There was indeed one from the land of India, but everyone knew how his money came to be. And Tao Jie, this young man who rose from obscurity to fame, has become an idol for countless citizens. Winning the lottery, trading stocks, establishing an investment company, mastering Wall Street, he achieved what many could not. Even more miraculous is that he crossed countless steps from the bottom to reach today's height in less than a year. Every step he took was filled with wonder, even being deified by people. And at this moment, he stood right in front of them. How could they not be excited? In fact, he wasn't prepared. His feelings towards the university were quite complex. He still remembered feeling regretful about not performing well in the college entrance examination. But he was also fortunate to have encountered good teachers at the university. Applause broke out again, and Tao Jie pressed his hands down to calm the crowd as he began to move slowly. I originally refused to be this representative, feeling unworthy. But the alumni said, this is our university. Whoever has more money represents us. I said, all right then. Chapter 401. Clear heart and mind. The students of the university cheered with joy, originally waiting for their senior brother to wave his hand and let them go boast. They never expected their senior brother to give them such a surprise. Previous wealthy individuals donated large sums to their alma mater, but no one had ever directly chosen students as beneficiaries like Tao Jie did. It's important to know that current education, especially higher education, is almost a means to drive the economy. Tuition fees are rising, and living expenses are increasing year by year. Even ordinary residents in the city find it hard to maintain a high quality of life if they have children in school. From a young age, kids start taking extra classes, and the more they take, the more they need. The saying that children cannot lose at the starting line makes parents tighten their belts to provide for their children. Even if they know their child may not be cut out for it, they comfort themselves with, I've tried my best. On the other hand, Tao Jie's statement about free tuition living expenses, and grants becomes a reality. If students work hard enough to earn scholarships, they won't have to spend a penny on college. This allows them to study without worries, leading to better results. Coupled with Tao Jie's employment guarantee, it won't be long before the university becomes highly sought after. Chapter 402. I don't believe it. To her surprise, family had quite a good alcohol tolerance. With her around, Professor Wen ended up drinking a few glasses of red wine. When she discreetly snapped a photo of the wine bottle and saw the series of numbers indicating the price, she almost swallowed her tongue. Is this the kind of display wealthy elites have? In fact, she was mistaken. Tao Jie, a non-drinker, had no idea how much these wines cost. It was just that Tong Hui had arranged for the best for any guest Tao Jie entertained. After dinner, a car was arranged to take them away, and Tao Jie returned to Yong'an Road. That night, he received a call from the university. There were no formalities. They simply informed him that Zheng Tao had been expelled from the university due to confirmed plagiarism in his thesis. His qualification as a master supervisor was revoked, and the news will be published online. Tao Jie responded with a calm. This outcome was expected. He just didn't anticipate the university's swift action. Song Lu was reluctantly feeding Nyonyo and couldn't help but grimace upon seeing Tao Jie. Is Zheng Tao really done for? It can't be said that way. One could only say that those who commit wrongful acts will eventually meet their end. Tao Jie playfully swayed his phone while tapping his slippers with his toes. Who told you to shake your leg? Old Chun brought over a huge fruit platter, which was taken by Zhou Xiaoqin. She freed her hand and slapped him without hesitation. Chapter 403. The most insecure, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her complexion was pale from distress. After the tide receded, the two remained tightly embraced. Is this too much of a sacrifice? Zhao Chan was taken aback, then gently shook her head. Back then, I thought I had completely lost you. Compared to that time, this is already the best outcome. Zhao Chan had been so proud. Apart from her infatuation with Tao Jie, there was hardly anything else that caught her eye. But her mother, Gao Xia, had completely offended the Tao family, making her sense that this relationship would inevitably lead to nowhere. She held on for a while, but even she felt that apart from giving up, there was no other way. However, after they separated, she didn't expect to feel such pain, so she devoted all her energy to studying. Graduate school, experiments, spending time in the lab. Only this seemed to help her forget the glaring scars. Unfortunately, 5 years later, a single message from him ignited a wildfire in her nearly withered heart. For this, she recklessly rushed to Chengdu, driven by a single thought, to completely devote herself to him. Even if they would part ways from then on, she wanted to personally complete the tribute to her youth. Starting from the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, she regarded it as their new home. Even if they would separate the next day, she felt she had married him. Chapter 404. Status declined. Zhao Chan's eyes lit up. She never expected Chen Meiwan to react this way. The tears that had already stopped began to flow more fiercely. Tao Jie brought his phone closer to her, crying out, "Annie." Old Chen sighed inwardly. Gao Xia was Gao Xia, but the child was innocent. Still calling her auntie? Hearing Old Chun's words, combined with Tao Jie's signaling gaze, Zhao Chan mustered her courage to call out Mom. Old Chen repeatedly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. If Tao Jie bullies you, tell Mom. I'll stand up for you. When will you arrive?" Zhao Chan looked at Tao Jie with tear-filled eyes. Tao Jie knew she was emotionally stirred, so he continued, "We'll leave after lunch. We should arrive before 2. "Okay, I understand," Old Chun said, her tone less friendly towards her son. "Take good care of Zhao Chan on the road. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable." Understood. Tao Jie noticed Zhao Chan was still crying and quickly hung up the phone. "Why can't you control yourself?" Tao Jie fumbled to help her wipe her tears, but they just kept flowing, leaving him flustered. "I'm happy." Zhao Chan wiped her eyes, leaned in, and kissed him while sobbing. "Mom responded to me, woo-woo." Chapter 405. Graduation defense. This graduation defense had only one person, Tao Jie. If Chun Nan had opened the door for him, it was more accurate to say that Tao Jie's reputation played a decisive role. The world's richest man, even just being a mentor for once, is a sought-after position. Thus, as long as the academic research was even remotely related to mathematics, everyone rushed to come. The small auditorium was almost filled to capacity in no time. This was still under the radar. Otherwise, just the students alone would have made it overcrowded. Song Lu, Zhang Mingwei, Zhao Chan, Li Qingwan, Gun and Tong Hui, Han Shuiying, and Pei Yao were all present, surrounding the excited Chen Meiwan, who had arrived early to witness the event. While many professors were focused on Tao Jie, they couldn't help but be amazed by this group of lovely ladies. Whether in terms of looks or temperament, they were all top tier. Even though some were already showing signs of pregnancy, they still couldn't hide their natural beauty. Nobody knew the relationships these people had with Tao Jie. So even if there were doubts, they could only keep them to themselves. Chen Nan, upon seeing this, didn't know how to feel. It was hard to conceive a child, and it was inevitable that Tao Jie would have someone outside, with such a large family business. He couldn't just hand it over to someone else. But looking at this row, it was indeed quite a spectacle. Chapter 406. Girls Group. Chen Meiwan felt a pang in her nose. She and Chen Nan each grabbed one of Tao Jie's hands and pulled him up. Mom doesn't mind the hard work. As long as you're doing well, that's enough. Chen Nan patted Tao Jie on the shoulder and said, "Little Lu, I'm counting on you." She added, "Be good to her." Tao Jie could only nod vigorously. His emotions stirred. Chen Nan didn't follow them. She chatted with Chen Meiwan for a bit before getting out of the car to thank some colleagues. The convoy returned to Yong'an Road as soon as they parked. The house became lively. "Everyone stay. Since we're all here today, I have something to announce." "No need to ask. It must be the organizational committee member, Song Lu." Holding the sleeping Nyonyo, she waved her little hand and said, "Everyone knows Han Shuiying, right? She has completely mastered the health exercise, and starting tomorrow, everyone will practice with her in the morning to strengthen our bodies and improve our appearance. This is a unique skill that Mingyue brought back from Zhongnan Mountain." She said this seriously, looking at Chen Meiwan, who thought she was joking and was secretly amused. "Mom, be serious. This is true. You should practice too, and your attitude must be correct. If I practice, who will take care of your meals?" Chen Meiwan didn't believe it all. How could there be such a skill? Chapter 407. This world cannot be judged by appearances. Of course, the early employment girl group was unrealistic, and in the end, there was a heated discussion among the beautiful girls group, the flower period girl group, and the Fangling Society. Finally, it all came to Tao Jie, who made a decisive call, naming it "I Love My Home." Although this team was sufficient for debuting, it was evident that they could only call it home, thus tacitly accepting Tao Jie's statement. The captain was led by Han Shuiying, and the vice-captain was undoubtedly Song Lu, as an active participant with high hopes for growth. Song Lu was very proactive. Seeing that they had something to do, Tao Jie finally managed to pull himself away. He took Nyonyo to pick up Ouyang Nan, who was returning from a business trip. Ouyang Nan was originally physically and mentally exhausted, but just thinking about seeing Nyonyo after getting off the plane filled her with anticipation. That little one, with her soft body in her arms, made this older girl, who was lacking in love, feel like her heart was melting. However, just thinking about the man behind her made Ouyang Nan feel somewhat at a loss. Originally, he could have been a pride for all Chinese people, and Ouyang Nan felt no exception. But just thinking about his childish behavior of buying the magazine company to vent his anger made her unable to admire him. Chapter 408. Timing is everything. You asked me to wait, so I waited. Ouyang Nan didn't even know how she dared to speak like that to her boss and the world's richest person. Holding Nyonyo, she settled upstairs, then ran downstairs, tugging at Tao Jie's sleeve, insisting that he clarify. "Tao Jie, let go. Are you seeking knowledge or seeking something else?" Before Tao Jie could finish, Ouyang Nan quickly withdrew her hand, her pretty face slightly flushed. Is this how a boss should talk? What's wrong with being a boss? Can't a boss be a person and has to live within a framework? Tao Jie was a bit unconvinced, just about to argue, when he saw Ouyang Nan's mouth twitch. "What do you mean?" Facing Tao Jie's displeasure, Ouyang then took out her phone, opened a social app sister song boss. Tao Jie snatched her phone away and canceled the message. "What are you doing, playing around? Then clarify your point." Ouyang then didn't fight him for the phone, crossing her arms in a defensive posture. "What is unclear about this?" Tao Jie placed her phone aside. The lice on a bald head are obvious. He leaned down to pick up a bottle of juice. The beautiful country is certainly in a tough spot now, but that doesn't mean it can't survive. Owing money is not a problem, but what if it takes out its creditors? Chapter 409. He has no innocence. However, many of them are under military government, seizing power by force. In terms of national governance, there's not only a lack of theoretical guidance, but also no integrity at all. Zhang Feixiong is currently just lying low, not yet revealing his sharp blade. As for when to turn against them, one is Gu Shaoqing's opinion, and the other is Tao Jie's orders. Tao Jie was not in a hurry at this moment. The $500 billion transfer by the country was equivalent to the GDP of several countries. Not to mention that his businesses were still making a lot of money. Even without income, it was enough to support Zhang Feixiong's extravagant spending. As for making money, Tao Jie was only interested, moreover, he was waiting for the beautiful country to weaken so he could deliver a fatal blow. There were no significant variables today. The stock market of the beautiful country was about to rise across the board, so he ordered to go long. Most of the beautiful country's assets were in finance, with the stock market being the most critical. Don't be fooled by the government's heavy debts. The golden retriever's big mouth was utterly unrestrained. Yet its stock market remained flourishing. Tao Jie wasn't stubborn. Even if he could flip the table, he wouldn't go against the trend for no reason. He kept an eye on the market, issued orders, and sold near the peak, focusing on a stealthy approach that nurtured things quietly. Chapter 410. Spring Dreams Leave Traces. Tao Jie hadn't slept a wink all day. It was either Nyonyo coming over or Song Lu falsely reporting military situations. He hadn't even had dinner before heading to Panshur Investment again. Just as he left, the car that Song Lu arranged to pick up Ouyang Nan returned. Looking at the house in front of her, Ouyang Nan would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. She considered herself an elite, earning 30,000 to 50,000 a month plus bonuses with some income from self-media, but she was still far from being able to afford such a house. As the car stopped in the yard, several people rushed out. Leading was Song Lu, followed by Tong Hui, Pei Yao, and closely behind were Zhang Mingyue and Li Qingwan, supporting each other. Zhou Xiaoqin was young and sleepy, while Guanin didn't have severe morning sickness but slept a lot. Han Shuiying was helping Old Chen serve dishes to show off. As Ouyang Nan got out of the car and picked up Nyonyo, the little girl naturally seized the high ground, causing a gasp of surprise. Song Lu turned his face stiffly, filled with envy and jealousy. See? What is called exceptional talent. Ouyang Nan wasn't a child. She understood almost instantly. Grabbing Nyonyo's restless little hand, she didn't know how to address them, so she could only nod, "Hello, everyone." Chapter 411. Let me take a look. Ouyang Nan didn't make a scene. She slowly relaxed her clenched teeth, blowing her slightly curled bangs. You got your way. Tao Jie. There's no way for me to answer that. However, this attitude also relieved him. At least it wouldn't be a 3-year sentence. He wanted to ask her why she didn't speak up, but turned to see the glutinous rice dumpling sitting up upon hearing the sound, seemingly understanding something. Wrapping a blanket around his waist, he went to the TV cabinet to pour Nyonyo a glass of water and fed it to her. The little one, completely unaware of what had happened, waited for him to return the cup, then pulled Ouyang Nan down to lie back down, falling asleep again. Tao Jie and Ouyang Nan weren't so carefree. The two lay there with their eyes open, staring at the ceiling. What do you think? Explanations were useless. But Tao Jie couldn't just remained silent and had to break the deadlock. A tear glistened in Ouyang Nan's eyes. She didn't wipe it away, leaving a trace. And after a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. What do you think about the beautiful country taxing us? Tao Jie. He turned his head and saw a small stream of clear tears flowing down Ouyang Nan's cheek, suppressing the urge to reach out. He thought for a moment. Are you talking about finance or our attitude? Ouyang Nan turned to look at him. Chapter 412. No opportunities given. The misunderstanding was finally resolved. Song Lu was watched over by Zhang Mingyue and Tong Hui on either side, giving Ouyang Nan a bit more sense of security. However, due to some inconveniences, she, who originally had good flexibility, was categorized along with Song Lu, Zhou Xiaoqin, and Li Qingwan as needing special care. Tao Jie returned running with Nyonyo and did a set of health exercises in the yard. Nyonyo, not understanding what was going on, giggled and clumsily followed along, trying to mimic him. After dinner, as domestic arrangements also needed to be made, Tao Jie went to Panshur early. Ouyang Nan also needed to go to work. But when she was about to drive, she was stopped by Tong Hui. Sister Nan, there's something I need to tell you. Ouyang Nan didn't know what she wanted to say, so she stopped. Tong Hui came over and grabbed her hand, saying, You know our family situation? So many things can't just be left to your own temperament. Ouyang Nan didn't know how to respond to this, so she could only listen to her continue. It doesn't matter whether you work or do something else, but personal safety must be taken seriously. Tong Hui reached out and took the car keys from Ouyang Nan's hand. I've already talked to Brother Taiju. Starting today, a security team will be responsible for your safety. Chapter 413. A lonely copy, a vice president of Billionaire, was jumping up and down, banging the table. I've said it before, the Eastern great powers cannot be touched. Just a few years ago, I brought $1 trillion over, starting to buy in when it was over 400 points. I thought with this scale, we could directly boost the Eastern great power stock market. What was the result? Hearing his defensive tone, the others in the room fell silent. What could the result be? It's well known. Billionaire thought the stock market of the Eastern great powers had hit rock bottom, so they made a massive entry to buy at the bottom. They only used part of their $1 trillion funds and soon realized they had fallen into the vast ocean of the masses. That phrase became known across the internet. You can't buy it all. You simply can't buy it all. Such a massive amount of funds was quickly devoured upon entry. And when he finally left in a desperate attempt to survive, the stock market was hovering around 100 points. In the end, it plummeted to 800 before it started to warm up again. At first, when he fled, some people mocked him for buying at the bottom, thinking he had only reached halfway up the mountain. But when they saw it at 800 points, everyone fell silent. Fortunately, he ran away in time. Otherwise, he would have lost all that money. As it was, he still lost over 20. Chapter 414. This time after work, Tao Jie didn't let everyone disperse. He just announced a temporary new rule. The current trading operation was not over yet, so everyone needed to be a bit patient. Additionally, this time the bonuses were unrelated to profits and only looked at the rationality of everyone's fund usage. He stood on a stool in the trading hall and stated that starting next Monday, stocks bought within a 1-point increase would be rewarded according to 0.5 of the funds used. The more you bought, the more you were rewarded, with no upper limit. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Is there really such a play? Just today, the total amount of funds allocated to everyone was already $1 trillion wabi. As long as they all spent it, even at 0.5, that would be a 50 billion bonus. With about 100 people here, that would mean several million each. In this day and age, other fund company executives might not earn this much in a year. If this happened several times a year, wouldn't they become emperors of labor? What? Not satisfied? Tao Jie looked around at the astonished group and deliberately sighed. If not, then forget it. No, boss, we agree. Yes, I fully support it. I count myself in. Then, the hall erupted in cheers again. Chapter 415. Golden Mountain. That night, Tao Jie worked overtime again, achieving a 19 return that stunned everyone. If it could be said that when Tao Jie just became the world's richest man, the attention could be described as overwhelming, even under Li Qing's control. It still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the Chinese people. But now, even though his wealth was rising steadily, people had become numb to it. Whenever there was news about Tao Jie, his wealth would roll up by thousands or tens of trillions, and this amount had already made people immune. It was like when a friend suddenly bought a Range Rover. You would think they were just lucky. But if he made a move to buy a billion-dollar property, the only thing left would be to look up at him. Similarly, Tao Jie had become a national idol. And what people were interested in was simply how much his wealth exceeded that of the second place. Because those behind him were all foreigners. This matter had risen to a sense of national honor. Tao Jie felt indifferent. He made a lot of money and spent even more than ordinary people could imagine. Not to mention, he arranged for 50 billion to be transferred to the bad dogs early in the morning. Although there was no need to buy weapons anymore. Over 10,000 people had already gone out, and taking away the settling in expenses, living outside still costs money. Chapter 416. Steady as a mountain, Tao Jie walked around the Golden Mountain with his hands behind his back, saying, "Didn't I say something was going to be transported here? This is it." He placed his hand on it. This was the first batch mine from several gold mines in Africa. This is 30 tons, and I plan to use all of it. Pointing to another area without a door, where books, paintings, and crafts were placed, he said, "This task is entrusted to Mingwei. As long as we fill this place up, our family's foundation should be solid enough. 30 tons took up less than 2 cubic meters, and if we filled this up, we could easily stack 3,000 tons. Even if the country only had over 2,000 tons in reserves, he was still rather clueless. People couldn't help but shake their heads at his greed, but then they couldn't help but chuckle, while it might be a luxury for others. It didn't seem like such a big deal for him. Jean Mingwei was quite attentive. She went around with Li Qingwan and discovered that the area reserved for her had over 1,000 square meters, realizing that Tao Jie was indeed generous. Pei Yao was familiar with every corner here, leading everyone around the air purification system, power generation room, control room, water purification system, and temperature regulation room. Especially in the 2 areas of the ecological recycling system, the fruits she planted had already borne fruit. Chapter 417. Going to the port city, the weekend quietly passed. An early Sunday morning, Tao Jie and the others returned to the city. Fortunately, they all lived together, saving them from scattering. Chen Meiwan took a day off and felt a bit unwell. When she saw everyone back, she smiled broadly. Picking up Nyonyo, she planted 2 kisses on her, asking, "Do you miss Grandma?" "I do." Nyonyo opened her mouth without knowing if she meant it, but it still made Chen Meiwan beam with joy. Hard work leads to excellence. And after returning early in the morning, Han Shuiying organized everyone to exercise, saving Tao Jie from worrying. Watching Zhou Xiaoqin, Li Qingwan, and Song LV grit their teeth and persist, he could understand, but when he cheered them on, he received a few eye rolls from Song LV. Although they had only spent 1 day at the manor, the few women returned discussing it excitedly, clearly having grown fond of the place. This was not surprising. Not to mention how well it was built, just the design fees alone had cost Tao Jie a fortune. Pavilions, corridors, towers, and halls were all present. And the ancient style combined with garden design made it feel like entering another world. Furthermore, the several buildings at the back were filled with modernity, with modern smart devices nearly everywhere in the manor. Even the underground was beautifully designed, fully capable of serving as a doomsday shelter. Chapter 418. Don't offend people. This auction was different from past charity events. It was the highlight of this year's major auction house, Poly. Of course, this time the attendees were far more significant than those at ordinary charity auctions. Many wealthy individuals from the port city and the mainland came, and entertainment stars viewed this as an opportunity to expand their networks, pushing their way in. Talent triumphs over capital, but it is merely the underdog's counterattack. At a certain level, one will realize that capital always stands at the pinnacle of life and death. When a major brand is worth tens or hundreds of billions, to those capital magnates, it's just that, nothing special. If one offends them, they can easily ruin their reputation with just a wave of their hand. Of course, this refers to the old powers. Some emerging wealthy individuals lack such connections. For instance, even though Tao Jie is firmly established as the world's richest man, expecting to gain respect here is quite unrealistic. The shipping king, the gambling king, the plastic king, and the real estate tycoon, all those who have a foothold in Hong Kong Island, are figures who have been in business for decades. Even their children are capable players. Many from the mainland have also come, but compared to the past flamboyance and extravagance, they appear extremely low-key. For example, by Tianxiang, whose father used to be a regular at major auctions, setting several small targets and being extraordinarily extravagant. Chapter 419. Can't stand it anymore. Tao Jie's arrival in Hong Kong was known to the city's chief, but after reaching out through various channels, his request for a meeting was politely declined. With no other options, he could only contact Gu Shan through connections in the mainland. Secretary Gu, could you please give a heads up? Mr. Tao is coming to Hong Kong. I must at least play the host. Faced with the chief's request, Gu Shan couldn't ignore it, but to put his hand on Tao Jie, who was practically his son-in-law and nominally a friend of many years, was still beyond his bounds. I can only ask around. You know I need investment too, and I haven't even mentioned it to him. Gu Shan first gave a precautionary statement to the chief. I understand. But Hong Kong is different. It used to be a world financial center, but now it's been left behind by Lion City. Although Mr. Tao has investments here, the scale doesn't match his status. Although he didn't receive a clear answer, the chief was still very grateful. Secretary Gu, don't worry. As soon as I have a chance, I'll definitely bring a team to support you. Let us be clear, this is a serious matter, regardless of Tao Jie's attitude. I am taking this seriously. Gu Shan was delighted. Tao Jie investing there would require him to be cautious, but having Hong Kong come to add to the glory was something he had no reservations about. Chapter 420. He is qualified. Don't eat too much. Do you even know how much weight you've gained? Tao Jie pinched Zhou Xiaoqin's already chubby face. Look at how much more flesh you have than Mingwei, who is pregnant. Zhou Xiaoqin turned her head to escape, her little mouth glistening with grease. Do you even know what it means to be slightly chubby? Zhang Mingwei swatted Tao Jie's hand away, defending Zhou Xiaoqin. Don't listen to him. Gaining some weight is good. You were too thin before. Just indulge her, Tao Jie said insincerely, but inwardly felt quite pleased. Just indulge her. Zhou Xiaoqin and Zhang Mingwei said in unison, exchanging smiles. All right, you're impressive. Seeing that it was almost time, they changed into the high-end dresses they had booked long ago. Lu Yangyang was too lazy to move and wanted to catch up on sleep at the hotel. So Tao Jie took the two beauties one big and one small, to the auction house. In the car, Zhou Xiaoqin felt a bit uncomfortable in her strapless evening gown, occasionally needing to pull it up, just showing your shoulders and you're still pulling it up. How stingy can you be? Tao Jie, das it. Zhou Xiaoqin, clearly inexperienced in resistance, could only cast a pleading look at Zhang Mingyue. You're getting worse as you grow older. You don't even have a decent look. Zhang Mingyue helplessly raised her hand to cover Tao Jie's eyes. Chapter 421. Private Gifts. Muse also looked down on Tao Jie. In his opinion, at this age, how could he have built such a family business? At most, he was just someone else's glove puppet. Besides, who were the people around him? Zhang Mingyue, the Zhang family. Aside from the matriarch, Zhang Mingyue's father was undoubtedly a significant figure, and being abroad made many things more convenient. There was also Guanan, whose father was a regional governor. With such a background, he thought even a pig could fly to the sky. However, he didn't understand how Tao Jie managed to bring these two people together. With looks, talent, and a top-tier family background, it was as if Tao Jie had sprouted a pair of wings. He was also a playboy, entangled with countless stars in private, but he could only hide it, fearing to spill the beans. He had just wanted to give Tao Jie some trouble, but didn't he have the chance to speak before he turned away? Especially when he saw Zhang Mingyue's stunning face. Even with a big belly, she was more charming than any of his beloved beauties. Not to mention the younger girl of unknown identity, exquisitely beautiful, making him so jealous he wanted to die. Watch closely. As long as they bid, just add for me. I want to see how much authority a dog has. Chapter 422. Even drinking cold water can get stuck. ISNT, this guy an idiot? Muse wanted to rush out and ask who the foolish person was that would shamelessly flatter someone like this. It was simply groveling. If someone buys for 1,000 and you refuse to sell, that's fine, but you even take out millions in commission just to hand it over. Are you here to auction or to be a dog? The tail is wagging so hard it's about to create a tornado. Find out who is so soft-kneed. Muse's face turned dark. He originally wanted to make Tao Jie lose face, but unexpectedly, this unfortunate incident instead brought Tao Jie some glory. Refusing 10 million and instead willingly paying for the commission to give it away for free. This is even worse than being a sycophant. Soon, a subordinate reported back. The owner of the brush washer is Dong Chuanwang's seventh daughter, Dong Ning. What kind of joke is this? Dong Ning is going to auction something? Muse couldn't understand it all. You must know that although Dong Chuanwang's wealth is still lacking compared to the Mu family, he is a shipping king for 3 generations, a figure who commanded respect a century ago. Although Dong Ning is just from the 3rd branch, she is the most beloved jewel of this generation of Dong Chuanwang. Despite the 20-year age gap, he had once shamelessly pursued her. Chapter 423. Do you have evidence? This matter cannot just end like this. Muse realized that soon, news of his capitulation to Tao Jie would spread widely. The media in Hong Kong is not only developed, but also has a relatively loose control over speech, leading to many unfounded speculations. It's clear to everyone that the bidding for the brush washer was a competition with Tao Jie. Not only did he fail to outbid him, but he also let Tao Jie gain significant face. Later, he didn't even take any action. Anyone could see that it was a sign of capitulation. Even if he claimed that his transmitter malfunctioned, who would believe it? They would definitely think he made it up to save face. If he allowed Tao Jie to walk out like this today, the Mu family would lose face accumulated over half a century. Muse, Filin Khotidet, decided to disregard everything and ordered his bodyguard to stop Tao Jie, taking money from others to resolve their troubles. The few bodyguards under him are all experts from Southeast Asia, who usually act with impunity. Once they hear their boss's orders, they can't help but act. Tao Jie was still holding the phone, watching as several dark-skinned men were blocked by Tai Zhu and the vicious dog, pulling Zhang Mingyue back a couple of steps. Dong Na's brows furrowed slightly. Poly Auction House is renowned, and those who dare to cause trouble here are either reckless youths or definitely significant figures. Chapter 424. Olive Branch, this is too much bullying. Muse has never felt as frustrated as today. He can't fight back or even argue. He doubts who he offended yesterday. Otherwise, how could he have hit a wall? He has already offended Dong Ning, who will definitely not speak up for him. Is he really resigned to this silent grievance? Just as the throbbing in his temples reached a critical point, footsteps approached from outside the private room. Turning his head, he saw the chief executive of the Hong Kong city, Chow Yunji, walking quickly towards him. Although surprised, He thought that he wouldn't side with outsiders either. He grabbed his thigh and exclaimed, "Chief Executive, you're here?" Tao Jie had already seen the few people here in disarray, but as long as Tao Jie was unharmed, he felt relieved. When Whiz spoke, he glanced down and was almost startled. This guy was covered in blood, and at first glance, he didn't recognize him. "Whiz, what happened to you?" He reached out to help him up and couldn't help but grimace when he saw that his front teeth were gone. "He hit me. Although it felt a bit loose, it didn't hinder expression." Whiz pointed at Tao Jie. Tao Jie, who was now in more pain than Whiz's teeth, awkwardly looked at Tao Jie. Tao Jie, however, remained calm. "Chief Executive, when we spoke earlier, I mentioned I needed to handle some matters. You remember, right?" Chapter 425. Finding position. Tao Jie didn't expect Tao Jie to have such a clear attitude. He glanced at Dong Ning and felt that his choice was not unrelated to her looks, especially with Zhang Mingyue and Zhou Xiaoqin, who were both beautiful. One could almost determine Tao Jie's preferences. "Mr. Tao, I'm certainly willing, but Dong Ning is currently treated as a flower vase in the Dong family. The second house's Dong Bin even suggested a marriage between her and Mu Zhe from the Mu family, and with a 20-year age gap, no one in the Dong family opposed it. As long as Miss Dong has no objections, everything else is not a problem." Tao Jie calmly looked at Dong Ning. "I recently acquired several fleets and happen to need someone to manage them. If Miss Dong doesn't mind, you could help me out and also get accustomed to those ports." Tao Jie happened to need someone to help manage the fleet he acquired, but their scale was not comparable to the Dong family's century-long operations. Currently, they were just working for him, with external business basically idle. Although Dong Ning might lack experience, coming from a shipping family, she was better than him. Moreover, she had more convenient conditions to recruit experienced people to help. Chapter 426. Using money to smash people on Monday. While other companies might still be adjusting from the weekend revelry, Panstone Investment had already arrived early. Everyone was beaming with excitement. Due to confidentiality regulations, they spent the weekend in the office, completely cut off from the outside world. And the company didn't skimp on their food, housing, or entertainment. When work started, it was also a time to enjoy the boss's bounty. And everyone was calculating how generous this bonus would be. Working is all about making money. They understood this, and so did Tao Jie. He never painted a rosy picture for them, but handed out real money. After arriving at the company, he didn't waste time with a wave of his hand. He directly issued instructions for the morning. In summary, it was one word: buy. These operators were already familiar with the boss's style. Don't ask why, just do it. Following the boss never meant losing out. However, they were puzzled when the market opened with a significant downturn. The market was a sea of red, and there was even a sense of panic selling. Then they saw the news about Huang Mao Wanshu wanting to impose a 100% tariff on Huagua and finally understood what was happening. Chapter 427. Defensive counterattack. Shita. Nothing normal ever happens with you. The other side is shouting loudly. Just wait, we'll be there soon. In one day, Huagua's stock market surged nearly 500 points, with a market value increase of 10 trillion, using a staggering 16 trillion in funds. What does this mean? It was almost a nationwide bullish sentiment. Cole said that when Huang Mao opened his mouth, Huagua's stock market would inevitably fall, which was their perfect opportunity to bottom out. They believed it. However, before they could react, the market turned completely red. The tens of billions they had just invested were wasted again. When they finally wanted to buy, Cole hesitated, resulting in over 2,000 stocks hitting the limit up, perfectly missing this wave. Currently, it was over 3,600 points, higher than when Belita bottomed out last time. In such an almost monstrous market situation, who would dare to take action? If there was another situation where they couldn't buy enough, they would be stuck. They weren't looking to hold long-term. They just wanted to make a profit. They had experience being trapped as shareholders in Huagua before, leaving them all apprehensive. At this moment, they felt like the chives in Huagua, where buying led to drops and selling led to rises, completely confused. Chapter 428. The protective father Zhou Xiaoqin had already returned to school. She remembered the movements of the health exercises the fastest, but due to her physical limitations, she could only practice a bit at a time. The reason she returned so early was not only to experience military training, but also because she felt a sense of urgency, as if the harder she worked, the sooner she could do something for those she cared about. Upon arriving home, Tao Jie quickly washed up. He had already figured out where everyone lived and slipped into Li Qingwan's room. Having passed the oversleeping phase, and since Li Qingwan was a light sleeper, she woke up as soon as the bed sank. A large hand gently wrapped around her from behind, and she knew it was Tao Jie, not Song LV. With a smile, she leaned back slightly, snuggling into his arms. Aren't you tired? Not at all. Tao Jie thought she needed something and immediately raised the flag, helping Li Qingwan take off her armor while whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Li Qingwan never expected a word of concern would ignite her desire. By the time she realized it, they were already intimately close. Fortunately, Tao Jie kept his promise, and she bit her lip as they began to indulge in each other. However, this made it somewhat difficult for Tao Jie to hold back, and Li Qingwan had no choice but to work overtime, skillfully navigating the winding mountain roads. Chapter 429. Picking up the child before Tao Jie finished speaking, Nyonyo broke free from Qin Hao's little hand, ran back, and stood in front of Xiao Ying, lifting her cute little face. "Do you want to be Nyonyo's mommy?" Tao Jie. People say kids are precocious, but the slap in the face came so quickly. Xiao Ying turned beet red. Tao Jie is Nyonyo's adoptive parent, and she has changed her impression of him. However, considering the adoption law, it's a bit regrettable that Tao Jie is so young, and if he is unmarried, he is not allowed to adopt a girl. But Nyonyo's words make it seem like she has feelings for Tao Jie. Squatting down, you ask, "Your name is Nyonyo, right? Aren't you afraid your mom will get mad?" Nyonyo decisively shakes her head, saying she has many moms, just not a police mom yet. Xiao Ying is confused by Nyonyo's words, but doesn't want to ask too directly. So she looks to Tao Jie for help. Tao Jie pulls Nyonyo's backpack and drags her to the door, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." Nyonyo, still unconvinced, silently makes a no gesture with her mouth and then runs inside. Tao Jie helplessly turns to Xiao Ying, saying, "Kids say the darndest things." Xiao Ying slightly turns her face away, revealing her reddened earlobes, and says, "Leave a phone number. I'll reserve a spot and send you the address." Chapter 430. Getting to know each other again, Xiao Ying doesn't need to look to know who this is, a parent with the surname Hua from Qin Hao's class. A few days ago, he chased after her for contact information and was scolded after she revealed her identity, which made him quiet for 2 days before he approached her again. With her brows slightly furrowed, she responds with a nasal hum. What a coincidence. The man stands next to Xiao Ying, trying to stretch his neck but still shorter than her by half a head. Adjusting his tie, he asks, "Officer Xiao, you've always been the one to pick up the child. Where's the child's father?" The man pretends to ask casually. Xiao Ying is not immune to this kind of flirting. She finds it extremely distasteful. He clearly has a family but still flirts around. The key is, he doesn't even consider his own conditions. If you're the father of Nyonyo she met in the morning, Xiao Ying might have tolerated it, but this guy, with his short stature and square nose, has no idea where his confidence comes from. Just as Xiao Ying is about to say something, she is shocked to find him twirling a Porsche key with his short, thick fingers. Clearly, this is just showing off. Xiao Ying can't help but laugh. Who does he think he is? She's furious. But to maintain a certain image, Xiao Ying decides to hold it in, whether for her police image or some unknown reason. She doesn't want her temperamental side to be known. Chapter 431. I'm done. Xiao Ying doesn't even know when her hand reached out. After Tao Jie let go, she still kept her hand extended, forgetting to pull it back. Police mom? Nyonyo's babyish words stunned her, and Xiao Ying blushed, not knowing how to explain. Tao Jie lightly tapped Nyonyo's little bottom with his toe, saying, "Nyonyo, how do you talk to Annie?" Nyonyo seems to have a natural ability to read the room. Sensing that Tao Jie isn't angry, she adopts a posture of "I'm not wrong," and runs to hug Xiao Ying's legs, saying, "Police mom, Daddy is strict with Nyonyo. At home, she's like this." As long as Tao Jie isn't genuinely angry, she can always find allies to confront him. Tao Jie says Nyonyo is so cute that her mom is a bit too many. Now Xiao Ying understands the reason. This girl is sweet-talking everyone, calling anyone mom. Whether Tao Jie is married or not, no one online is speculating. Even those paparazzi who make a living off celebrities' private lives haven't mentioned it. So, Xiao Ying naturally assumes Tao Jie is still single. Moreover, based on her understanding of wealthy people, aside from secret marriages, no one is willing to step into the grave of marriage so early. After checking the information, knowing that Nyonyo's parents died in that earthquake, Xiao Ying feels an additional layer of compassion for Nyonyo beyond just affection. Chapter 432. Coming to discuss, you must wake up. Some people are not someone you can handle. Xiao Hui's face is exceptionally serious. On the phone, she thought her sister was just joking. How could someone who has never been in a relationship fall head over heels just from one meeting? Therefore, Xiao Hui didn't take it seriously at all. But now, she has to pay attention. Xiaoing, stop dreaming, okay? The richest man? That's not someone we can reach. Urgently pulling her sister to sit down, she continues. Our Qiao family doesn't lack money. Those agricultural markets and fruit supermarkets bring in 3 billion each year just from rent. The two of us can live well with how. Saying this, she bends down to pick up her bag thrown on the sofa and takes out a card, saying, Here is 100 million. I used to be afraid you were too young and didn't give you too much money, but I wasn't being stingy. Seeing her sister's anxious expression, Qiao Ying shifts her body, saying, Sister, I'm not after his money. She pushes the bank card back, saying, You keep it. I have a salary and nothing to spend it on. The more she acts this way, the more anxious Qiao Hui becomes, and without saying another word, she shoves the card into her sister's hand, saying, Xiaoying, take it. I'm not afraid you'll feel wronged. Furthermore, you've just stepped into society. You need to be discerning. You can't be blind like me. Chapter 433. Lacking a steady job, Xiao Hui's visit has helped Tao Jie secure a big client for his father, bringing hope to the investment in Xiaoqing. Large-scale, professional breeding and planting also require a market. With Xiao Hui's connection, they can basically digest a large portion of the market in Chengdu, which is completely unexpected joy. Once Xiao Hui leaves, he calls his father, saying, Dad, I've talked to a big client. Can you come over when you have time? Tao Wenbin immediately becomes energetic, asking, What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. I'm working my ass off here, and it's not enough to keep me from getting fired. Every day feels like money is just flying out, and the greenhouses are about to harvest without any clue. With dozens of agricultural markets in Chengdu, if the products and prices are right, they can supply directly. Tao Jie knows very well what his father's situation is. In his life, he has spent more money in these few months than on all the paper burned at the grave. Even though he knows his son has a thick family background, he can't help but feel anxious. Hearing that old Tao is coming, old Chen hurriedly returns to his room to call him, asking, Have the potatoes in the yard been harvested? Bring some over. The potatoes here are watery and not tasty. Tao Wenbin replies, He spends 18 million a day. Where does he have the time to grow a garden? Chapter 434. A girl shouldn't stay. Xiao Ying is somewhat nervous in front of Tao Wenbin, and his words make her blush even more. Uncle Tao, please sit down. The food will be ready soon. Tao Wenbin thought they should first discuss the cooperation, but was surprised to find that they were eating first. So he looks at Tao Jie. Tao Jie doesn't care. Eating is just eating, and besides, the Xiaoqing cooperative is just getting started. Although the quantity of these agricultural products is said to be considerable compared to Shandong province, it doesn't even compare to a fraction. Even if he doesn't take charge, Lu Chang can go out for a round and manage to sell it. This is a pilot project he is leading, so it's impossible for it to fail. However, what his father said is filled with ambiguity. He still hasn't changed his mindset, always thinking that a stable job is the real deal. So whenever he sees someone working in a government position, he envies them immensely. Back then, he even asked him to return to Xiaoqing to take the civil service exam. If it weren't for Yang Lin not wanting to go to what she called a poor and remote area, he might have gone back. Seeing Xiao Ying's expression, it was clear there was some misunderstanding, but he couldn't explain it. Xiao Hui noticed the awkward atmosphere and hurriedly asked them to sit down. Mr. Tao, please take a seat for a moment. Xiaoing, can you check how much longer Andy will take? Chapter 435. Seizing the opportunity after finally getting everyone back home, Tao Wenbin felt quite excited, sitting on the sofa with an air of authority. He wouldn't brag about anything else, but having cultivated crops for half his life, he certainly had the right to speak on that matter. What is wrong with boasting? There are still several daughters-in-law here. Old Chen held back his curse, but couldn't help but complain. If it weren't for Xiao Chao's call, I would have thought you could manage at home. But look at how it turned out. The garden is overgrown with grass taller than a person. After half a lifetime of farming, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the neighbors? The more old Chen thought about it, the angrier she became. Having lived in the village for half a lifetime, she was someone who always wanted to excel. When had she ever let things go to waste? Drink a little cat urine, and the whole city will be yours. You'd better come back tomorrow. If the garden isn't tidied up, just wait and see how I deal with you. Tong Hui kindly patted old Shun's back, suppressing her laughter and not daring to look up. Song Lu, with his fox-like eyes darting around, wanted to speak up for old Tao, but feared it would backfire, so he remained silent. Zhang Mingyue and Li Qingwan, each holding their stomachs, couldn't find a chance to interject. Zhao Chan, who had finally gotten along well with old Chun, felt a bit awkward upon seeing Tao Wenbin and couldn't speak either. Chapter 436. A welcome for the chief executive the Russians have been fighting for 2 years. And Switzerland, as a permanent neutral country, made a huge mistake in this situation. Whether it was due to pressure or trying to please the beautiful country, they cooperated in freezing billions of Russian assets. Yet, this seemingly prudent action contradicted their century-old principle of never betraying clients. As a result, over $2 trillion in deposits flowed out, nearly draining this small nation that relied on the financial sector. When people initially deposited money, they sought safety. When safety is gone, who would still play along? Tong Hui's eyes were already glazed over, but she insisted, "What do you want to do?" "Open Pancher Bank in Hong Kong City. Let us not say anything else. For any clients doing business with us, we offer permanent 100 compensation service. If client information is leaked, we will bear 100 compensation responsibility." That woke Tong Hui up. Tao Jie's 200% were even more powerful than UBS's initial promises. Of course, in today's society, only he had the ability to make such a promise. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have such weight. As the chairwoman of Pancher Bank, Tong Hui could already foresee how much of a sensation this announcement would cause. Chapter 437. Turning the tables. Mu Zhe wasn't interested in welcoming Tao Jie. But today all the powerful figures of Hong Kong City were present. If he didn't even have a chance to show his face, it was clear he had been deliberately excluded from a certain circle. As a special advisor to Hong Kong City, Mu Zhe still had some presence. His figure was essential for both major and minor matters in Hong Kong City. But this time, all the other advisors received invitations, and he was the only one left out, which made Mu Zhe think a lot, especially after Tao Jie had thrown that barb at him when he left last time. He felt even more unsettled. Being a special advisor to Hong Kong City was just a title, but it represented a family's current honor and disgrace. If the Mu family couldn't even maintain this, it would easily lead people to believe that the Mu family was no longer in power. As for Dongbin, a useless person who had even had his heir status snatched away by a woman, Mu Zhe wouldn't have bothered with him if he weren't in a bad mood and needed company. He got up, saw Dongbin trying to follow, and kicked him away. "Get lost, don't be in my way." Dongbin was half awake from the kick and didn't dare to argue with Mu Zhe. He could only watch him leave helplessly. After leaving the club, Mu Zhe told the driver to head straight to the Hong Kong governor's residence. Chapter 438. Anti-monopoly investigation. Tong Hui had been arranged by Tao Jie to sit down when she walked over. "Is it very tricky?" Tao Jie nodded without hiding anything. "Fortunately, I didn't expect the Mu family's elder to be in his 50s and still so youthful." Dong Ning didn't expect Mu Zhe to receive such an evaluation and couldn't help but want to laugh. But realizing that Mu Zhe's actions seemed to be aimed at Tao Jie rather than Xiao Yunji, she held back. "Mr. Tao, will the Mu family's actions impact our port stocks? Also, what about our ships in the future?" Tao Jie waved his hand. "No need to worry. He only said he wants to sell, but it hasn't been sold yet. However, since the press conference was already held, the Mu family wouldn't easily change their mind for the sake of face." Dong Ning understood the Mu family well, especially Mu Chao, who was known for his decisive nature. Therefore, regardless of whether Mu Zhe consulted him on this matter, since it was already known throughout Hong Kong, there was no turning back. Whether he would change his mind or not, it was not for them to decide. At this moment, Tao Jie's perspective had already changed. When the Hong Kong governor, Xiao Yunji, went to report earlier, he thought that the Mu family's actions would not only harm themselves, but also create trouble for the governor. Chapter 439. Setting a trap in the entire company. Within 3 steps, there were undoubtedly uniformed personnel who, although polite, were undeniably checking and communicating with employees. What was happening? The Mu family had stood firm in Hong Kong City for decades, giving respect to both officials and businessmen. This situation had never occurred before. Even if there was an issue, they would usually give a heads up. There had never been an instance of uninvited guests. As he strode over, ready to speak, a document was thrust into his face. "Mr. Mu, we have received a citizen's formal complaint. The Mu family's enterprises are suspected of monopolistic behavior. Please cooperate with the investigation." "Complaint? Who reported it?" Seeing the seal on the document, Mu Zhe knew this was not a simple matter. The directives from Hong Kong City were not something just anyone could issue, but the Mu family hadn't received any hint through so many channels, which was very telling. He hurriedly went outside and called his father, Mu Chao. Mu Chao hadn't expected his son to be so aggressive. He had gone to bed early the previous day and had no idea what had happened. But after hearing Mu Zhe's account, he was furious. Although the Mu family had made money through the former colonial government, he believed that the Mu family had contributed to Hong Kong City. Chapter 440. No Mercy. Tao Jie had brought quite a few people, several ladies along with a large group of bodyguards, making a grand entrance. Upon arriving at the largest water city resort casino in Australia, he directly arranged for the exchange of 500,000 in chips. If it weren't for Tao Jie and the others being on duty, he would have liked to let these young men relax a bit. When the world's richest man arrived, the bosses behind the casino were alarmed, and because he was overseas, they arranged for an additional $1,000,000 in chips as a gift. Tao Jie shrugged helplessly. Since they were showing respect, they couldn't refuse. Let's just play around with this money and don't take it back. As expected of a gambling city, this casino alone covers tens of thousands of square meters, with over 10,000 slot machines and nearly 1,000 gaming tables. The highest number in the world. Even walking around can be exhausting. I took Li Qingwan to sit by a Russian roulette table and said, "You guys can spin as you like, but remember not to rush, and don't make things difficult for our security." Han Shuiying, who is timid, looked around and sat down next to Li Qingwan by Tao Jie, saying, "I don't know how to play anything. I'll just stay quietly." Tao Jie gave her some chips, saying, "Don't just sit there. Experience the feeling of spending money like water. It's fine. After all, we have the means." Li Qingwan lightly tapped his hand and said, "You should teach her something good." Chapter 441. Inexperienced, but loves to play, Lu Yangyang had someone following her, so Tao Jie didn't pay attention. He continued explaining to Li Qingwan and Tong Hui how to dominate the game, but ended up losing and only had a little over 100,000 chips left. The experienced dealer couldn't help but feel frustrated. This customer claimed to be invincible, yet played like a novice. One thing was commendable, though. Even after losing, he only showed slight regret. He lost over $1,000,000, but remained calm. His self-management was impressive and reflected good personal qualities. Such emotionally stable customers are easy to serve and are the dealer's favorite type. Tao Jie looked at his chips. Aside from $1,000,000 he was gifted, he lost over 200,000, so the rest could be considered a fee for the bodyguard's hard work. He stood up and asked, "Hey, where's my sister-in-law?" Only then did he realize Lu Yangyang was missing. Just as he was looking around, a bodyguard hurried over and said, "Sir, something happened to Miss Lu." Tao Jie furrowed his brows and asked, "Where is she?" The bodyguard, knowing Tao Jie was concerned for Lu Yangyang's safety, quickly replied, "She's not in danger. But she lost quite a bit. What's going on?" Tao Jie calmed down, realizing that as long as she was safe, it wasn't a big problem. Chapter 442. Fat sheep or hungry wolves. Now, Tao Jie threw out 1,000 with just a pair of twos, looking like a fat sheep. They all followed suit. Aside from the two, the community cards were mostly in the upper range, giving them a good chance to form a straight or even bigger hands. The fourth community card was revealed, a club 2, which most people couldn't use, but Tao Jie's eyes lit up. A buzz-cut man at the table frustratedly threw out a diamond 2, folding his hand. His whole cards were poor, and he had little hope. He thought he could try for 3 of a kind, but seeing Tao Jie's cheerful demeanor, it was clear he also had a 2 in his hand. Unfortunately, before the 5th community card was revealed, the mustache man already formed a straight. Although it wasn't a flush, it was still much better than a pair or 3 of a kind. As for a flush or a full house, based on the cards on the table, it was almost impossible. At this moment, the mustached man began his performance, hesitantly revealing his whole cards, acting as if he were in a drama school. It was textbook-level acting. To play or not to play. What a pity if I don't. He deliberately avoided looking at Tao Jie and glanced at other opponents, finally gritting his teeth and saying, "A pair of 2s is already 1,000. I'll bet 5,000. He counted out 5,000 chips and tossed them onto the table. Chapter 443. A lion uses full force to catch a rabbit. Seeing that Tao Jie had furrowed his brows, the mustache man felt more confident but hoped he would play one more hand and gave a signal to the big wave girl. They were already familiar with each other in the casino, and with just one glance, the big wave girl understood the mustached man's intentions. She looked at her whole cards, realizing that fortune favors the bold, but lamented, "Unfortunately, I'm just a little woman. I don't have the guts like you men." Saying this, she revealed her hand and tossed it away, clearly folding. Tao Jie was still contemplating due to the big wave girl's taunt, but ultimately chose to fold. The mustached man finally breathed a sigh of relief, laughing as he pulled the chips in front of him, enjoying the moment. "All right, now it's my turn to bet first. Is that okay?" Tao Jie pulled out a cigarette, saw Tong Hui sitting next to him, and just sniffed it before tucking it behind his ear. "No problem. Maybe the tides will turn and we'll win this hand. The mustache man thought he had the most to gain, as long as Tao Jie didn't run away. He wasn't afraid. The big wave girl also noticed that Tao Jie's skill was indeed limited and nodded in agreement. The others had no objections. So the game began again. The first hand lost 500 million, but Tao Jie acted as if nothing happened, directly tossing in a 10,000 chip, representing 100 million. Chapter 444. Jealousy. Tao Jie called the casino owner to express his gratitude. Although he could afford the money, recharging was too much trouble. So he borrowed these chips to use. The casino owner, knowing Tao Jie's background, was naturally happy to cooperate, considering it a personal favor. Originally, he had lost over $1 billion, but ended up winning just over $2 billion, and Lu Yangyang felt relieved. Watching the smug Tao Jie, she pouted, "Half of it goes to me. If it weren't for me, could you win so much money?" Tao Jie widened his eyes and said, "Sister-in-law, I can't agree with that. If it weren't for you delaying things, I would have made just as much in this time." Lu Yangyang was about to retort, but realized that what he said seemed reasonable, snorting and ignoring him. Tao Jie aimed for equal distribution, giving each of his security team members $1 million bonus, $5 million to Taiju, and even those not present like Li Qing, Xiaoying, and the dog also got a share. The remaining amount was given to Tong Hui to distribute among Han Shuiying, Lu Yangyang, and the sisters who didn't come. With over 200 million per person, this unexpected joy made Lu Yangyang ecstatic. In front of Tao Jie, she called Jean Feixiong, saying, "Honey, our family has money now. Come back, we're not doing this anymore." Chapter 445. An unexpected mediator. Mom isn Tin Yo, but she can't be easily fooled. Tao Jie quickly thought of the 10 billion limit supreme card that Pansure Bank sent him and presented it with both hands. "Mom, I prepared this for you. I wanted to surprise you." Looking at her son's silly grin, Chen Meiwan wasn't so easily fooled. However, the card was still needed. She took it, putting it in her bag, saying, "I want to ask you for it. You never take it out anyway. I'm just thinking of giving your dad an opportunity to show off. Last time he left in a hurry, I forgot." This was not just Tao Jie backtracking. The card was indeed meant for his father. The couple had been married for 28 years, and it was time to celebrate. Compared to his own infatuations, the companionship of this couple throughout their lives was more touching. The two often seemed to argue, but in reality, that was their generation's way of expressing emotions. To outsiders, it seemed they were at odds, but every glance exchanged behind their bickering revealed a deep and unbreakable love. "Is this for your dad or for me?" Old Chen wouldn't tolerate nonsense. Tao Jie cast a pleading look at Old Chen, but neither Zhang Mingwei nor Tong Yao, not even the rebellious Song LV, paid him any mind. Chapter 446. A stalemate. Shao Jie. "We don't need to speak with official titles. I'm just here as an elder to have a chat with you. Sometimes, it's not about making the other person bow their head and admit their mistakes that counts as victory." Tao Jie laughed. "Uncle Tan, how old am I? I haven't reached the point of caring about winning or losing yet. Besides, failure is the mother of success, and mistakes are just the father of correctness. I still have plenty of time to climb the ranks. By the way, how have you been lately? Mingyue is also in Chengdu. If she misses home, I can go to Beijing with her to visit you." Although Tao Jie didn't express his stance, for Tan Rusong, it was no different than having made a declaration. His avoidance of the subject of the Mu family clearly represented that the relationship could only be one-sided, with him on one side and the Mu family on the other. Tan Rusong was also quite disappointed with the Mu family. Even if his sale of the port was merely a matter of pride against Tao Jie, it did indeed create some unfavorable situations for the country. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Xiao Yunji to prioritize Tao Jie's opinions. However, the Mu family's immunity card was not subjective. As long as they paid a certain price, this matter could be swept under the rug. Moreover, up to now, due to Tao Jie's intervention, the Mu family had not suffered any adverse consequences. Chapter 447. An apology in the newspaper for decades. The Mu family had been a golden signboard not only in the port city, but also in the mainland. Who would have thought that, after encountering Tao Jie, they became a source everyone avoided? Even Mu Chaoran didn't expect this. We learned that his son had crossed paths with Tao Jie. He didn't take it seriously. Mu Chaoran, like his son, regarded Tao Jie as a mere pawn. He had seen many such people. He watched them build their high towers, only to see them collapse. No matter what kind of person it was, compared to the stable Mu family over decades, they were just fleeting clouds. Initially, he aimed to temper his son, but now it had become a joke. The Mu family faced unprecedented pressure, with their various industries hanging by a thread. All of this was due to offending Tao Jie. If Mu Chaoran had known earlier that this young man was so difficult to deal with, he should have stopped his son back then instead of indulging him. He thought it would be a good sharpening stone, but the knife almost broke. However, the compromise proposed by Mu Chaoran made Mu Ze unhappy. Dad, are you going to throw away all these years of reputation? He just made a name for himself a few days ago. And you actually want to bow down to him? Mu Ze slammed the table, his face red and neck thick. Do you think I want this? Mu Chaoran gritted his teeth. Chao Yunji had just called, and if they didn't cease hostilities, the Mu family would collapse. Chapter 448. The Mu family changes hands. The video was sent by Dong Ning, showing Mu Ze's figure. It's impossible for me to apologize. Tao, if you have the ability, keep going. Do you really think you're someone important? I want to see what you can do to the Mu family. This was his reaction upon seeing his father. Mu Chaoran actually published an apology statement in the newspaper, making it impossible for him to hold his head high among his friends. In a fit of anger, he directly appeared in a video on his social media. Guanin found it amusing. There really were people who lacked self-awareness. Let him dig his own grave. Just after cashing out a few of the Mu family stocks at a high price, Mu Ze jumped out to stir trouble. How much of a beating did he deserve? Guanin sat down at the computer and typed a few keys, her expression becoming somewhat strange. What's wrong? Tao Jie asked as he walked over. At a glance, the Mu family stocks were in the red. There was no need for Guanin to take action. Mu Ze's self-destructive behavior had already begun to teach him a lesson. Opening the curve chart, it was clear that the Mu family was also trying to struggle to save the market. But the result only provided an opportunity for retail investors and institutions to flee. It was simply a tragic sight. There was no way around it. The confrontation between Tao Jie and the Mu family had only been known to a few people in the upper circles until now. Chapter 449. A sense of responsibility. Originally, he thought a fierce battle would be necessary, but the Mu family had unexpectedly fallen into the vast ocean of stockholders. Just as Tao Jie rolled up his sleeves, the battle had already ended. It was as if he had fully armed himself to go clamming, only to find the tide had receded, making it easy to pick up shells. The institutions were also anxious, fearing that Tao Jie would deliver a fatal blow to the Mu family and they would suffer losses too. After Tao Jie took over the Mu family, no, it shouldn't be called the Mu family anymore. It should be the companies under Tao Jie's name, saw their stock prices soaring frighteningly. It seemed that by simply making his name known, the Mu family collapsed like a house of cards. Tao Jie felt great. Nearly $1 trillion had been pocketed in half a day, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. No wonder people say robbing is profitable. With money that couldn't be spent, he would be failing to live up to the title of the world's richest man. So he brought Guanin along and headed straight for the mall where Tong Hui was. When he arrived, he found that this well-known mall was surprisingly deserted. But Tong Hui had clearly said she was inside with Nyonyo. After calling to confirm, Xiao Hui, Ben and I are here, but this mall is closed. Did you get the place wrong? Tong Hui couldn't help but laugh. I'm right here inside. Impossible, my eyes aren't faulty. Look, it says here that it's closed for a day. Tao Jie pointed at the notice hanging at the entrance. Chapter 450. A family mobilization. Tao Jie's investments mainly fall into several categories. On one hand, the stock market in the United States, which serves as his cash cow. On the other hand, the leading companies in the domestic manufacturing industry, which he considers the foundation of the national economy. Then there's the technology sector, represented by Pansure AI, which has quietly entered the chip industry. Even in the face of industry blockades, it is still able to contribute a bit. Additionally, there's the agricultural sector. In Xiaoqing, he is merely piloting a cooperative model, which is suitable for a wider range of modernized planting. As long as this place is fine, he has already set his sights on the Far East. With a cash cow, high-tech support, and manufacturing industries and cooperatives to accommodate more employment, his sense of responsibility is no less than anyone else's. However, he has always kept this off the table. Coupled with the recent overcapacity in the manufacturing industry and the frequent occurrences of internal competition, he's been guiding high-end manufacturing enterprises and some leading companies to actively expand overseas clients, avoiding competition with some low and medium-end enterprises. This not only expands their client base, but also gives a lot of small and medium enterprises more time to adjust. Even Pansure Bank provides low-interest loans to these small and medium enterprises to help them through difficulties. It can be said that many people within the industry are almost ready to offer Tao Jie a longevity plaque. Chapter 451. What is strength? Tan Rusong not only called, but also sent someone to deliver a plaque that read "Good Family." The calligraphy was done by a well-known calligrapher, and the plaque was made of high-quality golden silk enamel wood. This was indeed a generous gesture. Tao Jie took this quite seriously, having it sent directly to the mountain villa, where there was ample space to display it. Originally, according to Tan Rusong's intention, it was to be inscribed as philanthropic family. But Tao Jie felt that not many who received that title lasted long. It was better to be a bit more low-key. But such good news still needs to be shared with Dad. When he received the call, Tao Wenbin was so excited that his lips trembled for a long time. When will the Lao Tao family have such a day? As soon as Tao Wenbin got the news, he immediately took action. Without even asking his son for a flight route, he just booked a ticket and came. Tao Jie went to the airport to pick up Tai Zhu and Xiaoying, and there were quite a few checked items to unload. Following Old Chen's request, he brought a whole pile of corn and potatoes. Not only that, he also brought a bunch of samples for the cooperation with the Chiao family. Son, this money wasn't spent in vain. Let me tell you, you have fulfilled all the dreams I've had in my life. It's really thanks to my good genes. Chapter 452. Digging a pit for oneself, where's my food? With a face full of anger, Tao Wenbin slapped his knee forcefully. Chen Meiwan didn't take his display seriously at all. She directly walked in front of him and extended a finger, asking, "What do you want me to wait for?" Tao Wenbin frowned, dodging her finger. "I'm asking you. Where's my food? Didn't you ask me to wait? I'm back. What do you want to do?" Chen Meiwan didn't give him a chance to dodge, her finger nearly poking his nose. "Let me tell you about the food." Before she could finish, Old Chen interrupted, poking his forehead twice with his finger. "You have quite a temper. Who are you trying to scare with that loud voice?" "What did I raise my voice?" Tao Wenbin leaned back on the sofa, raising a hand to shield himself from her indiscreet finger. "Why are you so unreasonable?" "Unreasonable? You're talking to me about being reasonable? I gave birth to children for the Lao Tao family, working like a horse. Why don't you talk to me about being reasonable?" Chen Meiwan leaned closer to Lao Tao, her voice not loud, as she was worried about disturbing the daughters-in-law upstairs. "Come on, tell me. How do you want to reason with me? All that food is for the clients, and then what? What's wrong?" Chen Meiwan directly sat beside him, scaring Lao Tao into hurriedly moving a bit away. Chapter 453. The Chiao family returns the favor while the scene was chaotic here. The downstairs was still as calm as ever. Tao Wenbin was massaging Chen Meiwan's legs with our family situation. "If you keep this up, it'll be at least 10 years before you can go home, one after another, and if we want a second child, no matter who it is. I only care about the first child, fair and reasonable. If we want another, apart from Qing Wan, let the mother-in-law take care of it. I can't be worn out." Chen Meiwan popped a grape in her mouth, then rewarded Lao Tao with one, wondering if it was because of good or bad deeds in their past life that they ended up with such a situation. "Don't say that. You may not think it's good, but others would fight to take it home. The world's richest man, apart from Hishan, hasn't he been like this for many years? Hey, it's strange, although our son was smart before, he seemed to be a bit dense. Why does it seem like he suddenly has an epiphany? He's getting richer and richer. Sometimes I'm afraid it's just a dream." Chen Meiwan sat up. "You have to help our son guard well at home. In case anything happens on his side, we need a fallback. We've farmed for half our lives. If it doesn't work out, we can still be landlords. You think too much. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if our son loses all his money, he is still better off than us." Chapter 454. Isn't this a bit much? Hearing Tao Jie's words, Xiao Hui stopped in her tracks. "We want to disturb you then." "It's fine. I actually have something to ask Officer Xiao for help. If Tao Jie doesn't have anything else, let us consider it a gathering." Tao Jie mentioned needing help and specifically named Xiaoying, which made it difficult for Xiao Hui to refuse. "Then I'll go back and ask Xiaoying." As Tao Jie left, Xiao Hui felt a headache coming on. It was obvious that her sister had feelings for Tao Jie, even to the point of being unreserved. Whenever Tao Jie's convoy came in and out, she would stand by the window, staring until the convoy disappeared. This was clearly a case of a moth to a flame, making Xiao Hui cautiously avoid any contact between the two. However, during this time, she could feel that things weren't developing in the direction she wanted. After all, her sister was a police officer. This identity couldn't be used to be with Tao Jie. Holding her forehead with her hand, she didn't know how to go home. Sitting on the sofa, her fingers kept tapping on the armrest. What did Tao Jie want to discuss with Xiaoying? He didn't hide his beautiful confidence around him, Was he trying to give her sister a heads up? Showing off? Look, I have so many women. I don't care about you. Chapter 455. Still not calm under Li Qing's control. Tao Jie's information online was already scarce, only allowing some inconsequential details to be posted online. Just before Qiaoying sat down, she still held a glimmer of hope that perhaps those beautiful women were Tao Jie's sisters. Tao Jie was extremely handsome, so it was normal for his sisters to be a bit pretty. With so many people around, several were clearly pregnant, and judging by their belly sizes and the intervals between them, it was quite harmonious, which she found hard to imagine. But just now, Tao Jie's words, even if not explicitly stated, already conveyed that these were all his children. Qiaoying's heart sank again. She slowly put down her chopsticks, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Yet her face wore a contradictory smile. Sorry, I can't help with that. Tao Jie hurriedly grabbed a tissue, but Qiaoying had already stood up. I'm no longer a household registration officer. I just received my transfer order and have switched to traffic police. I'll be on duty in a couple of days. Saying this, she wiped her face with her sleeve. Uncle Tao, Aunt Shun, I've eaten well. Thank you for your hospitality. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. We didn't say anything. She knew her sister's situation like the back of her hand. This kind of thing couldn't be persuaded. Even if she didn't know what was going on with Tao Jie, she could imagine just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 456. Song Lu's pregnancy, what? Tao Jie was startled. In his mind, Song Lu was as strong as iron. She had only experienced some menstrual cramps at the beginning, but he had cured that. Other than that, she seemed to have no discomfort at all. At that moment, he was a bit flustered, but his mother's side was in chaos, and no one answered when he called Tong Hui and the others. He could only keep urging Xiaoying to hurry up. By the time he rushed home, 2 ambulances had already arrived, and there were a lot of white-coated angels in the house, all with badges indicating they were chief physicians. Seeing this scene, Tao Jie's face turned pale. He hurried over. Doctor, how is she now? Is Miss Song your wife? An old man with white hair frowned upon seeing Tao Jie. Tao Jie quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. Isn't this nonsense? She has been pregnant for over a month and still puts herself through so much. You're not young kids. How could you be so reckless? Huh? Tao Jie's eyes widened. She is pregnant? A middle-aged female doctor shook her head. You're quite the husband. You don't even know your wife is pregnant. Your family doesn't seem to have a pregnant woman. How could you be so careless? Chapter 457. Choosing a topic he originally just wanted to mix in and be satisfied, but now with the rise of the internet, people's privacy is diminishing, and there are more and more people trying to expose the truth. He can make Li Qing block his news, but he can't block his papers. If someone digs up evidence of his academic dishonesty, it would be a joke rather than a role model for his children. A few students under him have gone to Tao Jie's Pansure investment for internships, and Professor Wen has been free lately. The 2 of them brewing tea and setting up the long men in the office. How have family and the others been recently? Tao Jie picked up his tea and remembered that there was a junior sister going to intern at Pansure Investment. Professor Wen gave him a strange look. Asking me while working under you? Tao Jie rubbed his forehead awkwardly. There were too many people. I didn't have the time to ask. Pansure Investment has grown from dozens of people to over 300 now, and this is still a result of control and restraint. Professor Wen took a sip of tea, saying that they had come a few times during the holidays, and everyone was excited, finally seeing some money. Hey, is the treatment there really that good? It varies by position. I haven't asked too much. Tao Jie really wasn't clear about it. I heard that little fan, Li said, that all your fund managers earn over $100 million a year. At this rate, these few won't have the mind to do research when they come back. There were originally 2 good prospects, but now it's like a meat bun hitting a dog. They want to be back. Chapter 458. Various divine assists. What do you want this for? Our internal materials can be found. Family was worried that Hurdy wouldn't catch Tao Jie's eye, but to her surprise, he specifically asked for it. I just selected a topic with the teacher, and with these, we've basically completed more than half. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll give you a co-author credit at that time. Got it. Family smiled again, feeling proud that she could do something for her senior brother, especially since it was all company materials, and she would get a secondary credit, which felt like a huge gain. Similar situations were also organized. Anyway, the topic isn't urgent, and don't forget to collect future materials. Tao Jie knew that with Huang Mao around, such things were inevitable. Understood. Brother, don't worry. I'll make sure to complete the task. Tao Jie was quite pleased. Let her get busy while he went home. Upon entering, he found no one at home, and after making a call, he learned that Han Shuiying had gone to the confinement center with Old Chun. Zhang Mingwei, Song Lu, and Tong Hui all had family by their side. And although Li Qingwan had someone to take care of her, Old Chun was afraid she would feel lost, so he got up early every day to accompany her. During this time, Old Chun's relationship with the in-laws has also made rapid progress. And even the parents from these three families got along well enough to exchange insights when sitting together. Chapter 459. Settling the household registration, fortunately. Tao Jie didn't make Xiao Ying feel too awkward. Before the meal was served, he called Xiao Hui to invite her over. Knowing that her sister must have a reason for staying at Tao's house, she rushed over. As soon as she entered, she heard Nyo calling out for police mom, and her son clinging to Tao Jie calling him uncle. Xiao Hui was stunned. If it weren't for her sister's look of being at a loss for words, she would have thought these two were secretly in cahoots. After dinner, the two sisters helped Nyo take a bath before saying goodbye and heading home. On the way, Xiao Hui advised her sister, "Why not ask your leader about it? If it works, it works. If not, forget it. At least you're neighbors. Don't make it too distant." Xiao Ying thought the same. But asking about such matters at work was clearly inappropriate, so she directly called her leader. Upon hearing that Tao Jie wanted to settle household registrations for several children, Xiao Ying's leader immediately agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ying was still in disbelief. Is this the charm of money? You must know that managing household registrations in Chengdu is not a simple matter, but all along, the leader has adhered to the principle of handling official business, never giving green lights, even to relatives. How could he now make things easy for Tao Jie? Chapter 460. Emergency helped cultural people have a stronger sense of shame. Ouyang Nan was very conservative and tried to stay out of many of Song Lu's topics. However, when it came to Tao Jie, she had no other way to cope except to grit her teeth and persist. In the morning, she was woken up by the little dumpling Nyo. "Mom, didn't you and Dad sleep with Nyo yesterday? Why can't I find you this morning?" The little one was only a bit taller than the bed, standing by the edge and only showing her big eyes, struggling but failing to climb up. With many rooms in the house, she searched several before finally finding her mom. Ouyang Nan realized she had slept so soundly. Glancing at her phone, it was already 7:30. Yesterday, Ouyang Nan was tongue-tied, unable to lie to Nyo. Thankfully, Tao Jie had covered her with a thin blanket, and, as she curled up inside, she thought of an excuse. Mommy is afraid Daddy's snoring will disturb your sleep. Oh, but Nyo has never heard Daddy snore. Nyo bounced and stretched out her little hand. "Mommy, hug me. Nyo wants to go to school." Blushing with embarrassment, Ouyang Nan sat up and hugged her on her lap. Not every day, just occasionally. Chapter 461. Sister call, because Pei Yao couldn't find anyone to support her and was left with resentment. The news about the sisters sabotaging each other spread to the confinement center. Now, each of them had a sword of protection, so they could only laugh heartily. Instead, the most righteous Song Lu stood up. She put her hands on her hips, and even though she hadn't shown much, she stood tall like a general. "If it weren't for my poor health, how could he be so rampant?" Guanan chimed in, "Little Lu, you just had a few good days. Did you drink?" Seeing Li Qingwan and Zhang Mingwei secretly enjoying themselves, Song Lu was still unconvinced. "This time is different. We're also making progress. Okay?" When she saw Song Lu's fox-like eyes fixed on her, Li Qingwan was the first to raise her hand and surrender. "Whether I progress or not doesn't matter. You go for it." Instead, Tong Hui seemed eager to try, but also feigned weakness, even suggesting an alliance. "Why don't we split into groups? Sister Song with me, Shuiying, Pei Yao, and Anan in one group, and Sister Qingwan, Sister Mingwei, Chan Bao, and Sister Nin in another group." As soon as these words came out, it sparked a wave of protests. Li Qingwan was the first to object. "Why should the strongest all go to your group?" Zhang Mingwei also protested. "Unfair. Shuiying should be in our group." Chapter 462. Despair to admire. You really want to give up until you hit the wall, huh? Yang Xiaofeng rolled her eyes. If it weren't for He Jiwei being a decent person apart from being stubborn, she wouldn't bother talking. What is wrong with rural people? Have you ever met a family with over 10,000 cattle? Xiao Qin used to be from the countryside, but she owns no less than 5 high-end apartments in Chengdu. I just want to ask you, even if you become a top surgeon, how many apartments can you buy in a lifetime? He Jiwei looked at her. Did Xiao Qin tell you to say this to me? Yang Xiaofeng was about to go crazy. Didn't Xiao Qin make it clear to you already? Do I need to relay messages? You're causing her trouble now. Don't you understand? If it weren't for her good temper, not wanting to tear faces, You wouldn't even be able to stay in school. Saying this, she took out her phone and called Zhou Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, your brother is here. I've stopped Wei. You hurry up and come out. After hanging up, she poked Wei on the shoulder with her phone. I'm telling you, buddy. Can you be a little more sensible? It's good for everyone. Wei was clearly not so easily persuaded. When he heard Yang Xiaofeng say that the convoy was there to pick someone up, he rushed over. This left Yang Xiaofeng dumbfounded, standing there with her mouth agape. Chapter 463. The Dilemma of the Women. You can't do this. Even if I admit I am strong, dividing like this is discrimination, no different from parental favoritism. Song Lu argued, while counting on her fingers with Tong Hui and others. She also realized, why should she be the only one in a group? Song Lu, stop resisting. The capable should work more, and the more you work, the more you gain. It's fair and reasonable. Her best friend from back then, Zhang Mingwei, had betrayed her. Resources were limited, so let us settle this matter. Song Lu crossed her arms, not only signaling a distance from others, but also seizing the opportunity to squeeze in, hoping it would help boost her standing. You want to play like this? Then don't blame me for going all out. Gu Ainen didn't understand and turned to Li Qingwan. Sister Qingwan, what is she going to do? Li Qingwan shook her head, her watery eyes full of curiosity. Song Lu took out her phone and let out an evil laugh. Do you think I have nothing to do every day? I'm being excluded internally, and I can't even call for outside help? What? Almost in unison, several people exchanged glances before suddenly launching an attack and together grabbing Song Lu. With all of them being big, Song Lu didn't dare struggle too much, which led to her phone being snatched away. Chapter 464. Can't tell if it's a cold or a hangover first. She went to the pharmacy, took a turn, and came back. Tao Jie didn't ask where she went and just told her to eat. I'll go change clothes. Xiaoqin hurried upstairs with a paper bag. Not long after, she returned empty-handed, wearing a loose-fitting home outfit. Seeing Tao Jie taking food out of the lunchbox, she rushed over to snatch it away and pushed him down into a seat. Brother, you don't need to lift a finger with me around. Tao Jie was quite agreeable, thinking having a sister was great. She was more considerate than anyone else. He sat back comfortably, watching her busy herself beside him. With everyone else at work or school, it was just the two of them at home during lunch. Whether life was exquisite or not, Tao Jie had no concept. As long as the food was good enough to eat. There was drunken crab, Yangtze knife fish, boiled cabbage, and braised ribs. All were from Honghu Building, ensuring taste and safety. Watching Zhou Xiaoqin set the table, Tao Jie was very satisfied. Good, you're more perceptive than your sister Song. She doesn't even do this work. It's already good she doesn't feed herself. Tao Jie picked up his chopsticks. Let us eat. Your Ying's sister and Nan's sister might not be back for a while, and their portions are saved. Chapter 465. Not being a brother support, Tao Jie called Zhou Xiaoqin, but she didn't answer. He asked Nyonyo's kindergarten teacher and learned that the child had been dropped off by Zhou Xiaoqin that morning. Continuing to call her, she still didn't pick up. Finally, he got in touch with Taizhu to find out the female bodyguard assigned to Zhou Xiaoqin, only to learn that she had gone to the bus station. Knowing where she was put him slightly at ease. To clear his confusion, he decided to return home first. Once home, he went upstairs, opened the door, and smelled a faint scent of alcohol. After searching around, he found an open bottle in the corner of the bed. Opening Zhou Xiaoqin's room from yesterday, he saw her home outfit hanging on the balcony. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered a spot with unclean bloodstains. What the hell? Tao Jie couldn't help but curse at this bizarre situation. If he had been sober, this kind of thing would never have happened. It was about false pretenses or moral high ground. He just felt she was still a child. He understood the girl's feelings, but thought that maybe in a few years, she would grow up and possibly meet someone suitable. Even though he felt a bit reluctant, he never wanted to be greedy. After all, since Yang Lin left, this world had already given him too much. Chapter 466. Eating bear's heart and leopard-esque. All Tao Jie knew that since Zhou Xiaoqin arrived in Chengdu, she had never lacked money. Whether it was Chun Meiwan or Tong Hui and others, they had all supported her. After a trip to Australia City, she, like several others, had also received 200 million, so calling her a little wealthy lady was not an exaggeration. Yet, she wouldn't even give her brother $6, and instead had some kind of not supporting the brother rhetoric. This PUA skill was not shallow, from what he saw. Even Zhou, he thought his sister was in the right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly emphasized not to tell his sister about needing $6. Sighing, he said, fine, you can keep the money. If your sister asks, just say I gave it to you. Seeing Zhou, he's still looking quite anxious. He wiped the water off with some tissues. Your sister says this because she's worried you want to be motivated in the future, not because she's unwilling to give you money. You're not a child anymore. You should understand your sister's good intentions. Joey nodded. Brother-in-law, I know. My sister said the same, that she wants to cultivate my independence. Joe's dad knew he owed Tao Jie a lot, and that this little bit didn't matter. He mainly saw that Tao Jie was close to Joe, and looked happy about it. I think Xiaoqin is right. Joe, he is not a kid anymore. Now is the time to learn well. It's easy to learn bad habits. We can't spoil him too much. Chapter 467. Good news regardless of everything. Tao Jie was not a saint, and he wouldn't go on lecturing Zhou Xiaoqin. Since she was willing, could he push her away? Moreover, Tong Hui and others were indeed very good to Zhou Xiaoqin, and the issue of integration could almost be ignored. After spending a day with the Zhou family, by evening, Zhou Xiaoqin stayed behind while Tao Jie had to go back to pick up the child. Arriving at the kindergarten gate, he didn't see Xiao Ying and Qin Hao, and after asking Yonyo, he learned that Xiao Ying had been picking up Qin Hao about half an hour early every day lately. Bringing the child home, he had just entered the house when he received a call from Zhao Chan. On the phone, the girl was excitedly babbling for a while. What happened? Are you pregnant? Zhao Chan immediately quieted down, took a few deep breaths. Wait, this time for sure. I'm on my way now. There's a bunch of people at the confinement center, so no one will snatch it. Are you really coming? Tao Jie was a bit incredulous. This girl worked harder than anyone and practically lived in the lab every day. Of course, if I don't come, you'll forget me. Zhao Chan huffed, not mentioning it was her own insistence to return to Hangshan. In Tao Jie's view, reasoning with women was a complete failure from men. Chapter 468. It's only right within capability. The next morning, Ouyang Nan and Han Shuiying found an extra person at home, as Zhao Chan, radiant and preparing breakfast, was making a racket. When did you arrive? Ouyang Nan was very pleasantly surprised, grabbing Zhao Chan's hand and sitting down. It wasn't tea at 11, right? Han Shuiying poured a glass of water and came over to sit across from them. I think I heard the door open. Zhao Chan nodded. I decided to come over last minute, so I didn't tell anyone. That's not right. Ouyang Nan looked at her with confusion, thinking that Tao Jie had gone out, as there had been no noise all night. As soon as this was mentioned, Han Shuiying also reacted, saying, You guys haven't just been talking, right? Zhao Chan didn't expect them to speak so openly now, neither admitting nor denying it. She seemed a bit hesitant. We chatted for a while. This was wrong, very wrong. Ouyang Nan wasn't foolish. Just looking at Zhao Chan's little face, one could almost squeeze out water. If she hadn't been satisfied, how could that be possible? But seeing the time, she realized she was going to be late for work, so she could only get up. Shuiying, I'm leaving Nyonyo with you, okay? I'll grab something to eat on the way. She hurried to the dining table, took a sandwich, and left. Chapter 469. Bringing up old matters that evening, Old Chun arrived looking worn out, and the mother and daughter accompanied the Zhou family of 4 for dinner. During the meal, Old Chun also had a drink with the elder couple, and once the wine was poured, the conversation flowed more freely. Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, stay for a few more days, and we'll have Tao Jie as plane take you back. It's our own stuff. No need to return it. It won tea rust. Old Chun wasn't showing off. He was just trying to create a bigger scene to allow for more room for maneuver later. After all, they had acknowledged their kinship, and now, with the disappointing son, it was uncertain whether he could resist the temptation of the grass by the nest, so some space had to be left. She was clear in her mind that as long as Zhou Xiaoqin had this intention, Tao Jie would almost certainly not be able to escape. After all, who doesn't tea like a little fun? Zhou's mother stopped drinking halfway, pulling Zhou Xiaoqin aside, and the two whispered, Xiaoqin, tell me, what is going on between you and Tao Jie now? Zhou Xiaoqin was vague and lacking confidence, replying, It's just like that. The Zhou family wasn't foolish, especially having seen Tong Hui. That girl was good-looking and could sweeten anyone's heart. Tao Jie was young and wealthy, if there was nothing between them. Even the old Huang who strolled around the village wouldn't believe it. Chapter 470. Cold reception. Once this thought arose, it became a bit uncontrollable. Taking advantage of the early time, she planned to discuss it further with her son. But as soon as she reached her son's door, before she could knock, she heard some unusual noises from inside. She patted her chest, comforting herself for a while. Don't be angry, continuing the lineage is a good thing. It's a good thing. Turning to go back, she saw Ouyang Nan come out with a freshly bathed Nyonyo and picked the little girl up. Nyonyo, are you going to sleep with Grandma tonight? Okay, Nyonyo replied in her childish voice. then wrapped her arms around her neck and turned to ask her mother for her small pillow. "Mommy, I want to sleep with Grandma. I haven't seen Grandma for several days." Ouyang Nan fell helpless, a sense of ominous premonition brewing in her heart. With the shield gone, it seemed like tonight, she wouldn't be able to avoid it. With a tinge of melancholic anticipation, she returned to her room, while Zhao Chan was already negotiating with Tao Jie. Is there such a thing? Is this something that requires bookkeeping? Zhao Chan, wrapped in a blanket, looked incredulous. Why can't we keep track? Let us say 5 times a month, right? You hide in Hangsheng for months. Let us count less. 5 months. 5 times 5 is 25. Chapter 471. Moral coercion without a second thought. There must be bad apples in the team. Logically, given the importance and contribution of this matter, it could never be treated this way. Tao Jie didn't have a high opinion of himself, even if it had nothing to do with his title of richest man. He shouldn't be left out in the cold. This was simply ridiculous. It should be known that being a step ahead in technology represented a crushing competitive edge. Zhao Chan was an exaggerator. As a researcher, her rigor was even greater. If she could say something that surpasses the other 4 words, she must have absolute confidence. Tao Jie was starting to lose his temper. He raised his wrist to check the time. If no one comes in 10 seconds, we're leaving. Zhao Chan didn't expect to encounter such a situation. She had little experience and lacked Tao Jie's confidence. She wanted to persuade him, but knew that showing weakness at this moment wasn't a good idea. 7, 6, 5, 4. Tao Jie counted down. Once the time was up, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Just as he counted down to 2, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in his 40s came in, talking to the person behind him. "This matter needs to be studied. There are many alternative products in the country. Don't be shy about bargaining. We represent the country, and saving a little money can be used in more critical areas." Chapter 472. Who are you two? Am I supposed to make an offer? Tao Jie scratched his forehead. This guy was quite shrewd. He had already stated his position, yet he could still pull back his head at a critical moment. Asking him to make an offer seemed to relinquish the initiative. But because of the previous few sentences of moral coercion, he could actually advance or retreat. A crafty old fox. That's right, if President Tao doesn't make an offer, how can I pay on the spot? ISNT that right? Dai Chunxing picked up his teacup, blew on it, and remembering how Tao Jie had tossed a cigarette but into the teacup, frowned and set it down. Clearly, he wanted to shut down any outrageous demands with a single sentence. "If you want me to make an offer, I'll ask, what is your authority, Director Dai? If you can't make the decision, then let us not waste time." Tao Jie didn't take the bait, even directly questioning his authority. "President Tao, this is a bit short-sighted, don't you think?" Director Dai put down his pen. "The leadership arranged for me to negotiate with you first. Surely they're their own plans. Moreover, there are more than 1 or 2 units currently interested in cooperating with the country." Oh, I see. Tao Jie nodded continuously. Dai Chunxing wasn't foolish enough to think that Tao Jie was yielding. He couldn't help but burst into anger. "President Tao, isn't your attitude a bit childish? Do you think I'm here to amuse you?" Chapter 473. Sudden earthquake. There were other supervisors involved in this matter. So Tan Rusong couldn't intervene, but he was still dragged along to the initial meeting. Just from a few words, he understood that this matter wouldn't go smoothly. He certainly knew that saving money was correct, but it should be based on the exploitation of private enterprises. Moreover, just because Tao Jie was wealthy didn't mean he could be pressured into high-mindedness. He could choose to be kind, but one shouldn't treat people as fools. Tan Rusong was also clear that if he were to handle this matter, Tao Jie might just give it away for free. For this reason, he chose to stay out of it. Unexpectedly, this fool Dai Chunxing directly provoked Tao Jie into flipping the table. He genuinely didn't know what to say about Dai Chunxing. Struggles were everywhere. He could understand that, but to fight recklessly was simply out of touch with reality. After hanging up the phone, Tan Rusong received an urgent call asking him to attend meeting. As expected, at the meeting he attended, Dai Chunxing first gave a situation report. Tao Jie had no intention of cooperating at all, directly stating that without 100 billion, there was no discussion, completely disregarding the safety of the country. I have sincerely persuaded him, but he has no intention of backing down at all. Chapter 474. The matriarchs of the Tao family, it's very magical. The pansure industry is under tremendous pressure, yet Tao Jie is completely unscathed. He hasn't even had his freedom restricted, but the pressure on his industries is relentless, like a torrential storm, giving no breathing room. Surprisingly, Tao Jie has not taken any action at all. The maternity center was even shut down for health reasons. And Li Qingwan and others brought medical staff directly to the estate, as there was plenty of space there. This way, it saves Tao Jie the trouble of running back and forth. He is quite cheerful, acting as if nothing is wrong. Song Lu doesn't look like a legal beauty at all. Leaning against the door, eating sunflower seeds, she seems unfazed even as things heat up. Pancher investment has also been sealed, and everyone is on holiday, but Guanin is very busy. After a few days, without updates, on Pancher Investment's public account. Someone went to check and saw the seal on the door, panicking immediately. Her phone has hardly stopped ringing. Mr. Jiang, please don't worry. Being anxious won't help. The one sealing the door didn't provide any explanation. The fund account still has money. It's just frozen, and we're unsure about the situation. There have been no violations or illegal activities, and we are not clear about the circumstances. No one knows how many people are confused. Those with substantial wealth don't want to see such a large sum of money simply disappear. Chapter 475. Reactions from all sides so far. Aside from Zhou Xiaoqin, who is still in school, the few of them are not double-bodied, and with Chen Meijuan's order in place. Tao Jie doesn't dare to act rashly against others. As a result, they clearly have to bear everything. Unfortunately, in this underground setting, Tao Jie has the highest authority. The seemingly impenetrable defenses of their individual rooms are of no use at all. For several consecutive days, these four have received special treatment. Each one is supporting their waist, making Song Lu unable to help but smirk. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Seeing the four of them wide-eyed and attentive, she paced back and forth in the several hundred square meter living room, thinking that if they could get through this ordeal and become pregnant, they would have a golden ticket to safety. You need to calculate your ovulation period. If you hit the mark, it will be a success. She understands the difficulties of getting pregnant, so no one knows more about this than her. Sister Song, please sit down and elaborate. Zhao Chan pulled her sit down, and the others immediately gathered around. Song Lu cleared her throat, saying, since it's just us, I wouldn't normally say this. It's all knowledge you should understand, right? Han Shuiying and the others nodded in agreement. Song Lu looked around. The others were in their respective rooms, and Tao Jie was arranged to go to the planting area to pick fresh fruits and vegetables. She smiled mischievously, but art is not easily transmitted, so they would have to pay some price. Chapter 476. Preparing to sue soon. Someone reported that Tao Jie had allowed people to leave and was bringing Song Lu to the front hall to welcome guests. Upon seeing Xiaoying, he noticed her anxious expression. After sitting down, Tao Jie wondered, Officer Qiao, you came all this way. Is there something wrong? Xiaoying didn't care about Song Lu in front of her and said, my sister told me that the cooperative can't supply goods anymore, and it's been causing a stir online. What's going on? It's a minor issue, but it will pass soon. Upon hearing this, Tao Jie felt relieved. The Qiao family has other supplier channels, so there shouldn't be a shortage, right? There isn't a shortage, but the quality has dropped significantly and the reputation has been affected. She doesn't manage her family's business, but that doesn't mean she knows nothing. Are you sure there won't be any problems? I've heard that many departments are working together to investigate Pancher. Tao Jie nodded, not denying it. Pancher is fine. The investigation is just a slap in the face for them. Originally worried, seeing Tao Jie so calm made her breathe easier. But when she thought about how people at her workplace were saying Tao Jie had offended big shots, she still felt a bit anxious. Don't take it too lightly. Some matters are not that simple. Sometimes, bending the arm against the thigh isn't a bad thing. Chapter 477. George looking to take advantage and in. Arrange for people to cooperate with your senior sister and compile all the company's wages lost due to work stoppages, compensation, and lost profits without missing a single cent. Tao Jie finally showed his anger. These days, he's been pent up. Money doesn't matter to him now, but if he doesn't fight back, won't anyone be able to step all over him? Guanin agreed and immediately called Fan Li. Shaoli, how's the data you were compiling? If everything's okay, send it directly to my email. Song Lu originally thought she would be of no use, but hearing Tao Jie say this was a complete turnaround. Her fox-like eyes lit up, and her tiger-like teeth reflected a cold glimmer. Don't worry, my golden signboard will definitely dazzle them. Rubbing her hands together, Song Lu was completely energized. Now that she had something to do, she found an outlet for her energy. Based on the data sent over by Fan Li, Song Lu didn't even need anyone else. With one foot on the chair, holding a calculator, she almost pressed it into sparks. Just as Tao Jie was about to express his relief, a message from Li Qing nearly made him lose his cool. George was causing trouble again. Pancher was being targeted, and the news had already reached abroad. After all, Tao Jie's title as the world's richest man attracted attention. Chapter 478. Order of events after hanging up. George excitedly slammed his fist on the boss's desk, making the pipe bounce. Yes, as long as Tao Jie lets him quote a price. It proves that he is truly at his wit's end. If it were him, caught between uncertainty and certainty, he would choose to sell this asset regarded as a fat piece of meat, even if it meant a significant loss in value. However, he was still very cautious about the quote. The group spent over 2 hours discussing before reaching a consensus. Then, George sent the quote. $20 trillion. One must say, this price seemed to be given through gritted teeth. It's not that they weren't making money, but rather that they were making a lot. The reason for the gritted teeth was that they felt they were earning too little. When they sold it to Tao Jie, the price was lower than this. But upon reflection, times have changed and mineral prices have risen. This price is equivalent to half the market price, comparable to the extent they were cut by Tao Jie initially. Of course, if Tao Jie hadn't just made a tough statement, they might have offered an even lower price. But George didn't dare to take risks. If he angered Tao Jie, he might refuse to sell. Or if things got delayed and the stock rights were released, they might not even get a single benefit. Chapter 479. Preliminary agreement. Zheng Hong knew that this kid would definitely not let him off easily, appearing like a smiling tiger from start. However, he didn't expect that they wouldn't discuss any official matters and would come straight to him demanding compensation. How could he afford that? Without Tao Jie even needing to speak, he already knew it would be astronomical. Even if he wanted to add this sum to the acquisition price, who wouldn't see through it? Moreover, Tan Rusong had initially given him over 10 trillion with a wave of his hand, but it was still considered worth the money. If he added compensation when acquiring Pancher Robotics, it would be an outrageous price far exceeding its actual value. If it really comes to this, even if he doesn't seek personal gain, his official career is over. Seeing Zheng Hong's awkward expression, Tao Jie didn't care what he thought and turned to Song Lu. Senior sister, do you have a rough estimate? Song Lu seriously opened a notebook, glanced at it, and said, around 650 billion. Zheng Hong's heart trembled upon hearing this number. Director Zheng, you don't need to worry. This matter can't be entirely blamed on you. We will do a preliminary sorting. There are more than a dozen relevant departments involved. There are debts and responsibilities, and I will file complaints one by one later. Chapter 480. Dividing the spoils, shedding tears on the other side before Zheng Hong returned. Tao Jie had already contacted Tan Rusong. Tan Rusong found it hard to believe that after such a long time, that little guy who once looked up to him with admiration had grown to this extent. Saying he could turn things around with a flip of his hand wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, his skills were becoming more refined. He recklessly angered people in the capital, got beaten up, and then used resources and public sentiment to turn the situation around. When it came to solving problems, he raised his hand high, then gently set it down, giving face to some big shots who had exerted effort in beating him. Facing the culprit Zheng Hong, he sold overseas mineral rights, slapping him hard in the face, leaving him humiliated yet having to thank him with a smile. If it weren't for the phone call with Gushan, he would hardly believe that such tricks could be played by a young person. In the end, he estimated Tao Jie's current worth and gasped. What kind of incredible luck was this? It should be noted that the Beilita, known as one of the 3 major terrifying consortiums in the world after decades of operation, has initiated wars countless times and now manages assets comparable to Tao Jie's personal wealth. Chapter 481. Take as much as you want. George was on the verge of breaking down. He felt as if Tao Jie had installed surveillance on him. No matter what calculations he made behind the scenes, if it was related to him, it would inevitably lead to his own misfortune. But this time, he had to ensure that nothing went wrong. Sure enough, the nature of Westerners to plunder had never changed. Initially, they occupied new territories through slaughter and watered the flowers of wealth with the blood of slaves. Now, they nodded in agreement to George's proposal with only a slight consideration. If they could use the rules they packaged to reclaim wealth from Tao Jie, they were unwilling to resort to unconventional means. But they really couldn't compete, so they had to play hardball. With the energy they possessed, they could not only influence their respective national policies, but even have the military pave the way for their capital. Not to mention that many mercenary groups currently active in Africa were actually backed by them, standing in the spotlight. His gaze swept over everyone. If this matter were to leak, everyone knew the consequences. He cautiously tucked his phone away. This matter must be kept confidential. If it got out, George slammed his fist onto the conference table, blood seeping between his fingers. Chapter 482. Exhibition. Tan Rusong felt like he was going to go crazy. The domestic military industry was developing quite rapidly, but there weren't many exports. Tao Jie spoke like an arms dealer, as if he were about to start a world war. You kid. I know. Just give your number to someone. Tan Rusong knew that with Tao Jie's identity, it wouldn't be difficult to find the specific person in charge. The reason for this call was more to allow him to make a personal favor. Sure enough, he contacted the dedicated person in charge, and when he mentioned this matter, the other party was very enthusiastic. Soon, Tao Jie received a call. It must be said that the soft approach he used during the last crisis had indeed won him a lot of goodwill. Otherwise, even if Zheng Hong pushed for it, it wouldn't have been so smooth regarding the mineral issue. After all, it was still filled with the implication of behind-the-scenes operations. Moreover, the transaction amount was 30 higher than Tan Rusong's last time. On the phone, the military representative was very straightforward. As long as the order was issued by the local government, they would do their best to meet it. Don't underestimate the phrase "do their best to meet." As long as it's not a major weapon, there would be a green light for any foreign trade goods. Chapter 483. A project. A few days later, Lu Han was the first to arrive at the manor. Upon arrival, she couldn't help but shake her head at the scale of the estate. Mr. Tao, this manor is simply astonishing. Only you could pull off something this grand. No one else would, whether it was the area or the size of the buildings. It left her in awe. From any angle, one could see that the buildings, although varied in style, harmoniously unified, creating a collision of ancient and modern, Eastern and Western styles, yet orderly, especially those ponds connected by hidden channels, giving a sense of vastness. You know, I'm actually quite proud of this. The temperature had slowly dropped. Unlike the desolation in the north, this place remained lush and green. Tao Jie, dressed in sportswear, walked with his hands behind his back. A bit smug, of course, having spent a considerable amount. Isn't there a wealthy person in the south who built a whole building? What was it called? I heard it cost $10 billion or even $20 billion. That amount of money wouldn't even be enough to sort out the ponds here. Lu Han was truly shocked. To say that the overall expenditure was roughly comparable to that of others was already frightening. But Tao Jie claimed that even the ponds in his manor were not limited to this. It almost shattered her worldview.